story begins under the shadow of a bleak prophecy. 10 years from now, the once thriving Federation Kingdom of the East is destined to collapse, its bright future already marked for destruction. And what could possibly bring about a disaster that massive? The answer lies with 5 legendary catastrophes, feared across the world by one terrible name: the 5 Great Sins. These are not ordinary villains who can simply be defeated by courage or good luck. They are overwhelming existences, almost like disasters given human form, each carrying enough power to drag the world toward ruin. Wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession. The moment these 5 appear, destruction becomes unavoidable, and the entire kingdom, from its grand cities to every helpless life inside them, is doomed to crumble into smoke, rubble, and ash. But there is one man who already knows where this future is headed. And in order to stop it, he chooses a path so desperate that it almost sounds completely insane. Instead of running from the monsters destined to destroy everything, he becomes their patron, standing behind the very villains who are supposed to bring the world to its knees. When he looks back on how it all started, even he can only think to himself that he never imagined things would spiral into something this enormous. In his previous life, this man had been nothing special at all. He was just another exhausted office worker, crushed under a brutal 78-hour work week until every day felt like survival. Then came the classic ice guy disaster, the truck. One moment his old life ended, and the next, he opened his eyes as a noble in a vibrant fantasy world overflowing with greenery, magic, and luxury. At first glance, it sounded like the perfect second chance. But reality immediately hit him with a problem. He could not read even a single word in this new world. His butler had to calmly point out that he was holding the book upside down, and to make matters worse, he had no power whatsoever. Even so, being the useless young master of a count's household was not all bad. Before him stretched a lavish feast so excessive it looked like it could satisfy an entire room of hungry soldiers. After he stuffed himself without holding back, one of the maids approached him politely and asked if he had finished, offering to help him bathe before he went to bed. From there, he was treated like royalty, carefully washed and pampered by beautiful maids as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Compared to his old life, this was definitely a massive upgrade. Sinking into the comfort around him, he let himself enjoy every second of it, thinking that this was exactly the kind of life he had always deserved. But while he was relaxing and letting his guard down, one of the maids mentioned something as casually as if it were nothing. The young masters would be returning tomorrow, so he should get to sleep early tonight. Confused, he asked who she meant, and the maid answered with the names Leo and Tonio. Then she tilted her tone with mild surprise, wondering why he sounded as though he did not even know his own family. The instant he heard those names, something cold crawled up his spine. His lazy, satisfied expression froze in place, and the scar across his face suddenly made him look far more dangerous than relaxed. The beautiful fantasy he had been enjoying shattered in an instant. He jerked forward inside the bath, sending water splashing everywhere while the startled maids cried out his name in panic. Inside his head, fear exploded like an alarm bell. He could barely process the thought forming in his mind. Was he actually inside Psychedelia? That name was impossible for him to forget. Psychedelia was the notoriously punishing turn-based RPG he had played obsessively in his former life, using it as a way to escape his miserable daily grind. He remembered spending endless hours grinding through that game, battling monsters and exploring its world. More than anything, he remembered the main quest and how brutally unforgiving it became. No matter which path the player chose, no matter how carefully they tried to proceed, everything collapsed the moment the 5 Great Sins entered the story. From that point onward, the kingdom, the aristocrats, the cities, and everything tied to them began sliding into an irreversible downfall. And right at the start of that chain of destruction, before the main story even properly began, there was one infamous noble household known for causing trouble. That family was the House of Palacio. His new family. His eldest brother, Leo, was known as the king of prostitutes, while the second son, Tonio, was infamous as the king of drugs. The realization crushed him so hard that he dropped to his knees. The full weight of his new identity came crashing down, because he knew exactly what kind of family this was. They were not merely bad people. They were the starter villains. In the game's very first side quest, the player was tasked with investigating the criminal organization they controlled, a syndicate known as Avalon. They were the first domino placed in the path of disaster, the first group destined to fall when the 5 Great Sins finally began tearing through the world. And he himself was nothing more than an extra villain, the powerless third son who would be wiped out along with the rest of them. Alan Palacio. That night, as he lay in bed beneath the soft covers of his luxurious room, despair swallowed him completely. He broke down crying, honestly wishing he could return to being a 78-hour-a-week wage slave. After all, what was the point of living in comfort if he was guaranteed to die in 10 years? He lamented his fate, wondering why he had possessed a fantasy character with no abilities at all. Other people who got sent to another world received cheat skills or blessings, but his luck had to be the worst ice guy luck imaginable. Then, in the middle of that darkness, a thought suddenly sparked. Maybe he did have a power after all. He knew what would happen 10 years from now, and in this world that was basically the same as being a prophet. A new determination slowly sharpened in his eyes. If he already knew the causes of this world's destruction, then why not remove them before everything fell apart? And so, all for the sake of protecting his own peaceful life as a noble, Alan made his decision. He would reform the 5 great sins before they could destroy the world. To him, the plan did not seem completely impossible, because at this point in the timeline, those terrifying future calamities were still only children. 2 months passed, and by then, Alan's outrageous plan had already begun moving forward. Inside his study, Alan sat listening to a report from the knight he had newly hired, a sharp-looking man with an eye patch named Evan. Evan explained that they had rescued the orphans from the East's Human Testing Center and had entrusted the orphanage's management to a girl named Yusha. Alan praised Evan's ability, telling him that his judgment had been accurate and that Evan truly was as skilled as he had expected. Then Alan tried to smile at him, but the expression that appeared on his face was so stiff and unsettling that it looked more creepy than friendly. Evan stared at him with obvious confusion, unsure how to respond. After a moment, he asked whether that was supposed to be a compliment, because Alan's facial expression made it almost impossible to tell. Alan silently thought about the original owner of this body. That person had been easy to read, with every emotion plainly written across his face. But now, Alan had to consciously force his own facial muscles to move just to create a simple expression. It honestly felt as though his possession of this body had stopped right at the face. This man, Evan, was a rare character from psychedelia. Honest, dependable, and loyal. In a world overflowing with schemes and betrayal, someone like him was almost priceless, which was exactly why Alan had hired him without hesitation. After that, Evan stopped circling the issue and went straight to the point. He asked if all of this had been done in order to save the girl named Yusha. Evan admitted that even with all his years of mercenary experience, he could tell at a glance that Yusha was far from an ordinary child. He could still remember what he had seen in that testing facility. The other children had been broken, trembling, and terrified beyond words, but Yusha had stood apart from them in a way that was impossible to ignore. Even while chained up and imprisoned, she gave off a silent, frightening pressure. Evan could not understand why someone with that kind of strength would simply allow herself to remain locked away. So Evan asked the question that naturally followed. If Yusha was that important, why had Alan not brought her here? As far as Evan could see, there was no advantage in leaving her where she was. Alan's expression hardened, becoming deadly serious. He knew it might look as though he was neglecting her, but he made it clear to Evan that leaving Yusha there was not a mistake. It was part of his plan. Because Alan already knows exactly who Yusha truly is. Her full name is Yusha Blusha, a non-human girl who is destined to form a contract with an otherworldly being, borrow its terrifying power, and eventually awaken as Wrath, one of the 5 great sins. In the future, she will be feared as the Bloody Queen, a monster fated to slaughter hundreds of thousands of people. But if she can grow up quietly, away from suffering and madness, Alan believes she should never awaken as Wrath at all. With that thought, he feels like he has finally defused one of the time bombs threatening his future. Alan clears his throat, straightens himself, and prepares to give Evan the real mission. Then he looks directly at his knight and says in a deliberately mysterious tone that the time has not come yet. Evan stares back at him, completely lost. The words clearly do not make sense to him at all, and all he can do is awkwardly repeat the beginning of Alan's statement. Not yet time? While Evan is still trying to understand what that means, Alan calmly gives him his instructions. No one is to speak about this matter, and the children must be sponsored with more than enough funds to live properly. Then Alan takes out a sealed letter and hands it over to Evan, telling him to deliver it directly to Yusha. Evan accepts the letter, but confusion remains written all over his face. He asks whether it is important, and Alan keeps his expression controlled, casually claiming that it is only a letter meant to reassure Yusha after everything she has endured. Once the orders are given, Evan wastes no time. He mounts his horse, gathers the reins, and rides away from the mansion toward the orphanage. From the window, Alan quietly watches him leave, his outward calm hiding the enormous risk he has just taken. Because that letter is not merely meant to comfort Yusha. Inside it, Alan has written a very specific line, one he heard countless times in the game whenever the Archbishop desperately tried to calm the fully awakened sin of Wrath. In that doomed scene, the Archbishop would raise his voice and chant to the sin of Wrath, commanding her to calm herself. The incantation never changed. It always began with the agony of the dark, the impassivity of the bright, and belonging with the fall. In the game, that moment always unfolded beneath a blood-red moon, with Wrath standing at the center of the nightmare as her horrifying power poured out uncontrollably. But by the time the player reached that scene, it was already far too late. The spell would fail, the atmosphere would collapse into pure terror, and the player would be forced straight into a brutal boss fight. This time, though, things might still be different. Yusha is still just a child, still standing before the madness consumes her completely. Alan stretches his arms and allows himself the smallest feeling of achievement. One future calamity has been handled, at least for now, which still leaves 4 more waiting ahead. He knows the whole idea sounds absurd. Trying to win over a future monster using nothing but a single quote from a game is definitely not a normal strategy. But since non-humans like Yusha are basically fanatics who worship some mysterious being from another world, Alan decides that the gamble is still worth taking. Meanwhile, Evan reaches the orphanage and delivers the sealed letter to a small white-haired girl standing quietly before him. Yusha. The moment he faces her, Evan can feel an unbelievable amount of mana rolling off her tiny body. She is a strange child, almost completely empty of visible emotion, yet the air around her feels anything but harmless. He passes the letter to her, and Yusha stands there like an unsettling little doll, silent, pale, and difficult to read. But when Yusha confirms that Mr. Allen was the one who sent the letter, something in her still face begins to change. That emotionless mask cracks in an instant. A terrifying aura erupts from her small frame, and with rage dripping from her voice, she demands to know why Alan did not want her by his side. Cold sweat runs down Evan's face as her mana begins taking shape before his eyes, twisting outward like blood-red tendrils. Power like that should only belong to someone who has reached the Master Realm. Yusha's eyes burn a vivid crimson as they lock onto Evan, and the killing intent in her gaze is so sharp it feels as though it could cut him down where he stands. At that moment, Alan's strange words finally click into place. Not yet time was not some vague phrase after all. It was a warning, and Evan realizes it with a chill down his spine. Just as Evan braces himself for the worst possible outcome, Yusha lowers her gaze and finally looks at the contents of the letter. Then, in a soft but eerie voice, she begins reading the strange passage written inside. As those words leave Yusha's lips, the murderous aura surrounding her disappears, as if it had never existed. A faint blush rises on her cheeks, and she whispers that this is a promise only her master would know. She understands now. Evan can only stare in stunned disbelief as the crushing pressure fades away around him. Only then does he realize what Alan truly meant by timing. Those words were not just a phrase, but a hidden message meant only for Yusha. And just like that, the future Bloody Queen, the girl destined to become the harbinger of wrath, happily hugs the letter to her chest with absolute devotion to Alan. Back at the mansion, Alan sleeps soundly in his bed, completely unaware that his little letter has just caused, and then narrowly stopped, a life-or-death disaster. Later, Alan sits buried beneath a mountain of books, flipping through page after page as his frustration slowly builds. He mutters under his breath, wondering if the clue really is not there after all, because trying to find information about the third boss is starting to give him a serious headache. Just then, his loyal knight Evan steps into the library and announces that they have successfully rescued the second child Alan mentioned. Alan immediately jolts in surprise and scrambles to his feet. His first question is not about the mission itself, but whether Evan made absolutely sure to treat the child kindly. Evan begins recalling the mission, explaining that of course they had done so after rescuing the child from the illegal slave market. But before he can finish his report, an unwelcome voice suddenly cuts through the room. A rough voice calls out, asking if that is really Alan. Then a hulking figure strides into the library with a sneer full of condescension. It is Tonio Palacio, Alan's second brother, the infamous king of drugs. Tonio casually throws an arm around Alan as if he owns the room, his tone dripping with mockery. He asks why an illiterate guy like Alan is holding a book, then sneers that he heard Alan has been studying recently. Then Tonio squeezes Alan's head and demands that his little brother answer him. Alan freezes on the spot, while inwardly he curses his own luck. Tonio is always a nuisance, and Alan wonders how the original Alan ever endured this. He wants to fight back, but he knows far too well that he has no strength against his gangster of a brother. Forcing himself to remain polite, Alan lowers his head and says that since Tonio seems to want to use the library, he will take his leave. But Tonio has no intention of letting him escape that easily. With a smug grin, Tonio suddenly kicks Alan down to the floor and presses his boot firmly against his head, mocking him for knowing his place. But before he can take things any further, a dagger slices through the air. The blade buries itself into the wall just inches from Tonio's face, and his arrogant expression vanishes in an instant. Tonio snaps his head toward the doorway, his face draining pale with shock. There stands a man radiating an even colder and more dangerous presence. It is the eldest son, Leo Palacio, the king of prostitution. He fixes Tonio with a sharp glare and warns his brother that he already told him to drop that shallow attitude when entering the library. Then, with open disgust, he says Tonio reeks of drugs and tells him to get lost while he still can. The two brothers square off, weapons ready, and the air in the library turns heavy with murderous tension. While they are focused on each other, Alan spots his chance and crawls away as fast as he can, because his life may genuinely depend on it. As he retreats, Alan remembers the game's first subquest. Investigating Palacio County, a nest of corruption where drugs are sold and the prostitution ring Avalon operates in the shadows. This family was designed to be the player's first real taste of how rotten the world had become. But seeing them in person makes Alan realize their influence and violence are even worse than he expected. The entire family dynamic feels like a bomb that could explode at any moment. At the center of that danger is the vicious succession war between his two vile older brothers. Leo is a massive figure in the underworld, feared as the king of prostitution, while Tonio controls a large-scale drug cartel as the drug king. The two of them are constantly clashing, always one step away from tearing each other apart. Alan shudders at the thought and silently tells himself that for the sake of his sweet, comfortable life, he absolutely cannot get involved with either of them. Being caught in their crossfire would be suicide. Their confrontation erupts with enough force to send a shockwave through the library, and Alan's only thought is to escape. Evan moves quickly, helping his young master back onto his feet, while shielding him from the chaos around them. Alan collapses onto a nearby couch, completely drained as a choked, frustrated sound escapes him. Evan watches his master deflate, then tries to shift the topic by reporting that the second child they rescued did not seem ordinary either. Alan does not have the energy to answer at all. He only lets out a weak, miserable groan from the couch, while Evan remains standing nearby like a silent statue, completely unsure what to make of his young master. As Evan looks down at Alan, a question keeps circling through his mind. How could someone like the young master possibly know about an illegal slave market and secret biological experiments taking place in another region? No matter how Evan thinks about it, he cannot understand it. But when Evan sees Alan lying there as if his soul is slowly leaking out of his body from pure exhaustion, he comes to a simple conclusion. His young master may be brilliant, but he clearly has a hard time holding himself together. A little later, Alan finally recovers enough to lounge properly on the couch. Evan resumes his report, watching him carefully before commenting that the young master really is strange, especially since he sent the rescued child straight to the orphanage. Alan only gives a small hum of agreement, but Evan's earlier words echo inside his mind. The child did not seem ordinary? Of course he did not. Alan knows exactly who they just saved. That child is far beyond merely unusual. His existence is on the scale of a catastrophe. After all, within the United Kingdom lies its central nation, the Callian Kingdom. And the child they pulled out of that illegal slave market is none other than the second boss of psychedelia himself, Deus McCallion. In the game, Deus was one of the most tragic figures in the story. Sold into slavery, he was passed from one cruel owner to another, suffering abuse again and again with no one to protect him. That endless torment eventually caused the power sleeping inside him to awaken. From there, Deus transformed into one of the 5 great sins, the terrifying sin of sloth. And the moment he awakened, it became the opening act of something truly horrific. In a storm of rage and despair, Deus unleashed his abilities without restraint, wiping out entire kingdoms in ways so gruesome and merciless that many players could not even bring themselves to continue the story. Alan shudders as those graphic memories rise in his mind. Despite being called the sin of sloth, Deus was actually known as an incredibly diligent person, the kind who repaid both kindness and cruelty many times over. That is exactly why Alan had emphasized to Evan, again and again, that Deus had to be treated with extreme kindness. Alan calmly takes a sip of tea, even though the knowledge in his head is horrifying enough to chill anyone. Evan then asks whether the letter Alan sent to Yusha had something to do with this second child. Alan answers with surprising innocence, saying that it basically did. He only told Yusha to look after a slightly sick child he was sending her way, while adding a bit of casual small talk to make the letter sound friendly. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, the other children are playing cheerfully together, their voices filling the area with life. But one boy, Deus, remains off to the side, standing alone and cut off from everyone by the trauma he carries. Even that night, beneath the pale moonlight, Deus is still by himself. In his tattered gown, he looks like a broken little figure left behind in the quiet darkness. Then, without warning, a pair of elegant shoes steps into his view. Yusha approaches him and states bluntly that he is broken. Her crimson eyes move over him with an unnatural sharpness, seeing things that no ordinary person could ever notice. She recognizes the traces left behind on him. Deus's hand gives a faint twitch. It is thin, scarred, and worn down, carrying the marks of years of abuse that his small body never should have endured. Yusha understands the signs immediately. Looking at him with eerie certainty, she asks if it was the black goat that did this to him. A faint, knowing smile slowly touches her lips. Even so, she tells him that the great moon has still chosen him, and she offers him a quiet congratulations. As her own power begins to swirl around them, Yusha urges him to feel the power that has been bestowed upon him and allow the potential inside him to finally awaken. Under the night sky, her voice lowers into a tempting whisper. If Deus stays loyal and follows his orders, she promises him that he will be able to take his revenge. The moment those words reach him, a torrent of purple energy erupts from Deus's small body. His dormant power bursts free at last, released without restraint. With the situation now under control, Yusha holds Alan's letter in her hands and quietly thinks that it is time for her to send her very first reply. Then she reads Alan's letter again. The contents are simple, friendly, and oddly casual. He asks how she is doing, says that he is doing fine, and even mentions that his second brother used him as a chair that day, joking about it as if it were funny. After that, a full year passes. One day, Evan suddenly bursts into the library, his expression tense and frantic as if something serious has just happened. He blurts out that there is big trouble, starting to call someone scum before quickly correcting himself and saying he means the second young master. Alan lifts his eyes from the books in front of him, and for a brief moment, only one word hangs heavily in the air between them. What? Evan delivers the shocking news in a rush. That scum, the second young master, is dead. The words slam into Alan like a physical blow. Tonio is dead already? In the game, his death was supposed to be a major event that happened much later. Soon, the scene shifts to the funeral. A cold and sterile affair with Tonio lying motionless inside an open casket. At the wake, Alan watches his father, the Count, seated with two women beside him, wearing an expression so bored it hardly looks like he is attending his own son's funeral. Alan can only stare at the sight and think that bringing drugs and women to a son's funeral is beyond twisted. He already knew this family was rotten, but this really drives home just how dark this fantasy world is. Then Alan turns his gaze back toward Tonio resting inside the coffin. Still, Tonio dying from an accidental fall feels wrong to him, because that is completely different from the version of events he remembers. In the original game, Leo had killed Tonio himself after years of vicious conflict, screaming that he had finally murdered that vermin and could now become the rightful heir. But now, Leo stands at the funeral with a smug look spread across his face, as though an incredibly convenient stroke of luck has landed in his lap. Alan sees right through it. At the very least, Leo should try to hide his emotions. The culprit has to be either Leo himself or someone working under him. Standing before his brother's coffin, Alan's thoughts begin racing. The original timeline is already shifting, and that fact is dangerous. Still, for now, he tells himself that his real priority is resolving the 5 great sins. Another year passes after that. With the succession problem conveniently solved by Tonio's death, Leo absorbs the drug business into his own power base, and a strange, unsettling peace settles over the county. During that calm period, Alan and Evan spend a quiet afternoon together, enjoying tea in a scene that almost feels peaceful. Alan has continued exchanging letters with Yusha, becoming pen pals with her, and he believes that this connection will prove useful later on. As he reads her latest letter, he finds a sweet little report about the other children. Yuna is good at hide and seek, Haydn is good at warplay, and Deus is growing without any trouble while enjoying puppeteering. Alan smiles softly, thinking that when he looks at them this way, they really do seem like good kids. Then his eyes move down to the bottom of the letter, and he pauses. Below the main message is this month's sponsor list, and once again the number of names has increased. Alan finds it strange that more and more sponsors are appearing for such a small orphanage. Nearby, Evan munches on a pastry and remarks that while it is unusual, it is still a good thing. Then Evan suddenly remembers something and changes the subject. He tells Alan that the Information Guild has contacted them about the matter Alan has been searching for, and they have finally found a clue. Alan's eyes immediately brighten. He asks if it is true, relief showing on his face as he carefully places a piece of cake into his mouth, his thoughts already starting to race ahead. He knows exactly what that clue should be connected to. It must involve an ancient book related to the third boss, which means he may finally be able to find that person as well. From Alan's point of view, everything is moving smoothly. The evening feels calm, comfortable, and almost perfectly peaceful. But Alan's peaceful mood is resting on a foundation of complete ignorance. Because at that very moment, the good kids he has been smiling about are nowhere near as harmless as he imagines. Instead, they are causing absolute chaos at a drug distribution site known as Margot. One of Leo's underlings grins and boasts that the eldest son of the Palacio family is unbelievably generous, always throwing out massive rewards like they are nothing. His partner nods along, proudly adding that their organization has already grown to several hundred members. But their little celebration does not last for long. In the next instant, the entire distribution site turns into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Men drop one after another across the ground, their voices cut off before they can even understand what invisible force has come for them. One of the few survivors stares in pure horror as his own hand begins to move without his permission. His fingers tighten around a sword, slowly raising the blade while he screams that his hand is moving on its own. Under the control of that unseen puppeteer, even the leader's partner cannot resist. His own arm drives the sword forward, forcing the blade straight into his throat. The other men meet the same grisly fate, their hands dragged against their will as swords and daggers are thrust into their own necks, leaving their bodies torn apart across the floor. And only after the massacre has already unfolded does the one responsible finally step out from the darkness. It is Deus. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light as faint, ghostly strings stretch from his power to the bodies around him, turning his victims into puppets while he conducts this horrifying performance of death. But Deus is not acting alone. Yusha stands calmly beside him, watching the carnage with cold satisfaction as if she has just enjoyed a performance. She says she liked today's puppet show, while Deus asks whether there is any real point in doing this. Yusha looks over the bodies of the drug dealers and asks if he pities them. Deus answers in his usual flat voice that he does not, because these people grind others down to create drugs. He simply does not understand what any of this has to do with his revenge. Yusha's power flares around her as she calmly explains that of course it matters. Destroying places like this is the foundation they need in order to create a proper space for him to return. After all, how could they possibly allow the place to remain filthy and shabby when their master finally arrives? Hearing that, Deus quietly understands. Their powers surge through the ruined site, resonating with each other in the night air. In their minds, every act of destruction is part of preparing the world for their master. And there beneath the moonlight, two calamities stand side by side. Wrath and sloth, both moving with the same terrifying purpose. A massive wave of energy suddenly erupts from the drug distribution site, swallowing the entire den in one overwhelming blast and erasing it from the map completely. When the light and smoke finally fade, nothing remains except a scorched crater still smoldering in the dark, while the two children disappear silently into the night. Everything will move according to his will. The Pleely Blue Moon, will become his sword and cut down whatever stands in his way. 2 years have passed since Alan first established his connection with Yusha, the future sin of wrath, turning her into his quiet eyes and ears inside the orphanage. During those 2 years, his loyal knight Evan has been worked to the bone, running from one dangerous lead to the next as he tracks down the remaining future calamities. At last, he returns from his latest mission completely worn out. Evan collapses in front of Alan, who has been casually practicing magic out in the backyard. Gasping for breath, Evan manages to announce that he is back, then points out with exhausted disbelief that Alan was in the backyard the whole time. With what little strength he has left, Evan raises a tired thumbs up and reports that the 5th child has also been successfully sent to the orphanage. Alan lets out a quiet breath of relief. In only 2 years, by combining his knowledge of the game with Evan's ability in the field, he has managed to find and save all 3 remaining sins before their tragic fates could twist them into monsters. He remembers how much trouble it took to locate greed, the 3rd sin, but somehow, everything worked out in the end. To reward his exhausted knight, Alan offers him a well-earned treat and tells Evan to eat up, though Evan only glares weakly and curses him under his breath. Then Alan reveals that he was only joking and brings out a literal tower of macarons. The moment Evan sees it, he dives in like a starving man, stuffing his face with the sugary reward as if all his suffering has finally been repaid. Standing over him with the faintest hint of a smile, Alan tells Evan that he has done good work and can finally rest now. Evan asks if that means the orphanage-related duties are completely finished, and Alan confirms that they are. Evan releases a huge sigh of relief, as if a mountain has finally been lifted from his shoulders. But then he notices that Alan's expression is strangely subdued and asks whether his young master is not happy. Lying back on the grass, Alan says that he is happy. Evan looks at him for a moment and points out that his face does not look happy at all. Alan then forces the smallest, stiffest, least convincing smile imaginable and insists that he is smiling right now. Evan clearly does not believe him for even a second, but he simply accepts it with a dry response, saying they can just pretend that he is. With the mission to gather the future sins finally completed, Alan allows himself a rare moment of quiet. He collapses fully onto the grass, letting the sunlight wash over him as the tension in his body slowly loosens. Stretching out under the open sky, Alan thinks to himself that he never expected things to go this smoothly. His main mission has always been to stop the rise of psychedelia's 5 final bosses, the 5 great sins. Each one of them was originally shaped by a horrific past, pushed through unimaginable torture and abuse until the world-ending powers sleeping inside them finally awakened. They were broken children in the original timeline, and that pain would have turned them into unstoppable calamities driven by hatred, despair, and the need to lash out at the world. Alan had known from the beginning that the odds of saving all of them before those terrible events occurred were almost non-existent. Yet somehow, he had managed to intercept them before they were completely destroyed. He had been terrified that he might arrive too late, but now every one of them is safe under the same roof, living in the orphanage he continues to sponsor. Alan asks how the orphanage is doing. Evan answers that things are going well as usual, and while he says this, he hands Alan the latest letter from Yusha. According to Evan, those children once looked like broken dolls with empty eyes, but recently, they have brightened up quite a bit. Alan nods as he opens the letter and says that if that is the case, they probably will not need to hire a separate caretaker for them after all. He is genuinely impressed and maybe a little too innocent about it. He admits that he never expected Yusha to handle the orphanage so well. As he thinks it over, Alan wonders if Yusha's background is the reason she feels sentimental toward the orphanage. If that is the case, then interfering too much might only make her dislike it. Scratching his head, Alan smiles faintly and decides that, in some ways, Yusha really is quite a nice girl. Evan leans in with curiosity and asks whether the letter says anything important. Alan reads through the letter, and in his mind, an image of peaceful innocence begins to form. Everyone is doing fine. A few of the children are growing especially well. There is no need to worry about Deus at all, and on that same note, there is no need to worry too much about the others either. Alan closes his eyes, satisfied by what he sees. He says he is simply glad they all seem to be growing up properly. Looking at how much they have improved, he feels even more certain that the environment around a child really is the most important thing. Then Evan asks the question that has clearly been sitting in the room for a long time. When does Alan actually plan to meet the children, since he always keeps saying that the time will eventually come? Alan's pleasant expression disappears at once, replaced by a look of absolute seriousness. He answers plainly that, about that, he does not intend to ever meet them at all. He explains that while it would be nice in theory to stay close to them, their personalities from the game are not exactly the kind he wants to deal with directly. Memories of how brutal they became after turning into sins still haunt him too much. Just remembering the atrocities they committed in the game is enough to make Alan shudder. He admits that things probably will not be as bad now, since he rescued them before those events could happen, but even so, he is still scared. After thinking it over for a moment, Alan offers a hesitant compromise and says maybe he could meet them in 5 years. Evan only responds quietly that he understands. Either way, Alan knows better than to become careless just because things seem calm for now. He returns to his training with renewed focus, thinking that in this cursed dark fantasy world, he needs real skills if he wants to protect himself. Alan thinks inwardly that, fortunately for him, magic requires talent, and this body happens to be perfectly suited for it. Then, out of nowhere, Evan suddenly asks if he has ever heard of the Blue Moon. Evan looks completely confused by the name. Blue Moon? He repeats it like the words mean nothing to him, admitting he has never heard of them before. Alan explains that they are a newly rising organization, one that has recently gained attention for hunting down criminal groups. Alan casually remarks that if they are cleaning up trash from the underworld, then honestly that sounds like a good thing. But a second later he scoffs and dismisses them, saying that since he has never heard of them in the original story, they are probably just some temporary group that will disappear soon enough. Then Evan drops a detail that makes the room feel colder. According to the rumors, Blue Moon does not only kill criminals. They have even been killing nobles. The instant Alan hears that, a chill crawls down his spine. His precious peaceful life suddenly feels far less secure, and he immediately declares that from now on, Evan is going to sleep next to his room. But Alan has no idea how badly he has misunderstood the situation. That very same night, inside the orphanage Alan so generously funds, the so-called Blue Moon is holding a meeting. And at the center of it all is Alan's sweet pen pal, Yusha, calmly addressing the children gathered before her, and asking for this week's Blue Moon report. Yusha turns her gaze toward one of the children and asks what happened in the north. A cheerful fox-eared girl answers right away, rubbing at one of her eyes as if she is reporting something completely ordinary. She says she took the heads of all the slave traders. This girl is Sairang, the sin of pride. Sairang proudly adds that none of them could even figure out who she was. She compliments Yusha's clothes, then brags that she offered to spare the slave traders if they could tell her the color of her eyes, but none of them managed to answer. Another girl steps in with a much darker report. This is Rinne, the sin of greed, and in a grim, matter-of-fact tone, she states that the corpses were melted. After that, She turns the meeting over to the boy sitting on the stairs. He speaks with chilling composure, saying that he also finished cleaning up the South. He explains that he dealt with the illegal human testing grounds and turned the Avalon scum causing trouble there into minced meat. This boy is Radon, the sin of misophobia, and when he talks about cleaning something up, he means it in the most terrifyingly literal way. His work is brutally thorough. Yusha smiles with clear approval, her eyes glowing with fanatical devotion, as she says that everything is proceeding according to his will. Then Yusha addresses her flock of young, powerful assassins, declaring that they exist for the sake of the Great Moon. In other words, Alan's adorable little orphanage has quietly become a death cult devoted entirely to him. But before the meeting can continue smoothly, Rinna speaks up. Rinna says that there appears to be a problem. Yusha looks genuinely puzzled by that, asking what problem could possibly exist when everything is already perfect under his will. Radon explains that the head of Avalon is the eldest son of the same Count family where their master resides. While cleaning up the South, he discovered a dangerous written order. Then he delivers the news that instantly changes the atmosphere. The eldest son of the Count appears to be targeting his greatness. Yusha's expression darkens at once, and she sharply asks what he just said. The air in the room turns heavy as Radon confirms the threat against their beloved master, the one they reverently call his greatness. Yusha's fury becomes impossible to miss. A dangerous red aura erupts around her small body as Radon reveals what was written in the letter. The order is short, simple, and terrifying. Once the Count dies, slowly poison him and kill him. Someone is plotting to murder their master. Yusha's rage reaches its breaking point, and she whispers that she understands. Around her, the other children can only stare in fear as her killing intent floods the entire room. The consequences of that discovery come quickly. 2 years later, Alan finds himself standing in front of yet another coffin at yet another funeral. This time, the one lying inside the casket is his father, Count Palacio. Officially, his death has been recorded as heart failure, but Alan knows that is only the surface explanation. To him, it is obvious the Count died because of an overdose. While Alan is lost in thought, the guests around him are whispering about something else entirely. One asks whether Blue Moon has struck again, and another confirms that they heard an attack happened last night, wondering if everyone was wiped out again. Their hushed voices make it clear that the criminal underworld has become increasingly wary of this mysterious vigilante group moving through the shadows. With no one truly mourning the Count's death, the funeral comes to an end in a hollow, uncomfortable silence. Alan and Evan prepare to leave the soulless ceremony behind, but as they walk away, Alan's scummy older brother Leo watches them from a distance with a predatory gaze, almost certainly already planning his next move. Later, back at the Palacio estate, the mansion feels colder and quieter than ever, and Evan is clearly starting to panic. He frets that at this rate that bastard, or rather, the first young master, is going to become the next head of the family. But his sentence dies halfway when he notices Alan packing his bags, and he immediately asks what all the luggage is for. Alan does not even bother looking up. He simply tells Evan to get his own things ready because they are going to run. Evan is stunned and asks if Alan is seriously planning to leave. Alan clarifies that they are not abandoning everything completely. They are going down. Evan slowly processes those words, then asks if by going down, Alan means Rodmill. Alan confirms it. He has been preparing for this for a while, because now that both his father Antonio are gone, and the psychotic Leo is next in line, staying in this house is no different from waiting inside a death trap. Their safest option is to flee to the small southern town of Rodmill. And just as Alan expected, Leo watches from the balcony with cold eyes as their carriage begins rolling away from the estate. 3 days later, in their new home in Rodmill, Alan is making breakfast, enjoying the kind of simple daily pleasure he could never relax into back at the estate. He flips French toast with practiced ease, savoring the peace of a new life far away from his murderous family and all their poisonous schemes. Evan brings over the juice, and for one brief moment, everything feels almost perfect. But that peaceful life only lasts for 3 short days. With a sudden rush, Alan jerks awake, clutching his head in panic. He realizes he has returned, and now he is standing at his brother's funeral. The calm breakfast in Rodmill was nothing more than a dream. In reality, he is back inside the cold, sterile hall of a funeral. Alan can hardly believe he has returned to this place, but one thing is immediately clear. Something about this situation is terribly wrong. When he looks closer, he sees the cause of death and realizes Leo was stabbed in the heart. But then the question hits him. Who could have killed him? At this point, the timeline has been completely shattered. As Alan quietly thinks through the new mystery, his gaze accidentally meets that of a nearby guard. His stare is so intense that the poor man freezes on the spot in terror. The guard stammers out an apology for even looking at him, while his companion hurriedly grabs him and drags him away before things can get worse. Alan only watches them go in confusion, unable to understand what that strange reaction was supposed to mean. Around him, the funeral guests continue gossiping in low voices, and through the crowd, Evan quietly approaches his master. Evan calls out to him and Alan turns toward him at once. Seeing his knight, Alan asks whether he managed to find anything, hoping for some clue about who killed his brother. Evan leans in close, his face grim and his voice lowered, before whispering the last thing Alan ever expected to hear. He asks if Alan is the one who made Avalon vanish overnight. The accusation lingers in the silence like a blade pressed against Alan's throat, and for once, he has absolutely nothing to say. The little secret organization he had always imagined as nothing more than a harmless group of adorable kids had, without him realizing it, apparently been shaking the world hard enough to leave real consequences behind. The story then slips back into the past, returning to the very day Alan made his dramatic escape toward Rodmill. At the time, it seemed like nothing more than a desperate retreat, but without him knowing it, that single decision was about to set off a disastrous chain of events. Inside the carriage racing down the road, the wheels rattled loudly beneath them, while Evan sat across from his master, with a practical look on his face. After holding back as long as he could, he finally questioned the plan. "Young master, wouldn't it be better for us to go to a city instead?" Alan did not even hesitate. With his face locked in a firm, unmoving expression, he immediately rejected the idea as if Evan had suggested walking straight into hell. "Nope, no, never. Rodmill is the final destination I already planned." In Alan's mind, the entire strategy was beautifully simple. First, he would save the 5 sins from the miserable fates waiting for them. Then, he would prevent the world from spiraling into complete ruin. And after that, once every death flag from the original story had been safely avoided, he would quietly retire somewhere peaceful and live far away from drama, danger, and anything even remotely plot-related. That was exactly why Rodmill suited him so perfectly. It was a quiet, sleepy little town sitting completely outside the main story's spotlight. Better still, the Palacio family happened to own a private villa there, giving Alan the perfect excuse to disappear into comfort. For a reincarnator whose main goal was simply to survive, it was the ultimate retirement plan. Alan could already picture it clearly in his head. This was the perfect place for a noble to live, he thought, relaxing into the idea. He would take it easy, do absolutely nothing, and enjoy every peaceful second of it. "Everything has a reason," Alan muttered, trying to make his laziness sound profound. But Evan stared at him with a deeply unconvinced expression, clearly far too familiar with his master's habits. "You can't fool me anymore. You always say things like that when you simply can't be bothered." Alan only waved him off with an easy, carefree motion, refusing to let Evan's suspicion ruin his mood. Good things are great." Evan could do nothing but let out a tired sigh at how quickly his master had given up defending himself. That was quick. But while Alan's carriage rolled away beneath the glow of the setting sun, someone was watching from high above. On the balcony of the Palacio estate, a dark and sinister figure stood in silence, his eyes fixed on the road where Alan had vanished. That figure was none other than Alan's rotten older brother, Leo, who had already begun quietly weighing how best to get rid of him. Leo stared out from the balcony, coldly turning the matter over in his mind. Should he kill him now or leave him alone? In truth, Alan's life barely mattered to him. After all, once their father died, Leo had already intended to poison him anyway. One of Leo's men stepped forward and reported that Alan was heading toward the border, seemingly with the intention of living a quiet life. After hearing that, Leo's murderous intent cooled slightly. Since Alan had chosen to slip away to the border in silence, Leo decided there was no longer any real reason to kill him immediately. A low, thoughtful hum escaped Leo's lips as he rested his hand on the railing. His fingers tapped lightly against the surface, and for a moment, he seemed almost satisfied with letting things end there. Even so, Alan's sudden departure kept bothering him. The timing felt strange, and the unease refused to fade. Was it because things with Avalon were not going smoothly? Leo narrowed his eyes, unable to shake the irritation. His little brother simply got on his nerves. At last, Leo turned and called for one of his most trusted men, Alman. From the shadowed doorway, a silent figure emerged, and Leo gave him a simple order: follow Alan's carriage. But the man introduced as Alman, one of Leo's own subordinates, answered with a question that carried a disturbingly cold edge. "Does that mean you want me to kill him?" Leo froze at once. "What?" he snapped, turning back in clear surprise, as if he could not believe those words had come from Alman's mouth. His thoughts spun in confusion. Alman had never questioned him before, no matter how cruel or unreasonable the order had been. So why, after all this time, was he suddenly asking for clarification? The assassin remained perfectly still, his sword held in his hand, his face unreadable. Between master and servant, a heavy silence settled, so quiet it felt almost unnatural. Leo's shock did not last long before it twisted into anger. "Ha! Your job is to do exactly what I tell you to do," he barked, glaring at the man before him. But before Leo could finish his sentence, Alman moved. In a flash, his blade struck, and a violent spray of red blood burst from Leo's chest. Leo staggered, gasping through the pain as his hand flew to the fatal wound. Blood seeped between his fingers while he choked out in disbelief. "Cuck, how dare you betray me?" The assassin did not flinch. His face stayed as cold and empty as a mask, without even a trace of regret. "I like playing war," he said simply, as though that explained everything. Blood slid down the edge of his blade and dripped onto the floor as he continued speaking. Up until now, it had been entertaining for him. But then, everything paused for a moment, and a new profile appeared. The man standing there was not Alman at all. His true identity was Haydn, a member of the Blue Moon. Haydn's voice carried a chilling certainty as he spoke of the belief carved into him. The Blue Moon followed the creed taught by the Red Moon, and because the Blue Moon served as that man's sword, his loyalty to that purpose was only natural. "I move according to his wishes," Haydn continued, his gaze sharpening. "But if anyone tries to harm the Great Moon—" His eyes began to glow with a terrifying light, and the air around him seemed to grow colder. "Then I can act on my own accord." With those words, he cut across Leo's chest again, driving the attack home without hesitation. Haydn stood over Leo's gurgling body, looking down at the man who had once believed himself his master. "That's why I was waiting for you to say that," he said, every word soaked in quiet contempt. Even as his strength drained away, Leo forced out one final warning. His subordinates would never let Haydn escape after this. Haydn's eyes narrowed as he looked down at the dying man, unmoved by the threat. "How unfortunate," he said coldly. "The Great Moon gave you a chance." With his task complete, Haydn turned away from the blood-soaked balcony. In one swift motion, he leapt into the night, leaving the Palacio estate behind as chaos began to spread in his wake. Meanwhile, Alan had no idea that his older brother had just met such a gruesome end. Completely oblivious to the bloodshed behind him, he was busy enjoying his dream destination to the fullest. The next morning, sunlight filled the room, and Alan slowly woke from sleep. He stretched lazily beneath the warm light, letting out a satisfied yawn as if every burden in the world had disappeared overnight. "Ha! Good morning," he declared brightly, basking in the peace around him. To Alan, Rodmill already felt like heaven. His new life was everything he had been hoping for. There were no assassins lurking nearby, no exhausting family drama waiting around the corner, and no terrifying schemes chasing him down. Just silence, comfort, and blessed peace. He could wake up whenever he felt like it, eat whatever he wanted, and spend the morning sharing a proper breakfast with Evan as if nothing in the world required his attention. Alan happily chewed on his toast, completely absorbed in the simple joy of the meal. As he munched away, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Maybe he should open a toast stand. This, he decided, was the true life of a noble. But that peaceful breakfast came crashing down the moment Evan hurried into the room with a letter in hand. "Young master," he announced urgently, "you have a letter." Alan's relaxed chewing stopped at once, as if the entire world had frozen around his breakfast table. The piece of toast balanced on his fork slipped loose and dropped straight to the floor, landing with a small, miserable splat. Alan's eyes stretched wide in horror as he read the contents of the letter. It was a summons ordering him back to the estate for Leo's funeral. Just like that, his 4-day free trial of paradise had officially expired. In an instant, Alan was dragged out of his peaceful dream and thrown right back into reality. The warm comfort of Rodmill vanished, replaced by the cold, sterile atmosphere of the Palacio Estate's funeral hall. As Alan stood before his brother's casket, he quickly noticed the strange reactions of the guests around him. Everyone seemed terrified, trembling as they whispered among themselves, carefully avoiding his gaze as if looking at him directly might curse them. What was with those reactions? Just then, Evan appeared beside him without warning, and the sudden arrival nearly made Alan's soul leap straight out of his body. Leaning in close, Evan whispered, "Young master, when did you become the shadow leader?" Alan could not make sense of a single thing. Utterly baffled, he and Evan moved away from the crowd and found a quiet place where they could sit down and talk without all those frightened eyes on them. Alan looked as though his entire world was one wrong sentence away from collapsing. Turning to his knight in desperation, he practically begged for an explanation. "Hey, can you please tell me why I'm the villain here?" Evan, on the other hand, looked far too pleased with himself as he calmly laid out the situation. From his perspective, the facts were obvious. You're the only one who benefits from this situation. Alan feels like lightning has struck him clean through the skull as Evan calmly continues laying everything out. After they left the estate, Leo was murdered, and from the outside, Alan now has the perfect alibi while also becoming the one-person positioned to inherit the Count's title. Evan folds his arms across his chest and looks at Alan, who has gone so stiff from shock that he might as well have turned into a statue. Avalon is gone now too, so with Leo dead, there's nothing left standing in your way. Then Evan presents his grand conclusion with far too much confidence, practically adding a cheerful little tada to the disaster. In his mind, all the pieces fit perfectly. Alan must be the hidden power behind the county, the shadow leader who arranged the assassination of a sword master. Alan grabs both sides of his head as a crushing headache begins to pound behind his eyes. Are you enjoying this? And what is with those clothes? Where am I even supposed to start? Desperate for any reasonable explanation, he tries to cling to logic. No ordinary organization should be capable of killing a major figure from the underworld in an instant. But then another thought slips in. There is one organization known for hunting down other organizations. Evan picks up on it immediately and asks, "Are you talking about the Blue Moon?" Before Alan can even build a theory around that possibility, Evan shuts it down without hesitation. According to the Information Guild, the Blue Moon was not the group responsible for this incident. Evan begins explaining how they operate. The Blue Moon has a different method, Evan says, gesturing toward the image of their unmistakable crescent moon mark. They leave behind their symbol instead of a corpse. But Avalon's members were stabbed with a sword, and the massacre scene was soaked in blood. That brutal mess pointed to a completely different kind of killer, as if the road to hell itself had opened. At last, the situation clicks into place for Alan. So that is why everyone thinks he is the shadow leader who killed a sword master. But deep inside he scoffs at the idea. In the game, the Blue Moon had been nothing more than weaklings who vanished during the prologue. There is no way they could have pulled off something this extreme, right? What Alan does not know is that, back at the orphanage, the Blue Moon is gathered together after completing their mission. Yusha, standing at the center as their leader, turns her sharp gaze toward her subordinates and asks, "Any traces?" Rinna, the sin of greed, answers with a calm, almost otherworldly composure. Her expression barely changes as she reports that nothing at all was left behind. Nearby, Sairang, the sin of pride, casually spins her dagger between her fingers while a golden aura flickers and crackles around her like living sparks. Same here, Sairang says with a bright grin, her fox ears twitching in clear excitement. He. They were only corpses. These children are nothing like the powerless weaklings Alan remembers. Just then, another figure steps out from the darkness. I'm back. The one returning is Radon, the sin of misophobia. He stands there wrapped in a heavy purple aura, his presence cold and oppressive. His report is short, precise, and horrifying. 486 soldiers of Avalon remain. As Radon speaks, the shadowy image of another sin seems to loom behind him, deepening the menace in the room. He continues exactly as instructed. Like you said, boss. A sadistic smile slowly spreads across Radon's face, twisting his expression with cruel satisfaction. I cut them all in half. Yusha's eyes ignite with a demonic red glow. A pleased, terrifying smile curves across her lips as she accepts the result. Good. Perfect. And that was how Avalon, a massive criminal organization that had once dominated the entire Asteria kingdom from the shadows, was erased from existence in only 5 days. But their work is not finished yet. Radon steps closer to Yusha, his expression sharpening as he adds that the cleanup may not have been completely perfect. He holds out a folder and explains that he found it together with information on the nobles connected to Avalon. A list of powerful families appears, each name carrying weight and influence. But among them, one stands out more than all the rest, wrapped in a cold, snowy presence. The Altia Dukedom. Yusha studies the file in silence, her face unreadable. She does not need to raise her voice or explain herself. The intent behind her gaze is already painfully clear. Her eyes flare with crimson light, and the command comes without needing many words. You already know what I'm going to say. The sins prepare themselves at once, their auras bursting outward with dangerous force. The Blue Moon's hunt is nowhere near finished. At that moment, the final sin member responds with steady confidence. Leave it to me. I'll take care of this quietly. Yusha closes her eyes and releases a soft sigh, as though even this much bloodshed still requires careful control. Then her expression sharpens, and she turns her attention to Rinna. One last thing. The Information Guild side is clean, right? She needs complete certainty that no one can trace this matter back to them, and above all, that nothing can lead back to him. Rinna confirms it without hesitation. This matter is being handled separately from the Blue Moon. Meanwhile, Sairang waves a document around with visible excitement, clearly eager to move on to the next phase. Radon cuts in, his voice carrying open contempt for the other guilds. To him, all guilds are the same, acting as if that person does not even exist. Rina then asks whether she should continue monitoring their movements. Yusha answers with a simple, decisive yes. But her next words carry a colder edge. This matter must never reach that person's ears. She grips the folder tightly against her chest, and for the briefest moment, fear flickers across her face. An almost impossible sight from the leader of the Blue Moon. Radon points out that because that person's family was targeted first, what they did was not technically in order. Yusha answers by stating the creed they are supposed to live by. We are swords. A sword must not think for itself. Her expression shifts through a storm of emotions, but her message stays firm. The Blue Moon must move only when it has been ordered to move. Remember this. Yusha tells the Sins, her voice dropping into a low, intense whisper. That person knows everything. Never disappoint him. The weight of those words settles over the young assassins like a command carved into stone. Radon, however, cannot fully understand it. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as confusion breaks through his usually cold composure. I don't understand. He continues, turning the thought over in his mind. Someone with overwhelming abilities like Yusha should not be trembling with anxiety and restlessness simply because she is afraid of being found out. Still, Radon tightens his grip around the folder, and his resolve hardens. Whatever Yusha's reasons may be, the path in front of him is clear. Understood. His loyalty leaves no room for hesitation. Everything is for the Great Moon. Everything is for them. Beneath the quiet night sky, the Blue Moon's hideout, a quaint mansion that looks almost peaceful from the outside, conceals some of the deadliest secrets in the kingdom. Meanwhile, Alan's beautiful dream of peaceful retirement has completely collapsed into a bureaucratic nightmare. With his face planted against a mountain of documents, he groans, "No more of this." A full month has passed since the funeral, and that entire month has been nothing but endless, mind-numbing duties. Alan is buried in work from morning to night. "I want to loaf around and eat," he whimpers. "Isn't that what nobles are supposed to do?" His lazy life plan drifts farther away with every page. His grand escape plan is in ruins. Leo was supposed to die 6 years later, not now. But because the timeline has been completely twisted out of shape, every responsibility meant for the heir has been dumped directly onto Alan's shoulders. Just when Alan thinks he cannot endure another second, a knock at the door announces even more suffering. "Why, young master?" A group of retainers steps inside, each of them carrying another stack of documents like offerings to his misery. Alan groans in despair, wondering why everyone has suddenly become so hardworking. In his exhausted mind, he screams that back when the Count was still here, these same people used to slack off and skip work all the time. But the dark look on his face fills the room, and to the staff, it is nothing short of terrifying. The retainers see his glare and instantly panic. Is he angry? They must work harder. They cannot afford to slack off. None of them want to die. Poor Alan has no idea what they are thinking. He only wonders if the staff are acting so strict because of the rumors that he is some secret mastermind. With a tired sigh, he calls for Evan and complains that Evan never comes when summoned. In truth, the former slave just wants to do his job in peace. Sick of being buried alive beneath endless paperwork, Alan wishes the staff would simply handle things themselves for once. He desperately needs a break, and when he finally finds Evan, the man is standing by the fireplace, calmly tending to some chicken skewers. "Young master," Evan says, looking up from the fire. His eyes travel over Alan's exhausted, worn-out appearance, and after taking him in properly, he remarks that it is honestly astonishing. But Evan is not talking about the workload or Alan's miserable condition. His gaze is fixed on something else entirely. "When did you grow this much?" he asks, just as crackling magical energy begins to fill the room. Evan explains that it is genuinely shocking Alan managed to reach the second tier after only 2 years of self-study in poisoncraft. That kind of progress means he has real talent. Normally, reaching that level requires 4 full years of dedicated instruction, because magic, like any demanding discipline, depends heavily on innate ability. Alan only gives a casual shrug, trying to act as if the praise does not affect him much. I agree that my talent is pretty decent," he admits. But behind that relaxed attitude, there is a very real anxiety pressing down on him. With a bead of sweat forming on his brow, he confesses that he only trained so hard because he was constantly uneasy and needed some way to protect himself. If nothing else, all those terrifying death flags had become one powerful motivator. After all, poison magic is not something anyone can handle casually. To control it properly, A person has to manipulate mana with extreme precision and shape it into toxins, which requires delicate control down to the finest detail. One mistake could ruin everything, so reaching this level is anything but easy. But Alan knows the truth better than anyone. No matter how much progress he has made, it still feels incomplete. What good is talent? He wonders if everything he can do is still only half-baked. By now, Alan has experimented with every kind of magic this fantasy world has to offer. As he thinks this, a small and unstable orb of mana flickers above his palm, trembling faintly as if it might collapse at any moment. Back when he first reincarnated, everything had felt exciting and new. He still remembers those early days of training, when simply wielding fantasy-like power was enough to make his heart race. At first, he believed that if his plans went smoothly, he would never need to fight seriously and could just learn magic at his own comfortable pace. But now that his life is actually on the line, he has been forced to accept a brutal truth. His mana haul is insanely tiny. No matter how much he practices, and no matter how much talent he has, that one basic limitation refuses to change. To Alan, innate mana capacity is like an athlete's natural weight class. A person can train until they collapse, refine their skills, and sharpen every technique they know. But a flyweight still cannot simply overpower a heavyweight through effort alone. Some gaps are built into the body from the start. And unfortunately for Alan, his mana haul is painfully, ridiculously small. No amount of hard work can fully compensate for such a tiny mana pool, and that fact gnaws at him like a permanent curse. It feels like a hard-coded debuff attached to him from the beginning, one he cannot remove no matter what he does. But while Alan is sinking deeper into his frustration over his magical shortcomings, Evan quietly pulls out a letter, shifting the mood in the room at once. Your invitation to the ball finally arrived, Evan announces with a small flourish, holding the letter out for him to see. Alan lifts his head in confusion, blinking as if the words have not quite reached him yet. A ball? And just like that, Alan is dragged out of his complaints and thrown straight into the glittering snake pit of high society. Dressed in formal attire from head to toe, he arrives at the regular aristocratic ball for the southern region, a grand gathering where nobles come to smile, flatter, scheme, and build useful connections. Alan certainly looks the part in his sharp formal clothes, with Evan standing at his side like a proper attendant. But even before anything begins, Alan already looks drained, as if merely stepping into the venue has taken years off his life. Phew! He sighs, shoulders sinking slightly. I'm already tired. Even so, he has not come here without a purpose. Since he is about to become a count, Alan decides that this may be the right chance to start forming connections with the nobles around him. It is time for him to switch into serious mode. Evan watches his master's sudden change in attitude with mild suspicion while casually munching cakes from a plate. Meanwhile, Alan steels himself, reminding himself that good relationships with nobles are essential if he wants any hope of a peaceful future. But there is one very immediate problem. The second Alan takes a step forward, the surrounding crowd splits apart, as if someone has carved a path through the ballroom. The nobles see him coming and nearly trample over one another in their rush to escape. Alan stammers, frozen in place, while one man actually lets out a terrified shriek as he flees. Apparently, the whole rumor about him being a shadow leader who assassinated his swordmaster brother has not done much for his reputation. In other words, Alan is not exactly becoming popular. Evan, pretending to comfort him, leans in and whispers, "Don't be too upset," though he can barely hold back his laughter. The repeated little snorts escaping him make it obvious he is enjoying this far too much, and Alan is absolutely not amused. Upset? Not at all. This was expected, Alan says, brushing Evan's shoulder aside as if brushing away the embarrassment itself. Evan, see you later. He tries to sound composed, as though he has the entire situation under control. Alan strikes a determined pose, forcing himself to salvage what remains of the night. He knows the nobles look down on him, partly because of his rough background and partly because they think he lacks proper refinement. Unlike the era of his esteemed great-grandfather, the current Palacio family has become associated with troublesome people from the East. But Alan did not come to this ball without thinking. He has a plan and he intends to use it. With deliberate elegance, he reaches toward a passing tray and smoothly picks up a glass of wine, trying to make the simple gesture look natural and refined. Now it is time to put the social skills he secretly practiced into action. Holding the glass with what he believes is graceful confidence, Alan approaches a noble lady, fully prepared to charm her with polite conversation. He takes a small sip of the wine and puts on his most sophisticated air. The aroma of this wine is quite unique, he says carefully, especially the scent. It is very distinctive. I would like to have a few bottles at home, Alan adds, attempting what he believes to be a soft and charming smile. Unfortunately, what appears on his face is not gentle at all. It looks more like the chilling grin of a psychopath, the kind of expression that could make milk curdle on the spot. The poor noble lady goes completely stiff. Her face freezes in pure horror, and for a moment, she can do nothing but stare at him as if she has just been threatened. I'll tell father to prepare at once, she squeaks in a trembling voice. Then, without waiting for him to respond, she hurries away as fast as she can. Alan can only watch her retreat, utterly bewildered. No, this isn't what I was expecting. Around them, the other nobles immediately begin whispering among themselves. From their perspective, Alan has just blackmailed someone into handing over limited edition regional wine. Some even conclude that he might be an even bigger troublemaker than his other siblings. Evan finally loses the battle against his laughter and bursts into a fit of giggles nearby. Alan remains standing there, silently processing the spectacular failure of his first attempt. In deep denial, he tells himself that she must simply be an especially shy young lady. The grand ballroom, with its shining chandeliers and polished floor, suddenly feels far larger and lonelier than before. A little later, Evan returns in high spirits with a mountain of gifts handed over by terrified nobles. "Wow, your loot pile has grown again," he says happily, listing off luxury teas, finely crafted metalwork, and of course, that specialty wine. Alan can only sigh and lean against the wall in complete defeat. The Palacio name is apparently far more infamous than Alan expected. As he thinks it over, he realizes the rumors about him taking out his monstrous brothers have turned him into a complete social outcast. He watches the nobles gather in little groups across the ballroom, all of them deliberately keeping a safe distance from him. Alan's shoulders sink as the truth settles in. His social life is already ruined. Deciding he needs at least a moment away from all the frightened stares and whispering voices, Alan tells Evan he is going outside for some fresh air. Evan simply answers with a cheerful, carefree okay, showing no concern at all. As Alan leaves the ballroom, his exit does not go unnoticed. A striking woman with fiery red hair, dressed in an elegant gown, watches him from a distance. Her crimson eyes follow Alan with a curious intensity, lingering on his back as he disappears from the room. Out on the balcony, Alan rests against the railing beneath the moonlight. The cool night air brushes past him as he lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Where did everything go wrong? He wonders this while staring into the night, his once perfect dream of a peaceful life now feeling impossibly far away. All he wanted was a quiet retirement. Was that really such an unreasonable wish? Then, without warning, a soft voice breaks through the silence behind him. "Excuse me. Hello there. May I have a moment?" Alan turns in surprise, his eyes widening slightly. Someone has actually spoken to him. But who could it be? Behind him, the balcony door slowly creaks open, the sound cutting through the quiet night air. Alan's eyes widen as he looks toward the figure stepping into view. A young woman comes out onto the balcony, her expression gentle and unassuming. With graceful composure, she lowers herself into a polite curtsy and introduces herself. "I am Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altia." Alan's brain nearly short-circuits the moment he hears the name Altia. That alone explains far too much. Forcing himself to remain polite, he manages a stiff greeting. "Yes, hello?" The Altia family is one of the three major shadow players of Asteria, a dangerous noble house widely known as the Northern Troublemakers. So there is absolutely no way, Alan thinks, that this girl standing in front of him is just some normal noble lady. And yet, no matter how hard he searches his memory, he does not remember this girl from the game at all. As far as Alan can tell, Loria never appeared anywhere in the original game story. Then, completely out of nowhere, Loria gets straight to the point. "I'll be blunt. Please lend me your strength." Alan's expression darkens at once, because those words sound exactly like trouble walking straight toward him. Before Alan can even process that request, Loria drops another shocking confession. "Please lend me your strength. I'm going to be assassinated soon." But despite the urgency in her voice and the seriousness of what she has just said, Alan does not react with panic at all. He simply stares back at her, strangely calm, and lets out a quiet, thoughtful Loria quickly begins explaining the danger closing in around her. As the illegitimate daughter of Duke Altia, she had been able to live safely while her father remained healthy and powerful. But now that the Duke's condition is getting worse, the protection around her has started to crumble, and she has become an easy target. With fear written plainly across her face, Loria tells Alan that her older sisters will soon kill her. The moment he hears that, Alan's mind pieces the situation together. This is the kind of classic, ugly succession struggle nobles are famous for. In other words, everyone involved is dragging each other toward mutual destruction. Then the answer suddenly clicks in Alan's head. The reason he has no memory of Loria Altia from the game is probably very simple. By the time the game's story began, She must have already been dead, which is why she never appeared at all. Loria keeps pleading with him, her voice trembling as desperation pushes her forward. With the power you have, Lord Alan, you could. For a brief moment, her words trail off, leaving the balcony wrapped in a tense silence. But Alan has absolutely no interest in playing the role of a knight in shining armor. Without softening his expression, he turns her down coldly. I'll have to decline. Loria flinches as if the words struck her directly, completely shocked by how brutally fast he rejected her. Still refusing to give up, she makes one last desperate offer. She is not asking for help empty-handed. If Alan saves her, she will give him half of the Altia family's fortune. But not even a king's ransom is enough to pull Alan away from his peaceful life plan. He simply turns his back on her and says he will be taking his leave. Without another glance, he starts walking away, leaving the desperate Duchess behind. He does feel a pang of sympathy, but he knows his own limits far too well. Right now, he can barely take care of himself. In Alan's mind, giving her false hope would only be worse. If he cannot truly help her, then it is better not to pretend he can. As Alan's footsteps fade back toward the ballroom, Loria remains alone on the balcony. The night air surrounds her, and the last bit of hope she had been clinging to quietly crumbles into dust. Alan lets out a long sigh of relief once he is away from her, loosening his collar as if he has just slipped free from a noose that was dangerously close to dragging him into something troublesome. Still, as he steps back inside, he leaves her with one final thought in his heart. He genuinely hopes she finds some luck and manages to meet a reliable ally who can help her survive. But their conversation had not been as private as Alan believed. High above them, hidden among the rafters, two cloaked figures had been watching the entire exchange from the shadows. One of them speaks in a low voice, noting that someone from Altia has approached the Great Moon. The other responds that, if that is the case, they should also pass along his kind wishes to the Red Moon. The purple-haired boy dismisses the idea at once. There is no need for that. According to their intelligence, she is the only member of Altia who has no connection to Avalon. The green-haired girl reaches the conclusion immediately. That means Loria is the only Altia who is not included among Radon's targets. The boy gives a small nod, accepting that this makes the situation much simpler. From there, they will proceed exactly according to the Red Moon's command. The girl adds that their main focus should be blocking information, making sure the Avalon case never reaches him. Meanwhile, Alan has returned to being treated like a walking disaster. As he stands there surrounded by empty space, he wonders why no one will come near him. It almost feels like he has some invisible barrier warding people away. Just as Alan is about ready to abandon networking completely, a smooth, sultry voice suddenly reaches him. Hello! Alan's tiny inner self is so moved he could almost cry. Was that greeting actually meant for him? Maybe, just maybe, he might finally get a chance to socialize like a normal person. He turns around with hope rising on his face and answers politely, "Yes, hello." But that hope is crushed almost immediately. Standing before him is the fiery-haired woman who had been watching him earlier. Alan's instincts scream at once. Another shadow player? He already knows exactly what kind of pattern this is. Of course, the only person willing to approach him would be someone carrying trouble with them. Even so, Alan quickly smooths his expression into a proper polite mask. "Greetings, Lady Zenonia." The woman lifts one elegant eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Oh my, you know of me?" "Of course," Alan replies smoothly, keeping his tone controlled. "You are quite famous in many ways. In the world of Asteria, 3 great shadow players are known for pulling strings from behind the scenes. There is Altia of the North and Palacio of the East, which happens to be Alan's own chaotic and troublesome family. And then there is Zenonia, the infamous troublemaker of the West." The woman smiles with the elegance of a rose and the danger of a hidden snake. "Am I really that famous?" she purrs, before introducing herself as Kalia, the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. Alan immediately breaks out in a cold sweat. This woman is not merely a noble daughter. She runs a full-blown criminal syndicate. Inside, Alan is panicking. He needs connections if he wants a peaceful life, but getting involved with Kalia is exactly the kind of mistake he must avoid at all costs. On the outside, however, he remains perfectly charming. "You are so beautiful, my lady." Kalia accepts the compliment with a graceful nod and a pleased little smile. "Oh my, thank you." She leans closer, her crimson eyes glinting with interest. "I'd like to talk more with you. How about it?" Alan dodges with practiced elegance. "I would love to, but there are far too many eyes on us right now." Inside, though, he is desperately begging for her to let him escape quietly. Kalia lets out a small, amused laugh, and the sound makes it clear that she can see right through him. "You're just as the rumors say," she murmurs, letting the words linger between them. Then, with a knowing smile, She adds that she looks forward to seeing him again. With one final enigmatic smile, Kalia glides away as smoothly as she arrived, leaving Alan standing there completely bewildered. Huh? What was that supposed to mean? Alan mutters under his breath, now even more confused than before. Up above, the Blue Moon agents continue observing from their hidden position. The information surrounding the Avalon case is being contained well, but now a new concern has appeared. One of them notes that someone is still keeping watch on that person. Their gaze shifts downward, and they spot a shadowy figure clinging near the window frame. Alan is being tailed. From the darkness, a new order is passed down. They are to keep watching for now and then eliminate the target. The assassins move without a sound, slipping into the shadows with deadly purpose. Sometime later, Alan and Evan arrive in a remote canyon bathed in scattered sunlight. Evan looks around uncertainly and asks, "Young master, are you sure this is the right place?" He scans the barren surroundings, clearly unimpressed by the desolate landscape. "Is this really the canyon you were looking for?" Alan pays little attention to Evan's doubt. His eyes carefully sweep across the terrain. Even though it is midday, the inside of the canyon is strangely dark, and then his gaze locks onto one specific spot. He has finally found it, his real objective. Alan starts walking forward with renewed purpose. Behind him, Evan mutters that if this place turns out to be empty again, he might actually cry. But Alan immediately shuts down that suspicion. No, this time it is real. Only then does Alan reveal the true reason they came south. The ball was never the real goal. His actual purpose was to find this place, a hidden labyrinth from the game. This is the Labyrinth of Whispers, one of the famous dungeons in Asteria. The reward for clearing all 8 of its puzzle rooms is a ridiculously powerful artifact, the kind of item that could completely change his options. And thanks to the countless hours Alan spent grinding through the game, he knows this dungeon almost like the back of his hand. He has memorized every route and every puzzle, so now it is time to speedrun the whole thing. Still, standing in front of the entrance in real life feels completely different from controlling a character on a screen. Alan stares at the dungeon with genuine surprise. Even though he has cleared this place countless times before, seeing it with his own eyes makes everything feel strangely new. Evan, meanwhile, is completely baffled by the place. The canyon feels oddly artificial, and he cannot understand how Alan even knows about it. Alan, lost in his own thoughts, answers without thinking, "I've come here often." Evan fixed his eyes on his master, his expression tightening with suspicion as the words slowly sank in. After a brief pause, he asked, almost unable to hide the disbelief in his voice, "You've actually been here often?" Alan finally snapped back from whatever thought had pulled him away, then curved his mouth into a grin that looked far more frightening than comforting. "Just kidding," he said lightly. "I have my ways. Come on, let's head inside." Evan immediately shrank back with a small, miserable whimper. "Please don't joke while making that face." The instant the two of them crossed the threshold and stepped into the dungeon, the quiet walls seemed to wake from their sleep. Stone shifted, shadows stirred, and demonic gargoyles peeled themselves loose before dropping down toward them from above. Their eyes burned an ominous red in the dim chamber as the monsters hurled themselves forward. Claws spread wide, jaws twisted open. They came rushing in like they were ready to tear flesh apart without the slightest hesitation. Evan forced himself to stay composed and quickly explained the dungeon's trick, even as those creatures loomed nearby. "This place runs on riddles. If you answer them wrong, those things come crashing down on you without mercy." While Evan was already losing his nerve beside him, Alan moved as if none of it bothered him at all. He simply walked up to one of the pedestals, glanced over the puzzle, and began working through the answer with unsettling calm. Evan could do nothing but stare at him, completely at a loss. How was Alan this calm in a place like this? They had served together for 4 full years, and yet Evan still felt like he had never truly understood the young master standing in front of him. After all, his master's missions had always been strange beyond reason. One day he would be smashing through criminal organizations like some shadowy vigilante, and the next he would be running off on errands as random as rescuing abandoned orphans. Then the dungeon's mechanism roared to life, and the same monsters that had been threatening them moments ago were crushed beneath the trap with brutal force. Evan stood there in shock. Alan had barely ever left the estate, and yet somehow, he knew this place inside and out. Alan only pointed ahead like it was nothing. "Oh, looks like I got it right. The door won't open until the mechanism finishes." At last, the enormous stone door leading to the final chamber began to move. With a deep grinding rumble, it slowly dragged itself open, revealing the darkness waiting beyond. Evan was still shaken by the hideous result of the puzzle trap, his eyes drifting back toward the crushed remains before returning to Alan. "What exactly are you planning this time?" Alan, however, looked a little pale now that the danger had passed. He stared at the open door and muttered, "Finally, It's open. I seriously feel like I'm gonna throw up. I knew this place was cruel, but seeing it happen right in front of me is way worse. Alan let out a long breath, the tension finally slipping from his shoulders. Seems like it's finally over, he said, sounding more relieved than triumphant. Beyond the door lay the treasure room, a dazzling chamber piled high with gold, gemstones, and priceless artifacts that glittered from every corner, as if the entire room had been built to tempt intruders. But Alan barely spared the mountains of treasure a glance. His attention passed over the gold and jewels without hesitation. Yeah, he said, already deciding. Let's just take that black ring and get out of here. The artifact Alan had come all this way for was not buried in a grand display or placed on a shining altar. It was just a plain black ring, lying quietly among the radiant treasures, so unremarkable that most people would have missed it completely. Evan stared at the ring, utterly confused. That thing? Out of everything here, it looks like the most useless one. But Alan understood exactly what it was worth. Taking any of the other treasures would only invite disaster. Leave the rest. They'll just bring trouble. Alan lifted the black ring in front of him, and for the first time since entering the chamber, a clear gleam of victory flashed in his eyes. I finally obtained it, he said, gripping the prize. The oath of restraint. As they made their way back out, Alan glanced at Evan, who was still clearly on edge, and tried to calm him down. Don't worry, the return route is safe. Evan did not look reassured in the slightest. Considering that Alan's confidence seemed to come from strange game knowledge no one else understood, trusting that claim was not exactly easy. At first, their escape really did go smoothly. The path remained quiet, and nothing moved in the darkness. But then, without warning, their way forward was cut off by massive stone figures rising into view. The labyrinth's final guardians had awakened. Evan immediately drew his sword, but the color drained from his face as he stared up at the towering enemies. This was a new opponent, one he knew nothing about, and to him that made it the worst possible situation. This time, I'll handle it, Alan said in a calm voice, stepping ahead of his retainer without a trace of hesitation. Evan froze behind him, barely able to process what he had just heard. What? Panic finally burst out of Evan's throat as he shouted after him. No matter what you're planning, we need to secure an escape route first. But the golems were already moving. Their enormous weapons rose high, casting broad shadows that swallowed the light around them. Evan shouted desperately, second-tier magic won't be enough. Not against something colossal like this. Alan continued forward anyway, lifting both hands as his focus sharpened. In a low voice, he spoke the words that would activate the ring. I invoke the oath of restraint. The black ring erupted with power, and in the next instant, the world around Alan seemed to fall away. The dungeon vanished, replaced by a vast cosmic void, while an ancient voice echoed directly inside his mind. Oh, fragment inheriting the great will of Nyakula. The voice thundered through the endless darkness. Speak 2 restrictions I can enact. Alan's mind sharpened at once. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The pop-up choice window he remembered from the game had now become real before his eyes, and the voice ringing through the void made this world feel disturbingly authentic. The Oath of Restraint was an absorption-type artifact, one that granted immense power in exchange for limitations the user placed upon themselves. Alan began with his first condition, and the entity answered, Speak. Alan declared, I will always perform the hand signs of Babylonia when using magic. A skill icon from the game materialized before him, confirming that the choice had been accepted. Then the voice asked, What is it you desire through this restriction? Alan answered without hesitation, The power to twist the laws of the world a little further. Granted. The moment the word rang out, a violent torrent of power rushed through Alan's entire body, flooding every part of him. Then he steadied himself and continued, As for the second. The ancient voice immediately commanded him again. Speak. Alan gave his second vow with the same unwavering certainty. When using magic, I will strictly chant the words of Babylonia. The voice returned with the same solemn question, heavy and inescapable in the void. What is it you desire through this restriction? Alan's objective had already been decided from the start. He wanted even greater power, enough to bend and defy the laws that govern this world. A second skill icon appeared before him, confirming the vow. By combining these 2 restrictions, he could push his magic attack power to the highest possible level. For a brief moment, even the Oath of Restraint seemed to fall silent, as if Alan's demand had gone beyond what it expected. Alan's thoughts raced, but his confidence did not waver. Thanks to countless playthroughs, he had already memorized every optimal combination, every best route, and every setup that could squeeze out the most power. This had to work. There was no other reason for him to come this far. Granted. This time, the force pouring into Alan intensified explosively, swelling through him with 10 times the strength from before. Then the entity spoke once more, its voice deeper and stranger than before. "Oh, human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god. I express my gratitude to you who inherit the will." Alan froze for a moment, caught off guard by those words. Inherit the will? What was that supposed to mean? Before Alan could even begin to make sense of it, the ring on his hand dissolved like black mist and sank into him, becoming one with his body. The restriction had been applied successfully. As his consciousness was pulled back toward reality, the voice left him with one final, chilling message. "I shall forever be watching you." In an instant, time snapped back into motion. The dungeon returned around him, and Evan was still shouting in desperation. "Young master, second-tier magic isn't enough." But Alan was no longer hesitating. He understood better than anyone that his own power had strict limits. At the same time, he also knew the rules of the game better than anyone. With a cold, determined glint settling in his eyes, Alan decided it was finally time to use the trump card he had risked everything to obtain. Alan poured every last trace of his tiny mana pool into a single spell. A small sphere of lightning flickered into existence in his hand, but it looked almost pathetic. What should have been a brilliant, blinding orb of destruction was nothing more than a weak spark, trembling as if it might vanish at any second. No matter how much he trained, Alan knew this was the ceiling he could not break through by ordinary means. His natural talent was excellent, but his mana capacity was fatally small, holding him back at the most critical moments. And that was exactly why this was the perfect time to test the restriction he had just placed upon himself. With his mana reserves already emptied, Alan began weaving the spell anyway. But this casting was different from anything ordinary. His hands moved with deliberate precision, and from his mouth came the words of a forgotten god. First, refraction. The weak spark of lightning in his palm began to bend, twist, and distort, as though the nature of the spell itself was being reshaped by his command. The energy twisted violently, crackling louder and brighter as it changed. What had started as a miserable spark now surged with a force far beyond the tiny amount of mana Alan had poured into it. Then came the next command. Repulsion. The moment Alan spoke, the unstable spell pulsed outward, pressing back against the natural order itself, as if the lightning was shoving aside the very laws that were supposed to contain it. In the next instant, that compressed power burst open. What had been a controlled spell erupted into a fierce torrent of raw lightning, wild, violent, and completely untamed as it tore through the air. A blinding flash swallowed the cavern whole, turning the darkness white in a single explosive instant. Evan could only throw an arm over his face, shielding his eyes from the overwhelming force radiating from Alan's spell. Then Alan moved into the third stage without hesitation. Blue light. The scattered energy suddenly began to gather inward. Lightning folded over lightning, condensing tighter and tighter until it became a massive swirling orb of pure destruction, so enormous that it dwarfed both Alan and Evan where they stood. And then came the final incantation, the last step needed to complete the spell. Line of diffraction. Alan's hands moved through the ancient hand signs of Babylonia, fulfilling one of the conditions bound to his oath of restraint. With each precise motion, the magic was forced higher and higher, pushed all the way to its absolute peak. With one final, decisive gesture, Alan released the spell he had carefully built up across 5 turns, pouring every stage of enhancement into that single finishing strike. The strengthened chain lightning shot forward like a blazing spear of judgment, cutting through the cavern with terrifying speed as it flew straight toward the towering golem guardians. Evan stood frozen, his eyes wide and his mouth nearly hanging open. He had never seen anything even close to this kind of power, especially not from a spell that was supposed to be simple second-tier magic. The lightning slammed into the stone titans and tore through them, crawling across their massive bodies in violent arcs of light. For one brief moment, it almost looked as though the attack had failed. The guardians remained standing, their huge stone frames seemingly untouched by the blast. But then, in the very next instant, the damage finally revealed itself. Cracks raced across the guardian's stone body, and piece by piece, its massive form began to crumble apart. The cavern filled with the deafening roar of thunderclaps that did not stop, each burst echoing after the last as the spell continued rampaging through everything in its path. When the blinding light finally faded, the once imposing golems were completely gone. Only the sharp scent of ozone remained in the air, along with glowing runes burned into the cavern floor. Evan stared at the destruction in front of him, unable to make sense of what he had just witnessed. His thoughts stalled for a moment before only one stunned reaction surfaced. What the hell? He slowly turned toward his master, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple as disbelief tightened his face. Have you been hiding your strength? Alan, looking almost insultingly calm after all that, answered with a simple, effortless reply. Not at all. Evan could not accept that so easily. Huh? I've spent 15 years as a mercenary, and I've never seen anything like that. He stared at Alan as if trying to find the trick behind it. Are you seriously telling me that was just second circle magic? Yes, Alan answered plainly, his expression staying as composed as ever, as if the impossible display had been nothing out of the ordinary. But inside, Alan was just as shaken as Evan. He kept his face steady, but his thoughts were racing. He hadn't known it would turn out like this either. Back in the game, the spell had never looked anything like that. His mind flashed back to Psychedelia's turn-based system. In that game, magic could be strengthened over multiple turns through hand signs or incantations, each one adding only a small increase to the spell's power. This time, Alan had enhanced chain lightning with 4 separate incantations and hand signs, stretching the setup across a total of 5 turns before finally releasing it. In simple terms, he had merely used the game's magic settings to transform a normal spell into a large-scale lightning attack. But on top of that, his new restraints had changed the conditions entirely. From now on, every spell he cast required both hand signs and incantations, no matter what kind of magic he used. Then the entity's words echoed again in his mind, heavy and unsettling. "Oh, human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god. I express my gratitude to you, who inherit the will." That was when Alan began to understand. The spell had not simply been strengthened once. It must have been enhanced again and again, each condition piling on top of the last. Even so, Alan could not ignore how absurd the result had been. To think that second circle magic alone had been complete overkill. The outcome had gone far beyond what he expected, and honestly, it had startled him too. As they finally walked out of the dungeon, he released a long breath of relief. Sigh, we finally made it out. Evan dropped onto a nearby rock as if all the strength had been drained from his body. His shoulders sagged, and he groaned in exhaustion. Ugh, somehow, this feels even more tiring than the battle. He turned his gaze back toward the ominous canyon behind them, his expression twisted with lingering discomfort. Just who in the world created such an unpleasant place? Alan's eyes narrowed slightly as the question stirred an old memory. Now that he thought about it, the Maze of Whisper had not always been called by that name. The dungeon's map layout and strategy guide had once been posted on the community website, and among players, it had been known under a different title, the Maze of Pelion. So Alan answered Evan's question almost casually, as though it were no big deal. A guy named Pelion created it. The instant Evan heard that name, his eyes shot open in shock. Pardon me, what did you just say? Alan reached down and helped his dizzy retainer back onto his feet, smoothly shifting the conversation as if he had said nothing strange. I said, let's head back east. Good work these past 3 weeks, he added. There's something I'd like to do once we return. Evan blinked at him, clearly caught off guard by the sudden change of subject. Huh? Young master, you're more diligent than you look. As the two continued walking, Alan kept turning over the gap between the game and this reality in his mind. In Psychedelia, choosing a hand sign that matched a spell's attribute would increase its power, and choosing the proper incantation would enhance the spell's properties. That was how the mechanics were supposed to function. But this time had been different. In the game, the visuals stayed mostly the same while only the numbers increased. Here, Alan had actually seen the spell change shape with each incantation, its form shifting right in front of his eyes. He wondered if his miserable mana pool might not be the whole story. Maybe, because he was especially skilled at controlling mana, he could perceive those transformations more clearly than others. Once his mana recovered, he would need to test it properly. Still, whatever the reason, there was one thing that mattered most for now. Everything had turned out fine, and that alone was a relief. Meanwhile, under the cold light of the moon, a mysterious figure in a cloak stood hidden among the shadows, silently watching from a distance. It was the same green-haired girl from the ball party, the cloaked observer who had already been keeping her eyes on Alan. Without making a sound, she leaped down from her hiding place with silent grace, landing lightly as if she had already chosen her destination. Then she stepped forward and entered the very same labyrinth that Alan had only just cleared. Inside, a massive stone tablet stood before her, its surface covered in ancient glowing text. The words spoke of the era of the forgotten outer gods and the glyphs of the Alenef Empire. Her eyes moved across the strange writing line by line, calmly scanning the inscription while her expression remained unreadable. Then she found one particular line left behind by the maze's creator and read it aloud. For my friend who shall be left alone, from coward Pelion. A small, knowing smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Ha! With that quiet reaction, she reached out and placed her hand against the ancient inscription. The moment she touched it, images began filling her mind, revealing the memory of a legendary hero. It was the figure who had stopped the invasion of the Black Things, standing victorious even against the Alcolika that devoured the hearts of the citizens. That legendary figure was none other than the brilliant emperor, Pelion the Great. Then her thoughts turned inward, back to her own origin. She had obtained all of this knowledge because she had been born with the ancient library after being assigned the Great Mission. Finally, her mind returned to Alan, the man known as the Great Moon, and to the demonic entity that followed in his shadow, the one called the Bloody Queen. She had known Alan was no ordinary person from the moment the Bloody Queen chose to follow him. But even with that in mind, she had never imagined that the one called the Great Moon would somehow be connected to Pelion as a friend. And there was something even stranger than that. The phrase Alan had whispered did not appear anywhere in the ancient library. Not in a single record, inscription, or forgotten text. So the question kept pressing deeper into her thoughts. Just what exactly was Alan? A faint smile slowly appeared on her lips, carrying both amusement and self-mockery. The Red Moon had been right after all. For someone like her to simply follow orders without questioning anything was almost embarrassing. Then, in the next moment, her attention shifted. From somewhere nearby, she sensed the presence of one of her comrades approaching through the darkness. Without turning fully toward him, she asked in a calm voice, "Did you get the information?" The blue-haired boy lowered his head respectfully and bowed before answering. "No, the Dark One is dead." According to the report, his death had been grotesque and impossible to explain. His head had twisted all at once while he was still suspended in midair, as if an invisible force had snapped him apart in an instant. The superior showed no visible shock at the report. Her expression remained steady as she simply replied, "Then we'll have to report this for processing." With that decided, the two figures disappeared as quietly as they had appeared, melting back into the surrounding shadows. Elsewhere, in Zenonia County, Kalia Zenonia sat alone in silence, her thoughts still circling around the strange encounter she had just had with Alan Palacio. She lifted her teacup and took a slow sip, but behind her crimson eyes, a violent storm was already gathering. The rumors had not been mere exaggeration after all. In her mind, she replayed Alan's unervingly calm expression, that chilling lack of emotion in his face. His eyes had not looked like those of an ordinary noble. They had been like the abyss itself. Soon after, she approached her father, the Count, who was seated at his desk and buried in paperwork. Yes, Count Zenonia was indeed strong, influential, and widely known. But Kalia's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as she leaned into the thought. "However, he called me famous, even though I do not take part in social activities at all. Isn't that fascinating, father?" As those words left her mouth, dark energy began seeping from her hand, curling through the air like smoke. At the same time, her eyes lit up with a sinister, malevolent glow. The Count froze in place. His pen slipped from his fingers and clattered loudly against the desk before his body slumped forward. His own will stripped away from him completely. Kalia smirked in satisfaction. Her secret was still safe. No one would know that she had turned her own father into a puppet, allowing her to act as the true head of the household from behind the scenes. Still, one troubling question remained. How had Alan figured it out? Then she remembered Alan's parting words, the way he had said there were too many eyes on them at the moment. Her gaze drifted upward, where the silhouette of one of her tails could be seen in the rafters. So he had noticed the people she had placed on him as well. Just then, the tense silence shattered as a panicked attendant burst into the room. "Miss Kalia?" Kalia turned toward the interruption with visible annoyance. "What's the matter?" The attendant struggled to keep his voice steady as he stammered. "You should go see your room." When Kalia entered her room, a horrifying sight was waiting for her. The very tail Alan had noticed was now lying there as a corpse. His neck snapped cleanly and unnaturally. The attendant stood nearby, aghast at the scene. Judging from the fact that his seal didn't activate, he must not have revealed the secret. Kalia stared at the dead man, and a predatory smile slowly spread across her face. So Alan had caught one of her major weaknesses the very moment they met. The focus then shifted to the vast Altia ducal estate, where a lone carriage rolled up beneath the cover of night, its arrival cutting quietly through the darkness. Inside the carriage, there was no storm in the sky outside, but a storm was already raging in the mind of the youngest daughter, Loria Altia. As Loria thought back to her recent meeting with Alan, a wicked smile curved across her lips. Just as she expected, he was not a man who could be underestimated. Her fingers tightened into a fist as that certainty settled in. She remembered the abyss-like coldness in Alan's eyes, a chill that reminded her of her own father, the distinguished figure of the underworld. Those were the eyes of someone she should never turn into an enemy. When she met him at the ball, Alan had been the last desperate thread she could cling to. He was her final lifeline. Yet even then, his distant and unreadable attitude had made everything uncertain. Loria understood that a man like Alan would never place a losing bet. He would not accept any deal that brought him a significant loss, no matter how desperate the other side might be. Loria was like a princess trapped inside a gilded cage, surrounded on every side by vultures waiting to tear her apart. Her 4 older siblings, the eldest son Tamalian, the eldest daughter Marianne, the second daughter Piran, and the second son Keeg, were all snakes who had systematically stripped her of everything she once had. Her assets, her influence, and every shred of usable power had been taken from her by those cunning siblings. Because of them, she had been left with absolutely nothing. Until now, she had only managed to survive on the scraps of her father's love and mercy. But with her back pressed firmly against the wall, she had been completely lost, with no path left in front of her. Then, in a single night, that quiet life of desperation was shattered. A maid rushed through the door with wide, terrified eyes and cried out, "Lady Loria, our youngest lady is back." Before Loria could even fully process the news of her return, another servant came stumbling in, so shaken that he could barely force the words out. "Lady Piran and Keeg have taken their own lives." The words froze Loria's entire world, hanging in the air like a death sentence. What? Her mind reeled in disbelief. Piran and Keeg? Those two would sooner cut down their own family than surrender even the smallest piece of power. People like that would rather stab their own blood, and yet they had taken their own lives? It made no sense at all. A cold dread washed over her as the next question rose in her throat, even though some part of her already feared the answer. Then what about Tamalian and Marianne? The servants could only tremble before her, their faces drained pale as ghosts. Fear sealed their mouths, leaving them unable to properly say what had happened. At last, another butler confirmed the nightmare in a broken voice. "Lord Tamalian is Lady Marianne." In the main hall, the gruesome truth was revealed. The 2 eldest siblings had been left as a horrifying display, impaled upon their own ambition, their bodies arranged like a macabre work of art. Loria stared at the carnage in front of her, her thoughts refusing to accept what her eyes were seeing. What in the world had happened here? Meanwhile, above the estate, under the cold moonlight, a silver-haired assassin landed silently on the rooftop, his task already complete. A cold, satisfied smirk crossed his face as he confirmed the success of the mission without the slightest hesitation. The targets had been successfully eliminated, and just as quickly as he had appeared, the assassin vanished back into the shadows, leaving only death behind him and throwing the entire dukedom into chaos. As Loria walked through the now silent halls of the estate, Alan's cryptic words from the ball began echoing in her mind again. Her eyes widened as realization struck her like a blade. Back then, he had simply told her that good things would happen. Only now did she understand what those words meant. Alan was not merely some underworld figure or the hidden mastermind of a count's household. Someone who concealed his claws while waiting for the perfect chance to seize power. The terrifying truth came crashing down on her all at once. This was what he had meant. He had orchestrated everything from the shadows. Loria began to tremble, not because the air was cold, but because an overwhelming, bone-deep fear had taken hold of her. Just like that, overnight, she had become the only successor left in the entire ducal family. A shaky laugh slipped from her lips, caught somewhere between horror and awe. Ha! What kind of monstrous devil have I made a pact with? But that fear did not last for long. Almost as quickly as it rose, it hardened into a cold, steady resolve inside her chest. Loria had already stepped too far into Alan's world to even think about turning back now. There was no path of retreat left for her anymore. And besides, what happened to people who betrayed Alan? By now, there were already far too many examples for her to pretend she did not know the answer. Alone inside the vast, empty mansion, surrounded by silence and the aftermath of bloodshed, the new Duchess of Altia made her choice. She would keep walking the path she had chosen, no matter where it led. Just like that, 2 months passed in what felt like the blink of an eye, and as time moved on, the seasons quietly began to change. At the Palacio estate, a butler from the Altia dukedom arrived with a formal greeting and a carefully prepared gift. Bowing with practiced elegance, he announced, "I am here under Duke Altia's order." Evan glanced toward Alan with clear curiosity in his eyes, while Alan's face remained almost unreadable. Still, even he could not completely hide the slight interest in his voice as he repeated, "Duke Altia?" When Evan opened the ornate box, his eyes immediately widened at what was inside. "Wow, this is a bottle of Cernan's wine. I heard one bottle costs several thousand gold. I never thought I'd actually see one in person." Alan picked up the card placed with the gift, his expression giving away almost nothing as he read the name. It was from Loria. Why would she send something like this to him? A faint sting of guilt pressed at his conscience, because in his mind, he had not been able to help her at all. Still unaware of the truth behind the matter, Alan looked at the messenger and asked directly, "Are you sure this is meant for me?" The man bowed deeply without hesitation. Yes, the Duke herself prepared it and ordered me to deliver it to you. That confirmation hit Alan like a sudden jolt. The Duke herself? His thoughts connected the pieces with frightening speed. Wait, if that was true, then the youngest daughter, Loria, had become the Duke of Altia. And indeed, Loria had changed. The timid girl who had once been cornered by her own family was gone, and in her place stood the new Duchess of Altia, calmly and diligently managing the affairs of the estate. After a long day buried in work, Loria leaned back and stretched, letting out a tired breath as the tension eased from her shoulders. Phew, these 2 months passed so quickly. After her father's funeral, held after his death from illness, she had officially become the Duke through the succession ceremony. It still felt strange to her because before all of this, she had not even been allowed to enter this office. Even now, the memory of that bloody night remained vivid in her mind. Her siblings had died so suddenly, and yet despite how catastrophic it had been, no suspicion had ever fallen on her. Her alibi had been perfect, so perfect that it almost felt unnatural. At the time everything happened, she had been attending the ball, far away from the mansion and far from the scene of the massacre. Back then, her secret organization had already been eliminated by her siblings. By the time she returned to the mansion, she had quite literally been left powerless, with no people, no tools, and no strength to act. A faint shiver passed through her as she remembered both her desperation and Alan's terrifyingly precise solution. Only later did she realize what had truly happened, and the thought that he had even used that hopeless situation to his advantage left her deeply shaken. On the surface, Alan had rejected her request as if he barely cared at all. But behind the scenes, he had handled every necessary cleanup with flawless precision. Her admiration for him was now mixed with a quiet fear. Just how far ahead had Alan calculated? She had not even told him about her father's funeral, because she had not wanted to trouble him. Loria understood one thing clearly. This had not been simple kindness. Alan must have helped her because he needed Altia for some part of his larger plan. Even though she had managed to merge all of Altia's subordinate organizations under her control, she knew that still would not be enough to match the hidden power Alan possessed. That led to only one conclusion. Alan wanted something from her. Palacio was a major figure of the underworld, a man who had built his influence purely through business and hidden power. And if there was one thing Loria possessed that Alan did not, it was the ability to manipulate the political stage from the shadows through the weight of the Altia name. At last, she understood her value on Alan's grand chessboard. She was not merely some disposable pawn. She was a queen, a powerful piece he needed in order to secure victory, because what he required was the name and authority of Altia. With that realization, Loria's wavering thoughts settled into firm resolve. For now, she would focus on the role she had to play. The distinguished one would surely contact her soon, and when that moment came, she needed to be ready. Then, for the first time in a while, a genuine and warm smile softened her face. Her first act as Duchess had not been revenge or conquest, but gratitude. She only hoped Alan liked the gift she had sent him. Back at the Palacio estate, the messenger completed his duty and respectfully took his leave. Evan watched Alan with complete confusion, still baffled by the unexpected gift and everything it implied. Alan, meanwhile, silently processed the new reality in front of him. Loria, the girl who had been on the verge of being killed, was now a duchess. Something about that did not feel right, and as the currents of fate shifted once again, time continued moving forward. A few months later, the timeline had reached 5 years before the beginning of the original game story. At the Palacio estate, a thin layer of snow blanketed the grounds, covering the familiar scenery in quiet white. Through the chilly air, Evan came running up to his master, full of energy despite the winter cold. "Oh, young master." Evan started, then quickly corrected himself. I should be calling you the Count now, right?" Alan let out a small sigh. "The succession ceremony hasn't happened yet, but since the year has already passed, I guess you can call me that." This was not the life Alan had planned for himself. Becoming the Count had never been part of his ideal future. What he had wanted was far simpler. Avoid the family drama, settle down quietly, and maybe spend his days going on a food tour. But by now, he had adapted to the role. Since he was already used to it, he could at least maximize the advantages that came with being a noble. To his own surprise, the work-life balance of a count was not nearly as terrible as he had expected. Evan then handed him a sealed letter with practiced ease. "Here's the letter from Yusha." As they walked together, Evan brought up another matter. "By the way, did you find out anything about the assassins who killed Leo?" Alan answered calmly. "Nothing has been revealed yet, but the Information Guild is investigating. Let's give them some time." The two eventually sat down in the study, and Evan pressed a little further, watching Alan carefully. "So, what's your goal now?" I'm guessing this isn't about revenge. Alan's gaze drifted into the distance for a moment. The world was no longer exactly the game he remembered. All the small differences from the original story were probably butterfly effects caused by his own actions. So for now, his goal was simple. Prepare for whatever unexpected events might come next. Evan could not help but look impressed. Oh, you actually sounded like a real count just now. Alan gave him only a vague, non-committal response. Sure. Then Alan broke the seal on the letter, and as he unfolded it, his expression softened almost without him noticing. He wondered what Yusha had written to him this time. Tilda. The letter was a warm update from the orphanage, filled with the simple joys of the children's daily lives. Yusha wrote that Deus had become surprisingly skilled at puppeteering. Sairang, meanwhile, was spending her days happily playing with her friends, enjoying the ordinary childhood she had finally been given. And Rinne and Radon had both found their own quiet peace, one through reading and the other through gardening. A fond smile spread across Alan's face as he read. This routine had become familiar to him, and somehow, it warmed his heart every time. He had never actually seen their faces, but knowing they were growing well was enough to make him smile. Then, all at once, a practical thought crossed his mind. Alan lifted his gaze from the letter and asked, "Now that I think about it, how old are the children?" Evan blinked at the sudden question, clearly caught off guard by the shift. That came out of nowhere. They're about ready to go out into society now. Some of them have already left the orphanage earlier. Then Evan added an important detail, his tone growing a little more serious. The ones you ordered us to save are around that age now too. In Alan's mind, he suddenly pictured them bowing before him, their gestures filled with both respect and the lingering weight of old tragedy. A strange feeling settled in his chest. Right, that's it. After a short pause, Alan made his decision. It was time to let them go. Evan looked genuinely taken aback. Really? Didn't you gather them all in one place because they were carrying wounds? Alan answered with a firm, steady tone. There's no reason to keep doing that now. They're all grown up, so it's time to let them leave for the sake of their own futures. Alan believed he had already done enough to steer them away from the tragic futures waiting for them in the original story. As long as he had cared for them well enough to keep them from awakening as the deadly sins, then surely they would be fine now, right? Evan slowly nodded as the meaning behind Alan's decision began to settle in. Since all of them had recovered and were living in good health, he could understand why Alan no longer needed to keep them gathered together. Alan's thoughts drifted to the innate potential each of them possessed in the game's lore. First there was Yusha, a girl blessed with an extraordinary talent for faith. Then there was Deus, the one destined to become a peerless swordsman, carrying within him the unmistakable talent of the sword. Rinne, on the other hand, was gifted with a brilliant mind, possessing the kind of talent that made studying and learning come naturally to her. Sairang was different again, a fierce beastkin with an instinctive fighting talent that burned inside her from birth. And finally, there was Radon, the divine warrior who carried the rare and powerful talent of an apostle. With gifts like those, Alan felt confident that they would succeed as long as they were placed in the right fields. If each of them used their natural talents properly, they would not merely survive, they would do more than fine. Satisfied with that conclusion, he gave a small nod. What a perfect plan. A faint blush then crept across his face as another thought came to mind. Since he was already sending them out into the world, he might as well prepare a gift for each of them too. After all, he had planned on giving them something eventually anyway. As dusk settled over the snowy landscape and the cold light softened across the estate, Alan's plans quietly began moving into motion. Before long, Alan finished the last of his paperwork and threw his hands up with a triumphant cheer. All done. Meanwhile, Evan had completely passed out on the sofa, sleeping so deeply that he looked as if the work had defeated him instead. Then Evan suddenly jolted awake, snapped into a salute with a grin, and rushed out of the room to deliver the letter. All right then, I'll be back. Alan watched him leave with a small smirk, already wondering if he might get something in return once those children became important figures. With his work finally complete, Alan turned his gaze toward the sunset outside the window. A strange sense of paternal pride swelled in his chest as he thought of them. Children, read my letters and go out into the world. Far away, inside a dimly lit warehouse, Yusha held up the letter she had received. Her expression remained calm, but her voice carried the weight of something decisive. The time has come. The orders have arrived. She gathered the others around her, but this time, the message was unlike any they had received before. This time, she said steadily, he delivered them to each of us individually. Their reactions were completely different from one another. The cheerful Sairang immediately burst out with a bright, happy cry, while Deus, the future swordsman, watched quietly with a calm and curious look in his eyes. Rinna gently held her own letter close, smiling to herself with quiet excitement. Radon, however, remained as still and unreadable as ever, his expression giving nothing away. But among them, Yusha's reaction was the most unsettling. Her crimson eyes shone with a strange, unnerving intensity, like a silent storm gathering behind her calm face. Just what could her letter have said? Before they opened anything else, Yusha spoke in her usual composed tone. Before that, we should read the previous letters too. Radon scratched his head in confusion, while Sairang tilted her head and asked, "Can we really read them?" "Before now, you were the only one who read them, Yusha." Yusha calmly explained. "Since he has given each of us separate orders, that means he has decided it is time for everyone to see them." Sairang looked down at the casual lines written in the letter and read them aloud. "How have you been? If you need anything, let me know." She paused, blinking at the ordinary words. This is an order." Rinna finished the thought for everyone, her eyes narrowing slightly. To her, the letter looked less like a command and more like simple everyday small talk. "Right?" Yusha said with a faint, wry smile. From the very beginning, he hid his orders inside ordinary conversations. Then she lifted another letter for them to see. "Okay, look." She held up their very first piece of correspondence, the one that had come after the initial greeting letter. This was the first order. At first glance, it read like nothing more than a friendly pen pal message. But Yusha interpreted the hidden meaning beneath the casual words. He had designated the elimination target, assigned the mission, and instructed them to report the situation afterward. "This was when he entrusted the Blue Moon to me," she revealed, showing them another letter that appeared to be only asking for monthly updates about the orphanage. Then she looked at the others and said, "As you can see, he personally chose all of you." Deus finally began to understand what this system was for. "I see. It's to prevent information leaks." Yusha nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. From now on, you must clearly understand the orders and carry out the mission." Radon, practical as ever, raised a reasonable question. "Then wouldn't it be better for us to visit him directly, or use a magic communicator?" Yusha's answer came immediately, and it was chillingly absolute. "I hope you haven't forgotten that all we have to do is follow the order." Her unwavering devotion pressed down over the room, cutting off any further objections. The silence that followed made it clear just how frighteningly steadfast her trust had become. Then Sairang, bright as ever, broke through the heavy atmosphere with her usual cheer. "I haven't forgotten. Then let's read the order." And so, the five of them finally opened the new individual letters they had been given, each one preparing to take their first step into the wider world. Deus read his destination first. "He told me to head to Caliban, the nation of knights." Sairang looked down at her own letter next, but her reaction was far less excited. "Colony?" Sairang muttered, her enthusiasm immediately dropping. "But I don't like deserts." "For me, it's Raxus, the entertainment city," Radon said, already looking ahead to the city known for gambling and wealth. Rinna checked her own letter and added, "He told me to head to Larthania, the maze city." As for Yusha, her path pointed toward a land of faith. The Holy Kingdom, Rosario. Her crimson eyes gleamed with an emotion no one could quite read as she reminded them, "What each of you must do is written in your letter, correct?" Deus still looked puzzled by the instruction. "I don't know the reason, but he told me to become a knight." Sairang then pointed out something that eased the mood a little. "He also said not to worry, because the patronage will continue." Rinna checked the details again and confirmed another important point. "He also told us where the gifts are located." As they prepared to depart, Yusha gave them one final and crucial warning. "Good, but remember this. Unless he says it first, do not mention the name of the Blue Moon." With their paths finally set, the five orphans who had once been doomed to tragedy stepped out toward the wider world, their futures completely changed by a man they had never even met. Each of them headed toward a different corner of the continent, living proof that Alan's interference had already begun reshaping the fate that once awaited them. 3 months passed. Back at the Palacio estate, Alan once again found himself buried beneath a mountain of paperwork. He let out a frustrated sigh as he looked over the information in front of him. As expected, there was still nothing about the changes in magic or those mysterious phrases. If he wanted answers, he would have no choice but to experiment with them himself. Then Alan turned toward Evan as another matter came to mind. Now that I think about it, how is the investigation into Leo's killers going?" Evan reported that the Information Guild had still found nothing. That answer made Alan uneasy. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that the butterfly effect caused by his own actions might have already slipped completely out of his control, especially after saving the 5 who were supposed to become deadly sins. Even Loria, who should have died according to the original story, had become Duke Altia instead. Now she was expanding her authority and influence through the underworld at a terrifying speed. After turning the situation over in his mind, Alan reached a sudden conclusion. Let's stop investigating the assassin. Evan stared at him in shock. Huh? Really? Alan knew there were times when not knowing was the safest option. This was clearly one of those situations where ignorance was bliss. In this world setting, almost nothing should be able to escape the Information Guild's network. If even they could not uncover anything, then that meant Alan was trying to poke at a beast he had no ability to handle. If he kept digging into something he was never meant to touch, the only thing that might come back to him was death. Alan wisely concluded that secret organizations would not harm him as long as he did not meddle in their affairs, and for once, he was perfectly willing to accept that boundary. All right, I'll tell them to call off the investigation and stop digging any further. Just then, Evan seemed to remember something else, his expression perking up as he quickly added, "Oh, and there's one more piece of news. From what I've heard, Deus was recently appointed as a knight in Caliban." The moment Alan heard that, his face brightened with genuine surprise. Really? That's good. That's really good for him. Hearing that one of those children had found success felt like a rare and pleasant change. After that, time kept moving faster than anyone could stop it. Before Alan even had a chance to fully settle into the news, another 3 months passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. One day, Evan came hurrying toward Alan with several skewers clutched in his hands. Still catching his breath, he called out, "Count." Apparently Deus went and created an entire night order. Alan nearly choked on the food in his mouth, his eyes widening as he jerked his head up. What? If he managed something like that, then he has to be at least at expert level or higher. In this world, swordsmanship was not some vague talent people judged by instinct. It had clear ranks that everyone recognized: sword user, sword expert, and at the very peak, the legendary swordmaster. Alan could hardly wrap his head around it. Deus had only been appointed not that long ago, hadn't he? But Evan confirmed the unbelievable rumors, saying people were already whispering that, within 10 years, the world might witness the birth of a 5th Master Knight. Alan's chest swelled with a quiet, fatherly pride before he could stop himself. He really is talented. Honestly, I'm quite proud of him. And still, time refused to slow down. The days folded into weeks, the weeks vanished into months, and another 6 months disappeared just like that. By then, an entire year had passed since the 5 children left the orphanage. Alan, meanwhile, had finally started getting used to the strange rhythm of life as a count. Then, while Alan was seated at his desk signing documents, Evan burst in again with another shocking piece of news. "Count, I just heard something very recent. Apparently, Deus has become a Sword of Caliban. That makes him the 5th Master Knight." Alan froze on the spot. The quill in his hand snapped cleanly between his fingers as he stared forward, stunned. Huh! His thoughts spun in complete confusion, unable to accept what he had just heard. But only swordmasters can become Master Knights, right? And Alan was not wrong. In Psychedelia, a swordmaster was a superhuman warrior who had gone beyond simply using an aura blade and had awakened a powerful, personal ability known as derivation. Alan stared at Evan, completely baffled. "So you're telling me Deus is already a swordmaster?" Evan immediately corrected him, keeping his tone precise. "To be more exact, he is just about to become one." Deus had not yet created his own derivation. Even so, the nation had still gone ahead and granted him the title of Master Knight. After all, he had already defeated the 4th sword in a duel, and on top of that, Caliban had lost one of its Master Knights to the Northern Barbarians. Alan slowly connected the facts in his head. Right? They've been at war for more than 10 years. Evan then laid out exactly how absurd this achievement really was. Learning to sense mana and move it properly took 15 years for most people. Reaching derivation usually demanded at least several more decades. Even Reinhardt, the first sword, had been 32 years old when he became the youngest Master Knight in history. Alan remembered Reinhardt clearly from the game. He had been an absolute monster of a character, a temporary companion who appeared during the 3rd main episode. There was no mistaking it. Reinhardt's strength had been ridiculous, and even with that level of talent, it had still taken him more than 20 years. Yet now, a child who had known nothing about swords had somehow reached the level of a Master Knight. A sudden thought flashed through Alan's mind. Wait, if Deus is only waiting to complete his derivation, does that mean he'll surpass Reinhardt as a swordmaster soon? Maybe I can start leeching off him sooner than I expected. But almost immediately, Alan pulled himself back from that thought. Or maybe not. Maybe I still can't. Even so, a small part of him could not help feeling slightly disappointed. I mean, the only one who sends me letters is you, Tia. Even after Tia went to the Holy Kingdom, she continued sending letters to him regularly. Those letters often carried updates about the deadly sins she had grown up with, which made it clear that they were still keeping in touch with one another. Alan let out a small sigh, his shoulders sinking a little. Even though they've never seen my face before, they could at least thank me for the gift. Honestly, it makes me feel kind of bad. But right after that, he mentally slapped himself back to his senses. No, back to the basics. I should already be more than grateful that they awakened as the 5 deadly sins and still haven't destroyed the kingdom. He turned his gaze toward the window, and a real sense of relief slowly settled over him. As long as they're doing well, that's enough for me. I'm happy. Meanwhile, far away in Kirtham, the capital of Caliban, the grand mansion of the illustrious solar eclipse knights stood with an air of prestige. Within its walls, the sharp sounds of training echoed, and polished steel flashed beneath the light. By a magnificent window, a lone figure in ornate armor stood quietly, his posture still as he gazed outward, lost deep in thought. This was Deus Macallion, captain of the solar eclipse knights and the youngest master knight ever to carry that title. His eyes lowered toward the courtyard below, where a young woman was walking closer beneath the open sky. She noticed him at the window, lifted her face with a bright smile, and called out warmly, "Ah, brother!" For a moment, a complicated rush of emotion crossed Deus' face. He quickly looked away, visibly flustered, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Even though a full year had already passed, simply thinking back on everything still made embarrassment rise in him. His thoughts drifted back to a terrifying memory from the past, to the moment when he had lost everything to those black things. He remembered standing there helplessly, forced to watch as shadowy tendrils dragged his sister away from him. That memory was a storm of uncontrollable rage and hatred, a crushing moment that left him with almost nothing except one small fragment of hope. Back then, darkness had swallowed him whole, and his spirit had been broken almost beyond recognition. Thrown into a dark cell and left to rot, Deus clung tightly to the only thing he still had. Then, in the middle of that despair, a light appeared before him. The fact that the great moon had saved his life was not, by itself, enough to make Deus swear loyalty to him. But because she promised that he would one day be able to take revenge with his own hands, Deus obeyed the orders given under the blue moon. For years after that, he served as part of their hidden organization, taking on dangerous missions while enduring harsh and brutal training. He paid no attention to his own safety or well-being. Every thought, every effort, and every painful step was poured into building the foundation for his revenge. Then one day he received his first personal order. The contents of the letter were simple. There was a small hotel in southern Caliban, and something had been left there for him. All he had to do was go there and take a look. Deus did not feel excitement when he read it. He simply headed to the location, wondering what could possibly be waiting for him there. And inside that sudden, unexpected message, he found the one thing he had believed was lost to him forever. Deus broke into a sprint, rushing toward what almost looked like a ghost from the past, a memory he had believed the darkness had swallowed forever. His feet carried him straight toward the girl quietly sweeping the floor, toward the other half of his shattered soul. This was the great moon's true gift. It was not a sword, not a pile of gold, and not some weapon meant to feed his revenge. It was the bond Deus had believed had been cut away from him for all eternity. He crashed into her with all the force of years of pain and longing, his cloak slipping from his shoulders as he pulled her tightly into a desperate embrace, as if letting go for even a second would make her vanish again. His sister stood frozen in his arms, stunned into silence as she stared up at him. Then her wide eyes began to tremble, tears gathering there as the impossible truth slowly settled into her heart. And for the first time in years, the stoic Deus finally broke down and wept. All the pain he had buried, all the loneliness he had endured, and all the rage that had kept him alive collapsed into an unstoppable flood of tears. Inside his heart, disbelief and joy crashed together like a storm. His little sister, the one he had mourned as dead, was standing right there in front of him, alive. He could barely force his voice out through the sobs tightening his throat. Slyly, pulling back just enough to see her face, he searched her eyes, desperate for answers. What happened after I lost you? Slyly, the sister he had spent years believing was gone forever, managed a trembling smile through her tears as Deus gently reached out and wiped one from her cheek. Later, the two of them sat together in a warm and quiet room, the heavy silence between them slowly softening as Slyly began to tell Deus everything. Her voice was gentle, but every word carried the weight of the years she had survived and the memories she had never been able to forget. After those things dragged her away from him, Slyly was thrown into a dreadful memory of a dark, tear-stained prison. In that suffocating darkness, she had no choice but to wait for her turn, and that wait stretched on for a painfully long time. She remembered the day she was finally brought before the sacrificial altar, when the turn she had dreaded for so long had at last arrived, and death seemed to be waiting right in front of her. But just as despair closed around her completely, a brilliant light tore through the darkness. A mysterious hand reached out, pulled her away from that fate, and gave her the chance to escape and survive. Even after that, her suffering did not end. Years later, just when she thought she had managed to keep living, she was nearly captured by slave merchants. This time, however, a mercenary named Evan appeared like a bolt of lightning. He cut down the men who were trying to take her and saved her life before they could drag her away. Back in the present, Siley continued softly. After that, I received precious medicine from the sponsor. She held up a letter, the very first one she had ever received from Alan. Written inside were promises of continued support and protection under the Palacio name, and it even mentioned her sibling. Looking at Deus with tears still shining in her eyes, Siley said, "I'm very grateful for everything he has done for me." Deus was completely shaken. The great moon Alan Palacio had known about her? He had protected Siley under his own name? His thoughts spun wildly. How could Alan have possibly known? How had the great moon known any of this? He gripped his own arm, the meaning behind it all washing over him in waves. He had never told anyone about his family, and Yusha had only realized that the Black Lamb had taken him. So how? Then, all at once, the answer struck him. The great moon was not merely powerful. He knew everything, like scattered pieces of a puzzle snapping perfectly into place. Every lingering doubt and every unanswered question Deus had carried about their mysterious benefactor disappeared in an instant. At last, he understood Yusha's unwavering, almost fanatical devotion. It had never been simple fear or blind anxiety. It had been certainty born from knowing the truth. He remembered the words she had once spoken, filled with a kind of self-doubt he had not been able to understand back then. A sword could not think for itself, could it? With a crushing clarity that hit him deep in the gut, Deus realized the truth. The foolish one had been none other than himself. His mind flashed back to the day the great moon gave him his new mission. He remembered the words of his benefactor, words that had sounded at the time like nothing more than a simple piece of encouragement. The promise that good things would happen. A single tear of overwhelming gratitude slipped from Deus' eye. Alan had already known everything, and even then, he had left a hint for the child who would be forced to survive alone. Siley looked at him with concern, noticing how suddenly quiet he had become. "Brother." Deus gently placed a reassuring hand on top of her head, steadying her with that simple touch. He had doubted. He had acted on his own like a disobedient sword, and yet the great moon had answered him only with generosity and mercy. Now Deus finally grasped the sheer scale of Alan's plans. Alan was not just a sponsor. To him, he was a godlike figure moving their fates like pieces on a board, all to secure their happiness. For years, Deus had lived by chewing on nothing but hatred and revenge. But now, the survival of his family stood before him as a gift beyond anything he could have imagined. Seeing his sister smile again, so happy and carefree, was a treasure he had long since convinced himself he would never hold in his hands. And now, Deus understood Yusha completely. In his heart, he thought, "You will also understand soon enough why I chose to follow that man." Yusha's faith had never been blind. It had been earned. And now Deus' faith had been earned as well. He had to repay Alan. His personal mission of revenge was over, and in its place, a far greater purpose began to take shape. He would become a master knight, the absolute peak of power in Caliban, and he would forge his own knight order, the solar eclipse, filled with the greatest swordsmen on the continent. Back in the present, Deus now stood as the captain of that very order. A subordinate approached him with a firm posture and reported, "Captain, it is time." With his right-hand man beside him, Deus walked past the rows of loyal knights standing ready. This expedition would become the first true stepping stone for the solar eclipse. The knights of the solar eclipse stood at attention, their strength and loyalty proving just how far Deus had come. His resolve did not waver for even a moment. He did not care what hardship might be waiting ahead. His hand tightened around the hilt of the legendary blade that had been gifted to him. He would keep moving forward as he waited for the day he could offer his gratitude, along with a recompense great enough to satisfy the man he owed everything to. With his sword raised high and a purple aura blazing around it, Deus was no longer a hollow vessel driven only by revenge. He had become a true knight, one ready to fulfill the purpose he had chosen. And so, the solar eclipse knights began their march into the frozen north, advancing toward the barbarian hordes and the first real test of their strength. Meanwhile, far away from that frozen battlefield, Alan was enjoying a rare and precious moment of peace. "Ah, Tilda, this is so peaceful." He stretched out lazily against a stone wall, surrounded by his books, and muttered, "Maybe it's because all my kids are grown up now, Tilda." But that calm moment did not last. A sudden gust of wind swept through, whipping around him and scattering his precious research notes into the air. "No! They're all flying away!" Alan yelped, flailing in a panic as he scrambled after the loose sheets fluttering just out of reach. After finally gathering his notes back together, he looked down at the messy handwriting covering the pages and grumbled under his breath. "Humph! Why did I have to write in cursive? From now on, I'm definitely going to write more clearly." Once he settled back down, he began carefully sorting through his findings, returning to the research he had focused on after coming back from the labyrinth. Alan looked surprisingly cute when he was buried in serious research mode, completely absorbed as he tried to make sense of every detail in front of him. His notes were filled with observations about the ancient magic system. Through his research, he had discovered that each phrase changed in its own distinct way. His first case study centered on one specific phrase: refraction. The phrase refraction could function as a reinforcement of imperfection in magic, strengthening a flawed spell and causing its range to spread outward in a dramatic way. But refraction did not stop there. Alan had discovered that it could also crush a spell's original form and alter the projectile itself, changing the spell's fundamental properties while it was still flying through the air. In his mind, Alan pictured it clearly. A spell racing forward, then twisting, warping, and changing its very state in the middle of its path before it reached the target. Another phrase he had spent time researching was blue light, a simple yet surprisingly effective modifier that strengthened parallel magic, especially spells that moved in the same nature as electricity. He thought back to the canyon, where he had used that power without properly understanding it and ended up casting a massive sphere of lightning. Then there was the line of diffraction, a phrase that added penetration and critical effects, turning an ordinary spell into something far more dangerous, like an armor-piercing strike that could land a devastating blow. Alan remembered the effect clearly. It was not the kind of blast that simply slammed into a target and stopped there. Pierced straight through, drilling past the surface with terrifying force. He had even written down the basic rules in his notes. Phrases could not be mismatched, the same phrase could not be repeated, and no more than 4 could be used in a single spell. Any more than that, and the spell would fail completely. Alan let out a tired sigh. With my mana hole, I can only use 1 spell per day, so figuring out even this much took forever. He also remembered just how difficult the research had been. In this world setting, the hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had already been forgotten for ages, which meant there was almost no information left for him to rely on. In the end, I had no choice but to research everything myself, Alan thought. Still, even though I only learned magic to protect myself, I somehow ended up having a little fun with it. Now, it was finally time to test it in practice. Electricity began crackling around his hand as Alan raised it and said, "Let's see what 2 months of experimenting can actually produce." He began moving his fingers through the exact hand signs required for the spell, each motion careful, intricate, and precise. A sphere of mana slowly gathered above his hand, swelling into shape as Alan began the chant with the first phrase. By eliminating the focal point inside the mana sphere, Alan deliberately created an imbalance, and that unstable disruption sparked into raw lightning. The first phrase was fixation, a word that stabilized the chaotic energy and forced it into a form that could actually be controlled. The scattered lightning began to gather together, coalescing into a bright, glowing orb that hovered in the air before him. Next, Alan chanted, compression. The shining orb immediately began to shrink, while the energy packed inside it grew denser at a terrifying speed. The lightning was squeezed tighter and tighter, forced into an increasingly smaller space until the air around it seemed to hum with pressure. The third phrase came next, breakdown. At that moment, the compressed energy violently shattered from within, turning unstable and dangerous, as if it was only waiting for the chance to be released. Finally, Alan chanted the last phrase, fleeting bloom, giving that explosive force its final shape and clear purpose. He stretched out his hand toward the volatile energy, taking command of the power before it could break loose on its own. A massive sphere of power rose into the sky, and then lightning crackled downward from it in brilliant, violent arcs. The spell erupted, not as a simple explosion, but as a magnificent tree-like structure made of pure turquoise energy, every branch snapping and crackling with lightning. Alan immediately made a mental note of the result. Oh, so the order matters too, Alan thought. When I used breakdown first, it failed. But before he could finish that thought, a shocked gasp rang out from a distance. Impossible! Alan whipped his head around, and his heart sank. He had not been alone after all. Standing in a nearby archway were 2 figures who absolutely should not have been there. One of them was the fiery-haired Kalia. Beside her stood an old man who looked as if his soul had nearly left his body, clutching his chest in complete disbelief. Alan immediately started to panic. As soon as he recognized the uninvited guest, one frantic thought shot through his mind. What Why is Kalia here? The old man stammered, his monocle nearly slipping from his face as pure shock overtook him. Ha! Using origin magic means he is at the caliber of a 7th circle mage. Alan had no idea what the old man was talking about. Origin? He thought, as a bead of cold sweat slid down the side of his face. The two onlookers stared first at the raw power still lingering in the air, then at the young man who had caused it. Alan could only stammer back in confusion. Origin magic? Me? Soon after, the scene shifted to Count Palacio's reception room. Kalia and an old mage named Viankel sat there in tense silence, both of them still shaken by what they had just witnessed. Kalia tried to steady herself, but a bead of sweat still traced down her temple. As she sat there, she thought back to the reason she had come to this county in the first place. I had 2 clear reasons for coming here. Her first reason was to determine Count Palacio's true intentions. To her, he was a mysterious wild card, someone who possessed enough influence to deal a devastating blow to her family if he chose to. Her second goal was even more ambitious. She wanted to measure the strength of the secret organization backing him, the hidden power that had allowed a no-name count to seize control of the powerful Palacio family. But now, every plan she had brought with her had been thrown into confusion. She glanced toward Viankel and thought, I never imagined I would see this arrogant mage trembling in fear. And Viankel had every reason to be arrogant. He was a 5th circle mage, a ruthless man banished from the magic tower for carrying out inhumane experiments, and someone powerful enough to wipe out an entire division of soldiers by himself. Yet there he was, trembling like a leaf. Kalia, his own sponsor, narrowed her eyes slightly as she thought. He is always so smug with me, but right now, I can actually sense his fear. I have never seen him like this before. Her thoughts raced as she tried to understand the overwhelming power they had just seen. The same question kept circling in her mind. Was that really origin magic just now? Just then, the door opened, and Alan Palacio himself walked into the room. His face was completely unreadable as he looked at them and asked, What brings you to the county? Kalia began to stammer out an excuse for her sudden visit, but Alan calmly cut her off before she could properly explain. He sat down across from them, his gaze steady and unmoving. I will not fault you, daughter of Zenonia. Kalia was taken aback by how composed he was. His calm, placid demeanor gave her no opening, leaving her unsure how she was supposed to respond. Alan leaned forward slightly, and his eyes sharpened. However, let me make one thing clear. He looked both of them straight in the eye before dropping the truth on them. What I used just now was not origin magic. With an expression so straight it almost made the statement absurd, Alan continued, If you really want to categorize my magical ability, then I am only at the 2nd circle. He then gestured toward Viankel. The mage beside you must have noticed that the magic has no effect at all. At the same time, Alan thought inwardly, Unfortunately, that spell can't actually be used for either defense or offense. A heavy pressure settled over the reception room, and an unspoken threat hung clearly in the air. The message behind Alan's words was obvious. Stay silent about what you just saw. Viankel, still pale and covered in sweat, understood the warning immediately. He forced himself to agree in a shaky voice. Why, you are correct. It seems I must have seen it wrong. Alan quietly let out a sigh of relief inside his heart. Phew, that's a relief. His small bluff had worked. Now that the misunderstanding had been dealt with, he went straight to the point. Good. Since that has been resolved, tell me why you came. Kalia tried to recover from the situation by offering a weak excuse. I thought I would visit you after finishing my business nearby. But Alan did not believe her for even a second. You do not actually have any special reason, do you? Alan pressed. With no proper answer to give, Kalia could only lower her guard and reply, No. Deciding he had heard enough, Alan rose from his seat to bring the meeting to an end. Unfortunately, I still have work to handle, so I cannot sit here for too long. Kalia and Viankel rose from their seats almost immediately, realizing there was no room left to continue the conversation. Kalia lowered her head politely and said, I understand. Thank you for giving us your time. We will take our leave now. But just as the two of them were about to step away, Alan suddenly spoke again, leaving them with a strange and unexpected piece of advice. If you need someone to speak with, Alan said calmly, I suggest visiting Duchess Altia. I have a feeling the two of you would get along rather well. Kalia visibly flinched at the name, caught off guard by the suggestion. Duchess Altia was no ordinary noblewoman. She was another major figure moving through the depths of the underworld. Even so, Kalia could not openly refuse Alan's words in that moment. She lowered herself into a polite curtsy and answered carefully, If that is what you recommend, then I will pay her a visit. A short while later, as Kalia and Viankel's carriage rolled away from the estate, Alan stood outside with Evan at his side, watching the carriage disappear down the road. Evan narrowed his eyes with suspicion. Why would someone from Zenonia, a ruined family from the West, come all the way here? Alan only gave a helpless shrug. I don't know. I honestly can't even guess why, Alan said, though deep inside, the pressure was already beginning to weigh on him. This was going to become troublesome. He could feel it. His mind immediately jumped to the worst possible outcome. If a false rumor spread that he could use origin magic, every dangerous lunatic with power in this dark fantasy world would come lining up to challenge him. As Alan turned and walked back inside, all he could do was hope his warning had landed properly. I really hope they understood what I meant. He let out a tired sigh, already dreading what might come next. There's no way Zenonia would actually visit Altia. They're rivals. Please, just don't drag this back to me. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Kalia immediately turned her attention to Viankel and pressed him for answers. Was the magic Count Palacio used really origin magic? Viankel looked as if he had aged 20 years in a single afternoon. He shook his head hard and answered, No, it was not. Kalia's confusion only deepened. Then why did you react like that back there? Viankel struggled to put the terror he had witnessed into words. Origin magic draws new laws onto the unchanging canvas of reality. It is a power only those at the absolute pinnacle of magecraft can touch. He swallowed hard, remembering what his magical observing I had seen. But what the Count used was different. I watched his magic directly. He wasn't drawing on the canvas, Viankel said, his voice trembling despite himself. He was tearing the canvas itself apart. The memory replayed in his mind with terrifying clarity. Alan had twisted the absolute and unchanging principles of magic. He had taken raw lightning, fixated it, warped it, and then completely collapsed the very law that governed it. And even after that law had been shattered, even after everything that should have held the spell together had been destroyed, the magic still took form. Viankel's voice cracked as he reached the conclusion that terrified him most. He manifested an impossible miracle. But even that was not the most horrifying part. What came after that was truly... Viankel's thoughts flashed back to the vision burned into his soul. Alan standing before a malevolent cosmic presence, an eyeball radiating pure dread. There was no mistaking it. That had been one of the great forgotten gods. The memory alone was too much for him to endure. Viankel clutched his head as a scream tore from his throat. Ugh, I have to stop thinking about it. Any more than this will be dangerous. He panted, trying desperately to steady himself. In my youth, I delved deep into forbidden lore and studied the magic of the Forgotten Era. I know what I saw. Then he looked straight at Kalia. His eyes filled with terror and awe, and gave her one final warning with absolute seriousness. Let me be clear. Do not oppose Count Palacio. Kalia responded with a quiet, knowing laugh under her breath. Ha! At last, she was beginning to understand just how enormous the game she had wandered into truly was. She finally grasped what Alan really was. He was not merely another player moving pieces on the board. He was the one rolling the dice from the shadows, quietly steering the fate of entire empires. His suggestion to visit her rival had not been a casual whim. It had been an order. A single tear rolled down Kalia's cheek, carrying both acceptance and resolve. I've already become his pawn. 5 months passed after that. By then, nearly 2 full years had gone by since the children Alan sponsored first left the orphanage. Inside his study, Alan was once again trying to keep track of the children under his care. Looking up from his desk, he called out, Hey, Evan. Evan entered the room, and Alan immediately asked, Did you find any new information? Even better if it's about the children. But Evan's answer was not what Alan expected. It is not about the children. Apparently, Zenonia County and Altia Duchy have formed an alliance. Alan's jaw dropped. What? The top 2 powers of the underworld formed an alliance. Evan nodded firmly. It is being treated as a secret underworld convention, but my sources are certain. Alan's thoughts immediately spiraled into panic. I only wanted my kids to live peaceful lives. So why do I now have 2 underworld masterminds forming an alliance that could throw the entire kingdom into chaos? Then he remembered his meeting with Kalia, especially the casual remark he had made about visiting Altia. Wait. Did she seriously take what I said back then that literally? He tried to brush the thought aside before it could consume him. No. It's probably just temporary. Kalia is way too cold and arrogant to maintain a real alliance. Even so, Alan could not shake the uneasy feeling building in his chest. Still, I should at least make some preparations, just in case. With an awkward expression, he began writing an apology letter to Kalia, trying to soften the bluntness of their previous conversation. Ahem, to Kalia. I apologize if I came across as too blunt. I am not very good with words. Alan looked down at what he had written and immediately cringed. I really hope this doesn't sound like I'm just making excuses. He handed the finished letter to Evan and said, I'll leave this to you, Evan. Then he gave him the instructions clearly. Send this to the daughter of Zenonia through the mercenary guild. And while you're at it, keep looking for news about the children too. After Evan left, Alan turned his attention to a letter from Yusha. Reading through it, he let out a worried sigh. I wonder how Radon and Sairang are doing. I haven't heard much since they arrived. When he pictured Yusha, one of the most volatile among the Sins, his concern only grew stronger. I just hope she isn't dead somewhere on the streets. Then he remembered the special gift he had mentioned in her letter, a key that could unlock her true potential. If she found the gift he wrote about, she should be able to rise to the pinnacle of all fighters, the Baba Yaga. That gift was the legendary essence of the Golden Mane tribe. It was an item that would not only increase her strength, but also purify her, preventing her from falling into corruption and instead allowing her to become a great wolfkin. Alan had also given her the location of his emergency funds. She's talented, so she'll be fine earning money on her own, right? He muttered, trying to reassure himself. Far away from Alan's estate, in the nation known as Desert Colony, strength was the law that ruled above all else. Across that harsh yet beautiful land of sand and sun, Sairang's new journey had carried her deep into a landscape where survival itself was a trial. Beneath the vast desert sky, Sairang stood alone and released a long breath of relief. Phew! She stretched her body, and the golden gauntlet on her arm gleamed beneath the light. MMMH. Finally, the trial is over. With a huge grin spreading across her face, she looked upward and thanked her mysterious benefactor. Oh, great moon! Thank you for the gift. Her gaze lowered to the powerful artifact, and a sly glint flashed in her eyes. I thought the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was nothing more than a legend. Hee. In that moment, the stories of her childhood collided with the reality in front of her. As it turned out, the things people used to tell her when she was little had not been mere fairy tales after all. In that moment, her mind drifts back to the old elders of her tribe, to the solemn way they once spoke of their bloodline and the pride buried deep in their history. Their voices echo clearly in her memory, telling her that they, the Wolfkin, were not ordinary beastkin at all, but descendants of the Golden Mane tribe, the ancient kings who once stood above every beastkin race. Even when she was still only a small child, barely able to understand the weight of those words, the elders had already told her about the glorious legacy sleeping inside their people. The elder's voice keeps flowing through her memories, carrying over the image of their legendary ancestor standing with overwhelming dignity. That sacred essence, he had said, was no ordinary treasure. It had been passed down for hundreds of years, and within it rested the strength, pride, and authority of their tribe. Now, back in the present, after enduring those merciless trials and finally taking the legendary item into her own hands, Sairang understands with absolute certainty that all those old stories were never just myths. A dazzling golden light suddenly bursts out around her body, wrapping her in a blazing aura as she accepts both the power now surging through her and the fate that comes with it. From this moment on, she is no longer merely Sairang, a sin. She is the one who carries the blood of a forgotten royal line, the rightful heir to a legacy that was nearly erased. As that truth settles inside her chest, her thoughts naturally turn toward Alan, the one man who opened this path for her. To her, the Great Moon is more than a distant figure. He is her benefactor. She remembers the terrible agony of those bio-experiments, the pain that pushed her body to the brink of death. And she remembers just as clearly that he was the one who pulled her back before her life could be completely crushed. Her eyes begin to burn with a fierce new purpose, sharp and unwavering. He gave her the strength she needed to take revenge on the black dragon that murdered her parents. After receiving something this precious, she knows there is no way she can leave that debt unpaid. The golden aura around her grows even wilder, swelling with her rising resolve. Deep down, she is certain Alan did not grant her this power just so she could remain an average gladiator among countless others. From here on out, she tightens her golden, clawed fist, and the determination in her grip feels as if it has been hammered into shape by fire, pain, and destiny itself. A savage, fearless grin spreads across her face, filled with a confidence she never had before. Then, with power ringing through every word, she declares what her path will be from this day forward. She must become the strongest gladiator, gather the scattered survivors of the Golden Mane tribe, revive their lost name, and with this power in her hands, bring down the black dragon once and for all. The instant her fist drives forward, a massive wave of energy detonates outward, blasting across the desert and making the very ground tremble beneath her feet. Then she lifts her gaze toward the moon above, her expression firm and almost reverent, and silently makes her vow. Everything she does from now on will be for him. And as Sairang stands there, ready to step onto the path of her new mission, an ancient prophecy seems to stir awake and echo across the land once more. After 500 long years, beneath the blue moon, the Golden Mane tribe, the great kings of the Beastkins, shall rise again. Meanwhile, back inside his study, Alan is quietly reviewing a stack of reports when Evan steps into the room, bringing fresh information with him. Evan has finally gathered some updates about the children, and the moment Alan hears that, he looks up from his papers and asks what he managed to find. Evan begins with Sairang, explaining that she has already started building a serious reputation for herself in the colony. People there have even given her the alias Golden Flash, and in the image that follows, a chibified version of her is seen tearing through gladiators like they are nothing. Golden Flash? Alan repeats inwardly, pausing for a second as the name scratches at his memory. For some reason, he feels like he has heard that kind of title somewhere before. Evan gives a knowing nod, as if the result makes perfect sense. In that land, strength is everything, and as long as someone has enough power, they can become almost anything. The colony runs on the rule of might, and Sairang is already proving she has more than enough of it. Alan then shifts the question to Radon. Evan answers that they have found a few pieces of information, but nothing they can fully confirm yet. From what little they know, Radon seems to be moving carefully and keeping himself out of sight. Without warning, Alan changes the topic and asks Evan whether he is busy. Evan immediately notices the strange look Alan is giving him and asks why he is staring like that. Then Alan casually throws an entirely new task at him, telling him to start preparing because it will take at least a month to reach the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower? Evan blurts out, completely caught off guard by the sudden announcement. He stares at Alan in disbelief, saying he has never even heard a word about this plan until now. Alan only tilts his head slightly, looking almost innocent as he asks whether he really never mentioned it before. Evan can do nothing but release a long, exhausted sigh. At this point, Alan suddenly dropping life-changing plans on him has become so normal that he can only suffer through it. Even so, the timing does not make sense to him. Evan points out that a whole month is far too long, since reaching the Green Magic Tower should only take about a week. Alan calmly corrects him, explaining that their destination is not the Green Magic Tower, but the Blue Magic Tower. The moment Evan hears that, everything clicks into place, because the Blue Magic Tower is located near Labyrinth City, which makes the journey far longer. After understanding the situation, Evan gives a resigned nod and heads out to begin arranging everything needed for their month-long trip. Once the room grows quiet again, Alan drops himself onto the sofa as if the strength has left his body. Just imagining an entire month trapped inside a carriage is enough to wear him out. But he has no choice. The item that can support his small, fragile, and precious mana hole is waiting there. His thoughts slowly drift toward Labyrinth City, and the name alone brings back a rush of nostalgia from his previous life as a gamer. Back then, he had spent countless hours grinding levels in that place. In the game Psychedelia, Labyrinth City was the classic grinding destination, famous for its enormous dungeon that stretched across layer after layer. The deeper players managed to go, the better the loot became, and because no one had ever completely cleared it, the place felt like an endless challenge. An old forum post even comes to mind, showing a player who had cheated their way down to the 150th floor, only to discover that the dungeon still kept going below that point. It was almost as if the developers had built it just to make players suffer, though the rewards were so valuable that people kept diving in anyway. The labyrinth is packed with powerful relics and rare artifacts, making it a treasure trove for anyone brave enough to descend into its depths. Because of all those relics, becoming an official magic appraiser is practically a golden ticket to wealth. That thought makes Alan remember Rinna, who is about to take her appraiser exam, and he feels confident that her natural talent will carry her through. Still, a faint worry lingers in his mind. Compared with the legendary items he handed to the other children, Rinna's gift was only a simple appraisal tool, and it feels a little lacking. Just to be safe, he decides he should send her some additional support. The scene then moves to that very city itself. Larthania, known as the City of Labyrinths, stands as a neutral territory with no ruler above it, drawing in explorers, mercenaries, and ambitious fortune seekers from every direction. Hidden away in a corner of the southern district, beyond rows of countless other shops, there is a discreet high-end appraisal shop that has quietly earned an almost legendary reputation. Its name is MYRD. Most of the people who come through its doors are nobles or A-rank explorers, and among its latest customers is someone even more important, the Lord of Larthania himself. Inside the shop, a masked woman stands before him and presents a lantern glowing with mana-lit flame, calmly announcing that the appraisal has been completed. The Lord's eyes widen in astonishment when he realizes the lantern is a relic that can be imprinted. Unable to hide his excitement, he quickly asks what new ability it has gained. The appraiser explains that from now on, even the smallest amount of mana will keep the flame burning for at least an hour. The Lord is overjoyed, immediately understanding that the item's efficiency has risen dramatically. He thanks her again and again before leaving the shop in obvious satisfaction. With the soft jingle of the doorbell, another successful transaction comes to an end, and the shop returns to its quiet atmosphere. Only after the customer is gone does the appraiser release a relieved sigh. She reaches up, removes the mask from her face, and reveals that the woman behind it is none other than Rinne. Rinne lowers her gaze to the mask resting in her hands, then turns her attention toward another item sitting on her desk. With a small sound of realization, she picks up a tool shaped like a spyglass and notes that this item can also be imprinted. That ability is the true reason her shop has become so famous. As its owner, she can bestow unique powers onto ordinary items. Carrying that thought with her, she walks toward the back room, each step steady and purposeful. As she moves, her mind returns to her benefactor, the great moon, and to the gift he once placed in her hands. In the room ahead, a glowing artifact floats above a pedestal, and the number displayed on it reads 247 out of 500. Rinne remembers the day Alan first told her to become an appraiser. At that time, she had no idea why he would guide her toward that path, and his reasoning seemed impossible for her to understand. Rinne already knew who Alan truly was. He was no ordinary noble, but a friend of Palin from the forgotten era of the Outer Gods, and she also knew the great purpose they were moving toward, the complete destruction of the Black Things. Even so, the instructions Alan gave her were strangely precise. She was to travel to Labyrinth City, Larthania, settle there, and become a magic appraiser. At first, that command felt completely disconnected from their enormous mission. Becoming an appraiser seemed far too ordinary, almost trivial compared to the task of saving the world. With a briefcase gripped in one hand, Rinne walked through the crowded streets of Larthania, passing between busy shops and streams of people, while confusion filled her mind. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand what appraising items had to do with killing the Black Things. But the moment she saw the gift Alan had prepared for her, everything suddenly began to make sense. Inside a dark, quiet room, a single object waited on top of a pedestal, as though it had been placed there just for her. That gift was the Eye of the Stalker, an artifact created to identify items below a certain mana threshold with incredible speed. On the surface, it was the perfect tool for someone who intended to work as an appraiser. Yet what Rinne discovered was something far beyond a simple appraisal device. Before her stood a powerful ancient artifact, wrapped tightly in glowing red chains that pulsed like seals holding back its true nature. When she reached out and placed her hand upon it, the seals could no longer remain intact. The instant her fingers touched the artifact, the chains shattered apart, releasing the hidden potential locked inside. The red chains broke down and crumbled away piece by piece, revealing the detailed golden eye hidden beneath them. Only then did Rinne understand that the Eye of the Stalker was not merely an appraisal tool at all. It was a growth-type relic, one that sought power for itself. At last, Rinne understood the real purpose behind Alan's command. If she wanted the strength to fight the Black Things, she had to awaken this item. The eye was a weapon, and in order to make it stronger, she would have to feed it sacrifices. She offered up the spyglass-like tool from earlier, and a bright beam of light shot out from it, flowing directly into the golden eye. This was not only one of the eye's abilities, but also the method for giving sacrifices to it. As the light was absorbed, the counter rose from 247 to 248. Rinne's expression hardened with grim determination as she held the artifact in her hands. Even after that offering, she still needed 252 more sacrifices before the eye would fully awaken. A faint smile touched her lips, but there was nothing easy about the task ahead. The eye only responded to high-tier relics, and whenever it raised a relic's stats, it absorbed a portion of that relic into itself, gradually transforming its own nature. And the danger was just as severe as the reward. If she offered the wrong item even once, all the progress she had built up until now would be erased, making every sacrifice a gamble with enormous stakes. But this was a task only Rinne could carry out. Accurately appraising high-tier relics and choosing the perfect sacrifices was possible for her because she had been born with the Library of Eternity. Everything she did was for the sake of killing the Black Things, and every step she took followed the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, after a long journey on the road, Alan and Evan's carriage finally arrived before the magnificent blue magic tower. The one who met them there was a woman with long blue hair, half buried beneath a mountain of scrolls and paperwork. This was Fenya Krazine, the 6th Circle Vice Tower Master, and judging by her sharp expression, she was not pleased to have her work interrupted. Without even softening her tone, she told them the Tower Master was absent and ordered them to state their business quickly before leaving. Alan and Evan stepped forward, and only then did Fenya finally lift her gaze from the scrolls, her cold expression remaining completely unchanged. Alan recognized her almost immediately. Fenya was a major character from the game's main storyline. Right now, she was only the Vice Master, but in the original story, she was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who reached the 8th circle at just 20 years old and eventually became the Tower Master herself. Alan also knew just how much influence the Magic Tower held. Its strength was not limited to magic alone. By monopolizing essential goods, the tower had gained political standing that could rival even the nobility. Even with that kind of authority behind her, Fenya's attitude still felt excessive to Alan. Keeping his composure, he introduced himself and explained his reason for coming, saying that, as he had relayed earlier, he was there to discuss the matter of the time gate. Fenya kept moving like a storm of efficiency, sorting through endless stacks of paperwork without slowing down. With clear irritation in her voice, she asked him what exactly he wanted. Alan leaned forward and delivered the statement that changed the entire mood in the room. He told her that he could eliminate the time gate. A time gate is a crack leading into a mysterious subspace, usually appearing in places where magic is used too frequently. Once it forms, it becomes a dangerous anomaly capable of causing serious damage to everything around it. These gates often unleash hordes of monsters into the surrounding area, and creatures as destructive as dragons can pour out from them, leaving devastation in their wake. Fenya looked at Alan with open disdain, her magic-enhanced eyes measuring his level of power in an instant. Seeing how little talent he appeared to have, she dismissed him coldly, asking what someone like him could possibly do before telling him to leave. Alan was thrown off, clearly flustered by how quickly she rejected him. This was not at all how he expected the conversation to go, and when he tried to protest, Fenya cut him off before he could properly explain. Her patience had already run dry. With biting sarcasm, she mocked the idea that he would eliminate the time gate and claim the treasure inside, acting as though she had heard the same ridiculous boast far too many times before. Then she slammed her hand down on the desk, her voice rising with irritation. She snapped at him, asking whether he had any idea how many people came to the tower every single day making the exact same claim. Alan tried to reason with her, looking almost like a kicked puppy under her glare. He insisted that he was telling the truth and asked her to guide him to the time gate so he could prove it, unable to believe just how stubborn she was being. But Fenya was not merely being stubborn. She was informed. Her voice dripped with condescension as she told him she understood what he was trying to do. Since people had begun whispering that he only became Count by sheer luck after his siblings died, she assumed he needed some grand achievement to turn public opinion back in his favor. The next instant, a crushing wave of mana pressure slammed down over Alan and Evan. Fenya warned him that even if he was desperate to repair his reputation, that did not give him the right to bring his business into the magic tower and cause a scene. Alan staggered backward, stunned that such a rumor had already begun spreading. Even Evan broke into a sweat beside him, whispering that her mana was no joke and that if they provoked her any further, she would fold them in half. Fenya's eyes glowed with raw power, and the pressure from her gaze alone seemed to pin both of them in place. This woman was terrifying. Alan and Evan both went pale as they realized just how far out of their depth they were. Fenya was not simply a workaholic buried in paperwork. She was a monster in human form. Still, Alan could not afford to back down. Steeling himself, he made a reckless offer. If he failed to eliminate the time gate, he would hand over his entire property to the magic tower. He met Fenya's gaze head-on, his voice firm and steady. If she wanted, he would even swear an oath, and for just a small amount of her time, he argued that the offer was not a bad deal at all. Fenya stared at him in silence, and for the first time, a faint crack of consideration appeared in her icy expression. Later, they stood before a massive, ornate door. With her arms crossed, Fenya told Alan that the time gate was inside, then reminded him that the moment he failed, all of his wealth would belong to her. Alan answered without hesitation that such a thing would not happen. Fenya watched him closely, her mind moving quickly behind that cold expression. She had been trying to decide whether Alan was some hidden mastermind or simply an incompetent man who had stumbled into good fortune. And after watching him so far, she was convinced it was the latter. A small smirk tugged at her lips. Her magical I could see his condition clearly. His mana hole was pitifully small, and his energy-sensing ability was barely average. At best, he was only around the second circle, which made the whole situation feel like a joke. Completely unaware of the thoughts running through Fenya's mind, Alan calmly walked toward the gate. Fenya knew something Alan apparently did not. Most time gates did not need to be closed at all. After around 3 months, once they spat out a relic, they would usually vanish on their own, and no mage had ever successfully closed one by force. However, the time gate inside the blue magic tower was different. It had been causing trouble for more than 2 years, lasting far beyond the normal period and refusing to disappear. Fenya spoke down to him one last time, saying that if he could not do anything, he could simply turn around and leave the room. But at that very moment, Alan cracked his finger. Fenya's eyes widened in shock. He was planning to use his hand as the medium instead of a staff. Casting magic directly through the hand was an ancient, almost mythical method, something closer to a legend or fairy tale than a technique used in the modern age. She began to tell him to stop imitating legends and leave Araya, but the words died in her throat as an unimaginable power suddenly flooded the room. In that instant, everything came to a halt. The air itself seemed to freeze solid, and Fenya realized she could not move even a single muscle. Her eyes widened in absolute terror. It was not only her body that had stopped. Everything around her had gone still. Through her magic-enhanced vision, she saw the entire world bleed into a terrifying crimson, and within the fabric of reality itself, a massive slitted eye slowly opened. Alan stands directly before the cosmic entity, his figure reduced to a dark silhouette against the overwhelming force pouring out from that apocalyptic presence. The air around him begins to crackle violently, as if the space itself can no longer endure the power gathering there, and reality twists and bends around his body. Then the enormous eye opens wider, its pupils stretching across the crimson world like something far beyond human understanding. Fenya remains completely frozen in place, not because of any ordinary restraint, but because pure, unfiltered terror has seized every part of her body. The cosmic eye Alan summoned turns its gaze toward the Vice Tower Master, and that single stare seems to pierce straight past her flesh and into the deepest part of her soul. It looks through the essence of the unknown itself, reaching into layers of reality that no mortal mind was ever meant to touch or comprehend. A wave of mental agony crashes over Fenya, and her thoughts begin to spiral out of control. The great eye keeps staring, its crimson pupil drilling into her very existence, forcing her to feel just how meaningless everything is before that impossible power. From the darkness of the void, an ethereal hand begins to form, glowing with the same apocalyptic force that has swallowed the entire room. The hand slowly descends toward Fenya, and all she can do is look up in helpless terror, unable to move, unable to resist, and unable to escape. In that instant, a voice rings out with absolute authority, commanding complete and total silence. The experience breaks something inside her. Fenya swallows hard, forcing her trembling voice to move, and finally manages to say that she understands his demand. As her will gives way, the terrifying eye above her finally begins to close, withdrawing its unbearable gaze from the world. The crimson color fades away, the frozen pressure disappears, and the calm blue glow of the time gate chamber returns around them as if none of it had ever happened. Alan remains standing with his back turned to her, looking completely untouched by the impossible, reality-breaking event he has just unleashed. Then, with only a soft hum in his voice, he calmly announces that the time gate has now been closed. Fenya is still struggling to process what she just witnessed, but Alan turns around as casually as if nothing strange happened. To him, it was easy, something he could handle with a special item and the right method. He raises the small black relic he has just obtained from the gate and states plainly that, as promised, he will be taking the relic from this time gate. Fenya, still terrified, begins to stammer in panic. She blurts out that she understands, and then immediately promises that she will not tell anyone. Alan is completely baffled by the way she reacts. For a moment, he can only stare at her and wonder why she suddenly agreed so easily. He is just about to say something else and clear up the situation, but Fenya cuts him off before he can get the words out. She starts bowing over and over in a frantic rush, insisting that of course she will stay silent. She swears she will not tell a single soul, claiming she is excellent at keeping secrets and begging him to believe her. Alan just stands there, utterly lost as he watches her sudden change in attitude. He cannot understand why she is acting so terrified and obedient out of nowhere. In the end, he decides it is better to leave. He tells Evan they should go home, but Fenya immediately scrambles after them and calls out for them to wait. Alan stops in his tracks, and although he tries to keep his composure, a single bead of sweat slips down his face as he wonders what she could possibly want now. Fenya rushes forward and presents a case filled with vials, explaining in a shaky voice that these are mana potions she personally made. She practically pushes them toward Alan, asking him to take them as a gift. Alan immediately understands the value of what she is offering. Mana potions made by the Vice Tower Master herself are not ordinary medicine. In fact, their reputation is practically legendary. Fenya nervously asks whether he likes them, while Alan stands there silently calculating their price in his head. Just 2 of these potions would be worth enough to buy a mansion, and the weight of that value makes the situation even more stressful. Alan can only assume this must be her way of thanking him for closing the gate, and he wonders if she is really that grateful. But Fenya is still spiraling inside her own misunderstanding, repeating that she will absolutely remain silent about the demand she believes he made. Then her eyes suddenly widen as a brilliant but terrifying idea hits her. She blurts out that they should make an oath of mana, while Alan and Evan can only stare at her in complete disbelief. Alan tries to stop her, asking whether there is really any need to go that far, but he is already too late. Fenya has begun the binding ritual, leaving him with the sinking realization that she has completely misunderstood something. Glowing blue chains burst up from a magic circle spreading across the floor, wrapping both of them in the force of the oath. Fenya raises her hands as if she is carrying out the most sacred ritual of her entire life, while Alan looks like a man who simply wants to leave and go home. Once the spell is complete, she gives him a proud, slightly manic grin and insists that this proves she is good at keeping promises. Alan, completely drained by the situation, can only sigh and accept that there is no way he can clear up this misunderstanding now. And just like that, Alan leaves the blue magic tower with exactly what he came for. The relic he wanted, 5 priceless mana potions, and a magical secrecy oath he never even asked for. Later, back inside the comfort of their carriage, Evan examines the relic with a doubtful look. He asks if this crude-looking thing is really the treasure from the gate, wondering whether it was worth all the trouble and whether it even works properly. Alan answers without much concern, saying he is not completely sure how good it is, but regardless of that, he still needs it. As he stares at the item now resting on his wrist, a small smile appears on his face. He feels relieved that he earned the mark of the corrupted, because this item can use its embedded gems to absorb mana from the air and store it inside. The bracelet begins to glow softly around his wrist, and Alan notes that although the amount of mana it can hold is not especially large, it is still more than what his tiny mana hole can contain. That realization immediately makes him feel a wave of exhaustion deep in his soul. He can hardly believe his own body has less mana capacity than a simple support item. Still, he quickly shakes off the depressing thought and justifies the new accessory to himself. This is not a combat item, he reminds himself. It is for magical investigation and self-preservation. He crosses his arms and gives himself a firm nod, deciding that this is good enough. For now, the bracelet will serve its purpose. Then Alan leans back in his seat, his mind still turning over the strange encounter at the blue magic tower. He cannot help wondering what exactly Fenya misunderstood back there, because her attitude suddenly shifted from hostile to overly polite in a way that made no sense to him. He remembers their departure, when he tried to make one thing clear by telling her that he was only a second circle mage. Fenya had simply given him a frantic thumbs up while sweating heavily, saying that she knew, and that he certainly looked like one too. That answer left Alan wondering whether she had actually been mocking him right to his face. After thinking about it for a moment, he realizes her reaction feels strangely similar to how Kalia behaved last time. The terrified faces of Kalia and her mage flash through his mind, and Alan starts to feel a little uncomfortable with how often this kind of reaction keeps happening around him. Meanwhile, Fenya stands behind and watches their carriage leave, the same strained, terrified smile still fixed on her face. Alan can only tell himself that he will probably never have to see her again, so whatever misunderstanding happened there should not matter too much. As he gazes out the carriage window, Alan's plans continue moving forward, while he remains completely unaware of the trail of traumatized geniuses he is leaving behind him. The scene moves to the lavish halls of the Altia ducal house, where every corner speaks of wealth, authority, and old noble prestige. There, Duchess Loria personally greets the guest who has come to visit her. With a refined smile, Loria welcomes her warmly, saying that it has been quite some time since they last met, and that she hopes Lady Kalia will find her stay in the estate comfortable. Kalia answers with a graceful smile of her own, her expression calm and familiar. Of course, she says, calling her Altia, and admits that she is genuinely pleased to see her again. Loria continues in a softer tone, confessing that being around Kalia always puts her at ease. Between the two of them, there is no need to constantly weigh rank, influence, or power like other nobles do. Kalia adds that, once again, Count Palacio's foresight has astonished her. A knowing look passes through her eyes as she remembers Alan's advice clearly, telling her that she should visit Duchess Altia. Kalia thinks back on what happened after she obeyed that instruction. The moment she followed his order and came here, she quickly began to understand what Alan had truly meant. Her memory returns to their first secret meeting in a moonlit garden, where pale light washed over the flowers and shadows covered their conversation. It was there that the two women realized they were both being guided by the same man, Count Palacio. The shock of that discovery still lingers in both their minds. They had once thought of each other as possible rivals, but in truth, they were not enemies at all. They were pieces being moved across the same board. Once they understood that their alliance had been formed according to the Count's will, any struggle for dominance between them became meaningless. There was already an absolute number one above them, and that person was Alan. And from that shared realization, a real friendship quietly began to form. Two of the strongest women in the West, both powerful in their own right, found themselves united by the same unseen hand guiding them from above. Back in the present, Loria moves straight to the reason for Kalia's visit. Their next planned meeting is still a month away, so she asks why Kalia came so suddenly. Kalia gives a small smirk and explains that the Count sent her a letter, using her visit as the excuse. Loria takes the letter from her, and her expression quickly turns serious as her eyes begin moving across the words written on the page. On the surface, the letter looks strangely simple. It contains an apology about certain nobles complaining over Kalia's visit, along with a casual remark that Alan does not have many noble friends. Kalia watches Loria read it in silence before speaking. To an outsider, it may look like nothing more than a polite apology letter, but both of them understand that it is actually an order. Loria's eyes narrow slightly, and without needing any further explanation, she shows that she agrees with Kalia's interpretation. Kalia explains that this is exactly why she thought she needed to bring it to Loria right away, even as a bead of sweat begins sliding down her cheek. Loria then focuses on the line where Alan claimed he did not have many noble friends, and the sarcasm behind it becomes impossible to ignore. After all, they know he has already spoken with Baron Kinia from the aristocratic faction, Marquis Malentino from the royalist faction, Viscount Valanda and Duke Paul Dion. He has met major figures from both sides. A single drop of sweat rolls down Loria's face as the true implication of those connections begins to settle heavily in the air between them. Kalia's eyes turn cold as the pattern becomes clear to her. In a flat, controlled voice, she reaches the conclusion that Alan does not favor either the aristocratic faction or the royalist faction. A frightening question hangs between them, too dangerous to say casually but too obvious to ignore. Is he telling them to eliminate them all? Loria takes a shaky breath and says they need to use common sense here, while Kalia quietly agrees. Then the last piece of the puzzle seems to fall into place. The answer is terrifying, but at the same time, it carries the thrill of a grand ambition. Alan wants to push out the existing nobles and establish an entirely new regime. Kalia says with grim certainty that this must be the correct interpretation. Loria whispers her agreement, as if the entire foundation of the world around her has just shifted beneath her feet. A sudden wave of clarity washes over the Duchess. Now she understands why Alan made her the Duchess in the first place. He needs the prestige, authority, and power carried by the House of Altia. Kalia's smile slowly returns, but this time, it is filled with ambition rather than simple amusement. She says that she believes Loria's conclusion is exactly right. Then Kalia leans forward, her eyes gleaming with purpose, and suggests that it is time for them to discuss the actual plan. Meanwhile, inside a very messy office at the Blue Magic Tower, the real Tower Master has finally returned after his long absence. The man is stern-faced, with white hair and an imposing presence, but the news waiting for him leaves him completely stunned. Count Palacio closed the time gate? He glares down at Fenya, who is slumped unconscious over her desk, completely knocked out by the mental and emotional trauma she suffered. He demands a much more detailed explanation. And while the tower is trying to understand the man who traumatized a Sixth Circle genius, Alan himself is somewhere else entirely, getting absolutely defeated by a piece of roasted sweet potato. After escaping the stiff atmosphere of the magic tower, Alan and Evan are relaxing beside a campfire when Alan nearly meets his end because of a starchy vegetable. Evan quickly rushes to his side and asks if he is all right, while Alan clutches his throat and thinks that he almost choked on the sweet potato. After coughing and finally regaining his composure, Alan admits that the sweet potato is actually pretty good. Evan hands him a water skin, and Alan accepts it with obvious gratitude. As the sun begins to set, the exhaustion from the past month finally catches up with him all at once. Alan lets out a heavy sigh and thinks that he just wants to go home, but even then, his work is not over. His thoughts drift toward one of the children, and he realizes it should be about time Yusha received his letter. Far away, beneath a wide star-filled sky, the bells of a grand cathedral begin to ring through the quiet night. A lone figure dressed in white walks through a garden filled with lilies, her steps silent, steady, and filled with quiet purpose. As she draws closer, the shadows shift just enough to reveal a glimpse of her face. There stands Yusha, wearing a nun's habit that draws the eye far more than it should, with long silver hair flowing around her, blood-red eyes shining beneath the night, and a smile charming enough to tempt angels and devils alike. Meanwhile, back at the Blue Magic Tower, the man in charge has truly returned. Salim Mikado steps into his domain and calls for Fenya, his disciple, announcing that he is back. But almost immediately, he senses that something is wrong. He looks around with a faint frown, noticing that the chaotic energy of the time gate, which should have always been present, has completely vanished. Wondering what happened in his absence, he stands there as Salim Mikado, the 8th Circle Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. His question is answered the moment he enters his office and finds his prized disciple, the genius Vice Tower Master Fenya, looking as though she has gone 12 rounds with a reality-bending horror and lost badly. He calls out Fenya's name, and she slowly lifts her head in a dazed, exhausted state. In a flat voice that has none of her usual fire, she tells him he has returned and says she finished the work he entrusted to her. The Tower Master is completely taken aback. He points at her in disbelief, asking what happened and whether something serious occurred, especially because she is not even getting angry at him like usual. Before he can question her further, Fenya's strength gives out, and she faceplants straight back onto the desk. Mikado is utterly bewildered by the sight. This is not the disciple he knows at all, and to understand why her current state is so strange, his mind goes back to the kind of person Fenya has always been. Fenya became Vice Tower Master at an incredibly young age because of her prodigious talent. But that overwhelming talent also came with an ego large enough to rival the magic tower itself, and her arrogance and careless attitude were infamous. She was so abrasive that Mikado remembers her making a rookie cry, and that had apparently been the 77th time. Her personality alone was practically a weapon of mass destruction. Even so, Mikado never made any serious attempt to fix her attitude. He believed that once she eventually reached the seventh circle and experienced the true vastness of magic, humility would naturally come to her on its own. He had been waiting for that day in the long term, which makes her current traumatized behavior even harder to understand. Scratching his head with a nervous laugh, he wonders if his long business trip to the north left her with too much work during his absence. Fenya only looks up at him, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. The drained look in her eyes, mixed with lingering terror, makes it obvious that this was not just simple overwork. After receiving a brief and extremely vague explanation, Mikado tries to piece the situation together. Standing near a rack of Fenya's famous potions, he mutters that Count Palacio apparently closed the time gate. He crosses his arms and looks down at his strangely subdued disciple. Then he asks if she cannot explain exactly how it happened because she made an oath, and Fenya can only answer with a small, hesitant nod. With a weary sigh, Fenya turns her gaze away and says there is not much she can explain in detail anyway. That is all she can say, and every trace of her usual energy seems to have been drained out of her. Mikado's eyes widen as realization finally strikes him. A sly grin slowly spreads across his face as he thinks that the force capable of making Fenya this meek could only be some incomprehensible magic, or perhaps even origin magic itself. To test his theory, he reaches out and pats her on the head, waiting for her usual explosive reaction. But Fenya is so frightened and drained that she does not even try to swat his hand away. She simply shuts her eyes and accepts the head pat in silence, looking completely broken. For Mikado, this is nothing short of a historic event. Mikado leans back, his thoughts moving quickly. A man who accomplished what even he could not, and a man who managed to humble the proudest genius in the entire tower. Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom. The name lingers in his mind as his smile sharpens with interest. Interesting. Very interesting. 1 full month passes after Alan's reality-shattering visit to the Magic Tower, an incident that everyone involved still completely misunderstands in their own way. Back at his own estate, Alan finally settles down to focus on serious research. After obtaining the Mark of the Corrupted, he can now use magic more frequently, which means he can properly study his strange phrase magic instead of only testing it in tiny bursts. He has been writing careful notes, filling his notebook with observations from each attempt. Through repeated practice, he has learned that similar phrases can produce new effects when they overlap, and as he taps his pen against the page, he wonders if certain phrases need to be prepared in advance for the effect to stabilize. Alan mutters to himself while scratching his head, thinking that the results might depend on how and where he sets the phrases, though he still cannot be certain. Just then, Evan approaches and looks over the aftermath of Alan's practice with clear admiration on his face. Evan remarks that every time he sees Alan's magic, it seems even stronger than before. Alan, trying to keep his expression calm, only answers casually and asks if that is really the case. But Evan does not back down from what he saw. He insists that Alan's magic never felt like ordinary second circle magic to begin with, and compared to just a few months ago, it now seems to have climbed to an entirely different level. Then Evan points toward the training grounds, where a massive crater has been carved into the earth. He says that an average gravity spell should not be able to create something like that, and the evidence lying right in front of them is hard to ignore. Alan knows better than anyone that gravity is only a second circle spell, and by normal standards it should never produce this level of destruction. Yet with the crater staring back at him, a thought slips into his mind. Maybe he really has been getting stronger, and maybe it is not just his imagination. Evan's expression only reinforces it as he tells the Count that his magic is truly interesting. Alan quickly rejects the idea that this is merely the result of improved proficiency. After all, greater magical proficiency should mean better precision and better realization. That has to do with control, not a sudden increase in raw destructive force. He also understands that his phrases work more like trigger words that alter the attributes of a spell, rather than simple commands that multiply its power. It is closer to changing how a lamp shines, shifting from ordinary illumination to something like concentrated or blinding light. The effect changes, but that alone should not cause such an explosive leap in power. Alan has spent months researching his gravity spell, and the charts he made all show the same thing. Fine-tuning the phrase array only produces steady, gradual improvement. A sudden spike this dramatic simply does not match the data he has collected. He shakes his head and tries to force the thought aside. It must be an illusion, he tells himself, because otherwise the whole thing makes no sense. Just as his thoughts are about to spiral, Evan interrupts him and says he came to deliver Yusha's letter, which has just arrived. Alan takes the letter from Evan and thanks him. Then he says he will return to his room and read it slowly when he has time to sit down properly. As they start walking back, Alan mentions that he is finished with training for the day. He has already used magic all 3 times he can manage in a single day, and his tiny mana hole still refuses to be generous with him. Still, Evan's comment has planted a troubling seed in his mind. Alan keeps wondering what reason there could be for his magic to suddenly grow stronger. He racks his brain for a possible explanation and briefly considers whether it could be some kind of curse. There is an Eastern ritual where the caster sacrifices something of themselves to curse another person, or even themselves, causing the target to suffer a loss while gaining some kind of reward. But he dismisses the idea almost immediately, since no one from the East is around him. His next thought is even more absurd. Maybe the strength is coming from receiving faith. The idea leaves him trailing off, hanging awkwardly in the air. Then Alan remembers exactly who he is. A count from a small kingdom that even the underworld had mostly ignored. The idea that anyone would seriously have faith in him feels so ridiculous that it almost becomes funny. No matter how he looks at it, that explanation makes no sense. In the end, Alan gives up and decides to leave the mystery alone for now. Sometimes, he thinks, a person just has to forget about troublesome questions and keep living. Completely unaware of the truth, he shrugs it off, assuming nothing bad will happen because of it. Far away from Alan's estate, the scene moves to the magnificent holy kingdom of Rosario and its capital, Ryanal. Within the pure white city of Chironia, where people worship the goddess of the moon and peace, a familiar figure appears inside the Eastern prayer house. It is Yusha. As she arrives, a paladin named Sir Lok approaches her with formal respect and greets her deeply as sister. Yusha returns his greeting with a gentle smile, asking Sir Lok in a calm and graceful voice whether he has been well. Lok is already a full-fledged paladin, while Yusha is still only a low-ranking nun, not even wearing the sash of holy grace that marks higher status within the church. Even so, Lok knows very clearly that he must treat her with sincere respect, regardless of what her official rank may say. He begins giving his report, explaining that this time, they were able to save 8 children and 25 lives from a small village located between the eastern and western regions. Then he looks at her with genuine gratitude in his eyes and says that it was all thanks to her. Yusha humbly shakes her head, refusing to take the credit for herself. She tells him that he was the one who actually carried out those good deeds. But Lok insists otherwise. He says that she was the one who taught him, an ignorant man, and as he speaks, his gaze drifts toward the statue of the goddess. He says he will always be grateful for that, and his mind slips back into the painful memories of his past. For 20 years, he lived in despair because he could not even feel divine power, and he had come so close to giving up entirely. The sword that had once represented his dream of becoming a paladin had turned into nothing more than a heavy, useless piece of steel in his hands. He remembers sitting alone in the darkness, his spirit crushed beneath the weight of failure, with every trace of hope for becoming a paladin nearly gone. It was at that lowest moment, when despair had swallowed him completely, that Yusha appeared before him. Her voice cut through the darkness, telling him that if there was something he desired that desperately, then there was still one thing he could try. Her silhouette stood beneath the night sky, with the crescent moon hanging above her like a silver crown. Then she told him to try placing his faith in the moon. Lok was completely baffled by her words. Sweat gathered on his brow as he repeated the word back to her, unable to understand why she would tell him to believe in the moon. Yusha's red eyes glinted faintly as she gave him a cryptic smile. She told him that once he actually did it, he would understand for himself. At that point, Lok had already hit rock bottom. He thought that if he was desperate enough to try anything, then he might as well follow her words, and with that, he forced himself to gather his resolve. And so, he prayed, not to the goddess in the way he always had before, but to the moon exactly as Yusha had instructed. Then, against all expectation, a miracle truly occurred. Golden light surged through him, filling both his body and his blade with the divine power he had longed for across 2 painful decades. At first, he was ecstatic, but that joy quickly gave way to fear. He worried that, in one moment of temptation, he had placed his faith in the moon instead of the goddess Chironia, and that he might have stepped onto the path of heresy. Yet before long, he realized something important. All power borrowed from the gods was fundamentally the same. His divine abilities worked without flaw, and even the holy artifacts blessed in the name of the goddess Chironia shone brightly in his hands, proving that the power he wielded was real and righteous. Back in the present, Lok finally asks the question that has haunted him ever since that fateful night. Why did Yusha tell him to believe in the moon? Yusha turns toward him with a serene expression, speaking as though she is sharing a simple truth. Faith, she explains, is born from belief in something unseen, but it often takes a very long time for that belief to truly take shape. She continues with a small smile resting on her lips, saying that it is always easier to obtain what one needs from something that clearly exists. Then she gestures toward the window, where the moon hangs quietly in the sky above them. The moon, she tells him, will always be with him. The meaning finally dawns on Lok, and his eyes widen as understanding begins to settle over him. He pieces it together at last. The goddess is also connected to the moon itself, and for doubtful humans, this is a way to believe with certainty. It is a truth so simple and yet so profound that he had never once considered it before. Tears of gratitude rise in his eyes as he bows deeply before Yusha. With his voice full of emotion, he thanks her from the bottom of his heart. Yusha simply stands there in the moonlit hall, calm and graceful, like a quiet pillar of faith beneath the gentle glow. Then she turns to him with a warm, inviting smile and says that if he truly wants to express his gratitude, they can pray together. Lok's face brightens with devotion the moment he hears her words. Placing one hand over his heart, he says he could do that over and over again. A sharp glint flickers through Yusha's crimson eyes, carrying something sly, calculated, and strangely powerful beneath that calm expression. Yusha guides him all the way to the towering doors of the main chapel, her pace steady and unhurried. Then, without looking surprised at all, she tells him that he arrived at the perfect moment, just in time for prayer. A great many believers have already gathered inside, and as the chapel doors swing open, the space beyond is revealed to be packed with worshippers from end to end. Yusha steps into the chapel aisle and begins walking forward with quiet confidence. The moment she enters, every gaze in the room naturally shifts toward her, as if her very presence pulls attention like a force. Around her, the gathered followers remain deep in prayer, their heads bowed and their devotion filling the hall. With graceful, measured steps, Yusha ascends to the pulpit. The colored light pouring through the stained glass washes over her figure, surrounding her in an almost otherworldly glow as she prepares to stand before her flock. She reaches the podium and gently places one delicate hand upon it, her fingers resting there with practiced elegance. Then, with a voice that carries clearly through the entire chapel and a single gesture that draws every eye to her, Yusha begins her sermon. Now then, she says with calm authority, let us pray. But the prayer that leaves her lips is not offered to the goddess Chironia. Instead, Yusha lifts her gaze toward the heavens above and solemnly declares her devotion to the great moon. A sly, deeply satisfied smile curves across Yusha's lips as she holds her rosary in her hand, quietly bathing herself in the pure and unquestioning faith flowing from her followers. This is Yusha Blusha, sister of the Holy Kingdom, Rosario. And without Alan realizing it, the faith pouring out from her fast-growing moon cult has become the very reason his magic has been receiving that mysterious surge in power. Meanwhile, back in his office, Alan is finally working his way through the mail that had piled up, and among the letters waiting for him is yet another one from Yusha. Alan lets out a tired sigh as he reads through it. Today's letter is nothing unusual either, just the usual bits and pieces about everyday life. He lowers his head onto the desk, looking drained. On one hand, ordinary news means everyone is living safely and peacefully, and that should be a good thing. He knows that. He really does. But still, a miserable groan slips out of him as an invisible dark cloud seems to gather over his head. Even if everyone is doing well, it still hurts that Yusha is the only one who keeps sending him letters. Alan tries to talk himself through it, forcing himself to view the situation from their side. From their perspective, he is just some mysterious mister they have never actually seen before, probably nothing more than a kind stranger who helped them out. He taps the letter lightly with his fingers, trying to cling to the positive side of things. After all, he already accomplished his real goal. He guided them onto a better path so they would not destroy the world. So, logically, there is absolutely no reason for him to feel sad. Alan forces himself to breathe slowly, trying to sink into some imaginary state of perfect calm. No reason to be upset. None at all. Just breathe. Inner peace. But the irritation immediately starts bubbling back up inside him. Yusha must be busy too, and yet she still writes to him regularly without fail. He understands that very clearly, and that only makes it sting more. The poor man is spiraling straight into a parental crisis. He raised 5 kids, and yet only the eldest seems to acknowledge all the effort he put in. He tells himself he is fine, but his expression says otherwise. Just then, A voice cuts clean through his gloomy thoughts. "Count, are you busy?" Alan jolts so hard he nearly jumps out of his chair. His heart clearly not ready for company. "Whoa," he blurts out, "you scared me." He hurriedly pulls himself together, straightening up as if nothing embarrassing just happened. With a small cough, he tries to regain his composure and asks, "You are still here?" Standing there is Evan, holding a small card in his hand. He answers politely that he has received some information about the kids from the Information Guild, and because of that, he came to report to Alan right away. Alan's interest immediately sharpens. "Oh really?" he says, lifting his head. Evan begins carefully, bringing up Radon first, since Alan had asked about him the previous time. Evan steps forward and, with the calmest expression imaginable, drops the news like a bomb. Radon is a pirate now. For a moment, Alan's mind completely stops working. Question marks practically float above Alan's head as he stammers and asks Evan to explain that in more detail. Inside his mind, an absurd image appears of Radon smiling in a straw hat, casually greeting him with, "Mister, have you been well? I have become a pirate." Alan can barely process what he is hearing. Evan takes a seat so he can deliver the report properly. Before getting to the rest, he explains that the ones surrounded by the most rumors right now are Sairang and Deus. Sairang appears crackling with energy, standing over a defeated opponent with the confidence of someone who has no intention of stopping. She has already achieved a 32-win streak out of the 100 victories required to become the Baba Yaga. In other words, she is steadily turning into a legendary nightmare of the fighting world, which is impressive in the most alarming way possible. Alan stares in disbelief. A 32-win streak? The number alone is enough to rattle him, and then another thought immediately hits him. Wait, the fighter with the longest streak is the Lion King with a 41-win streak. A memory from the game flashes through Alan's mind, showing the Lion King as an absolute monster of a character, the kind of powerhouse who once temporarily joined the player's party. That colony depends on numerous exceptional individuals to display and maintain its military strength, using each powerful fighter as proof of its overwhelming force. Alan rubs his chin, his expression turning genuinely troubled. Is she really about to surpass the very top of the colony? The little cat girl he once guided is now growing into a terrifying monster of a fighter. Evan then shifts to the next part of the report. As for Deus, he says, indicating the information in his hand as he prepares to explain what happened. Deus appears clad in dark armor, standing proudly in the middle of a snow-covered battlefield with his order's banner raised behind him. His order has successfully executed one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfield. Evan continues, explaining that Kurga was the leader of those who transform themselves into monsters through rituals. Then he looks to Alan, asking if he knows about them. The image of a massive barbarian chief comes into view, hulking and brutal, gripping an axe with the kind of presence that makes it obvious these enemies are not to be taken lightly. Alan's face darkens with a grim look. He knows them all too well. Back when this was still a game, he had to fight the barbarians directly and even eliminate their god, Altalus. He exhales in relief, thankful that he does not have to deal with them in person now. Altalus only appears after the 5 deadly sins gather together, and clearing that part was painfully difficult. Alan quickly pieces the situation together and clears his throat. In that case, he supposes there is no need to worry about Deus anymore. With this achievement, Deus is now regarded as being on the same level as Reinhardt, the first sword. Evan quietly gives a subtle thumbs up. Alan leans back in his chair with a faint pout on his face. Maybe he really should have gone to meet Deus after all. It would have been touching, and now the regret is starting to hit him hard. Evan keeps going, bringing up the image of a modest little shop. As for Rinna, who became an appraiser, she is now able to imprint black engravings that strengthen an artifact's abilities. Alan looks genuinely impressed and murmurs that something like that actually exists. Interesting. Seems she is doing just fine on her own. But Alan's thoughts immediately snap back to the one piece of news that shocked him the most. He leans forward over the desk, his face tense with stress and disbelief. So, he asks again, Radon really became a pirate? Because that is the part Alan cannot just move past. Evan starts to sweat slightly, his expression tightening as he prepares to clarify the situation. About that, he says. Evan explains that in the 7 archipelagos ruled by the great pirates, Radon has become the captain of the first archipelago, the largest of them all. At the same time, Radon appears looking every bit like a dashing pirate captain, standing with the kind of confidence that makes the title feel painfully real. Alan's soul practically leaves his body on the spot. He can only stare in horror and mutter that this is impossible. He buries his face in one hand, overwhelmed by the disaster unfolding in his mind. A pirate? No, that was absolutely not why he sent Radon to Raxus. Somewhere along the way, the plan has veered completely and catastrophically off course. Evan tries to explain how things ended up this way. Radon is an extremely rare sea godkin, which makes him naturally suited to the water, and on top of that, he has a talent for locating enemies. Evan adds that the oceans of Raxus are full of precious relics, so he recommended that Radon become a treasure hunter. It was a career path that Alan himself had approved at the time. Evan continues, trying to make the situation sound reasonable. A captain among the great pirates is practically the same as the lord of an island, which means Radon has become a very important figure. He is clearly trying to frame pirate lordship as a successful career move, but Alan is not remotely convinced. Alan leans closer, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He can accept the explanation only so far, but one question still bothers him. How exactly did Radon manage to eliminate the captain of the first archipelago? Evan reminds him that every captain is a superhuman in their own right, and none of them would ever lose a naval battle to ordinary opponents. These are not simple swashbucklers running around on boats. Then, all at once, a thought lights up in Alan's head. Maybe Radon only salvaged the truly valuable gems, hidden among the relics of the old era. Alan's thoughts snap back to his old gamer days, when he used to sit hunched over his phone, grinding the treasure hunter minigame for hours just to chase after a decent relic. If Radon wanted the best relics, then maybe he had to prepare himself by climbing all the way into the captain's seat. At least to Alan, that is the only explanation that comes even close to making sense. He sinks heavily into his chair, looking completely wrung out by the realization. Alan already knows the world rarely bends in the direction he wants, but this particular outcome tastes especially bitter. Having a son figure turn into a pirate is simply too much for his heart to handle. Evan sees the Count's spirit practically trying to leave his body for the second time and immediately hurries toward him in concern. "Count?" he asks, watching Alan's lifeless reaction with growing alarm. "Are you all right?" Far away from Alan's office, the view shifts across the sea to Raxus, a colossal maritime city rising proudly above the waves. At first glance, Raxus looks like a beautiful tropical paradise, with bright waters, warm skies, and a dazzling surface that seems almost too peaceful. But beyond that shining coastline waits the truth of the region. 7 pirate paradises spread across the sea, and among them, the largest and most powerful is the first archipelago. There lies the shattered sword of the former captain, the great pirate Alcride the Red Slayer. He was a man said to have gained the Heavenly King's protection through wealth, standing above others with that stolen prestige. But Alcride's rule has already come to an end. A devastating blow brought down the old ruler, and a new figure has stepped into his place. Radon, the boy Alan once sent away to become a treasure hunter, now holds the title of captain himself. And yet, despite becoming the new captain, Radon does not look triumphant. A troubled sound slips from him as his thoughts begin to weigh heavily on his face. He sits alone in a high place overlooking the city, the lights and movement below stretching out before him while he remains still, lost deep in thought. No matter how long he turns it over in his mind, he still does not understand. One question keeps circling inside his head, strange and impossible to ignore. What exactly is the Great Moon? He had heard Yusha speak about it so many times, but he had never truly cared enough to think about it deeply. At first, to him, the Great Moon had simply been the person the first was grateful to. Nothing more than that. And of course, the person behind that name was Alan. Radon's memories pull him backward into the life he nearly lost. He had been destined to die as a vivisection slave, nothing more than a body to be carved apart. But because of Alan, he met Yusha, and through that meeting, his own ability awakened. To Radon, it honestly felt less like he was serving some distant power and more like he was simply following Yusha's orders while carrying out his work as the Blue Moon. So when he received a direct order from the Great Moon beneath the glow of that same moon, the meaning of it would not settle in his mind. He reads the order again, his eyes fixed on the words, but he still cannot understand what it is truly asking of him. Lying alone on a rooftop, Radon stares upward and questions the path placed before him. What is the point of becoming a treasure hunter? The thought alone makes disgust rise in his chest, stirring a deep revulsion he cannot easily push away. Because no matter where he goes, Radon's past remains a nightmare he can never fully escape. In his memory, the black things that massacred his clan return again, as vivid and horrifying as ever. He remembers his people, the Sea Godkin, who once lived peacefully on a hidden island far from the world's eyes. Then, without warning, that quiet life was shattered by an attack that destroyed everything. The few who managed to escape to the mainland, including his parents, were not allowed to survive for long. They were hunted down relentlessly and killed without mercy. His mother was struck down right in front of him, the sight burning itself into his memory forever. After that, Radon himself was captured, bound in chains and sold into slavery like an object. Even now, the wounds left behind by that horror still feel painfully fresh. As he gazes out over the wide sea, Radon hardens his resolve. To him, becoming a treasure hunter and receiving the Korean gift had never seemed connected to the revenge he had sworn to carry out. He rises to his feet, his cloaked silhouette outlined against the sinking sun. If nothing else, he decides he will at least make it appear as though he is obeying the order. But deep down, Radon is already holding on to plans of his own. His brooding is suddenly interrupted by the sharp crackle of fireworks in the distance. Radon turns his attention toward the noise, wondering why that area has become so loud. A burst of wanted posters flutters through the air and blows past him. Radon snatches one from the wind, and the moment his eyes land on it, shock and fury flash across his face. Below, on the deck of a ship, the pirates are in the middle of a festival, drinking, shouting, and celebrating as if the whole sea belongs to them. Among them stands a masked man, drawing attention with his presence alone. One of the so-called heavenly kings is putting on a display for the crowd, pouring wine with a dramatic flourish while boasting about his own strength. With a snap of his fingers, he lights a cigar, then roars that the chosen captains of the 7 archipelagos will last forever, sending the surrounding pirates into wild cheers. But from the darkness nearby, Radon watches in silence, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. He has uncovered their secret. He has found the bastards who killed his parents. The heavenly king's claim is a lie. Their strength does not come from wealth. It comes from a sacred ritual. And that ritual requires parts taken from the body of a sea godkin. The power they proudly wield is nothing but the stolen life force of Radon's people, power granted through the sea god Clyad. Every single one of the 7 captains carries that same stolen power, built on the bodies and blood of the sea godkin. Those wanted posters are not truly meant for criminals. They are aimed at Radon's people. And those fireworks bursting overhead are not just a celebration. To Radon, they are a monument raised over a massacre. The pirates continue laughing, drinking, and cheering, completely unaware that an avenger is standing in their midst, watching them from the shadows. Radon's expression twists with pure, undiluted hatred. Those damned hunters had divided his parents' bodies into 7 pieces, and now the truth is staring him in the face. While the pirates' festival rages louder and louder below, Radon stands apart from it all, silent and alone, with a storm of rage building inside him. Yet beneath that hatred, one question keeps echoing through his mind. How did the Great Moon know? How could Alan have known that Radon was walking a path of revenge? Radon murmurs to himself that he has never spoken about his past before. He never told anyone about the slaughter of his clan, so there should have been no way for Alan to know the truth behind his hatred. He looks down at the celebration below, at the pirates reveling on top of his people's suffering, and slowly the pieces begin to connect. It feels as though the Great Moon had arranged this chance for revenge in order to fulfill an old promise. With a new and terrifying clarity settling over him, Radon turns away from the edge. His path is no longer buried beneath doubt, but he clenches his fist tightly, forcing the burning hatred inside him back under control. He cannot carry out his revenge immediately. Not yet. Radon knows the pirates celebrating below are not merely a rowdy crew of ordinary seafarers. They are superhumans, each one wielding power that comes from the sea god. So he begins to think through Alan's design, trying to understand what purpose might be hidden behind everything that has happened. If all of this was intentional, then the gift Alan sent him must have meaning as well. Radon takes out the shining pendant, its light glimmering faintly in the surrounding darkness. As he holds it up, the necklace frames the festival of his enemies perfectly, placing their celebration inside its gleaming shape. In that instant, understanding crashes over him like a wave. The Great Moon must have arranged each piece carefully, laying down both the foundation and the frame for his revenge. Radon grips the gift tightly, and a spiritual echo of himself seems to rise as he accepts the reality now forming before him. Alan's plan was never random. In Radon's eyes, it was a carefully crafted masterpiece built for vengeance. A new fire lights in Radon's eyes. The man he once thought of as nothing more than a benefactor has now given him a direction, a purpose, and a path to follow. And so Radon begins moving. He returns to the wild, back toward the true home of his people, the sea. He steps onto the lush ground of a remote island, the earth firm beneath his feet. Then, with one powerful leap from the edge of a towering cliff, he throws himself headfirst into the deep blue water below. As a sea godkin, Radon is welcomed by the ocean itself. He sinks smoothly into its depths, his body slipping through the water as though he is becoming part of the sea once more. Deep beneath the surface, the necklace around Radon begins to shine, its light pulsing as if the ocean itself has awakened it. The Fago gift responds to the water surrounding him, and at last, its true form begins to reveal itself. As Radon drifts through the silent darkness of the abyss, a pair of faint, almost ghostly spectacles forms over his eyes. The gift bestowed by the great moon was none other than the spectacles of Amrita. The power within them is overwhelming. Through those spectacles, Radon can easily identify and pinpoint relics hidden deep beneath the sea, allowing him to move through the ocean with a clear path toward long-buried power. With that new ability guiding him, Radon begins gathering the lost treasures left behind by the old era. The relics he discovers are exactly what he needs to make up for his lack of raw force, and piece by piece, he stops being merely a surviving boy and starts arming himself for war. By the time the sun sinks toward the horizon, Radon rises from the waves once more, changed by what he has found beneath them. He is no longer the chained slave who once had everything taken from him. Now, he stands as someone who can command the seas themselves. With a chest full of priceless relics in his hands, Radon lifts his gaze toward the sky. He realizes now how foolish it was to stop at simple gratitude. The great moon had truly fulfilled his promise. The festival he once looked at with confusion now appears entirely different to him. It is no longer just a noisy party. It is a target laid out before him as if on a silver platter. Not only had the great moon placed the object of Radon's revenge directly in front of him, but the relics now swirling around him gleam with ancient power as well. He had also been given the strength needed to carry that revenge through. Wrapped in the might of the ocean and armed with relics from a forgotten age, Radon has become something far beyond a fugitive survivor. He is now a force of nature, an avenger ready to seize what should have belonged to him from the beginning. A sincere smile spreads across his face, trembling with tears and realization. At last, he fully understands what the order written in that letter had truly meant. The great moon's real intention was clear now. Radon was meant to carry out his revenge and take control of the 7 archipelagos. In that moment, Radon remembers Yusha's words, the phrase she used to repeat like an odd but unwavering prayer. "See? I told you. So never forget that everything is for the great moon." Back then, when Yusha comforted him with those words, they had felt distant and strange. Everything is for the great moon? At the time, Radon had only met the idea with doubt. But now, the memory of her gentle touch and unshakable faith feels completely different. A sentence that once stirred nothing inside him has slowly, almost without him noticing, carved itself deep into his heart. What had once seemed like strange loyalty borrowed from someone else has now transformed into Radon's own absolute conviction. Standing on the shore beneath the moonlight, Radon looks up at the glowing sky with trust burning steadily inside him. His resolve is as firm as the ground beneath his feet. From this day forward, everything he does will be for the great moon. 3 months pass, and the world moves into autumn. Fallen leaves drift along the forest road as an elegant carriage travels through the trees, marking the season of Asteria's grand social gathering, held once every 2 years. Inside that carriage, Count Alan looks anything but pleased. He grumbles that he has been forced to attend as well, clearly irritated by the rule requiring mandatory participation every 4 years. To him, the whole thing is nothing but a headache. Along the road, Alan's carriage eventually meets up with another carriage, just as lavish and noble-looking as his own. Evan reports the situation calmly. As planned, the carriages belonging to the Krailed and Edorn families have now joined their route. Alan sighs at the arrangement. Apparently, nobles travel together to avoid trouble with bandits. But to him, the custom feels both annoying and strangely excessive. Later that evening, after traveling for the day, the group stops at an inn to spend the night. Alan tries to settle into a quiet moment with a drink, hoping for a little peace after the long journey. Unfortunately, that peace is about to be crushed almost immediately. 2 pompous elderly nobles approach him with smug faces and voices dripping with condescension. Count Palacio, one of them sneers, "How can you possibly travel with only 1 escort? Tilda?" The other piles on, claiming Alan's finances must be in shambles because he only happened to receive his position by coincidence. The 2 nobles burst into ugly laughter, cackling like hyenas as if they have just delivered the cleverest insult in the world. That evening, Alan learns something important. On this road, the nobles are turning out to be a bigger nuisance than the bandits. Still, Alan can understand why they see him that way. Annoying as it is, their assumptions are not completely random. After all, the previous Count Palacio had been infamous as an underworld kingpin, a dangerous man who built his fortune through shady businesses, intimidation, and fear. Alan, however, is nothing like that man. He cut ties with all of those underworld operations and chose to live a peaceful, legitimate life instead. Anything dangerous or criminal is something he wants absolutely no part of. But with the old top dog gone, the underworld did not simply disappear. Instead, it turned into a feeding frenzy, with smaller predators rushing in to grab whatever scraps of power they could. That power vacuum has fueled rumors that the new Count Palacio, Alan, is nothing more than a lucky lightweight who somehow stumbled into authority. And just like that, Alan's reputation has collapsed from the feared mastermind of the county into the image of a fortunate, immature man-child. The two nobles continue their verbal attack, pretending to pity him while clearly enjoying every second of it. They mock him for supposedly being short on money and laugh as they offer fake help, acting as though he should come begging to them. Alan can hardly believe how openly they are insulting him. He had not expected them to be this blatant, and his patience starts wearing thin. In his mind, he wonders if they are not far too old to be acting like this, because they are beginning to cross a line. Then, a realization suddenly sparks in Alan's head. He thinks with a jolt. These men must have been victims of Palacio, too. In the past, the houses of Crailed and Edorn were little more than errand boys under the overwhelming power of the Palacio family. So now that Alan is standing in front of them as the new face of that same family, they are using this opportunity to pour out all the frustration, resentment, and humiliation they had been forced to swallow for years. Alan lets out a tired sigh. He was not the one who bullied them, yet somehow he has become the person absorbing their petty revenge. To him, the whole thing feels exactly like dealing with annoying internet haters. Just as Alan's patience is close to snapping, Evan returns with a bowl of freshly roasted corn in his hands. Seeing the nobles still going at it, he simply remarks that they are still at it and says it is best to ignore them. Alan looks up, immediately distracted from the irritating nobles. He asks Evan where he has been, and his reliable aide casually replies that he just went to the kitchen to get something. Evan proudly presents his prize. Roasted corn, still warm and looking unbelievably delicious. Alan's mood brightens almost instantly. The sight alone is enough to pull him out of his irritation, and he cannot help but say that they look seriously good. The two of them sit down and begin eating, forming a strangely peaceful little scene in the middle of all that noise. Alan quietly thinks that staple crops really are a blessing, especially on a chilly evening like this. The nobles, furious at being ignored, raise the intensity of their insults until it turns into a full-blown verbal performance. They sneer that all of the underworld soldiers disappeared because of Alan's incompetence, and even his carriage looks poorly maintained, like everything around him has fallen apart. But Alan and Evan remain in their own little world, completely focused on the roasted corn. As the nobles keep throwing out insults, Alan notices with amusement that they are starting to sound as if they are rapping. A diss rap, maybe? While the nobles continue their pathetic performance in the background, Alan and his companions enjoy their food like they are having a proper feast. The corn is delicious, though everyone quietly agrees it would have been even better with butter. And so, despite the best efforts of the local buffoons trying to ruin his mood, the night passes peacefully for the Count. Far from that noisy inn, the story moves dramatically toward the bitter and desolate lands of the north. Beyond the warmth of the southern roads lies an endless realm of ice and snow, a frozen territory where savage barbarian tribes rule the land. In this brutal place, even staying alive is a struggle against the cold, the monsters, and the warriors who call it home. There, in the middle of the frozen wasteland, a mighty warrior lies collapsed in defeat, his body battered and his breath ragged. With a pained groan, he curses the Caliban bastards, saying they know absolutely nothing of honor. His face is twisted with fury, shame, and betrayal. He should have died the proud death of a warrior in fair combat, yet instead he was tricked and brought down by deception. This fallen man is the great Klecken, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. To the barbarians, dying in glorious battle is the highest honor a warrior can receive. It is not something to fear, but the final end every true fighter dreams of reaching. But Klecken and his tribe were robbed of that honor. A knight from the Caliban order had proposed what seemed to be a proper duel, only to betray them with a cowardly ambush instead. The great chief was not defeated in an honest clash of strength against strength. He was struck down through treachery, and that humiliation burns deeper than any wound. Now, standing at the very edge of death, Klecken forces his battered body to move. With a strained grunt, he struggles up onto his knees. Then his eyes fall on his brother nearby, Kurga of the Snowfield, lying dead on the battlefield. The sight shakes him, and he calls out Kurga's name through the cold air. The aftermath of the battle stretches around them in ruin, with broken weapons scattered across the ground and dark energy still swirling through the frozen battlefield where Kurga's life was taken. In his final moments, Klecken thinks of Kurga and mutters that he has met a shameful fate. It is so disgraceful that even as death closes in, he cannot bring himself to shut his eyes. That dishonorable end feeds Klecken's rage, turning his final breath into something hotter and more violent than the freezing wind around him. Surrounded by the phantoms of the warriors who fell with him, Klecken gathers the last of his strength and prepares to make one final stand. Then, as his life flickers at its limit, a voice calls out to him. "Brother, call me. Call the great name you worship. Call my name." Klecken pushes himself upward, forcing his failing body to answer that voice. With the last strength of a dying chief, he calls upon the God of his people. He dares to speak that honorable name, not just for himself, but for all of them. As a divine presence begins descending over the battlefield, Klekin completes the incantation, and the frozen wasteland seems to tremble beneath the weight of what he has summoned. The great god Altalus appears from the ether, a massive shadowy figure wearing a horrifying grin. Its booming voice rolls across the frozen waste as it answers Klekin's call, promising to grant his desire. Meanwhile, Alan's uncomfortable journey toward the grand social gathering continues, with his caravan now traveling alongside the carriages of the Krailed and Edorn families. But having more company on the road does not make the trip any more pleasant. The same two old nobles who mocked him the previous night are already back at it, laughing loudly and trying their hardest to provoke him again. Alan's response is simple. He ignores them completely, giving them nothing but cold, unbroken silence. In his mind, Alan treats the whole situation like a seasoned gamer dealing with bait. Not falling for obvious provocation is a basic quality every gamer needs, and these old geezers are nothing more than low-level trolls. To pass the time and keep himself away from the drama, Alan even does a little fishing by the river. When he pulls in a big catch, his attention happily shifts there instead, because anything is better than listening to those nobles. Later, as night settles over the road, the group prepares to set up camp. Their leader announces that they will stop and rest there until morning. And in the silent battle between the one who ignores and the ones who mock, the result is obvious. Alan wins without even lifting a finger, while the two nobles are left fuming over the fact that their insults failed to land. But while Alan enjoys his meal, the two nobles quietly talk in the shadows. One asks about the additional escort troops, and the other checks with an artifact before confirming that the foolish brat really did bring only that thug knight with him. Then they sneer that despite that, he still dares to sit at the same table as proper nobles. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan are completely relaxed, grilling the fish Alan caught earlier as if none of the scheming nearby matters. Alan yelps when the food burns his fingers, and Evan calmly offers to debone it for him. Without realizing they are being observed, the two plotters settle on their plan. Since the rumors appear to be true, they decide they can immediately begin moving into the underworld. They laugh together, already imagining the fortune they plan to seize. In their minds, the days of being pushed around while constantly watching the Palacio family's mood are finally over, and at last, they will get a taste of the underworld's enormous wealth and power. They even start talking about giving Alan a little gift once they take control of the underworld. They mockingly imagine him thanking them for teaching him how the world really works, then praise each other's rotten personalities with smug laughter. But before their scheming can go any further, a sudden scream cuts sharply through the night. A guard stumbles backward in terror, his face drained of color as panic overtakes him. One of the nobles points a shaking finger into the darkness and cries out that monsters are coming. From between the trees, a horde of glowing red eyes begins to emerge. Chaos erupts through the camp in an instant. The guards scramble into formation as orders fly through the air, and someone shouts for the mages to secure their field of vision first. A mage raises his staff high and casts a brilliant light spell, sending radiance through the darkness and cutting open the night around them. But the sight revealed by the light is anything but comforting. Hulking monstrous creatures charge forward with vicious snarls, their bodies twisted and jagged crystals jutting from their flesh. One of the guards narrows his eyes, trying to make sense of what he is seeing. For a moment, he wonders if the attackers are only goblins. Another guard lets out a relieved breath, almost laughing as if the danger has suddenly become manageable. After all, they are just goblins, and goblins are usually weak enemies. But that confidence starts to crumble when the question becomes clear. What happens when there are far too many of them? The soldiers are immediately shaken by the sheer violence of the attack. Screams break out as the front line is torn apart before anyone can properly react. Within seconds, the ground is already scattered with the bodies of fallen guards, the camp's defenses collapsing faster than anyone expected. One of the survivors shouts in sheer panic, horrified that everyone who had been keeping watch outside is already dead. He cannot understand what kind of attack could have wiped them out so quickly. These are not ordinary weak monsters from some beginner battlefield. Their bodies are huge, covered in glowing amethysts, and wrapped in a sinister purple aura unlike anything the guards have seen before. Another soldier yells that the goblins are larger than normal and wonders if they are some new variant. The mage adds grimly that they also possess mana. That single detail changes everything. If these goblins have mana, then their physical abilities are on a completely different level from the creatures everyone thought they knew. The enhanced monsters leap through the air with terrifying speed, swinging claws and crude weapons that tear through armor as if it were nothing more than paper. They crash into the soldiers' line like a wave of pure violence, smashing through the formation with brutal force. Just as the defenders are about to be completely overrun, a massive wall of solid rock suddenly erupts from the ground, blocking the goblins' charge as someone shouts the order to attack. The goblins slam into the stone barrier, their momentum breaking against it as they are stopped in their tracks for a brief moment. The group's mage looks around in confusion, clearly stunned by the sudden appearance of defensive magic he did not cast. A third circle spell, Rock Wall, and a second circle spell, Shield, had both appeared at once. The mage immediately wonders if there is another mage among their ranks and asks who could have done it. His gaze snaps straight to Count Alan, and for the first time, the man's entire body is wrapped in a visible glow of magical power. That same lazy noble who had been casually munching on corn moments ago is now the one casting the spell, and the magic flowing from him is unmistakable, enhancement magic. Even the nearby soldiers freeze for a second, their eyes widening in disbelief as Alan's relaxed attitude vanishes, and he finally shows that he is taking the fight seriously. Alan's face sharpens with concentration. He slowly raises one hand toward the battlefield, his fingers steady, and in a low voice he releases a single word: compression. The moment the word leaves his mouth, an overwhelming gravitational force bursts outward from his palm, ripping through the battlefield and yanking the very ground up from beneath their feet. The goblins are dragged helplessly into the air, their bodies twisting as they lose all balance, while broken stones and chunks of earth are pulled toward one single point above the chaos. Then the compression grows even more violent. The trapped goblins and debris are forced together, squeezed into a frantic, tangled mass that writhes and crushes in on itself. Before long, a massive swirling sphere of earth and bodies hangs suspended in the sky, making Alan's terrifying magical strength impossible for anyone to deny. The surviving soldiers can only stand there in stunned silence, staring upward with a mixture of awe, fear, and complete disbelief. Alan remains standing on his own beneath it, facing the condensed mass he created as if the entire battlefield has fallen under his control. Then he slowly curls his fingers into a fist, and the bracelet around his wrist begins to shine with a dark, ominous glow. Vacuum. Around the Turap spear, space itself starts to twist and cave inward, as though the air has been crushed and pulled into an invisible abyss. A wave of pure destructive energy surges from Alan's hand. As he murmurs the next incantation, returned to the origins, one of the shining gems embedded in his bracelet suddenly goes dark. The compressed sphere implodes all at once, exploding into countless jagged shards of stone that shoot toward the goblin horde and tear through their bodies without mercy. Heavy impacts keep pounding across the battlefield as the remains of the goblins slam down onto the ground one after another. The two cowardly nobles, who had spent the entire battle hiding out of sight, finally peek from behind cover and stare at the aftermath with faces twisted into pure terror. With the immediate danger cleared away, Alan turns toward the remaining troops and snaps them back to attention. Don't just stand there. Get ready. The fight isn't over yet. Alan stands there looking calm and composed, his posture steady as he prepares himself for the next wave coming toward them. Without wasting a moment, he releases another devastating attack, blasting through more of the scattered goblins still struggling across the battlefield. The guards, now filled with a fresh surge of hope, tighten their grips on their weapons and charge forward to back him up. Steel and magic whirl together across the battlefield, and the soldiers begin cutting down the remaining goblins with careful, brutal efficiency. Alan refuses to slow down. Spell after spell leaves his hand, each one launched with cold precision and aimed exactly where it will do the most damage. His magic rips straight through the goblin ranks, carving a path of destruction and leaving only broken bodies behind it. Even Evan joins the fight in full force, his sword moving with such clean, graceful control that every strike looks like part of a deadly dance. With one last savage slash, Evan splits through a goblin's skull, his blade flashing sharply under the glow of the surrounding magic. And then, almost suddenly, the battle is finished. The final goblin collapses, and an unsettling silence spreads across the blood-soaked ground where the fighting had just been roaring moments before. What remains is a ruined battlefield, littered with the corpses of crystal-infused goblins and the brave soldiers who lost their lives standing against them. One of the nobles staggers out from behind a tree, breathing hard as relief washes over him. It's over. The surviving guards finally allow themselves to breathe. They are exhausted, battered, and shaken, but they are still alive because of their mysterious count. One by one, their eyes turn toward the cloaked figure who had saved them from destruction. Just who is that man? Alan stands near the piled corpses of the fallen goblins, the battlefield around him still heavy with the smell of blood and scorched magic. He lets out a shaky breath as the rush of battle finally begins to fade from his body. Phew, I almost died there. Good thing we won. His heart is still hammering hard in his chest, and as reality settles in, he is forced to acknowledge his own weakness. I can use more magic per day now, but that still only gives me 3 or 4 chances. Alan tightens his hand into a fist and looks down at the bracelet, now drained of much of its glow. From the middle of the battle onward, I was basically just an ordinary person with my pitiful mana hole completely empty. Evan quickly approaches him, concern clear in his expression as he checks on his lord. Are you hurt anywhere, Count? Alan answers at once, no, I'm fine. But despite his answer, Alan is obviously shaken. Even with Evan nearby, the feeling of losing the power to protect himself had been terrifying in a way he could not easily dismiss. He wipes the sweat from his brow and forces himself to breathe evenly. Phew. Yes, I really am fine. Still, deep down, he admits the truth to himself. I was debating whether I should have gone alone. Good thing I chose to travel in a group with the other nobles. Then his attention shifts back to the strange crystal. Anyway, this amethyst is the biggest problem. Why did divine descent just happen here? Divine descent is an unnatural phenomenon, one that appears when an outer god is on the verge of descending into the world. When it occurs, monsters become far more savage, and their physical abilities are pushed far beyond normal limits, exactly like the goblins they had just fought. Alan and Evan stand over the remains in silence, both of them understanding the danger without needing many words. Is this even possible? Shouldn't be. This is no ordinary warning sign. It is an omen of the world's end. The outer gods are supposed to appear only after the 5 deadly sins descend and the laws holding the world together begin to collapse. But none of that has happened yet. The world is not ready for their arrival, and if they descend too early, it would mean complete annihilation. Alan runs a tense hand through his hair, cold sweat gathering on his brow. The children didn't awaken as the 5 deadly sins, so why is this happening? What exactly went wrong? There is only one thing Alan can say with certainty. Something has gone terribly wrong with the world's timeline. The full weight of the situation crashes down on him. This was never just a random monster attack. It was a sign of the apocalypse, and if things continue like this, I'm going to die in the near future. The 2 nobles who had been plotting earlier are completely forgotten now, reduced to nothing more than terrified old men whose entire understanding of the world has been shattered. The next day, the battered remains of the caravan finally reached their destination, the magnificent ducal house of Roteger. Alan, however, looks anything but magnificent. His face is pale, one hand covers his mouth, and he is clearly fighting a miserable wave of motion sickness. Ooh, MMPH. As the carriage rolls up to the gate, Evan lets out a tired sigh. We're here at last, after so many hardships. The grand social gathering, the entire reason for this hellish trip, has finally begun. But the moment the carriage stops, Alan stumbles out on unsteady legs, barely able to keep himself upright. Evan has to catch him before he collapses face first onto the pristine ducal courtyard, while Alan groans inwardly, wanting nothing more than to go home and sleep, even though he knows that is completely impossible. After somehow surviving a goblin attack that felt like the beginning of the apocalypse, and then barely making it through a brutal wave of motion sickness, Alan finally steps into the grand hall. The moment he looks around, the overwhelming luxury almost hits him in the face. Alan slowly scans the hall, taking in the glittering walls and lavish decorations with quiet surprise. This really is the perfect place for a grand social gathering. Everything is practically made of gold, he thinks. Beside him, Evan calmly adds that the entire place was clearly designed to flaunt the Duke's wealth. They probably would not even notice if someone took a piece, though for some strange reason all that gold still manages to look tacky. All around them, high society's hollow laughter fills the air, bright and fake enough to make Alan's skin crawl. One noble smiles broadly and remarks, "Wow, Duke Roteger is certainly competent." Alan simply watches the crowd with cold disdain in his eyes. Nearby, Alan catches pieces of a ridiculous conversation between nobles. One of them sighs dramatically and says, "My little baby birds just won't let me be." Another immediately answers with exaggerated concern, "Oh my, then you really must be extra careful about your health." Alan quickly decides that getting involved with people like this is a terrible idea. I probably shouldn't try to mingle with the other nobles, right? I don't feel like doing it anyway. Better to keep my distance. With that thought, he quietly tries to slip away from the crowd. But before he can even properly escape, a hesitant voice stops him from behind. "Excuse me." Alan turns back slowly, and the irritation on his face is impossible to hide. What now? And of course, standing there are the same 2 cowardly nobles who had been disrespecting him just yesterday. Now they are bowing and scraping in front of him with disgustingly sweet smiles plastered across their faces. "Ho ho ho, Count Palacio. Could you perhaps spare us a little of your precious time?" One of them asks, practically begging. The other noble quickly jumps in, holding out an offering as if his life depends on it. "This is the highest quality meat from our territory. Would you care to try some?" And they do not stop there. In front of Alan, they also present a chest packed so full of gold coins that it practically shines under the hall lights. "I would also like to send some support to your territory. What do you think of that?" Alan stares at them, completely unable to understand the sudden change in attitude. What is wrong with them all of a sudden? His confusion gradually sinks into something much darker, and a heavy, menacing pressure starts to gather around him. Oh! The two nobles instantly sense the killing intent in the air, and sweat begins pouring down their faces. Eek, the Count's expression. This is an emergency. Inside, both of them are panicking so badly they can barely keep themselves together. We never should have messed with him. But what could have frightened these arrogant old men so badly? To understand that, the story has to return to one day earlier, right after the battle against the goblins. Alan and Evan had stood tall in the middle of the carnage, while those two nobles cowered in the background after witnessing what looked like a one-man apocalypse. Even after the fighting ended, they were still trembling from the shock, their minds unable to accept the terrifying power they had just seen with their own eyes. Did you see that? One of them stammered, clutching his head as if the memory itself hurt. The other could barely force the word out of his throat. A magic. In their panic, they decided they needed someone who actually understood what had happened. Baron Ullman, we'll be borrowing your mage for a moment. They shouted the words in a rush, grabbed the poor woman, and dragged her away before she could properly resist. The woman was a third-circle mage hired by Baron Ullman mostly as a way to show off his wealth. Now, the two nobles cornered her in desperation, their faces pale and their voices shaking. That magic just now. You know what that was, don't you? One of them pressed, his trembling hands betraying his fear. The mage fell silent as she remembered Alan's spell. The force of it still burned clearly into her mind. That was second-circle magic, right? One noble asked, clinging to the hope that there might be a simple explanation. But the mage only stared back at him in complete disbelief. Pardon? Second circle? Only second circle? Absolutely not. The scale of that magic easily surpassed what I can do, she exclaimed, her pride as a trained mage flaring up at the very suggestion. Then it must be at least above third circle? The nobles began breathing harder and faster, the terrible reality of Alan's strength finally starting to sink in. In that instant, the truth flashed through their minds like a nightmare. Alan became Count Palacio because of luck? What a load of nonsense. All they could picture was Alan standing over the bodies, silent beneath his cloak, looking less like a lucky noble and more like a god of death. To them, he had been hiding a level of strength that made escorts completely unnecessary, along with the cold, cruel true nature of the Palacio name. Once they realized they had picked a fight with someone far beyond their level, they came up with the only plan they thought might save them. They would beg for their lives through bribery. And that is how they ended up here in the present. It can't be helped. Now that we're here, we have to beg. The two nobles bow so deeply that their heads nearly touch the floor. Forgive us for our arrogance and for mistreating you, Count Palacio. It was because of some lousy dream. No, we were completely out of our minds. Please, we beg you for mercy. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan simply watched the bizarre display unfold in front of them. What is this? Are they starting something again? Alan is just as lost as anyone else. I can't even imagine what kind of misunderstanding they came up with. His right-hand man calmly suggests, should I just take them out? Alan shakes his head at once. If we make a scene, it'll only get more tiring. Then he clears his throat. Ahem. Even though I am usually merciful, you crossed the line this time. I'll deal with this myself. Outwardly, Alan keeps up the pressure, but inside, his thoughts are far less impressive. Ugh, I don't even have the power to do anything right now, but whatever. If they want to be scared, let them be scared. The two nobles practically collapse to the floor in front of him, their bodies shaking so hard they can barely keep their posture. Tears and snot stream down their faces as the full weight of their mistake crushes them. We're finished. We're dead meat. After dealing with those pieces of trash, Alan decides to return to his real objectives for the gathering food and information. Now that I've sent Evan to the Information Guild, it's time to scout out some noble news. He moves casually through the room, blending in among the other guests while quietly watching faces and listening for anything useful. Then his attention drifts to a tempting egg tart on the table, and he picks it up with sudden interest. Oh! As he holds the tart, his eyes land on a familiar pair of nobles tucked away in a corner, speaking in low voices. Looks like those two are having a secret conversation. Naturally, Alan decides it is time for a little magical eavesdropping. By enhancing his hearing with mana, he focuses in on their hushed discussion. That's true. But Baron, did you hear about this as well? About Duke Altia and Count Zenonia? Of course I have. They're even trying to form a faction, the other noble replies. At first, I couldn't believe those two had actually made an alliance. Alan quietly processes the information. It is an important political development, but as far as he can tell, it has nothing to do with him. Oh, that's not really important. I don't need to worry about that. After all, the two mastermind families, Altia and Zenonia, are famous for not getting along. Even if they joined hands now, their alliance is likely to be unstable and short-lived. With that judgment made, Alan takes a bite of the egg tart and lets the political drama fade from his mind for the moment. He immediately freezes in pleasant surprise. This is delicious. The egg tart here is actually great. But just as Alan starts enjoying the taste, the conversation in the corner takes an unexpected turn. There's something even more surprising. Make sure you don't tell anyone about this. The head of the faction is not either of those two. The other noble leans closer at once, lowering his voice even more. Then who is it? The first noble whispers the answer as if revealing a dangerous secret. The head of the faction is Count Palacio. That single sentence strikes Alan like a bolt of lightning, and he immediately chokes on the egg tart he had just been enjoying. He stands there completely frozen, his mind going blank as question after question crashes through his head. WWW what? What kind of nonsense is that? He sputters inwardly, utterly flabbergasted by the absurd rumor. Alan quickly searches through his own memories, trying to make sense of it. I only met Duke Altia once when she was younger, and I've met the daughter of Zenonia twice. And on top of that, the current Count Zenonia has never met Alan even once. So the idea of him being tied to that family makes absolutely no sense. Alan presses a hand against his head as a dull headache starts to build behind his eyes. How did a rumor like that even spread? He lets out a tired sigh, already feeling drained. Then again, I should have expected something like this. In the end, it's nothing more than gossip and baseless rumors. Just as Alan tries to push the ridiculous rumor out of his mind, another voice calls out to him. Count Palacio? Alan lifts his head, already looking irritated. Why are so many people trying to talk to me today? This is starting to make me seriously uneasy. A flashy-looking man with absurdly styled purple hair steps toward him with an exaggerated flourish, carrying himself as if the whole room should be grateful for his presence. Humph. I am Carmine, third son of Duke Cumlon of the Ashudalan Kingdom. It is a pleasure to meet you. Alan is not impressed in the slightest. He remembers that nobles from other countries were supposed to attend this gathering, and this man must be one of them. Keeping his response short and stiff, Alan simply says, yes. Nice to meet you. I am Count Palacio. Carmine's polite smile twists into something smug and unpleasant, his eyes narrowing with open malice. I heard you only became Count because of luck. I was so jealous that I just had to see your face for myself. So what exactly is your secret? Alan only stares at him in silence, his expression barely changing. In his head, though, he is already tearing the man apart. Wow, these days even twisted donuts can talk. Huh? His inner insults remain as sharp as ever. Before the tension can settle, one nobleman nearby sharply asks, what did you just say? Then three imposing figures step forward, and their mere presence is enough to silence the surrounding area. Among them, Marquis Mardanio fixes Carmine with a cold glare and says, are you mocking a noble of our Asteria kingdom? Alan immediately tries to step back from the misunderstanding. Ah no, that isn't what I meant. But Carmine is already visibly panicking, his smugness collapsing as he scrambles to calm the situation down. This is Carmine Cumlon, a man who proudly thinks of himself as gorgeous and romantic. He came all the way from a faraway country with one very specific goal in mind. His plan was to take the youngest daughter of House Roteger as his wife, and in his own head, he was such a perfect specimen of a man that no woman could possibly reject him. Unfortunately for Carmine, his way of approaching people leaves a lot to be desired. After finding his fiancée, the first thing he does is start criticizing the other ladies around her. He gasps dramatically and points out their flaws without the slightest shame. That one really needs to lose some weight, and the girl beside her has a nose that is far too large. Then, as if that somehow helped, he turns back to his betrothed and tries to charm her with a compliment that sounds more like an insult. Ahem. Of course, it is a blessing that you have such a beautiful appearance, just like your mother. The lady has absolutely no patience for it. She slaps his hand away with a cold expression and says, let's reconsider our marriage. Carmine freezes in complete disbelief. What? Without waiting for another word from him, she turns and runs off, leaving Carmine collapsed on his knees in the middle of the room. So now, with his marriage plans falling apart right in front of him, Carmine is in a foul mood. This is so annoying. I came all this way for nothing, he fumes, stomping his feet like a spoiled child. Still burning with humiliation, he starts scanning the hall, searching for someone weaker to dump his anger onto. That is when his eyes land on a quiet black-haired noble standing in the corner with a cold expression. Black hair and a chilly-looking face. Is that Count Palacio? Carmine studies him for a moment, then makes a truly terrible decision. I heard he is immature and has no connections at all. He should be the perfect target for me to vent on. And that leads straight back to the confrontation happening now, with the powerful nobles of Asteria closing in around Carmine. Have you forgotten your respect? The Ashudalan kingdom has been our long-standing ally. Alan watches the whole situation unfold with quiet interest, picturing Carmine like a tiny bird being pecked apart by much larger, much meaner birds. What is this interesting mess now? Even though Alan normally keeps himself far away from politics, he still knows exactly who these three people are. The first is Duke Roteger, an influential figure within the noble faction. The second is Marquis Mardanio, a major player who holds real weight within the royalist faction. And finally, there is Count Palin, the man standing at the heart of the moderate faction. Together, these three form the central axis of power within the Asteria kingdom, and all of them are now looking down at the flustered foreign noble. Duke Roteger presses even harder, his voice calm but cutting. Does this mean Duke Cumlon, the pillar of Ashudalan, looks down on us here in the Asteria kingdom? Carmine's face turns pale with fear. If that is not true at all, he stammers desperately. But Count Palin immediately follows up, giving him no room to escape. Then is there some reason you addressed a noble so disrespectfully? Carmine can only lower his head and apologize. I made a mistake. Marquis Mardanio is not finished with him either. The true issue is that you took a condescending attitude toward him. Carmine hangs his head even lower, completely ashamed and unable to find a single excuse. Carmine can barely speak, while Alan watches the exchange with a faintly smug look. Wow, just how unlikable is this guy for all three of them who barely even know me to defend me like this? Then the whole atmosphere suddenly starts to feel painfully familiar. It reminds Alan of a scene from his past life in the military. In his mind, Carmine starts looking less like a foreign noble and more like a new recruit being absolutely torn apart. He can almost hear the drill sergeants yelling again. Hey, don't you have anything to say besides sorry? I said, don't you have anything else to say other than sorry? The memory hits Alan hard enough to make him visibly wince. This is starting to bring back some traumatic memories. Meanwhile, Carmine is practically sobbing in front of everyone. Sob, sob. Please forgive my discourtesy. With that tearful apology, he quickly retreats, running away as if his life depends on it. Once Carmine is gone, the three powerful nobles turn their attention to Alan, their faces showing a strange mix of concern and curiosity. Count Palacio, are you all right? Alan feels increasingly bewildered by all the attention. I am, but what is wrong with everyone today? This is honestly starting to scare me. And deep down, he knows it must be because of that faction rumor. After seeing important figures like them step in so openly, the other nobles around the hall become even more convinced. To them, the rumor must have been true after all. Alan also picks up another piece of information spreading around the room. Once Altia and Zenonia begin stepping into politics, the power of Palacio, as the supposed head, would become overwhelming. The weight of these false expectations starts pressing down on Alan, making his headache even worse. Is this because of that rumor? If things keep going like this, it's going to get extremely bothersome. Maybe I should tell them clearly that it is all baseless. Marquis Mardanio is the first to step forward and open the conversation properly. Now that I think about it, Count, we have never had a proper talk. I understand you must be very busy. Before Alan can even give a real answer, Marquis Mardanio continues with a sharp, calculating look in his eyes. I heard you have been researching magic lately. As it happens, I recently came into possession of a rather fine artifact. The bait is placed right in front of him. Mardanio presents his offer like an irresistible lure for anyone interested in magic. I would like to gift you an artifact capable of holding mana. What do you think? Duke Roteger then steps in as well, offering a gift of his own. Not wanting to be left behind, Count Palin quickly joins in with almost comical eagerness. Would you be willing to accept mine as well? Alan is suddenly trapped in a storm of temptation. His mind is screaming at him to explain that the rumors are completely false, but free powerful artifacts are dangling right in front of him, and the temptation is simply too strong for him to refuse. As dawn begins to break, the focus shifts to a private annex on the Duke Roteger estate, far away from the eyes and ears of the party guests. Inside the secluded room, a secret meeting is already underway. Marquis Mardanio sits across from a mysterious woman dressed in black, the hidden hand behind the evening's events. Without wasting time, she asks him directly, how did it go? Mardanio cannot hide the satisfaction on his face as he delivers the good news. Thankfully, he accepted the gift. The first stage of their plan has succeeded perfectly. In noble politics, this is far more than a simple exchange of presents. Small gifts may be meaningless gestures, but offering a valuable artifact to the head of a faction carries real weight. It is the same as declaring absolute loyalty. The woman is none other than Duchess Altia. A pleased smile curves beneath her veil as she listens. It is good to hear that you have been accepted, she says smoothly. The candlelight flickers softly in the room, stretching long shadows across the walls. Mardanio, now counted among her inner circle, gives credit where he believes it is due. Haha, it is all thanks to you, Duchess Altia. Duchess Altia formally accepts her new ally, her voice calm, polished, and confident. Welcome, Marquis Mardanio. Now we can officially say we share the same purpose. With a sly, calculating smile hidden beneath her composure, Duchess Altia moves another piece into place on her grand chessboard. Meanwhile, Alan remains completely unaware that he has just been declared the head of a powerful new faction, whether he agrees to it or not. As the mastermind behind the spreading rumors, Duchess Altia turns her attention back to her newest ally, her voice smooth and controlled. What did the others say? Marquis Mardanio answers with clear satisfaction, bowing his head slightly as he reports back. The others all accepted willingly, and for me as well, it is truly an honor to stand with you. In truth, the reclusive Duchess had quietly paid discreet visits to a carefully chosen group of nobles. After that, the rumor claiming Alan was the head of a new faction began spreading through noble society with frightening speed. By choosing the right pawns and placing a few well-timed bribes in the right hands, she shifted the balance of power exactly where she wanted it, all while keeping her own face hidden from the public eye. Like clouds drifting across the sky, the whispers kept moving from mouth to mouth until they hardened into accepted truth. That was how politics flowed among nobles, and Marquis Mardanio understood very well that a rare opportunity had opened in front of him. He quietly thinks to himself that he has to seize this chance no matter what. He has already thrown himself fully into this new faction, even though the man supposedly leading it has no idea the faction exists at all. With another influential piece now secured on her invisible chessboard, Duchess Altia lets a confident smile rise to her lips. At last, the game has truly begun. It seems we can now begin moving in earnest, she says softly, her eyes gleaming with ambition as her plan starts taking shape. The days pass, and the seemingly endless banquet reaches its fourth day. Because of the rumors spreading through the noble circles, Alan has been showered with gifts from every direction. As nobles desperately try to curry favor with the powerful new faction leader they believe him to be, Alan can only assume they are treating him so well because of that strange rumor claiming he is somehow connected to both Altia and Zenonia. Still, free things are free things. Alan grins to himself with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. Well, this works out for me. They are not going to ask for all of this back later, right? Because I am fully prepared to run away with these gifts. Just as he is quietly celebrating his unexpected haul, a sudden voice calls out and makes him jolt. Count. It is Evan, finally back from the information-gathering mission Alan sent him on. Why are you so surprised? I have returned, he says in his usual calm tone, while Alan is still trying to recover. I was just thinking about something. The two of them move away from the lively banquet hall and retreat into a private room where they can speak without being overheard. Once Evan begins his report, the mood quickly turns grim. Evan wastes no time and delivers the worst possible news. An outer god has appeared in the northern region. The words fall heavily between them, and Alan's carefree mood disappears in an instant. Evan continues, confirming the fear that had already been forming in Alan's mind. Yes, Caliban is currently in complete chaos. According to ancient records, they are also speculating that the amethyst may be connected to the outer god. Alan forces himself to remain composed and presses further. And what about the additional information I requested? Evan gives him the answer he came back with. The person you are searching for is currently in a certain village located in northern Ashudalan. With the necessary information finally in his hands, Alan quickly makes his decision. All right, we can stop by that place along the way. We are heading to Caliban. Evan's eyes widen slightly at the sudden change in direction. So suddenly? Why? He asks, clearly surprised. Are you planning to head to the northern region right away? Alan does not answer him directly, his thoughts already racing several steps ahead. We can discuss the details on the road. Pack everything and prepare to leave. Evan does not argue. He simply lowers his head and answers with steady obedience. Understood. Once Alan is left alone with his thoughts, the full weight of the situation settles over him. I really hoped this would not happen. He understands exactly what the report means. Catastrophic beings, similar in threat to the 5 deadly sins, have begun to appear, the outer gods. According to the lore of the game, the arrival of an outer god, known as divine descent, is impossible to predict. No one can know in advance which god will descend or when that disaster will happen. But Alan knows the consequences far too well. After playing through hundreds of different scenarios, he can already picture the grim future stretching out before him. The allied kingdoms will begin to collapse from the inside, tearing each other apart in foolish wars over lands contaminated by otherworldly energy. And once that chaos spreads, Alan knows his own life would be snuffed out almost instantly. His dream of a peaceful, lazy existence is already turning to smoke before his eyes. Still, he has no intention of simply waiting to die. I did think of a plan, but a crucial piece of game knowledge rises in his mind. After descending, an outer god enters a vulnerable state for several months, almost like a chrysalis, before finally awakening as a fully incarnated deity. During that period, it cannot use its true power. Waiting for that weakness and striking before it awakens is the only strategy that has any chance of working. I have to do it anyway, even if success is not guaranteed. Stealing his resolve, Alan reaches for a quill and begins writing with a serious look on his face. This is the only way. With his decision made, he seals the letter carefully, setting the next part of his plan into motion. As he finishes, Alan pauses and wonders what that child might like, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he prepares for what comes next. 1 week later, a knight rushes forward in haste, carrying an urgent message. Captain. The captain takes the report from him, his expression turning serious as he quickly brings it to his superior. The man reads through the report in silence, his face giving away almost nothing. It is Deus. Then he turns toward his vice-captain. Yes, sir. The man answers immediately, standing ready to receive his orders. The commander gives the new directive in a firm voice. Tell them that our next schedule in the north will be delayed by 2 weeks. The scene moves to Pakran village, located in the northern Ashudalan kingdom, where Alan and Evan have finally arrived. Alan lets out a quiet sigh of relief, a faint bead of sweat on his brow. I honestly did not think I would find him this quickly. Suddenly, a bright and cheerful voice rings out in front of them. Hello? A young boy with vivid blue hair and an almost blindingly sunny presence greets them with open arms. Alan is briefly stunned by how much the boy stands out. He really does draw attention. And then realization strikes him all at once. This is Eli Van, the protagonist of the turn-based roguelike RPG Psychedelia, the very hero Alan used to control in the game. So even here, a protagonist is still a protagonist, I guess, Alan thinks as he takes in the boy's unmistakable presence. As Alan looks closer, another thought crosses his mind. He looks exactly like the illustration, but Alan pauses, genuinely taken aback. He is a boy, right? He is way too pretty for a boy. The kid strikes a confident little pose, completely unaware of the crisis happening inside Alan's head. Do you know who I am? Alan asks. The boy answers with a cheeky grin. I just wanted to welcome a stranger. I'm Eli Van. Alan looks at the boy for a moment, and a strange feeling settles over him. No matter how different this world may be from the game he remembers, the main character is still clearly the main character. In the end, this child is destined to grow stronger and become famous. Alan knows very well that the boy standing before him is someone meant for greatness. Well, I do like that positivity, Alan admits as he studies him. It feels strangely unreal to stand face to face with the very character he once played as. Alan decides not to waste any time. Here, take this. Without much explanation, he offers the unsuspecting protagonist a heavy bag filled with gold. Eli Van stares at the bag in complete confusion. Pardon? Is this gold? But before he can even begin to process what is happening, Alan turns his head and calls out, Evan. Right on cue, Evan steps forward carrying an ornate case. And when it opens, it is filled with potions and starter items prepared for Eli Van. But the bag of gold is only the beginning. Evan calmly starts unloading one gift-wrapped box after another, stacking them into a ridiculous mountain right at Elivan's feet. These are all yours, Alan declares without hesitation. At the same time, Evan opens the gifts in one smooth, practiced motion, making the whole display look almost like a dazzling performance prepared just for Eli Van. The amount of loot is so overwhelming that it barely feels real. High-tier equipment, rare items, useful resources, and enough supplies to carry someone through the early game are all piled up in front of him at once. Elivan's jaw drops on the spot, and his eyes go wide as he stares at the mountain of treasures in absolute disbelief. All of those? He can barely get the words out. But why are you giving all of this to me? Alan gives him a short but heavy answer. It is an investment. Inwardly, Alan adds that he brought everything he could think of to help the main character grow during the early stages. Alan leans closer with a deadly serious expression, then places a firm hand on Elivan's shoulder, as if entrusting him with something important. Because in the future, you are going to become huge. Of course, Alan's true intention flashes through his mind immediately. So grow up quickly and defeat the outer god in my place. With that done, Alan and Evan turn away and start leaving, abandoning Eli Van in the middle of his sudden pile of riches. Alan thinks to himself, I hope he likes me now. Then, just as he is about to walk off completely, Alan remembers one last detail. Right? He turns back toward the boy again. Sorry for the late introduction, he says casually. I am Count Palacio. That is the name of the sponsor you should thank after you become successful. Alan adds, giving him a small, almost childish wave as if the matter is already settled. Elivan clutches the heavy bag of gold against himself and calls after them in a flustered voice. Thank you, Count. As Alan and Evan prepare to leave, Elivan scrambles up onto the carriage step, his face shining with gratitude and determination. I will remember this. The carriage begins to pull away, and Elivan waves after them with all his strength. His future already changed forever by this strange but unbelievably generous encounter. Alan watches him from the carriage, still thinking about the boy's bright presence. Was he always that cheerful? I do not remember him being like that, especially since the game was supposed to be dark fantasy. Back inside the carriage, Evan looks thoughtful as he speaks. Count, I can more or less understand what you were trying to do. But is it really fine to leave without having a proper conversation? Alan waves off the concern. He is a smart boy, so he should understand what I meant. I am in a hurry, and I do not have time to build a relationship with him slowly. So just in case, Alan has essentially set the protagonist on automatic grinding mode. It is a pay-to-win strategy, plain and simple. Evan then adds in a quieter voice, anyway, that child seemed exceptionally talented, just like the others. He explains that dense mana was surging around Elivan, and even though the boy's clothes looked plain at first glance, it seemed as if he was already wearing artifacts as well. Alan listens with a faint frown forming on his face. In the original story, Elivan was supposed to be an ordinary boy before setting out on his adventure, and now Alan starts to realize that his own actions may already be changing things. This could become another butterfly effect, one that pushes the world even farther away from the game he remembers. And because Elivan is the main character, that difference could become especially dangerous. But Alan quickly shakes off the doubt before it can drag him down. Whatever happens, as long as I preserve my sweet life plan, that is all that matters. The stronger he becomes, the better it is for me. The investment will be worth it, Alan continues thinking. There should not be too much to worry about anyway, since Elivan is one of the few characters with a genuinely kind personality in this desperate dark fantasy world. Then he suddenly stops. Wait, a kind personality? The mood inside the carriage shifts as Alan turns toward Evan with a hesitant, almost nervous look. Evan, about Deus. Do you think he would even want to meet me? His past cowardice comes crashing back, and he admits to himself that he had been so scared he never even visited the orphanage. I never thought things would actually come to this. Evan, completely unaware of the painful spiral happening inside his master's head, gives a simple and uncertain answer. I suppose so. Maybe. An awkward silence settles heavily inside the carriage as it rolls away from the northern village, leaving behind the newly sponsored hero. Alan is left alone with his anxiety, worrying both about the protagonist he just met and about Deus, the person he is terrified to face. This plan had not been a sudden idea either. A look back reveals that Alan had been preparing for this for quite some time. When Evan once questioned why he had bought so many random items, Alan had explained his grand strategy without shame. These are the bribes I will give to my future lifeline. 10 days later, after a long and exhausting journey, Alan and Evan finally arrive at their destination, Kurtham, the majestic capital of Caliban. Their carriage joins the long line of vehicles waiting to pass through the city's northern gate, inching forward with everyone else. Inside the carriage, Evan looks completely worn down. He lets out a massive yawn and groans. That was really exhausting. Alan agrees that such a long journey would obviously tire anyone out. But Evan clarifies with a weary expression. If it were not for that strange labyrinth at the end, I would have felt much better. Alan can only answer that it could not be helped. Alan looks down at a strange, ornate amulet in his hand, thinking back on every detour they took along the way. The reason I visited so many places was to prepare for the fight against the outer god. And then there are the gifts. The carriage is practically overflowing with chests, packages, and presents. I hope Deus likes them, Alan thinks, feeling almost like a father who wants to give his son everything he possibly can. Outside, Evan looks ahead at the line and tells his master that their turn should be coming soon. He steps away to handle the paperwork. The capital inspection should only need to verify our identities. I will be back quickly. Alan gives him a small cheerful wave and answers, all right. Leaning back among the piles of gifts, Alan lets out a relieved breath. What a relief. Things should finally go smoothly from here. Then Evan returns with a grim look on his face. Count. Without softening the news, he gets straight to the point. We have a problem. Alan immediately sits up, suddenly alert. A problem? Outside, Evan explains the situation. They suddenly told us to move aside. I asked them why, but they refused to answer. As he says this, another lavish carriage cuts directly in front of theirs. Alan steps out through the carriage door, and Evan continues explaining that their identities had already been verified. But just then, a group of knights walks past the gate and heads straight toward them. A man dressed in ornate silver armor stops right in front of Alan, looking down at him with confidence. You must be Count Palacio. The knight introduces himself with a smug grin. I am Viren, the fourth sword and direct disciple of Fiola, the master knight. Alan's mind immediately reacts to the name. Fiola? That is a big name. But even as he registers the importance of it, Viren's smirk is already starting to get on his nerves. So what? Alan thinks, irritation rising fast. This guy is seriously pissing me off. And right now, Alan is already feeling far more sensitive than usual. Keeping his voice cool, Alan asks, you brought knights with you? What exactly seems to be the problem here? Viren's smile only grows wider. I received word that a friend of mine in the Ashudalan kingdom owes you a debt. Alan looks genuinely confused, his brows drawing together slightly. I am not aware of anything like that. Then a horrible possibility dawns on him. Could it be Carmine? Viren confirms it with a condescending laugh. It seems you managed to get very deeply on my friend's bad side. He is clearly talking about the pompous noble Alan humiliated at the banquet. Through a magic orb, Carmine's furious face appears, twisted with rage as he screams about what happened. He embarrassed me in front of everyone. Carmine then gives Viren a vicious order. I heard that bastard is heading to Caliban. Beat the hell out of him and make him a cripple. His master, a sinister-looking man standing nearby, sweetens the arrangement with a tempting reminder. You need more abyssal entities to raise your skills, do you not? Back in the present, Viren looks Alan up and down with a carefree, almost lazy expression. I received some goods from that guy, so I have to at least make it look like I care. In an instant, the surrounding knights draw their blades, cold steel flashing as they close in around Alan and Evan from every side. Alan and Evan immediately shift into position, standing back to back with their shoulders nearly touching, bracing themselves for a fight neither of them had expected to face here. Viren keeps talking as if he already owns the situation. Or, he says, if they hand over every valuable thing packed inside their carriage, maybe he'll be generous enough to let them walk away. He insists that he is only doing what he was asked to do, but the look in his eyes makes it clear there is something far uglier behind his words. A smug grin spreads across Viren's face, as he silently tells himself he has nothing to lose. In his mind, Alan is just some man from the kingdom of Hysteria, a country with barely any weight inside the alliance. Worse still, Alan has no real ties to anyone in Caliban. Viren has already looked into all of it, and that confidence only feeds his arrogance. Alan's expression sinks into open disgust as he realizes what is happening. Even here, they are still protecting their own kind first. Mana begins to spark and crackle around Alan's hand, gathering at his palm as he prepares to strike before the knights can close in. But before Viren can take even a single decisive step, someone else moves first. A shadow-like figure bursts forward with blinding speed, cutting past Alan in a flash and launching straight toward the overconfident knight. Viren barely has enough time to understand that he is under attack before a hand clamps tightly around his throat and lifts him completely off the ground. His sword slips from his fingers and clatters against the ground as he is driven backward, choking, gasping, and struggling for air. The knight's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice breaking into a panicked stammer. Who? A dark figure wrapped in heavy armor holds him suspended in the air and asks in a cold, crushing voice what he thinks he is doing. Viren coughs helplessly, and the armored figure turns his head, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous growl as he asks if Viren truly dares to harm his benefactor. Alan falls completely silent, stunned where he stands. He knows that voice, and he recognizes that overwhelming presence. It is Deus, clad in dark, imposing armor, staring down at Viren with pure, unrestrained menace radiating from his entire body. Unfortunately for Viren, his careful research had missed one crucial fact. Count Palacio was the benefactor of Deus Macallion, the same Deus who defeated Kurga of Snowfield in a duel, became a hero, and earned the name Swordless. Still sputtering for breath, Viren tries to cling to his authority, forcing out the words that Deus should know he cannot do this to him. Deus's eyes flare with a cold, chilling light, making the air around him feel even heavier. He warns everyone there that if even one of them dares to move an inch, they can use their imagination to guess what will happen next. The other knights instantly freeze in place, their bodies stiffening as Deus's terrifying aura pins them down more effectively than any chain. Without wasting another word, Deus explodes into a furious assault. He drives a brutal kick straight into Viren's chest, sending the knight flying backward. Viren crashes hard into the dirt, the impact smashing through his armor as broken pieces scatter around him. Alan can only stare with wide eyes, still trying to process the sight in front of him. That knight is Deus. Deus gives Viren no chance to recover. Standing over him, he growls that Viren should be grateful the circumstances prevent him from killing him right there. Then Deus lunges forward again, moving like a phantom wrapped in purple and black, his body cutting through the battlefield like a violent whirlwind. Viren is completely helpless before him, reduced to nothing more than a training dummy for the full force of Deus's rage. As Alan watches the one-sided beating unfold, one thought rises in his mind with surprising calm. That is a very satisfying beatdown. Even so, his face shows more than shock. Something else flickers across his expression as he watches Deus fight. Pride begins to swell inside him, sudden and unexpected. A thought slips out before he can stop it. Did Deus just call him his benefactor? Alan is hit by a wave of emotion. He had thought Deus might have forgotten him, especially after never replying to his letters, but now it is clear that Deus still remembers. It feels to Alan as if all the effort he put into raising his son has finally been rewarded. In his mind, he sees little Deus all grown up, still loyal to the man who raised him. Alan sinks so deeply into his proud, fatherly thoughts that he barely registers the brutality continuing right in front of him. While Deus keeps stomping Viren into the ground, Alan's heart is off somewhere else entirely. He looks at Deus with shining parental pride, thinking how handsome he has become and how fine a man he has grown into. Alan finally says that this must be what it feels like to see a son raised well, and that he is truly proud of him. Evan, far more practical, leans in and points out that Alan does realize his son is currently beating the hell out of a person, right? Alan instantly plugs his ears with a childish expression, refusing to accept that reality. He simply decides he did not hear a single word of it. Instead, Alan keeps thinking about how Deus stood up for his father after he had been mistreated in a foreign country. The more he thinks about it, the more touched he becomes, wondering why his son has to be such a sweetheart. By the time the beating finally ends, Viren is left collapsed on the ground in a broken, bloodied heap. Even Evan cannot help commenting that Deus may have gone a little too far. Deus stands over the defeated knight, his dark armor still giving off an overwhelming pressure that makes him look almost untouchable. The sight suddenly stirs a memory in Alan's mind. He remembers that Deus is destined to become one of the 5 deadly sins. Once the punishment is finished, Deus dismisses the trembling knights without hesitation and walks back toward Alan, his terrifying presence fading as if it had never been there. He stops in front of his benefactor, and his expression softens just slightly as he politely asks Alan to allow him to guide him. The remaining knights can only watch in fear and confusion. Far away in the icy north, another battle has just reached its bloody end. Among the flames, wreckage, and scattered bodies, the banner of the Crimson Flame Knight Order rises high over the battlefield. Their captain, Delman, the third sword of Caliban, lifts his blade in triumph and declares that one of the 8 chiefs, Culkin the Great, and his entire clan have been wiped out. His knights burst into roaring cheers, their voices carrying across the battlefield as they celebrate the scale of their victory. With the battle finished, they prepare to return, and Delman orders the troops to head back to the forward base for maintenance. But for Delman, this victory is not only about military success. Beneath his composed exterior, a bitter rivalry continues to burn. He clenches his jaw and thinks that after securing achievements of this magnitude, he has no intention of being outdone by that man who has only just become a master knight. Deep down, Delman finally admits the truth to himself. Even if no one ever discovers the underhanded methods he used, the wars between Caliban and the barbarians had always been fought with honor for generations. But Delman had shattered that sacred tradition with his own hands. He deceived Culkin, waited until the chief came out alone, and then struck him down together with an infiltration force. Once the chief was gone, Delman showed no mercy at all, leading his men to slaughter the entire clan without hesitation. All of it came from one obsession burning inside him. He wanted to surpass Deus Macallion, the man who had recently defeated Kurga of the Snowfield and claimed all the glory for himself. Delman needed a victory grand enough to overshadow him, no matter how filthy the cost became. And his dishonorable methods did not end with a simple ambush. Culkin's corpse had vanished, but even if he had somehow survived, the poison should have already finished him by now. Satisfied with the results of his dirty work, Delman lets a smug smile creep across his face. As far as he is concerned, everything will be settled once he returns to Caliban and reports this achievement. He turns away from the ruined battlefield, ready to leave it all behind, but then his entire body suddenly freezes in place. His eyes fly wide open in shock, and the words barely leave his mouth. What the? The forward base, the place that should have been their secure shelter after the battle, has been reduced to a nightmare of wreckage, corpses, and total destruction. And in the middle of those ruins stands one solitary towering figure, a man who should already be dead. It is Culkin, the barbarian chief Delman believed he had killed. And from the look of him, he has returned in a terrifying rage. Although shaken to his core, Delman forces himself to prepare for battle. A chill runs through him as he wonders what that overwhelming aura is, because Culkin should have died without question. But as Culkin's face twists into a mask of fury, it becomes painfully obvious that this is no ordinary return from death. A demonic voice echoes out, demanding to know why Delman defiled a great and sacred duel built on honor. The terror pouring from him is powerful enough to swallow even a superhuman whole. Something ancient has awakened, and its presence crushes the battlefield. Cold sweat runs down Delman's face, and all of his earlier confidence disappears. He stammers that this creature is not Culkin, then demands to know who he really is. The entity gives him no answer. Instead, it launches forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance in an instant. Delman reacts by swinging his sword with all his strength, releasing a powerful slash of fire toward the charging enemy. The flaming strike tears through the frozen ground with such force that it carves a deep trench straight across the earth. The possessed barbarian looks down at Delman with open contempt in his voice, acknowledging that he has reached an impressive level for a human. Then he gives him one last chance and orders him to face him in a duel. But Delman, a man who had already thrown away honor, has no way to stand against this presence. He orders his knights to draw their swords, though the command feels useless the moment it leaves his mouth. The barbarian scoffs at the dishonorable mortal before him, and an eerie dark energy begins to glow around his body. Then he unleashes a horrifying power, bending the bodies of the dead knights in grotesque and unnatural ways. Delman is frozen with shock, staring at the terrifying scene unfolding directly in front of him as dread sinks deep into his bones. Every dead knight is caught in the spell at once, their bodies twisting violently as they scream in agony and beg for death to take them. The barbarian moves through their ranks like a phantom, becoming a whirlwind of destruction that tears through everything in his path. Each time his fist connects, armor caves in, bones shatter, and bodies buckle beneath the impact. The ground itself cracks under the sheer force of his assault, splitting beneath the weight of every brutal strike. The knights are thrown around helplessly like ragdolls, their bodies tossed through the air with no chance to resist. A savage kick lands next, sending another knight flying backward as if he weighs nothing at all. The battlefield turns into chaos, filled with thunderous explosions, breaking armor, and screams echoing through the frozen air. He beats Delman without mercy, striking him again and again, breaking him down piece by piece. Delman can do nothing but scream in pain as his pride crumbles and the strength drains from his body. The entity reaches toward him like a predator savoring the moment before it devours its prey, growling about all the savages of this land. The entire scene becomes a hellish coliseum of blood and death, built from the bodies of those who had been denied even a proper end. An outer god has descended upon the battlefield, Altalus, the father of duels, arriving to deliver judgment. Then he offers one final, terrifying gift, declaring that he, the god of all barbarians, will personally grant Delman an honorable death. He demands that they prove they are not savages, and the only way to do that is through a duel. Back in the present, the aftermath of Deus's brutal punishment is impossible to ignore. The knights carry away Viren's broken body while Deus, now calm and with his terrifying aura completely gone, quietly asks Alan to allow him to guide him. The remaining knights can only stare in disbelief. Their eyes fix on Deus as one impossible thought crosses their minds. The swordless himself is actually bowing his head. Everyone there knows exactly what kind of man Deus Macallion is. In Caliban, his ambition is said to reach as high as the heavens, and he once even beat the second prince for harassing his sister and still walked away from it. He has a reputation for showing polite respect to almost no one, with the king himself being one of the only exceptions. So seeing a man like that lower his head to a foreign count leaves every knight there completely unable to make sense of what they are witnessing. The knights stand there baffled, silently wondering what kind of person Count Palacio must be for the swordless to bow to him like this. Deus then gestures toward a stunning new carriage, one far more luxurious than Alan's own, and politely tells him to get on. Alan looks from the extravagant carriage to the crowd still gawking around them, already realizing this will draw far too much attention. Evan gives him a gentle push forward and tells the Count to go ahead, saying he will follow behind with the carriage. When they finally arrive at their destination, Alan is once again left standing in speechless disbelief. Before him rises a magnificent mansion so grand that it looks less like a home and more like a cathedral. Alan can only think that Deus lives in an enormous place like this now, and another wave of fatherly pride swells inside him at the sight of his success. Deus leads him inside, but as they walk through the vast and elegant halls, the air between them remains tense and strangely silent. The atmosphere grows so heavy that Alan starts to feel nervous. What Deus did for him was genuinely touching, but he cannot help wondering if Deus feels uncomfortable being around him. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Alan decides it would be better to get straight to the point. In his mind, that is the clearest way to show both respect and consideration. Just as Deus is about to guide him into one of the rooms, Alan suddenly stops in place and calls out to him before they can go any farther. Deus, wait. Alan steadies himself and begins carefully, explaining that the real reason he came here today is because there is something he needs to ask of Deus. Deus turns back toward him, his face giving almost nothing away as he repeats the word with quiet surprise. A request? Alan notices the wording immediately. Deus had called it a request, not an order. Deus simply looks at him with the same composed expression and asks if that is supposed to be strange. Alan instantly grows flustered, his thoughts starting to spiral as he wonders whether Deus thinks he is shameless for coming all this way and assuming so much from him. But Deus, still calm and unreadable, only gestures toward the room and politely tells him they can continue their conversation after sitting down. Alan follows him inside, still feeling a little awkward from the exchange, but then something about the room arrangement catches his eye. Once they sit down, Alan realizes that Deus has offered him the highest seat in the room, the place normally reserved for the host himself. A faint blush creeps across Alan's face. He cannot deny that he likes it, because it almost feels as though Deus is treating him like a father. Clearing his throat, Alan finally pushes the conversation forward. He explains that he has 2 requests to make, and although he knows they may place a burden on Deus, the first is that he must travel to the north and wants to know if Deus can accompany him. Before Alan can even finish speaking, Deus cuts in with a firm, immediate answer, saying of course he will, and that he would gladly do it. Alan is left blinking in surprise at how quickly Deus agreed. Deus then explains that he had already been preparing to set out on an expedition to the north. Alan can hardly believe how fortunate the timing is, and a clear wave of relief passes through him as he quietly accepts the explanation. Then Deus's expression settles back into seriousness, and the mood in the room tightens again. Alan knows the next request is the truly difficult one. Taking a deep breath, he steels himself, fully aware that this is the part that will not be easy to ask. He asks whether it would be possible for him to borrow the ring of the Mad One from Caliban's treasury. Meanwhile, back at Deus's headquarters, his vice-captain, Slarin, receives a knight who has just returned from an escort mission. Deus, however, had already made up his mind to escort his guest personally, refusing to entrust the task to anyone else. His sister, Siley, catches wind of the commotion nearby. The moment she hears there is an escort mission, she realizes her brother must be receiving a very distinguished guest. A few days earlier, Deus had already been giving orders to his men, telling them to inform the others that the schedules in the north would be delayed by 2 weeks. When someone asked for the reason, Deus smiled softly and said it was because his benefactor would soon arrive. Even before Alan reached him, Deus had already been clearing his schedule for him. Back in the present, Slarin is bewildered by the expression on his captain's face as he announces that the Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom has arrived. Siley is completely stunned by the news that the benefactor of both her and her brother has finally come. At the same time, Alan remains seated across from the imposing Master Knight, gathering himself to make the second request, the one far more difficult than the first. He asks directly if Deus can help him borrow the ring of the Mad One from Caliban's treasury. Alan knows perfectly well that the request is unreasonable and would likely leave him indebted to the royal family, but he has no intention of backing down. In his mind, that ring is absolutely essential to his plan. The room fills with a heavy tension, and just as Deus is about to answer, the doors suddenly swing open. His ever-loyal butler steps in and apologizes for arriving late, breaking the intense focus that had settled over Deus. Alan lets out a relieved breath the moment he sees him. Evan has arrived at exactly the right time, giving Alan a chance to shift the mood before returning to such a heavy discussion. With a sudden sparkle in his eye, Alan turns toward Evan and asks if he has brought them. Evan immediately confirms and says he will bring them in at once. Just like that, Evan returns carrying a mountain of gifts, revealing Alan's strategy. Overwhelm Deus with presents and soften him up before the request continues. Alan proudly presents the main offering, especially recommending a shoestring tie and explaining that it is apparently quite a popular item. Inwardly, Alan congratulates himself, thinking that this is exactly how to improve the atmosphere. He had chosen the gift after careful consideration, and now he can only hope Deus likes it. The gift itself is ornate, refined, and clearly expensive, the kind of accessory meant to leave a strong impression. Deus simply thanks him, and then nothing happens. The room falls still, the silence stretches out, and somehow the atmosphere becomes even more awkward than before. Evan tries to nudge things along, asking if Deus is not going to open the gifts. But Deus coolly replies that opening them now would be discourteous, so he will do it later when he is alone. With that, Alan's gift barrage completely fails. Alan, somehow misreading the entire mood, clears his throat and returns to the matter at hand. He begins saying that if his request places Deus at a disadvantage, he can provide compensation, but Deus cuts him off with absolute firmness and says he will bring the ring of the Mad One right away. Alan is left stunned into silence. Alan can only stare at him in confusion, wondering if Deus somehow failed to hear the part about where the ring is currently being kept. Deus acknowledges it without hesitation. The ring is in the royal treasury of Caliban. Then Deus calmly starts considering the logistics, saying it would normally take about a week. The most troublesome part would be dealing with the king, but in his mind, he only needs to take out around 50 people. Alan's jaw practically drops at that answer. Wondering if Deus is really willing to go that far, he tries to laugh it off nervously, telling himself that despite appearances, Deus must simply have a good sense of humor. But the moment Alan looks at Deus's face, he realizes the terrifying truth. Deus is not joking at all. Once Alan understands that Deus is genuinely prepared to cut through half the royal court for him, he quickly backpedals and says there is no need to go that far. Deus merely nods and replies that, in that case, he will retrieve it as quickly as possible. Alan cannot quite process what he is hearing. Deus seems determined to hand the ring over no matter what, and while Alan is grateful that he clearly cares, the intensity of it feels more than a little excessive. Just as the tension in the room rises to a new peak, their conversation is interrupted once again. A young woman in a beautiful pink dress comes running down the hall, happily calling out to her brother as Siley arrives. The moment she and Evan see each other, they greet one another like siblings reunited after far too long apart. Their reunion turns bright and cheerful at once, the two of them spinning each other around in an adorable burst of joy. Alan watches the two of them reunite so happily, and the memory finally clicks into place. This girl is Deus's younger sister, the one he had once ordered Evan to save. Back in the game, Alan had only seen a fleeting glimpse of how she died. So seeing her alive now, smiling so brightly and full of life, leaves him with a strangely complicated feeling. Looking at her more closely in person, Alan also notices just how striking the resemblance is. Her face, her air, even the shape of her features all make her look unmistakably like Deus. Deus quietly reaches out one hand toward her and calls her name, Siley. Evan gently corrects her with a calm expression, telling her that this man is not her brother, but a mister. Evan is left utterly stunned by that response. He already knew Deus carried a deep sense of loss when it came to family, but calling himself a mister takes that distance to an entirely different level. The moment Evan tries to greet Siley, Deus's entire presence changes. A dark, terrifying aura erupts from him, and he growls for the mister to stay silent and not speak to her. Then, as if lightning strikes through his thoughts, Alan suddenly understands everything. His fingers snap, and his face lights up with pure realization. Alan finally gets it. Deus is treating him so kindly because he saved Siley. He had been so focused on preventing Deus from becoming one of the sins that he never understood the full reason behind this gratitude. At this point, he cannot help wondering if Deus would help him with absolutely anything. Siley then turns her attention toward Alan, her tone polite as she asks if he must be Count Palacio. She says she has heard that Alan was the one who ordered brother Evan to save her. Deus immediately corrects her again, telling Siley that she should call him Mr. Evan. Alan, feeling slightly awkward under her gratitude, simply says he only did what he had to do. But inside, he is practically celebrating, because if Siley had died, her brother would have turned into a killing machine. Siley gently takes Deus's hand in both of hers, her eyes closing with a peaceful smile as she expresses her thanks. For once, the moment is genuinely warm. Deus, the usually cold and untouchable swordless, looks sincerely moved by her gratitude. Alan watches the siblings together, and a soft warmth slowly spreads through his chest. Even though his original reason for saving her had been completely different, receiving someone's honest gratitude still feels surprisingly good. And so, while everything is being prepared, Alan ends up staying at Deus's mansion for the next few days. But the very next day, Deus appears before him with a small box in hand and calmly announces that he has brought the ring. Alan is left completely dumbfounded, staring at the box in disbelief. It has only been a single day, so he cannot understand how Deus already has it. He asks how such a thing was even possible, but before Deus can answer, a frantic Evan suddenly bursts into the room. Evan is panting hard, struggling to catch his breath, as he tells the Count that he has just heard something extremely strange. Then he leans in close and whispers the unbelievable truth. Deus caused a huge commotion at the palace while demanding the ring. And when the second prince tried to stand in his way, Deus simply beat him around until he got what he wanted. This man truly has no hesitation when it comes to royalty. 3 days later, every preparation is finally complete. With the ring of the Mad One now in his possession, Alan sets out on the northern expedition alongside Deus and the Solar Eclipse Knights. But as they continue traveling, grim news begins reaching them from the front lines. 2 weeks later, at the forward outpost on Caliban's northern border, terrible reports come pouring in. Delman, the third sword of Caliban, has been killed at the eastern base. And that is not the only disaster. Kiriana, the second sword and one of Caliban's strongest knights, has been severely wounded at the western base. The reason behind it is even worse. An outer god is tearing through their forces, sweeping across the battlefield while raising the dead to fight under his command. Inside the command room, the officers are locked in a furious debate. One viscount shouts in outrage, asking if retreating means they are supposed to turn their backs to the barbarians. Another officer slams his fist down onto the table and fires back, refusing to let pride blind them to reality. He argues that everyone has seen the state of the soldiers for themselves, with so many of them severely wounded, and with the first sword still in seclusion, they have no real chance of victory. The argument is cut short by a single sharp clap, and every eye turns toward Deus, who sits at the head of the table with an unreadable expression. Then a woman with long light blue hair stands up, Fiola, the fourth sword of Caliban, and calmly brings order back to the chaotic meeting, suggesting that they cool their heads before making any decision. Later, she and Deus walk together through the snowy camp, and Fiola lets out a heavy sigh. So the outer god is sweeping through their bases with an army of undead soldiers. Is he? Delman, the third sword who tried to rise above others through dishonorable tactics, is already dead. And Kiriana, the second sword and one of the kingdom's most powerful knights, is now hovering on the edge of death. Deus looks out across the distant horizon and says that he can already see it from where they stand, though he is not talking about the enemy army itself. What Deus sees is the mana in the air, twisted and corrupted. The atmosphere ahead has been devoured by ominous mana, stained with a strange, unnatural red. The entire landscape seems chilled by that corrupted energy, a dreadful sight visible only to those who have climbed to the highest levels of power. The ominous aura is so overwhelming that even Fiola begins to think retreat may truly be the best option. But then Deus notices something completely out of place in the middle of this desperate situation. Smoke. And that smoke is coming from something utterly unexpected. It is a grill, stacked with perfectly roasting sweet potatoes. Deus finds Alan and Evan calmly tending the fire, with Alan muttering magical formulas like diffraction, condense, and focus as if this is completely normal. Deus can only stare in dumbfounded silence, wondering where Alan even got those potatoes. Before he can fully process that scene, his attention is pulled away by shouting nearby. A blue-haired woman, the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower, is trying to fend off desperate soldiers as she snaps that she already said she cannot help. The treatment is done, and she is only here to investigate the barbarian ritual. The soldiers plead with her, pointing toward a man covered in grievous wounds. They argue that people should come before investigation and beg her to treat just one more patient. With her patience worn down by their endless arguing, she strides forward sharply. But when she finds Deus standing in her path, she barks at him to get out of her way. The vice master instantly freezes, her eyes widening in terror as she is struck by the full force of his presence. She falters, wondering why he is even here, and then spots Alan nearby holding a small, intricate wand. Alan casually waves at the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower and says the tower mentioned she would be here, and it turns out they were right. The moment she recognizes him, she lets out a startled shriek. She grips the roasted sweet potato in her hands so tightly that it looks ready to split apart, while her entire body trembles with panic. Flustered, she immediately tries to brush him off, saying she does not have any extra medicine for what he just mentioned. Then, almost cursing, she corrects herself and insists the process takes a long time and that she is extremely busy. Alan puts on his most pitiful, kicked puppy expression and lets out a heavy sigh. He says it was only a pleading request, but he understands if it was asking too much. The effect is instant. Her face fills with panic and surprise, and she completely folds under the pressure, crying out to Kaya before hurriedly saying no, wait, she can definitely do it. Seeing that his little scheme had landed exactly where he wanted, Alan calmly decided to push the advantage a step further. With an innocent look on his face, he said that if she could handle it, that was wonderful news, but unfortunately, their finances had been rather tight lately, so the payment might have to come a little later than expected. The Vice Tower Master was already so rattled that she clearly wanted the conversation finished as quickly as possible. Forcing herself to keep smiling, she waved off the concern and said this was part of her duty anyway. 1 gold coin would be more than enough, she added with an awkward little laugh. Alan gave her a small, measured nod, as if he had only reluctantly accepted her generosity. With a calm hum, he said he would not refuse such a kind offer. And just like that, the deal was settled, leaving the soldiers standing nearby completely stunned. Even her own subordinates could hardly believe what they were seeing. Their Vice Tower Master was actually smiling, and somehow she had accepted 1 gold for a job that should have cost hundreds. In their eyes, Alan no longer looked like an ordinary man. He looked like a terrifyingly skilled negotiator. Without saying anything more, the Vice Tower Master spun around and hurried off, already rushing to prepare the medicine. She called back that she would begin immediately and bring the potions over while they were still steaming hot, as quickly as she possibly could. The two subordinates remained frozen where they stood, still staring in the direction she had run. Then, almost at the exact same time, they whispered in awe, unable to hide their admiration. That man was truly incredible. Alan only let a faint, knowing smile tug at the corner of his mouth. Without raising his voice or forcing anything, he had somehow managed to wrap the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower completely around his little finger. Then, without warning, a terrifying pulse of red energy erupted across the entire camp. The force tore through the air like a shockwave and slammed straight into the command tent, right where Deus and Fiola had been speaking. Deus reacted instantly, his entire body sharpening with alarm. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword as he turned toward Fiola and asked if she had felt that aura just now. But he did not even wait for her reply. His expression darkened, and he rose to his feet, declaring that they were under attack. Outside the tent, that sinister red mana spread across the battlefield like a poisonous tide. One by one, fallen soldiers began to rise again, their bodies bending and twisting into grotesque undead puppets. The Viscount from the earlier meeting panicked and foolishly ordered everyone to charge, shouting for them to attack and die, but his men were running straight into a massacre. The undead moved with brutal, mechanical efficiency, tearing into the living soldiers with mindless savagery. One knight barely had time to scream before a weapon pierced straight through him, cutting his final cry short. Another soldier roared for the enemy to die, only to be stabbed clean through the back a heartbeat later, his life snuffed out before he could even turn around. The entire camp plunged into chaos as the undead army rampaged through the ranks. Then Fiola, the fourth sword, stepped forward. She closed her eyes, gathered her power in perfect silence, and calmly spoke a single word: icicle. In the next instant, a surge of freezing energy burst from her body, flash freezing the undead where they stood and trapping them inside jagged spears of ice. With one final push, the ice detonated outward, shattering the frozen corpses into countless glittering fragments. But even after that devastating blow, the horde showed no sign of ending. Deus threw himself into the battle next, moving so fast that his body became a blur wrapped in purple swordlight. Wherever he passed, his blade carved open a path through the undead ranks. He swept across the battlefield like a storm given human form, every slash of his sword flashing in a deadly arc. By the time his blade finished moving, only hacked-apart corpses were left collapsing behind him. But even while cutting down enemies, Deus felt something far more dangerous drawing near. A cold bead of sweat slid down the side of his face, and his voice dropped into a tense mutter as he realized that the true threat was coming. The Vice Tower Master lifted her gaze toward the sky. Her magical monocle flared with light, and in that same instant, she also sensed the catastrophic power descending toward them. Above the battlefield, the sky looked as if it had been ripped open and stained with blood. Malevolent lightning tore through the heavens, and a crushing wave of despair rolled over everyone below, carrying the promise of absolute destruction. That monstrous energy crashed down into the ground with a cataclysmic explosion. Everything in its path was obliterated, and the impact shook the battlefield so violently that it felt as if the world itself had been struck. As the smoke and dust slowly began to clear, an otherworldly voice thundered across the ruined wasteland. It condemned the barbarism before it, warning them not to profane the sins of those who had already lost their honor. From the center of the blast, clawed, beast-like feet stepped into view, crackling with wild and untamed energy. It was the outer god Altalus. He stood tall amid the devastation, proud and unshaken, wearing a cruel, mocking grin as he looked over the chaos he had unleashed. Fiola ignored the overwhelming danger in front of her and charged straight ahead with a desperate cry. Her blade surged with power as she prepared to strike with blinding speed. She unleashed her ultimate technique, the sword of extreme speed. The thrust shot forward so fast it should have been impossible to stop, aimed directly at the god's heart. But Altalus displayed a level of power that made the attack look meaningless. He did not even flinch as Fiola's impossibly fast strike came to a complete stop before it could reach him. Fiola stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as the truth sank in. The sword of extreme speed, the attack that should have pierced through anything, had failed to work at all. Altalus's grin stretched even wider, and when he spoke, every word dripped with contempt. He declared that one who had abandoned honor, one who had cast aside the nobility of the soul, would not be granted an honorable death. With nothing more than a casual flick of his power, Altalus released a wave of cyan energy. It tore through Fiola completely, vaporizing her torso in an instant and leaving only her legs to collapse to the ground. Her comrade could do nothing but scream in horror, crying out Lord Fiola's name as he watched the gruesome scene unfold before his eyes. Then a new voice cut cleanly through the suffocating tension, calm and unwavering. Someone addressed the great god of duels, Altalus, and every gaze on the battlefield turned toward Alan as he stepped forward. After drinking the 2 potions, Alan raised his voice and spoke with solemn resolve. In accordance with the oath of Calgunius, he declared himself Alan Palacio and called upon that ancient covenant. As Alan continued, ancient golden runes began to fill the air around him. They swirled with immense power, bright and sacred against the ruined battlefield, as he demanded the duel of Babylonia. Altalus lowered his gaze toward the human who dared to challenge him. For a brief moment, amusement flickered across his face. Then it twisted into a full, maniacal grin, his fangs showing openly. A booming laugh erupted from the outer god and rolled across the battlefield. It was wild, insane, and filled with both genuine surprise and violent excitement. Altalus seemed almost delighted by what Alan had done. He said Alan knew the oath of their era, and though that was strange, he welcomed it all the same. Then, with casual confidence, he snapped his fingers. Calling Alan a noble one, Altalus welcomed him into a bloody coliseum where no outsider would be allowed to interfere. In the next instant, vicious black tendrils burst from the ground. They tore through the remaining undead, ripping them apart and clearing the battlefield almost instantly. A massive dome formed around Alan and Altalus, woven from blood and raw energy. It sealed them away from everyone else, cutting off the outside world and creating a sacred arena meant only for their duel. Altalus's eyes burned with power as he formally accepted the challenge. Under the great oath, he declared that he, Altalus, would accept the holy duel of Babylonia. The pressure inside the arena became almost unbearable, and Alan clenched his teeth against it. The divine power radiating from the god pressed down on him so heavily that simply standing there demanded everything he had. Then Alan realized he had miscalculated. His prediction had been wrong. He had not expected Altalus to already be on the very edge of becoming a living god. Alan knew that outer gods became stronger the closer they came to their full descent, eventually reaching the level of the 5 deadly sins. Altalus was already terrifyingly close. Alan let out an unsteady breath, forcing himself to stay conscious beneath the crushing pressure. If he had not taken the potion of extraordinariness, he might have already collapsed on the spot. This was the last chance to stop Altalus before his full awakening. Altalus raised one clawed finger and pointed it directly at Alan. With the duel accepted and the arena sealed, he declared that it was time to begin. The god began explaining the rules of the ancient ritual, stating that the great duel of Babylonia from the forgotten era of gods was fought in turns. Then, without any warning, Altalus lunged forward, his body blurring as he prepared to unleash the first devastating strike. The first rule of the duel appeared in the sky above them. Rule number 1 stated that the challenged one would receive the first strike. Since Alan had been the one to issue the challenge, that meant Altalus had the right to attack first. Altalus's voice thundered through the sealed arena, overflowing with sadistic delight. He told Alan that he would now hear the song of destruction. Outside the arena, one of the soldiers immediately panicked. His voice cracked as he shouted for everyone to run, ordering them to scatter before the attack could reach them. But another soldier stared at Alan in confusion, unable to understand why he was not moving at all. Alan remained perfectly still, his expression locked in intense concentration, just as the second rule appeared in the air. Rule number 2 declared that the defender was forbidden to move, both during their own turn and outside of it. Repositioning was not allowed. Alan had no choice. He would have to face the incoming attack head-on. Altalus grinned with satisfaction, clearly pleased that Alan understood the ancient customs of the duel. He praised him as one who knew honor. Then the final primary rule revealed itself. Rule number 3 stated that each round would be divided into offense and defense, with the attacker and defender alternating turns as the duel continued. Alan reached for a potion and pulled it out, knowing that as the defender, this was his turn to endure. A simple shield would never be enough against this attack. If he wanted to survive, he would have to use everything he had. Alan immediately began weaving a complicated incantation, his fingers forming precise signs as layers of magic stacked over one another. One spell reinforced the next as he spoke each command in a steady rhythm. Fixation, condense, enhancement, in death. Altalus's attack descended like a falling meteor, a colossal surge of red and cyan energy crashing down from above. It carried enough destructive force to erase Alan completely, as if his very existence was about to be wiped from the world. Even as the god's attack closed in right before his eyes, Alan refused to break his stance. His hands remained locked in their signs, his gaze fixed forward, holding the spell together until the last possible instant. The impact struck with unbelievable force, and the ground beneath the arena shattered instantly. Cracks split open in every direction, racing across the dueling field like black lightning carved into stone. A blinding flash swallowed everything as the two powers collided. For a moment, the entire arena disappeared inside a cataclysmic explosion of light, pressure, and roaring magical force. The ground itself was vaporized under the blast. Where Alan had been standing only moments ago, there was now nothing but a smoking crater, scorched and hollowed out by the god's attack. As the dust, smoke, and violent remnants of energy slowly began to settle, everyone outside the barrier went completely silent. No one dared to breathe as they stared into the devastation. Deus and the Vice Tower Master both stared into the aftermath with wide, shaken eyes. Deus's face tightened in disbelief, and only one broken word escaped him as he tried to understand what he was seeing. Alan had survived. There, in the center of the destruction, surrounded by the faint broken glow of a shattered magic circle, he was still standing. His body was battered and bleeding, but somehow, against all reason, he was alive. The crimson pendant hanging from him finally reached its limit. Its duty fulfilled, it cracked apart and crumbled into fine dust, scattering away like the last trace of the miracle that had protected him. Alan staggered where he stood, clutching a potion bottle as his body screamed from the damage. He had taken the full force of a god's attack head-on, and every part of him looked ready to collapse. Just moments earlier, the Vice Tower Master had held out the two potions she had prepared and explained them carefully. She told him he probably already knew, but one was the potion of extraordinariness, while the other was the potion of remithian which blocked pain. Then she looked at him and asked where exactly he intended to use them. Now Alan realized just how much those potions had saved him. Their effect had been tremendous. Without them, there would have been nothing left of him but dust. Then he uncorked a different bottle, a highest-grade healing potion, and confirmed that it had remained perfectly unharmed, exactly as planned. He poured the golden liquid over his wounded body, letting it run across his torn skin as the injuries began closing little by little. It would not restore him completely, but it was enough to force his body back into fighting condition. Now came the true counterattack. Alan steadied his breathing and fixed his eyes on Altalus, because at last, after enduring that monstrous blow, it was finally his turn to attack, and he had been waiting for this moment. Having fulfilled the conditions of hubris, Alan invoked the restriction. His voice carried through the arena with cold determination, as if the words themselves were opening the lock on something forbidden. Golden light began to swirl around his body, rising in bright currents from the ring of the Mad One. The glow wrapped around him like a power that had been waiting for the exact moment to awaken. After surviving the wrath of a god, Alan had finally earned his turn to strike back. But this was not an ordinary fight anymore. This was a turn-based battle against a terrifying boss, governed by a very specific set of ancient rules. This had been Alan's plan from the beginning. By dragging Altalus into a formal duel, he had forced the outer god under the weight of ancient laws, restricting the overwhelming power that could have destroyed the entire battlefield. Altalus, bound tightly by his own code of honor, only grinned with excitement. He had no idea that by accepting the duel so proudly, he had stepped directly into Alan's trap and sealed the path ahead with his own hands. With the pendant of reincarnation and the healing potion supporting him, Alan had barely managed to survive that first strike. It was an insane risk, but every part of it had been calculated because he needed to reach this exact moment. Now, with his life hanging by a thread and his body barely holding together, Alan could finally activate his trump card. A hard, determined glint sharpened in his eyes as he declared that he would invoke the restriction. Behind him, a massive ethereal presence began to manifest, vast and unreal. It was not an ordinary spell, but a power that answered only when the conditions were specific, desperate, and almost impossible to satisfy. Alan revealed the key behind that power. The Ring of the Mad One could only be activated when its user stood with one foot in the grave. By nearly dying under Altalus's attack, Alan had unlocked an entirely new level of magic. Now the flow of the duel had completely reversed. Alan stood on the offensive and Altalus, who treated duels as sacred, would neither defend early nor interrupt him. Whatever Alan unleashed, the god would receive it head-on. Alan understood that this was his single and only chance. In the game, he could simply survive the first hit and continue from there, but this was reality. If he failed to end things now, there would be no second attempt. Altalus watched him with a smug grin stretching across his face, still underestimating the mortal standing before him. He looked completely confident, unaware of what Alan was preparing to unleash. Unlike the game, there was no time limit pressing him to hurry. Alan could pour every bit of his knowledge, every fragment of power, and every last ounce of control into this one attack. He drew in a deep breath and the spell began. The first of the 4 restrictions was invoked. When magic was used in the land of extreme cold, it would twist the laws of the world. As those words took hold, the very fabric of reality began to bend and distort around Alan's magic. Then Alan chanted the next word, diffraction. The sound cut sharply through the arena, and the second restriction immediately began to activate around him. When magic was used in a near-death state, it would twist the laws of the world. Alan's brush with death now became fuel, causing his power to swell at a terrifying rate. Then another command rang out, focus. A torrent of lightning gathered at his fingertips, wild and raw, waiting to be shaped. Next came condense, and that chaotic energy compressed into a single devastating point of magical force. Finally, death. The third restriction was fulfilled when the spell was used against a god, twisting reality itself into a weapon made to kill divinity. At the same time, the mana-storing bracelet on Alan's wrist blazed with intense light, pouring every bit of stockpiled energy into the final incantation. Then Alan declared the fourth and final restriction. When magic was used against Altalus, the great god of duels, it would twist the laws of the world. This was no longer just a spell. For one single purpose, the law of nature itself had been rewritten. With one final command that seemed to shake the entire arena, Alan unleashed his ultimate attack. The name tore from him with full force, frontline of silence. A massive beam of pure destructive energy erupted forward, empowered by all four reality-bending restrictions. It screamed across the battlefield in a straight line, aimed directly at the arrogant god standing before him. This was everything Alan had. Every potion he had taken, every artifact he had relied on, every piece of knowledge he had brought into this world, and every drop of mana he could gather had been poured into this single desperate strike. Even Altalus seemed impressed as the attack rushed toward him. His grin widened with anticipation, and instead of trying to avoid it, he stood ready to receive the blow directly against his bare chest. The attack slammed into him, and the two forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion. The blast tore through the Colosseum, vaporizing the ground beneath them and drowning the arena in raw, destructive light. When the light finally began to fade, Alan remained standing, panting heavily as his entire body screamed from the exertion. He silently prayed that the attack had been enough, because if Altalus was gone from that first hit, then everything had succeeded. Alan stared into the smoke without blinking. Hope and dread warred across his face as he waited for the answer hidden inside the drifting dust. Then the dust settled, and Altalus was revealed still standing. A massive glowing hole had been blasted straight through his chest, but even with that terrible wound, the god had not fallen. Worse still, Altalus was smiling. His voice carried through the arena with amused satisfaction as he looked at Alan and admitted that he was strong. Alan's blood ran cold. For a moment, the world seemed to tilt beneath him as the horrifying reality sank in with crushing weight. His ultimate attack, his final all-or-nothing strike, had failed to finish the god. The last blow he had placed all his hope in had not been enough. Alan glanced down at his wrist and saw the truth immediately. The mana-storing bracelet had been completely drained. Every bit of mana he had built up was gone, leaving him with nothing left to draw on. Altalus's grin sharpened into something predatory, yet strangely knowing. With a low laugh, he said he understood now. Alan had been carrying on someone's will. Then Alan noticed something strange leaking from the wound in Altalus's chest. An unfamiliar energy was spreading from the hole, and his eyes narrowed as he tried to understand what he was seeing. Hellfire. The realization struck him as Altalus continued speaking, his body beginning to break apart piece by piece. The god sounded almost intrigued as he remarked that Alan even possessed that class. Already, Alan watched in complete shock as Altalus began disappearing before his eyes. Even as his form disintegrated, the god gave him one final nod filled with unmistakable respect. Altalus called him a noble one and praised the duel as excellent. Then, as if acknowledging something deeper, he said he understood now. The black and blue ones were worth keeping an eye on. As a reward for Alan's valiant effort, Altalus chose to leave him a gift. Since he had lost the duel, the god declared that he would grant Alan this prize along with the authority. A glowing belt slowly materialized in front of Alan, hovering in the cold air as he stood there utterly exhausted, his body still trembling from the duel he had barely survived. With his final words, Altalus entrusted Alan with a burden far heavier than any simple reward. He told Alan, the one who remembered the mysteries of the great forgotten god, that he would now carry their will simply by continuing to remember them. In that instant, strange visions flashed across Alan's eyes, dark, shadowy beasts shifting in the distance like nightmares given form. Altalus warned him that when the usurpers finally broke free from their shackles, Alan was to call his name. Then came Altalus's final revelation, spoken with the weight of a truth buried for ages. Alan was not to call him by the false epithet stained with lies, but by his real name, the Wicked One. And with those words lingering in the frozen air, the outer god vanished completely, leaving behind only silence and the echo of his presence. The bloody Colosseum began to dissolve around Alan, its walls of blood and energy fading away piece by piece. Soon, he was left standing alone in the middle of the quiet, snow-covered wasteland. With the greatest threat finally gone, the barrier collapsed, and the camp slowly returned to a fragile state of relief. No one celebrated loudly, but the suffocating fear hanging over them finally began to loosen. The surviving soldiers then began the grim work of gathering their fallen comrades from the ruined battlefield. Their northern expedition, which had ended in shocking bloodshed and chaos, was now over as they prepared to return to Caliban. The journey back stretched on for a long time, and that slow march gave everyone far too much time to think. Each person quietly processed the impossible events they had just witnessed in their own way. During the trip, Alan used the chance to question the Vice Tower Master. He began by saying that his next question was, but before he could even finish, she blurted out an answer about the magic circle he had used, quickly saying that he was a second circle count. Alan gave a dry cough and corrected her, saying he was actually third circle. The Vice Tower Master immediately stiffened and corrected herself with a flustered, almost chibi-like expression. She hurriedly admitted her mistake, saying that of course he was third circle and that she had simply spoken incorrectly. Alan decided to stop circling around the issue and went straight to the point. He looked at her carefully and asked whether she knew anything about the strange words Altalus had mentioned, the black and the blue ones. The moment she heard that, the Vice Tower Master completely lost her composure. She shook her head so violently that Alan could almost see two of her, insisting that she knew nothing, that she had seen nothing blue or black, and begging him to believe her as she flatly refused to answer. Then, after throwing out a rushed thanks for allowing her to leave, she practically launched herself out of the moving carriage, escaping so fast it was almost as if she had teleported. Alan was left staring after her in complete confusion. He had never even told her to leave, and being thanked for something he had not done only made him feel like some cruel villain secretly pulling strings from the shadows. He let out a heavy sigh and slumped back against the carriage wall, more confused than before. Too many questions still remained unanswered. Why had a failed attack made the god disappear? What had those cryptic final words really meant? With those thoughts turning in his head, he examined the prize Altalus had left behind, the 44 Bzyken, Belt of the Forgotten One. A system window appeared inside Alan's mind, revealing the belt's effect. It doubled both attack damage and damage received, making it a dangerous item built entirely around high risk and high reward. But what caught Alan's attention even more was an inscription he had never seen before. It told the one who carried on the will to head to Kahara, the city of the ancient god. Just like that, a new destination appeared before him, along with another mystery. Just then, Dias entered the carriage, breaking Alan's thoughts. Alan looked up at him and called his name, asking what had brought him there. Dias was practically radiating killing intent, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. In a deadly serious tone, he said that the mage had dared to leave without properly bidding Alan farewell, then asked whether he should kill her. Apparently, someone had become more than a little overprotective. Far away from the carriage, the fleeing Vice Tower Master suddenly felt a terrifying chill crawl down her spine. She froze for a moment, sensing that unmistakable killing intent behind her. 2 weeks later, the expedition finally reached Kirtham, the capital of Caliban. After months of danger, bloodshed, and unimaginable events, the long northern expedition had officially come to an end. As they prepared to part ways, Alan turned to Dias and thanked him for everything he had done. Then, with a calm smile, he said they would meet again next time. Alan also received an enormous reward from the king for the part he played in stopping the disaster. Several wagons were loaded down with treasures and gold, lined up as proof of just how massive the reward was. Alan could barely hold back his delight as he looked at the treasure-filled wagons. Since he had literally spent all of his own money just to keep himself alive, this reward felt like perfect timing. But just as Alan was about to leave, Dias stopped him. His expression had turned unusually serious, and the hesitation in his voice made Alan pause. Then Dias asked something that caught Alan completely off guard. With a rare uncertainty in his eyes, he asked whether he could also become strong like Alan. Alan was baffled, unable to understand why Dias would ask him something like that. Dias was one of the main characters of the story, a prodigy destined for greatness, and the youngest person ever to become the Master Knight. Alan wondered if maybe the magic he had used earlier had looked cooler than expected, admitting to himself that it might have seemed pretty impactful. His thoughts drifted to the 5 children he was supposed to be raising, the future saviors of the world. Each of them already possessed absurd latent abilities, the kind of potential ordinary people could never hope to reach. And among them, Dias stood at the very top when it came to talent with the sword. His ability was so overwhelming that it was only a matter of time before he surpassed everyone around him. Deus simply stood there, waiting for an answer with a rare vulnerability on his face. Alan met his gaze and gave him a simple, reassuring smile, telling him that with enough effort, he could become stronger and achieve what he desired, because he had been blessed with extraordinary talent. Deus lowered his gaze, and a faint flicker of emotion crossed his face as he quietly asked if that was really true. Alan nodded and confirmed it. Then he turned toward his carriage, thinking Deus's worries had probably been eased and that there was no need for him to overthink it. Alan was about to move on, but Deus had one more question. He asked why Alan kept requesting favors from him instead of simply ordering him around, and that unexpected question made Alan glance back with interest. Alan only smiled at him and answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Who would ever order their own family around? After saying that, Alan turned and walked away without another word, leaving Deus standing there completely stunned by what he had just heard. The carriage soon began to move, rolling away from the scene as the soldiers nearby raised their hands in salute while it passed. Once Alan was finally alone and no one could see him, the dignified composure he had been holding together shattered all at once. He grabbed at his hair and silently sobbed in frustration. Had Deus really thought there was some hidden ulterior motive behind Alan's sponsorship? Alan wailed inwardly that his reasons had been pure goodwill, and for the first time, he truly understood why people called parenting such a thankless job. That night, the capital glowed beneath the darkness, with lights twinkling outside a grand estate like scattered stars across the city. Inside one of the lavish rooms, Alan sat alone, surrounded by the gifts he had received from the king. The wealth was impressive, but his thoughts were already moving toward what he should do next. Elsewhere, Deus also sat by himself, quietly wrestling with everything that had happened that day. He had followed Alan to repay the kindness he had received, yet somehow, he felt as though he had only ended up receiving even more from him. Deus raised a hand to the earring Alan had given him, touching it gently. The small object remained there as a constant reminder of the bond forming between them. Then, in a low whisper, Deus tried to imitate Alan's ultimate spell. He murmured the name under his breath, front line of silence. He flicked his fingers in the same motion, expecting something to happen, but the room stayed perfectly still. Not even the smallest spark appeared. Deus cleared his throat, a faint blush touching his otherwise stoic face. Inwardly, he admitted that he wished he had a talent for magic like Alan did. Then he sat there in the quiet, letting one thought echo again and again in his mind. Family. The word settled deep inside him, planting the seed of something he had never truly known before. After surviving a terrifying battle with an outer god, and getting through an unexpectedly intense conversation with Deus, Alan finally returned to his estate with Evan. The sight of home brought a wave of relief, and he could practically feel himself thinking, home sweet home. He had been away for 3 long months, and now the exhaustion hit him all at once like a freight train. At that moment, all Alan wanted was to fall into bed and sleep until his body stopped feeling like it had been crushed. But when Alan opened the door to what he assumed was his bedroom, he found himself face to face with his one true nemesis. A mountain of backlogged work seemed to be waiting for him with soul-crushing enthusiasm, practically welcoming him back into the room of unfinished paperwork. Absolutely not. With the lightning-fast reflexes of a seasoned adventurer sensing mortal danger, Alan slammed the door shut in the face of that paper-based nightmare. Alan let out a small, embarrassed sigh as he stood in front of the door he had just slammed shut. Whoops, wrong room. The poor guy was so completely worn out that he could not even find his own bedroom anymore. He took a deep breath, and the crushing weight of reality settled right back onto his shoulders. As much as he wanted to run away, Alan knew perfectly well that his responsibilities were not something he could dodge forever. In the end, he resigned himself to the miserable instincts of his former life as a Korean salaryman and decided to just get the work over with. Whether he did it now or later, the papers would still be waiting. He sighed so deeply it felt like his soul was leaking out of his body. Rest? For a noble? Apparently that was some distant foreign concept. After finally conquering the monstrous pile of paperwork, Alan granted himself a full week of sweet, uninterrupted rest. He even cooked meals for Evan, proving that a quiet home, warm food, and a little peace were more than enough to make life feel worth living. But after an entire week of doing absolutely nothing, Alan's old salaryman instincts started kicking in again. The stillness around him became almost painfully loud, and before long, he found himself growing restless. Now that his body had finally recovered, his thoughts drifted back to the strange words Altalus had left behind. The wicked one, the black and blue ones, the one who carried the will. Each phrase felt like another unsolved clue piled onto an already massive list of mysteries. So Alan decided to begin investigating the trail the outer god had left for him. Piece by piece, he started trying to connect the scattered clues, hoping to make sense of a puzzle that could reshape the entire world. He thought again about Altalus's true name, the Wicked One. The title sounded strangely like something tied to an Eastern god, which did not fit anything Alan remembered from the game. And the way Altalus had vanished after the duel only made the whole situation feel even more impossible to explain. Then a darker thought settled over him. If one outer god had already appeared in this world, then it was probably only a matter of time before the others began showing up too. From here on, things were likely going to become far more chaotic. At the very least, the outer gods seemed to give some kind of warning before they appeared. Compared to the unpredictable 5 deadly sins, that was not much comfort, but Alan would take any advantage he could get. His mind then turned toward Kahara, the city of the ancient god mentioned on the belt he had received. Alan wanted to go there immediately, but there was one major problem standing in his way. He pulled out his reliable psychedelia notebook, the one where he kept all of his knowledge from the game. According to his notes, Kahara, also known as the secret dungeon colony, was not supposed to be discovered until a little later. Going there right now would be reckless. It could attract the wrong kind of attention, disturb the timeline, and cause problems he was not ready to handle. For the moment, Alan had no choice but to wait. Just then, Evan entered the room with an urgent look on his face. Before he could even speak, he shivered dramatically, noticing the cold air Alan had been unconsciously producing, and asked if that chill was coming from Alan's magic. Alan confirmed it, noting to himself that his control had improved quite a bit after spending his vacation buried in research and magical practice. But Evan had not come to discuss the temperature in the room. His expression turned serious as he delivered startling news. A hidden city had been found in Colony. Alan's eyes widened the moment he heard it. Colony Kahara had already been discovered. The timeline was changing faster than he had expected. Meanwhile, far away from Alan's estate, the 5 children he was sponsoring had gathered for their semi-annual Blue Moon meeting through a crystal orb. Normally, the meeting would have been short and straightforward, but this time it had been completely hijacked. The children were buzzing with excitement, all talking about how the Great Moon, Alan, had recently visited Caliban. Naturally, their attention turned to Deus, the quietest among them. Since he had actually met Alan in person, the others eagerly asked what it had been like. To everyone's complete shock, the silent and stoic Deus actually began to speak. And once he opened his mouth, he did not stop. He started recounting the entire northern expedition from beginning to end, painting Alan as a calm, all-knowing hero who stepped forward when everyone else had been frozen in fear. Deus kept going, praising Alan's foresight, preparation, and every careful decision he had made. He insisted that Alan truly must have known everything, completely captivated by the memory. A full 50 minutes passed and he was still talking. Sairang tried to cut in, but Deus was far too absorbed to notice. His eyes blazed with almost fanatical intensity as he refused to stop. According to him, the truly important part was only just beginning. Then he vividly recounted Alan's ultimate attack, Frontline of Silence, describing it as an instant death strike so sudden and overwhelming that no one could possibly have predicted it. The other members were already on the verge of collapse from pure exhaustion, but Deus's epic tale continued without the slightest sign of being shortened. Sairang desperately tried to get Yusha to intervene and stop him, but even that attempt proved completely useless. Yusha simply smiled, clearly entertained by the entire situation. With a soft chuckle, she remarked that, as expected, the Great Moon really was different from everyone else. At last, Sairang completely lost her patience and screamed that the meeting was over. Unfortunately for her, her cries might as well have disappeared into the void. 2 agonizing hours later, the other children had passed out cold, defeated by Deus's legendary ability to keep talking. Only after finally finishing did Deus clear his throat politely. He apologized for speaking too long and calmly said that he would see them all again in half a year. The leader merely giggled, clearly having enjoyed the entire spectacle far more than anyone else in the meeting. And so, on that day, the Blue Moon meeting set a brand new record for its longest duration ever, 3 full hours. All thanks to Deus discovering his unexpected talent for talking. Back at Alan's estate, the situation was beginning to feel a little crowded. When Alan walked into his drawing room, he found the entire space packed from wall to wall with presents sent by nobles he had never even met. Evan pointed out one particularly valuable artifact, explaining that it was expensive enough to buy an entire mansion. The sheer scale of the gifts being sent to Alan was honestly absurd. Most of the presents came from minor nobles, each one clearly desperate to build a connection with Alan and secure a place on his good side. The letters were even more overwhelming, overflowing with flattering praise and carefully polished compliments. It seemed that news of Alan's connection to Deus, the future Master Knight, had spread like wildfire through noble society. Alan held a golden goblet in his hand, wearing a wry smile as he looked over the gifts. As a former corporate drone, He understood the value of connections better than most. He thanked them silently for their kindness, then added the true creed of a salaryman in his heart. If they give, accept it quietly and save it all as an emergency fund. A week later, the gifts were still arriving, one delivery after another, as if the stream of generosity had no intention of stopping. Evan was starting to look genuinely concerned as he stood beside yet another pile of boxes. He reported that they had been receiving gifts continuously for an entire week. Alan could only stare in bafflement. Was having a connection to the Master Knight really that powerful? Then he lowered his gaze, a proud tear nearly forming in his eye, and thought to himself that Deus truly was a good son. An entire month passed, and the tsunami of gifts still showed no real sign of ending. Alan's face said everything as he stared at yet another delivery. They were still coming, and at this point even he was starting to feel weighed down by the excess. Finally, as summer drew near, the endless flood of presents began to slow down, shrinking from an overwhelming wave into a much more manageable trickle. The scene then shifted to Tyria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. It was the day of the Grand Council meeting, an event that every noble was required to attend. And Alan, unfortunately, was running extremely late. If attendance had not been mandatory, he would already have been on his way to Colony instead of racing toward the council. He hurried forward with enormous strides, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. Being late to his very first council meeting was the last thing he wanted, especially when he was trying not to attract any unnecessary attention. Evan watched him rush ahead with amused surprise. He had never seen Alan take such massive steps before, and it was obvious that he had to be in a serious hurry. But then Evan noticed something strange happening behind him. A whole crowd of nobles had begun trailing after Alan, matching his frantic pace almost perfectly. From a distance, it looked like they had formed a line behind him, following along like a flock of finely dressed sheep. Alan, completely unaware that he had somehow collected a brand new fan club behind him, finally arrived at the council hall. He leaned toward the entrance and cautiously peeked inside, silently praying he could slip in without anyone noticing him. He quietly slipped through the doors and scanned the vast, ornate chamber spread out before him. To his overwhelming relief, most of the seats were still empty. He had not been late after all. Thank goodness. Now that panic was over, it was time to plan his seating carefully. He knew the left side belonged to the royalists, while the right side was used by the noble faction. Since Alan wanted absolutely nothing to do with either side's political mess, he quickly decided that the neutral middle section was probably the safest place to sit. And just to reduce the risk even further, he aimed for a seat all the way in the very back. Maximum stealth, minimum eye contact, and hopefully no unnecessary conversation. But the instant Alan sat down, two nobles suddenly appeared right behind him, standing there and staring at him with unsettling intensity. He had no idea where they had even come from. Feeling seriously unnerved, Alan quickly moved to a seat closer to the middle, wondering if maybe he had offended them by sitting in the back. Maybe this was some rookie noble mistake he had failed to understand. But the nobles kept staring, their gazes drilling into the back of his head no matter where he went. The pressure was unbearable. Every time Alan shifted seats, they quietly followed behind him, forming a silent, creepy procession that made his skin crawl. At last, Alan gave up trying to escape them, and somehow, after all that effort to stay unnoticed, he ended up in the worst seat imaginable, the front row, right beside the leaders of the major factions. So much for neutrality. So much for keeping a low profile. Alan let out a quiet sigh, but at least by then, he finally understood what was happening. By forcing him into the front, the other nobles could avoid being placed in the most uncomfortable position themselves. It was a classic political maneuver, and Alan had just been pushed into the hot seat. Soon after, the meeting officially began, and the chairman stepped up to the podium to address the gathered nobles. Alan immediately began tuning everything out, his mind already preparing itself for a long and painfully boring session. But then the chairman made an announcement that snapped him right back to attention. First, he declared that the newly established Cal faction had been granted voting rights. The chairman continued without hesitation, stating that the representative of this faction would be Count Palacio. Alan jolted as if lightning had struck him directly, and only one confused word escaped him. Pardon? His head whipped around in utter confusion. Cal faction? What in the world was the Cal faction? Was he seriously the only person in the entire hall who had no idea what was going on? That was when Alan finally spotted them. The two noble ladies he had only interacted with once or twice at most were sitting together, smiling at him with unmistakably triumphant expressions. They gave him a small nod, almost as if they were silently saying, "You are welcome." Alan's mind immediately went into overdrive. What was going on with those two? And why were they sitting together like they had planned all of this? Then the horrifying possibility began to settle over him. Their alliance had not stayed as a casual connection. It had somehow turned into an official faction. And worse, that faction had been named after his own territory. For Alan, this was nothing short of a nightmare. The chairman's voice cut straight through Alan's rising panic. He turned toward him and asked whether the Count had anything to say as the representative. Alan stared blankly ahead, feeling as if the entire world had begun spinning around him. The chairman's words echoed in his head, sealing his fate with brutal clarity. The leader of this new and powerful shadow faction was him. Meanwhile, far away in the northern frozen wasteland, a lone cloaked figure walked through the biting wind with steady, deliberate steps. Then, all at once, he stopped. The air around him seemed to shift strangely, growing heavy with an eerie and mysterious presence. A sinister smile curled across his lips as he looked out over the frozen world before him. In a low voice carried away by the wind, he murmured that this was interesting. He stood before the very trench of ice carved by Delman's sword attack, the same place where Alan had fought the god Altalus. Speaking into the empty air, he wondered just how far Alan would be able to go, and whether he should keep watching. It seemed Alan had drawn the attention of someone far too powerful. Back at the Grand Council, Alan's brain had completely short-circuited. The chairman was now asking him, the newly appointed leader of the Cal faction, to give a speech. Yes, the Cal faction, the political powerhouse that Alan, a man who had desperately wanted to remain neutral, had somehow become the face of. If this was failing upward, then Alan was doing it at an absurd level. Inside his head, his thoughts were nothing but one long terrified scream. Was this actually real life? Wasn't this the kind of ridiculous development that belonged in a cheesy novel title? He was not some protagonist. He was an exhausted ex-salaryman who only wanted a nap. Seeing the empty, thousand-yard stare frozen on Alan's face, the chairman gave a polite cough. Since their representative apparently had no words for them at the moment, he smoothly announced that they would move on. And just like that, the entire council erupted into celebration. Confetti flew through the air, and a huge banner was unfurled to congratulate the launch of the Cal faction. Nobles swarmed around Alan, grabbing his hands and offering congratulations, trapping him inside a social nightmare of his own accidental creation. They cheered for him and called him the star of the night, but Alan could only arrive at one horrifying conclusion. Don't tell me, I'm just the figurehead president? Later, at the after-party, Alan found himself cornered by the two women who had clearly masterminded the entire situation. Duchess Altia and Duchess Zenonia. Kalia smiled slyly as she asked whether Alan was enjoying the party, casually sipping her champagne with the air of someone completely satisfied with her work. Then she asked what he thought, saying that everything had turned out perfectly. Loria nodded beside her, wearing a smile just as sharp, and said that everything had been carried out exactly as Count Palacio had wished. Alan's thoughts spun wildly. He had only spoken to these women a handful of times years ago, so what wish were they talking about? What plan? The room seemed to tilt around him as he desperately searched through his memories. Did he have a split personality? Had some other version of himself secretly planned this entire political takeover without telling him? Loria clasped her hands together, her expression glowing with theatrical reverence. As she said, she was simply grateful they could finally begin repaying him for saving their lives. Alan clenched his jaw so tightly it was a miracle his teeth did not crack. Internally, he was screaming, asking what on earth she meant, but outwardly, he maintained a strained poker face that looked more painful than composed. As the truth slowly began to dawn on Alan, the whole ridiculous chain of events traced itself back to one simple beginning. It had all started with a letter. After Alan asked Kalia to meet with the Duchess of Altia, Loria, the instructions he sent to Kalia somehow became the seed that gave birth to the Cal faction. The letter was supposed to be an apology, nothing more than a polite, awkward apology. But somehow, it had been hilariously misread as a string of cryptic and villainous commands. When Alan wrote that not many nobles got along with him, they interpreted it as an order to gather only the most loyal people to his side. That meant all the presents that had flooded his mansion for the past month had not simply been thank you gifts. They had been applications to join his fan club, or rather, his newly formed political faction. Alan grabbed his head, feeling dangerously close to a total mental collapse. He swore on his corporate soul that he had never ordered any of this. He remembered sitting down to write that letter and was fairly certain he had only been trying to apologize. He had wanted to be polite to Countess Kalia, explaining that he was sorry if his blunt and untalkative nature had seemed cold. That was it. That was all he meant. But his vague corporate-style apology had somehow been twisted into something completely different. No wonder some of those gift cards had felt so weirdly intense. One of them had even begged him to take care of them and declared that they loved him so much. Alan had nearly died from the sheer cringe when he read it. Alan began to sweat as he realized there was probably no clean way out of this anymore. There was no chance of clearing up the misunderstanding. Was there? And based on his massive knowledge of game plots, villains usually had a very peculiar way of thinking. The moment the word misunderstanding crossed his mind, he could practically feel the temperature drop. His imagination immediately went into overdrive. In his mind, Kalia became terrifying. Her voice colder than ice as she asked whether it was really a misunderstanding and what all that bribe money had been for. Loria stood nearby with a dagger drawn. Kalia radiated pure demonic energy, and even their cute little dog transformed into a hellhound. Alan could almost hear Kalia purring that they would simply have to kill him. Yes, in Alan's mind, they would definitely not take the truth well. He quickly reviewed his options. Plan A, explain everything. Result, certain death. Plan B, go along with it for now. With a weary sigh, he decided he would just have to wait for the right moment and quietly retire later, especially since he had already accepted far too many gifts. Kalia's sweet voice suddenly cut through his frantic planning as she asked what he intended to do next as their leader. Thinking as fast as he could, Alan put on his most mysterious boss-like expression. He knew absolutely nothing about politics, so his safest move was to say something vague but impressive. After a thoughtful pause, he declared that first they would clean up the underworld. The two women were visibly stunned by his bold declaration. Alan, of course, had no idea that he had just dug himself even deeper with a single sentence. Seeing a chance to escape before they could ask anything else, Alan quickly said he had business to attend to and would be leaving. Then he began his strategic retreat before the conversation could grow any more dangerous. He practically power walked out of the hall, moving with urgent purpose until he reached the carriage where Evan was waiting for him. Alan climbed inside like a man on a mission and immediately asked Evan if he had sent the letter. Evan, completely confused by the sudden question, answered that he had, then pointed out that he thought this was supposed to be a party and that Alan was leaving awfully early. Alan snapped back that Evan should not even look behind them. They were going straight to Colony immediately. Evan could only stare, utterly baffled by the sudden order. Back at the party, Kalia watched Alan leave with an amused smile, saying that this was just as expected. He spoke only what was necessary and then vanished. Loria looked thoughtful as she added that it had been quite some time since they took control of their own districts. The unification of the underworld. That was how they interpreted Alan's words, and as Kalia repeated the idea, her eyes began to gleam with unmistakable excitement. Loria's lips curl into a sharp, predatory smile, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of what's to come. Now this, she agrees, her voice almost purring with amusement, is going to be fun. With that wicked anticipation hanging in the air, they lift their glasses together, clinking them in a toast to the man who has no idea he has just become their new leader. One of them smiles over the rim of the glass, already imagining what lies ahead. I'm really looking forward to seeing just how far he can take us. And so, while Alan is busy running from one disaster, another threat is already racing toward his carriage under the cover of night. Through the darkness, an assassin named Cygnus finally locks onto his prey, his eyes narrowing as the carriage comes into view. There you are, Count Palacio. But Cygnus knows this is no ordinary mark. Count Palacio is a target with status, influence, and people around him who can't be ignored, which means this job will not be as simple as slipping in and ending a life. To Cygnus, killing the Count himself would be easy enough. The real problem is the Master Knight nearby, because if that man decides to interfere, the situation could spiral into something far more troublesome. As he watches from the darkness, his leader's warning echoes clearly in the back of his mind. Even when the reward is enormous, never create unnecessary enemies. That is the rule every assassin in their guild is expected to obey. But instead of backing down, Cygnus lets a faint smirk creep across his face. In his mind, this job is different. Surely, even the leader would understand why this particular request is worth bending the rules for. The night fades into memory, pulling him back to the moment he first met the one who hired him, inside the Kamlan residence located south of the Ashtalon kingdom. There, his client sat swallowed by darkness, his presence heavy enough to make the room feel colder. From the shadows, the man's voice came low and threatening. You're the agent, aren't you? The client leaned forward just enough for his arrogance to show, speaking as if everyone in the room should already know his importance. If you are, then you should know exactly who I am. After all, you serve the family of the badass. Cygnus belonged to a legendary assassin guild from the United Kingdom, a group feared across the land because every member carried sword master level skill and the kind of killing talent most warriors could only dream of reaching. Still, before Cygnus could accept anything, there was a little cleaning up to do. Without changing his calm expression, he turned his attention toward the client's guards standing nearby. The next instant, steel flashed through the dim room. Blood sprayed before the guards even had the chance to reach for their weapons, and in a blink, every one of them was cut down. Rather than panic, the client began to clap slowly, each deliberate sound echoing through the room. His face showed nothing but satisfaction, as if Cygnus had performed exactly as expected from someone truly strong. Then his amusement faded into something colder. His eyes shone with open malice as he finally stated the purpose of the meeting. "I want you to take care of Count Palacio." A smug grin spread across his face as he leaned into the weight of his own reputation. "Surely you wouldn't refuse a request from me, the man known as the Tyrant of Ashkelon, would you?" Cygnus did not flinch, flatter, or waste words. To him, a contract was a contract. As long as the payment is precise, there will be no failure, even if the target is royalty. Then he named his price, watching the man carefully. "But I wonder, Lord Carmine, can you truly afford my fee?" Carmine answered with only one word. 4. Then, with complete confidence, he revealed the payment he had prepared. A dark, glowing cube appeared before Cygnus, pulsing with an ominous power. His eyes widened at once, shock and hunger breaking through his composed expression. These were not abyss orbs. This was an abyss cube. This was not some ordinary treasure that could be bought with enough gold. The abyss cube was an extraordinarily rare artifact, something secretly circulated by Duke Kameion himself. Unlike abyss orbs, which only strengthened the body's physical abilities, this cube granted unique and terrifying special powers. Its value was so immense that calling it expensive barely did it justice. Cygnus swallowed despite himself, unable to tear his gaze away from it. He had only experienced a tiny portion of its power thanks to his leader, and even that had been enough to leave a mark on him. If he used this cube himself, he could only imagine how much stronger he would become. Items like this were one of the very reasons their assassins were feared above all others. The temptation was simply too great to refuse. Cygnus accepted the contract and bowed his head with a quiet vow. "I will return as quickly as possible." Then his figure blurred, vanishing from the room in an instant and leaving Carmine alone with his poisonous satisfaction. Carmine's grin widened as he savored the feeling of victory before the deed was even done. "Palacio, did you really think you could ignore me and still live comfortably?" His face twisted into something almost monstrous. "Absolutely not." Meanwhile, in another lavish estate, Cygnus stood before a different figure, his tone far more cautious than before. He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Will it be all right?" That person was none other than Seeker himself, the head of the nobility in the Ashkelon Kingdom and the true power controlling the underworld of the United Kingdom. Seeker's expression remained unreadable as he spoke. "I wondered what my useless son was up to, stealing an abyss cube." Cygnus understood the danger immediately. The abyss cube was tempting, almost painfully so, but his leader's warning was even clearer in his mind. No matter what happened, they were never to cross the Duke. Seeker simply waved the matter away, as if the entire incident had never reached his ears. "I heard nothing." Cygnus instantly understood what that meant. Seeker was choosing to turn a blind eye just this once. What an incredible stroke of luck. Before leaving, Cygnus asked, "Then, shall I send your regards to the leader?" Seeker offered only a final, indifferent response. "Do as you wish." And with that, Cygnus slipped out through the window, disappearing into the night as silently as he had arrived. After Cygnus was gone, another man entered the room. Seeker turned his gaze toward him and asked, "You said you couldn't exert any influence in the Ashkelon Kingdom?" The subordinate lowered his head and answered at once. "Yes, Lord Seeker." Seeker continued, his voice calm but edged with interest. He had heard that a new faction called Kalen was growing at a startling pace there, and at the very center of it stood Count Palacio. The man before him was Shutro, the true power of the Ashkelon underworld. A small, cruel smile touched Seeker's lips as the situation settled perfectly into place. "It would have been a nuisance if I had to make a move myself," he murmured. "This has turned out perfectly." Far away from those hidden schemes, Alan and Evan's carriage sped through the dark forest, the wheels rattling along the path. Neither of them had any idea that danger was already tearing through the night toward them. Above them, Cygnus hovered in the air, poised like a shadow ready to strike. His killing intent sharpened as he prepared the finishing blow. No regrets, Campalazio. He poured magic into his special quill, the weapon that had become his signature. With one precise motion, he released a deadly attack toward the carriage below. But at the very last second, everything changed. Cygnus's hand was suddenly sent flying, severed before he could even understand what had happened, and pure shock spread across his face. In that moment, the truth became terrifyingly clear. Cygnus had not been the attacker at all. He had already become the one under attack. A tremendous force slammed into him, hurling him down toward the ground. The instant he crashed, a beam of light erupted with a thunderous blast, completely wiping out the spot where his body struck. Above the ruined earth, the full moon hung silently in the night sky, cold and bright, as if it alone had witnessed the ambush unfold. Cygnus lay broken against the ground, his body refusing to obey him. Every limb felt locked in place, and the night around him fell eerily quiet. From the shadows, a voice whispered softly, "Don't waste your energy." A figure stepped forward into the moonlight, and it was none other than Eli Van, wearing a cheerful smile so bright it bordered on terrifying. "You can't move anyway, can you?" With a casual flick of his wrist, Eli Van released his power, and Cygnus was torn apart by an invisible force in a brutal, instantaneous execution. Then Eli Van stretched like he had only finished a light workout, his tone almost playful. "What a shame." Far in the distance, the carriage continued down the road, completely unharmed. Evan, entirely unaware that a life-or-death battle had just erupted and ended behind him, simply kept the carriage moving forward through the night. Eli Van bent down and picked up the assassin's magical quill, turning it over in his hand with quiet interest. "If the target hadn't been the Count," he said almost lightly, "you wouldn't have had to die by my hand." Then Eli Van snapped the quill apart and vanished beneath the moonlight. It seemed Alan's newly sponsored kid, Eli Van, the original protagonist of the story, had already become a terrifyingly powerful guardian angel, loyal enough to erase anyone who dared threaten the Count. The journey then carries us into the heart of a scorching desert. Under the relentless sun, a caravan moves slowly across the baked landscape, each carriage dragging forward through waves of heat, so fierce the air itself seems to shimmer. Inside one of those carriages, Evan looks like he is on the verge of melting into the seat. "My lungs are boiling," he groans, completely defeated by the heat. Even after 5 full days in this desert, he still has not adjusted to this personal hell. Desperate for relief, Evan starts imagining how nice it would be to have an ice crystal nearby. Then he turns to Alan with a hopeful suggestion. "Count, don't you want to practice your magic? You know, that weird circle thing you always do at home." But Alan is in absolutely no mood to humor him. He shuts the idea down flat, wanting nothing more than for this miserable trip to finally end. Even so, he has to admit that joining a caravan was the right decision, because without them, neither he nor Evan would have any idea how to navigate this desert. From another carriage nearby, a beautiful red-haired woman watches Alan closely. Her name is Lina Gullies, and judging from the look on her face, she is not impressed by him at all. Alan notices her stare and immediately tenses, his nerves sharpening the moment their eyes meet. Lina catches him looking and speaks with a dry edge in her voice. "Oh, you like spying on people, is that it?" The woman's identity becomes clear at once. She is Lina Gullies, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master, and already a rank 4 mage in her own right. With that kind of background, her confidence suddenly makes a lot more sense. Alan gives a cold little scoff at her accusation, barely bothering to hide how unimpressed he is. "Not really," he answers flatly, but Lina only narrows her eyes, taking his response as more proof against him. "Ha! Pretending not to know? That's exactly the kind of attitude I'd expect from the Blue Tower." And just like that, it becomes painfully obvious there is some serious bad blood between the magic towers. Alan tries to brush her off and ignore the whole exchange, but Evan's attention has already gone somewhere else entirely. His eyes are fixed on the inside of Lina's carriage, sparkling with envy as he notices the luxurious decorations. "Whoa! Did you see that? She had tons of ice crystals hanging in there." Alan, meanwhile, is already making the smartest decision he can. The Red Magic Tower Master is famous for being a complete maniac, and if the daughter takes after him even a little, getting involved with her would only invite trouble. So Alan's plan is simple. Keep his head down, stay quiet, and avoid drawing any more attention. Unfortunately for Alan, staying unnoticed is not going to be an option tonight. Without warning, the caravan is thrown into chaos. Chains whip through the air, metal flashes under the desert moonlight, and one of the guards goes down with a scream before anyone can properly react. Quickly turns into a full-blown bandit attack. Shadowy figures swarm the caravan from every side, brandishing vicious weapons as the guards struggle to hold the line and keep themselves from being overrun. In the middle of the confusion, the bandits move straight for their real prize. One of the caravan guards shouts, "An ambush!" just as Lina is seized from behind, a glowing blade sliding up against her neck before she can break free. The bandit leader is a massive man, his body marked with intimidating tattoos and his grin filled with malice. He leans close while keeping Lina locked in his grip. "For your own safety, I suggest you cooperate quietly." Lina struggles against him, but his arm holds her in place like iron. The people of the caravan freeze in terror, and one of them goes pale after spotting the symbol on the leader's arm. That mark belongs to the Bloody Sand Bandits. Worse still, they have already managed to capture Lady Lina before she could even make a move. The leader tightens his grip around Lina, clearly enjoying the fear spreading through the caravan. A cruel smirk twists across his face as he chuckles. Hee. They told me the Tower Master's daughter was here, and look at that. I found her. Then he tilts his head, his voice turning even uglier. Do you want special treatment, little girl? But Lyanna is not fighting him the way anyone expects. Her breathing turns ragged, her chest heaving as panic overtakes her. Who are you? Mamasal, she gasps, choking on the words. I can't breathe. Then, without warning, the heat in the air begins to fade. A strange chill spreads through the desert night, and the bandit leader looks around in confusion, his confidence cracking for the first time. What? A calm voice cuts cleanly through the panic. Cold? It helps me catch my breath. Alan stands there completely unfazed, his expression steady as snowflakes begin drifting down around him in the middle of the desert. Lyanna stares at him, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. The sight in front of her makes no sense at all. Count Palacio? Impossible. Before Lyanna can even finish processing what she is seeing, the world around them erupts into a violent storm of ice. Alan's spell, Snowy Lands, spreads across the battlefield in an instant, turning the desert ambush into his own frozen domain. Lyanna's past comes rushing back. As the daughter of the Tower Master, she had been forced through countless harsh trials, and those experiences left her with deep trauma, along with an intense hatred for lies. Those same experiences also made Lyanna unusually sensitive to magical energy, which is exactly why she looked down on Alan earlier. Hidden near a crate, she had sensed his mana and judged him immediately. He barely had enough mana to reach rank 2, so how could anyone expect her to believe he played a major role in the battle against the Outer God? To Lyanna, Alan had seemed like nothing more than a fraud. In her mind, he was probably just riding on the achievements of some master knight and taking credit he did not deserve. From the very moment she saw him, she could not stop herself from despising him. At least that was what she had believed until now. Back in the present, Lyanna's entire understanding of Alan begins to collapse as she watches him do the impossible right in front of her. He is using combined incantations. Not just one element but at least 3 linked together. That kind of technique is so advanced that every additional chant makes the success rate drop dramatically. Her mind reels as she tries to make sense of it. To master a technique like that, a mage should be at least rank 5. So how can Alan, the man she dismissed so easily, be using it like this? The bandit leader has no interest in magical theory or how impossible Alan's spell should be. All he sees is an enemy standing in his way. With a furious roar, he charges straight toward Alan, while Alan calmly begins his incantation. One turn. Freeze. With that single word, the charging bandit's body locks in place, encased from head to toe in solid ice before he can land even one blow. Demolish! Alan brings his hands together in a sharp clap, and the frozen body shatters instantly, bursting apart into countless glittering fragments of ice. Alan's gaze remains as cold and unmoving as the spell itself. He knows how bandits like these operate. Once their leader is taken down, the rest usually lose their nerve and scatter. So he gives them exactly one chance to survive. I'm giving you a chance, so get lost. The remaining thugs do not hesitate for even a second. The moment those words leave his mouth, they turn and flee. The bandits scramble away in every direction, leaving Lyanna standing there in stunned silence. Her face is frozen in shock and awe. The weak, unimpressive Count she had looked down on just crushed a notorious bandit crew without even seeming to try. For the first time, a new possibility begins to take shape in Lyanna's mind. What if the rumors about him had been true after all? Later, once the danger has passed and the tension finally fades, the caravan erupts into celebration. The merchants gather around Alan with grateful smiles, offering him wine as one of them asks, "What do you think of this excellent wine, Count?" Alan plays the role of a polite noble as best he can, calmly enjoying the food and drink offered to him. Around him, the men laugh and thank him over and over, telling him they owe him their lives. Whether Alan wants the title or not, they clearly see him as their hero. After the celebration winds down, the grateful merchants bid Alan and Evan good evening, their voices still full of respect. As Alan watches them leave, he quietly thinks to himself that, fortunately, everything has gone according to plan. In the background, Evan is busy stuffing himself without a care in the world, but Alan's mind is already elsewhere. He thinks back on his performance and concludes that reducing the constraint penalties really was the right choice. His thoughts settle on the spell he used earlier, Snowy Lands. It is a complex spell of his own design, created by combining space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic to instantly turn part of the battlefield into a polar zone. That spell is only one part of Alan's larger plan. More than anything, he needs a way to deal with the penalties that have been weighing him down like a curse. One of those penalties is especially severe. Whenever Alan finds himself fighting close to death, his magical power drops drastically, putting him in even greater danger. That weakness is deadly against a god, and even more so against the great god of duels, Altalus, the menacing pale-skinned figure from Alan's past. The Snowy Lands spell allows Alan to narrow the lifelong penalties he carries down to only 3. Even so, he cannot call it efficient. Combining 3 incantations just to maintain the effect for 1 measly minute is far from ideal, so he knows he will have to examine the problem much more closely. Still, the spell did work, and thanks to his new belt, Alan's power has clearly improved. Now the next step is simple to understand, even if it will be difficult to achieve. He has to solve the penalty problem for good. Just then, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Alan turns and sees Lyanna standing there, but the arrogance from earlier is gone. This time, she looks far more subdued and sincere. Lyanna bows deeply in front of him, lowering her head without hesitation. "I was wrong about you. I'm truly sorry." Behind Alan, Evan is so surprised that he nearly chokes on his lollipop. Then Lyanna lifts her face, a hopeful blush coloring her cheeks as she makes a careful request. "If you don't mind too much, I'd like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing?" Alan is completely thrown off by the sudden change in her attitude. She had been picking fights with him the entire trip, and now she is apologizing and asking to talk about magic. He cannot help wondering what in the world has gotten into her, while Evan makes ridiculous faces in the background. In the end, Alan decides to take the higher road. After a brief pause, he clears his throat and puts on a dignified expression. "Fine, I accept your apology. I am a magnanimous person." Evan immediately gives him a thumbs up from behind, which only makes Alan feel more embarrassed. The conversation that follows turns out to be far more interesting than Alan expected. For the rest of the journey to Colony, Alan and Lyanna dive deep into magic theory, discussing spellcraft with genuine enthusiasm, while poor Evan eventually gives up and dozes off in the corner. And before long, their journey reaches its destination. Rising from the desert sands beneath the bright sun, the massive city of Colony appears before them, vast and dazzling against the heat. In the city square, Lyanna and her guards prepare to part ways with Alan's group. She faces Alan with a sincere expression and says, "Thank you for everything you've taught me, Count." Then Lyanna asks, "Will you be coming to the conference?" Alan answers plainly, "I'm not affiliated with any tower, so I wasn't invited." Hearing that, Lyanna offers him a real invitation. "In that case, how about trying to join the Red Magic Tower? I really enjoyed our conversation." It is a genuine offer from the once arrogant mage, and she thanks him again for the kindness he has shown her. Alan accepts her offer politely, and Lyanna waves goodbye with a small smile. "Well, I'll see you there then." As Alan watches her leave, he quietly thinks that this actually works out perfectly, since he needed something from the conference tower anyway. A moment later, Evan runs up to him, slightly out of breath after finishing his task. "All right, I've taken care of the carriage and luggage." Then he looks to Alan and asks about what comes next. "You said our meeting place." Before Evan can even finish what he is saying, a deafening blast erupts right in the street ahead of them, shaking the ground beneath their feet and swallowing the road in smoke and dust. When the smoke begins to thin, the pavement in front of them is cracked and torn apart. Scattered across the broken stones are the battered bodies of the attackers who had clearly been lying in wait. Alan and Evan stare forward in stunned silence, barely able to understand what just happened. Then a brilliant golden flash slices across their vision, moving so quickly that Evan can only blurt out, "What is?" A streak of yellow energy tears through the air like lightning, darting from one side of the street to the other too fast for the eye to properly follow. The next second, it crashes straight into another group of thugs with a violent impact, blasting them off their feet and sending their bodies flying across the street. Evan and Alan can do nothing but stand there and watch as the golden blur moves with ruthless precision, striking one attacker after another and dismantling the entire ambush in a chain of explosive blows. At last, the dust settles, and the figure behind the chaos finally comes into view. Standing proudly over a defeated enemy is a blonde-haired girl with cat ears and a swaying tail, striking a confident pose as if this was all completely routine. Without even making it look difficult, she finishes off the final attacker with a powerful kick, the force of it cracking the stone beneath her feet as the thug collapses for good. Evan reacts instantly. He draws his sword and steps in front of Alan, placing himself between his master and the mysterious cat girl. "Count, stay back." But the cat girl does not even spare Evan much attention. Instead, she springs forward in a single burst of movement and throws herself straight at Alan, tackling him into a huge, crushing hug. She looks up at him with her eyes practically sparkling, her whole face lighting up with pure excitement. "Hello, Godfather," she cries, clinging to him like she has been waiting forever for this moment. Alan freezes completely, unable to produce a single proper response. Evan is just as lost, staring at the girl in disbelief as recognition slowly hits him. Sairang. Evan clearly knows who she is, but that does not make the situation any less confusing. He has no idea why this famous cat girl is suddenly wrapped around his boss like an overjoyed child. You should have told me you were arriving, Sairang chirps brightly, still acting as if the street is not littered with unconscious thugs. This place is crawling with nasty thugs. But don't worry, I took care of the bastards who were after your stuff. This is Sairang the Golden Flash, one of the 4 Baba Yagas of Cologne, and this energetic cat girl is every bit as dangerous as her title suggests. She grabs Alan's hands in both of hers, bouncing with so much excitement it looks like she can barely stay still. I've been looking forward to your arrival ever since I got your letter. The people watching from the street are completely stunned. One of them whispers, "Is that the Golden Flash over there?" Another stares at Alan, baffled. But who is this guy, for that rabid tigress to treat him so kindly? Sairang ignores every stare and every whisper around them. Still beaming, she happily drags a bewildered Alan along through the city streets, while Evan follows behind, trying to keep up with the sudden pace. Evan looks deeply uncomfortable as he tries to tug his arm free and glance back toward the street they just left. A worried thought slips through his mind. She did not actually kill those guys from earlier, did she? After that explosive reunion, Sairang proudly guides the still confused Alan and Evan to a large, impressive building. She turns back with a bright grin and announces, "This is my guild. It's only for my people." With an enormous welcoming wave, she urges them forward as if there is no room for refusal. "Come on in." Alan and Evan exchange a tired glance, silently accepting that they have been swept along by her momentum whether they agreed to it or not. The moment they step inside, a sly-looking beastkin spots them from an upstairs balcony. "Boss," he calls down, flashing a sharp-toothed grin. This must be Leon, Sairang's second-in-command. Leon drops down gracefully from above and lands with effortless confidence before greeting her. "Welcome back, boss," he says smoothly, then asks whether she ran into any trouble. Sairang simply shakes her head, letting him know everything is fine. His sharp blue eyes then shift toward Alan and Evan, measuring them with a grin that grows wider by the second. "So these are the esteemed guests you've been waiting for?" he asks. "Welcome to our humble abode." Leon leans in with a teasing look, clearly enjoying the chance to embarrass his boss. You have no idea how excited she was. The boss literally sat at the city gates every single day waiting for you. Sairang blushes at once, while Alan looks like he has already had enough of this entire situation. Trying to regain her dignity as a host, Sairang slams both hands onto a nearby table with a loud thwack. "Benefactor, sit," she commands, though her enthusiasm makes the invitation feel more like an order. Alan calmly looks around the guild and remarks, "You seem to take good care of your guild." Without missing even a beat, Sairang flips herself into a handstand on the table and answers proudly, "Of course, we're family. I don't need anyone else." But right in the middle of her acrobatic display, Sairang suddenly freezes in place, as if a thought has struck her directly between the ears. "Oh," she says, her confidence faltering. "But my benefactor." The next moment, she loses her balance entirely and tumbles down onto the floor, looking genuinely torn. She starts muttering to herself, trying to organize her own priorities. Family comes first, then Yusha. But if that is the order, where exactly does Alan belong? The question sends the cat girl into a full mental shutdown. In her mind, even a tiny version of herself pops up to argue the point, pointing out that her benefactor and Yusha are not even blood relatives. Apparently, deciding who ranks where in her heart is much more complicated than anyone expected. Alan, meanwhile, is just standing there trying to process what he has learned. He has barely spoken to Sairang, and somehow he is already third in line on her emotional priority list. That is strangely high, and after a brief pause, he starts thinking about how to use the situation. With a serious look, Alan gives Evan a subtle signal. "Evan, are you ready?" His loyal companion responds immediately with a sharp thumbs up. "Ready when you are, boss." And with that, Evan unveils their secret weapon, a towering pile of beautifully wrapped presents, stacked high enough to completely change the mood in the room. Sairang's crisis disappears in an instant. Her eyes turn into shining stars as she stares at the mountain of gifts, overwhelmed by pure and completely unfiltered joy. "Presents." She immediately starts stumbling over her own words, her attitude flipping at incredible speed. "Okay, I'll help you with whatever you need." "Wait, did you hear what I said earlier? That was just a joke." Alan's plan lands perfectly. Fueled by the promise of gifts, Sairang straightens up and declares with absolute conviction, "It doesn't matter if you're family. You're my benefactor, and that's what counts." As she speaks, the golden gauntlet on her arm begins to crackle with power. A whirlwind of golden lightning gathers around her arm, blazing brighter with each passing second. Thanks to you, her voice rings out, filled with emotion. I was finally able to gather all of my people. Alan is almost taken aback by how easily everything shifted in his favor. For a moment, he wonders if he has somehow charmed his way through yet another problem without even trying that hard. A window appears and confirms his success, revealing the gift he had given her. The essence of the Golden Mane, a powerful artifact that increases critical hit chance by 20%. Alan realizes that the impressive item description was not just empty flavor text after all. He allows himself a small, satisfied smile as the result settles in. Everyone seems so willing to help him. Maybe he thinks he really did raise his kids well after all. But before Alan can properly enjoy that little victory, Sairang suddenly scoops him up as if he weighs nothing at all. You must be tired from your journey. I'll show you to your room, she shouts, already dashing off with a petrified Alan in her arms while Evan scrambles after them. After what can only be called a very unusual escort, Sairang casually turns the conversation as if nothing strange has happened. So, how was the desert? Alan and Evan exchange a look filled with exhausted memories of heat, dust, and misery. Evan answers in a flat, defeated voice. It was just sand. A lot of sand. Honestly, I'm more worried about the trip back. Sairang tilts her head, genuinely puzzled by his reaction. Why? Evan deadpants without hesitation. Because it's hot. Then, as if remembering a minor detail, he adds casually, oh, right, we were also attacked. That single word immediately catches Sairang's attention. She goes still, her ears sharp and her tail giving a small twitch. An attack. Alan explains in his usual calm, almost indifferent tone. It was the Bloody Sand Bandits, and from what they had heard, attacks like that were apparently common out in the desert. The moment that name leaves his mouth, something in Sairang changes. Her cheerful energy vanishes completely, replaced by a chilling, predatory grin, and an aura so murderous it makes the air around her feel dangerous. The next moment, everything cuts to the Bloody Sand Bandits' hideout, where the situation has already descended into absolute chaos. Blood splatters across the walls as screams and impacts echo through the base. Bodies are hurled through the air as the entire hideout is torn apart from the inside. At the center of all that destruction stands Sairang, wrapped in golden lightning like an avenging goddess. She purrs, scanning the wreckage. Are the rest of them hiding over there? She does not bother waiting for anyone to answer. In a flash of golden speed, Sairang disappears from where she stands and shoots straight into another room. Sairang closes the distance in an instant, catching two bandits by their necks before they can even scream. With effortless strength, she hurls them away like discarded trash, sending their bodies crashing through the room. Then she turns her glowing eyes toward the last bandit still standing and corners him with a sweet, almost playful smile. There you are, she says gently, even as golden power crackles around her. Are you the leader? The man trembles so badly he can barely keep himself upright. Wait, wait, he blurts out, desperation shaking his voice. I'm Gankel's younger brother. The strongest Baba Yaga in Cologne protects me. If you touch me, you'll make an enemy of him. Sairang does not look even slightly impressed. Her expression stays cold beneath that bright smile. But you messed with my benefactor first, didn't you? The golden energy around her gauntlet grows louder and fiercer. And more importantly, I hate getting scolded. A final blast of blinding golden light erupts through the hideout, swallowing everything in its path. And just like that, the entire Bloody Sand Bandits organization is erased from the face of the earth. The next morning, Alan wakes up to news so ridiculous that his half-asleep brain can barely process it. The Bloody Sand Bandits have been annihilated? He blinks in confusion, still caught somewhere between sleep and disbelief. Sairang is standing right over his bed, beaming down at him with proud satisfaction. If they're gone, you won't have to worry about them anymore. Problem solved. I'm a genius. Alan can only stare back at her, wondering what in the world happened while he was asleep. Then, without hesitation, she snuggles up to him and demands her reward. I did it all by myself. Praise me. Alan's thoughts completely short-circuit. The Bloody Sand Bandits had hundreds of night-level fighters, and in the game, taking them down was considered a nightmare quest. In the end, Alan gives in and reluctantly pats her on the head. Sairang immediately melts into the touch, purring happily like a satisfied cat. Alan knew the title of Baba Yaga was a serious thing, but this is far beyond what he expected. Now he can clearly see why she was destined to become the sin of pride. The scene shifts to a massive coliseum blazing beneath the desert sun, one of Cologne's most famous landmarks and a place known for its brutal gladiatorial games. Inside the arena, a vicious battle is reaching its bloody end. A battered fighter is sent flying across the ring, crashing down hard as the crowd erupts around him. At the center of the arena, one man stands victorious, surrounded by a field of defeated opponents. This is the champion, Gankel. The crowd roars his name with wild excitement as the announcer's voice booms over the arena. The one and only Baba Yaga of Cologne, the gladiator who has held his title longer than anyone else. Once again, the winner is Gankel. Gankel basks in the thunderous cheers, standing tall beneath the sunlight with a confident, predatory smirk spread across his face. Later, Gankel relaxes in a lavish private room, far away from the noise of the arena. Lounging comfortably, he scoffs to himself. This city is full of fools. A sly voice answers from the shadows. Hey, I know, right? Leon steps into view with an amused grin, thinking they can take on a Baba Yaga with just numbers. How pathetic. Leon wastes no time moving to the real reason he came. It's been a while, Gankel. I'm sure you've heard. Sairang annihilated the Bloody Sand bandits. Gankel does not even flinch at the news. I know. Leon's grin sharpens as he watches for a reaction. Wasn't their leader supposed to be your younger brother? Gankel simply laughs, treating the matter like a joke rather than a family tragedy. That was just a useful rumor I spread. He was a pawn to help me control the underworld. Nothing more. Leon drops onto a couch with exaggerated disappointment. Ah, too bad. I thought it would make a great excuse to start a war. Gankel's expression darkens. The only reason I've tolerated her is because a fair fight between two Baba Yagas is impossible. A menacing glow begins to gather in Gankel's eyes as his patience finally wears thin. But I am getting tired of that brat ruining my city. A brother's death. Revenge. Yes, the public will accept that as the perfect excuse for what I'm about to do. Leon's smile turns sharp and cunning, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. So you coming to me means you're finally ready to get serious. He slides a heavy case across the table toward Gankel. Here you go. Gankel eyes the case with interest. And this is... Leon's voice lowers into a purr. A gift from the father of all. Use them, and you will gain immense power. When the case opens, several strange artifacts are revealed inside. 2 cubes and 2 spheres, each one glowing with a dark, corrupting energy that pulses like something alive. Gankel picks up one of the cubes, and his smirk twists into something utterly sinister. With this, after I crush that little cat, Cologne's underworld will belong to me. And after that, perhaps even the throne itself. Gankel studies the glowing cube in his hand and muses with cruel anticipation. Well then, shall we begin the experiment? From the side, Leon watches him carefully, hiding his own thoughts behind a smile. He is looking forward to seeing just how long Gankel can last. 2 days later, Alan's party is on the move once again. With Sairang and her guild escorting them, they finally arrive at their next destination, the ancient city of Kahara. Their caravan passes through a rocky canyon, wheels rattling over the rough path as they head deeper toward the heart of the mysterious ruins. When Alan and Evan prepare to enter the ruins by themselves, Sairang waves them off from behind. Thanks for the escort, Alan says. Sairang smiles back and calls after him. Okay, come back safe. Now dressed in desert gear, Alan and Evan leave their new companions behind and step into the ancient city, moving carefully into the silence of the ruins. With Evan holding a lantern to guide their steps, the two make their way through a dark passage. After a while, Evan squints ahead and says, Hey, I see a light up ahead. I think that's it. They step out of the passage and into a sight so breathtaking it stops them in place. The lost city of Kahara stretches before them, carved directly into the towering canyon walls. Evan can only stare and gasp, Whoa! Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes through the empty city, booming from a glowing golden orb with a force that seems to shake the air itself. Mage! Alan freezes where he stands, his entire body going tense as his instincts snap to full alert. That voice is unmistakable. At the center of the city, a massive obelisk begins to pulse with light, each glow spreading across the ruins like a silent signal calling him forward. The voice continues from the heart of the ruins, commanding him to come to the tower if he can hear its words. Sensing that this trial is meant for him alone, Alan turns to Evan and says, I think I have to go up alone. Wait for me here. Evan nods without arguing. You got it. I'll be waiting. Alan then steps through the tower's entrance, and awe washes over him. This is the central tower, a place that had been completely inaccessible even in the game. Inside, he finds himself standing in a vast cylindrical library that seems to stretch endlessly upward, as if the shelves disappear into infinity. The golden voice greets him within that impossible space. Welcome, It is unexpected that you can hear my voice. As Alan stands atop a glowing magic circle, a shadowy shape begins to gather from the darkness before him. Then the voice continues, solemn and heavy. You possess the minimum qualifications. The swirling darkness thickens and takes form, solidifying into a terrifying creature made of pure shadow. Its face is fixed in a permanent, malevolent grin, and Alan recognizes it as the Shadow Demon. Alan's face turns grim the moment he sees it. He has encountered this entity before. Illudus, he mutters at first, then immediately corrects himself. No, I came because I heard the words of the god of destruction. The shadow coils around him almost playfully, its presence pressing in from every side. Ha! The entity chuckles. You know its true name? You must be quite the gambler. But the creature dismisses him almost immediately. However, you lack the proper status. Therefore, I have nothing to tell you. Alan grits his teeth, frustration tightening across his face. The god of destruction had mentioned that same thing before. Alan's thoughts race as the same question digs deeper into his mind. What in the world is this status they keep talking about? Around them, the endless library begins to warp and distort, as though reality itself is bending under the weight of the answer. The entity speaks cryptically. It is the standard by which this world judges you. An outer god will soon descend. You are to deal with it. The shadow demon floats before Alan, its grin widening as if it enjoys watching him struggle with half-answers. After a tense silence, the golden voice finally returns and declares, You have now met the conditions for our conversation. The demon seems amused by the result, its voice carrying a faint trace of approval. You are, at least, a slight improvement over the fools who merely imitate magic. For that, I shall tell you something interesting. The demon begins to speak about the true foundation of magic, writing glowing, ethereal characters into the air as it explains. True magic is the law a sorcerer designates to the world. It begins with a phrase and is followed by providence. In the void around them, a map of constellations appears, hinting at some deeper cosmic order. To create true magic, one must embody the phrase, develop it according to providence, and finally give it a name. Alan listens in complete concentration, his eyes locked on the glowing symbols while a single bead of sweat slides down his temple. Providence? That is a concept he has never even heard of before. The demon looms closer, its shadowy body glowing like embers burning beneath black smoke. You would not understand even if I explained it, it scoffs. Therefore, I shall teach you one piece of correct magic, in accordance with providence. Outside the ruins, the desert remains quiet, and Sairang continues waiting patiently for her benefactor to return. But as the minutes keep passing, a flicker of worry crosses Sairang's face. She looks toward the ruins and mutters into the desert wind. He's taking his sweet time. Did something happen? Out of nowhere, a streak of movement tears across the sand, fast enough to blur the air around it and throw up a rolling cloud of dust in its wake. Whatever is closing in on them is moving at a terrifying speed, and the killing intent behind it is impossible to miss. From within the shadow of that incoming figure, a crooked, sinister grin slowly spreads across his face. Gotcha! A rough voice growls, thick with malice. It's Gankel, the champion of the Colosseum, and the look in his eyes makes it clear he didn't come all this way for a fair match. Before Sairang even has time to fully turn toward the threat, black tendrils of shadow whip through the air like living blades. They slam into the guild members standing guard around her, knocking them down one after another, and her eyes snap wide open as she realizes they've walked straight into an ambush. Sairang drops into a guarded stance the moment she lands, her body low and tense, every sense sharpened for the next attack. But by then, the danger has already closed around them, and the trap has been triggered before she can stop it. Gankel is already standing among her people, completely unbothered by their attempts to fight back. With one hand, he clamps his fingers around the head of one of Sairang's men, lifting him with a cruel smirk as if he weighs nothing. Not bad, he mutters, sounding more amused than impressed by their desperate resistance. Rage explodes across Sairang's face as golden lightning begins to crackle violently around her gauntlet. Kalman! She roars, recognizing the man trapped in Gankel's grip. Her voice shakes with fury as she glares at him. How dare you fight outside the Colosseum, you shameless bastard! Gankel only throws his head back and laughs, then casually tosses the man aside like a broken toy. You're one to talk, he sneers. Didn't you just wipe out the bloody sand bandits? His grin grows nastier as he leans into the lie. I'm just here to get revenge for my adorable little brother. To him, that fake rumor is the perfect excuse. With a savage roar, Gankel launches himself forward, and the dark energy spilling from his body seems to stain the very air around him. The moment he moves, the battlefield changes completely. The hunt has begun. But Sairang didn't become a guild leader by backing down from monsters like him. Golden light erupts from her body in a blinding shockwave, surging outward with enough force to tear through the dust around her. Instead of retreating, she throws herself straight into the blast's momentum and rockets toward Gankel. As she charges in, Sairang cries out for the people behind her, the ones she has always sworn to protect. To her, they aren't just subordinates or guild members. They are the family she chose with her own hands. Sairang and Gankel collide with a violent burst of force, golden lightning crashing head-on into his corrupted shadows. The impact tears through the ground beneath them, filling the battlefield with a brutal explosion of light and darkness. Sairang drives in hard and manages to land a clean, solid hit against him. But the moment her strike connects, Gankel's grin only widens. "Ha! I knew it!" he chuckles, looking far too pleased, as if her attack had confirmed exactly what he wanted. "Don't mock me!" Sairang snarls, her fangs showing as anger sharpens every word. Her eyes burn into him, demanding an answer. Knew what exactly? But the answer comes in the cruelest way possible. Before she can brace herself, a searing pain tears through her side, and a blade sinks deep into her flesh from behind. Sairang's breath catches. Her eyes jerk backward, trembling with shock, as she turns just enough to see who dared to strike her from behind. It's Leon. Her trusted second-in-command stands there with a vicious grin stretched across his face, black smoke spilling from his mouth as he leans close. "Our boss is so predictable," he whispers, each word cutting deeper than the blade. For one painful moment, the shock and agony pull Sairang's mind away from the battlefield. Her thoughts drift back to gentler days, to the time when she truly believed every one of her people stood beside her with honest hearts. She remembers their smiles, their cheers, the way they praised her and looked at her with admiration. They had gathered around her because she brought them together, gave them shelter, and built a place where they could finally belong. "It's because you're my family," she had once told them, her face bright with a warm, fearless smile. Back then, those words were not empty comfort. They were a promise she fully intended to keep. Her memories sink even deeper, all the way back to her childhood as a descendant of the legendary Golden Mane tribe. In those days, sunlight filled everything, and her past seemed wrapped in warmth, peace, and the kind of happiness that felt like it would never end. But that happiness was torn apart by a monstrous black dragon. From that single tragedy, Sairang's lifelong dream was born: to avenge the people she lost, rebuild what had been destroyed, and create a new family where no one would have to stand alone. She had always looked up to the legends who came before her, especially the mighty leader of the Golden Mane, whose power she believed had been passed down to her through the gauntlet. But the truth behind that inheritance was not as simple as she had always believed. The bitter present crashes back over her like cold water. "How could you?" Sairang stammers, staggering away from Leon with disbelief written across her face. Leon only scoffs, his expression twisting with contempt. "Let's stop this happy family charade." At Leon's command, Gankel begins to move again, his body now pulsing with an even deeper abyssal power. The shadows around him thicken as he steps in, clearly ready to finish Sairang off. The Colosseum champion drives a devastating punch into her, and the force of it sends the already wounded Sairang flying across the battlefield. Her body cuts through the dust before crashing away from him. Sairang desperately raises her arms to defend herself as Gankel keeps attacking without mercy. But the poison in her body, the wound in her side, and his newly amplified strength all pile up at once, pushing her far past what she can endure. Gankel batters her with fists wrapped in pure shadow, each blow landing with crushing weight. The power of the abyss surges through him, multiplying his strength far beyond what he should normally be capable of. Sairang clenches her teeth so hard it looks painful, her whole body screaming under the pressure. Even with the strength of the Golden Mane flowing through her, she is being driven back and overwhelmed completely. The battlefield descends into chaos around her. Dust, shadow, and golden sparks whirl through the air as Gankel and Leon's forces press their advantage, closing in on the wounded catgirl from every direction. With one defiant roar, Sairang forces out another burst of golden lightning. The blast tears through the grunts surrounding her and sends them flying back, but the strain is obvious now. Her breathing is heavier, her movements slower, and her stamina is burning out fast. Gankel raises his guard and blocks the lightning without much trouble, barely giving ground. Off to the side, Leon watches with a smug grin, laughing as he declares that their victory is already guaranteed. "Goodbye, boss," Leon sneers, his voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. Then he swings his dark power forward, launching a shadow slash straight toward Sairang. At the last possible second, Sairang twists her body upward, using Gankel's arms as leverage to flip out of the way. The shadow attack slices past her by a narrow margin, missing only because of that desperate movement. Let's see how long you can hold out, Leon taunts, savoring every second of her struggle. Then he rushes in himself, his body wrapped in dark power. After all, he shouts, his grin widening, I've received incredible power too. Gankel and Leon attack together, striking from different angles and giving Sairang almost no room to breathe. Their 2-on-1 assault becomes a relentless bombardment, brutal, heavy, and completely overwhelming. Even though she is clearly outmatched, Sairang's will hasn't been crushed yet. She plants her foot against a standing rock and kicks off with everything she has, forcing herself back into motion despite the pain tearing through her body. In that opening, she slips past Leon's attack and closes the distance to Gankel. Golden lightning surges around her leg as she drives a powerful kick straight into him. The impact detonates against the ground with enough force to crater the earth beneath them. Even poisoned, wounded, and surrounded, Sairang proves that she is still far too dangerous to underestimate. From a distance, Leon watches the exchange with a tense look, a bead of sweat sliding down his brow. He clicks his tongue in frustration. Even with this power, I'm still not on their level? What he's feeling is the gap between himself and true Baba Yagas like Gankel and Sairang. Gankel staggers back from the kick, coughing as the force rattles through him. You little brat, he growls, anger twisting his face. But before he can continue, something in the distance catches his eye. His eyes narrow sharply as he looks toward the canyon. Ha! He mutters, recognition and suspicion flashing across his face. This guy. Two figures are walking calmly out from the canyon's depths. It's Alan and Evan, finally returning from the ruins, just as the battle reaches its most dangerous point. The moment Gankel sees Alan, a wicked idea sparks in his eyes. That's the one she called her benefactor, isn't he? The thought twists through his mind, and his grin begins to return. A predatory smile spreads across Gankel's face as he suddenly abandons his fight with Sairang and charges straight for Alan instead. This works out perfectly, he thinks. He'll use Alan as a hostage first, and then kill him afterward. At the same time, Leon is still locked in with Sairang. She draws back her fist and drives it forward, and for a split second, it looks like her punch is going to smash directly into Leon's face. But just before impact, her fist freezes in midair. The attack stops dead, as if her body has suddenly betrayed her. A wave of paralysis finally spreads through Sairang's body, stealing the strength from her limbs all at once. She collapses to the ground, unable to move, while Leon's smug face looms over her from above. Leon bends closer, clearly enjoying the sight of her helpless on the ground. The sword I stabbed you with was coated in Kaminas's poison, he says, letting every word sink in. You won't be able to move for at least an hour. You asked why I did this, right? Leon whispers, his voice low and poisonous. Did you really think everyone was happy playing your little family game? His words cut into her as cruelly as the toxin in her blood. He mocks her for showing off a power she only obtained through pure luck, and with every sentence, his jealousy becomes impossible to hide. Leon's words strike exactly where he wants them to. Sairang's expression begins to break, and the confidence she had clung to starts crumbling inside her. For the first time, she starts to doubt everything she believed, and the lies he spits at her begin to feel terrifyingly real. But somewhere deep inside Sairang's breaking heart, she still holds onto one fragile belief. No matter what Leon says, she wants to believe the bonds she built were never fake, and that after all the battles they survived together, her guild truly did become a family. Leon bursts into mocking laughter, looking down at her as if her hope itself is pathetic. You still believe in that stupid dream? He sneers, then raises his hand and snaps his fingers. Then open your eyes and see for yourself just how much they hate you. At Leon's signal, the cloaked figures around them begin stepping forward one by one. As their faces come into view, Sairang realizes they aren't strangers at all. They are her own guild members, the people she called family, now standing before her with their weapons pointed straight at her. Sairang's entire world seems to crack apart in that instant. The betrayal she didn't want to believe is now right in front of her, undeniable and cruel. You guys, she whispers, her voice trembling. You were all traitors too? The words barely leave her mouth before her heart begins to crumble. Leon stands over her with dark power curling around his body, and that corrupted energy gathers in his hand, shaping itself into a blade. The essence should belong to someone who actually deserves it, he declares coldly, his grin twisting wider. Thanks for the gift, boss. Leon swings the dark blade down, aiming to end everything in a single strike. But just before it reaches Sairang, a flash of blue light cuts in between them, parrying the attack head-on. The collision erupts into a massive blast of energy that tears through the air. Leon is forced backward, his feet skidding as his eyes widen in complete disbelief. For a moment, all his confidence disappears from his face. "Ha!" he mutters, unable to understand how his finishing blow was stopped. Nearby, Gankel's abdomen has been blown open, a huge blue glowing hole carved straight through him. Standing in front of him is Evan, his eye patch unable to hide the fury burning across his face. And beside him stands Alan, the man Sairang called her benefactor. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Evan launches himself forward, his movement sharp and sudden as he drives into the fight with a swift, decisive kick. Then Evan follows through with a powerful sword technique, his blade cutting through the space in front of him with clean precision. In one decisive strike, he forces the traitorous guild members back, breaking their formation before they can close in again. Leon stares at the chaos unfolding before him, his expression twisting with disbelief as red and blue energy spiral violently through the battlefield. "What the hell is this?" he demands, unable to hide the panic creeping into his voice. Through the storm of clashing energy, Alan walks forward without the slightest hesitation. His expression is cold, calm, and unreadable, and with each step, it becomes clear that he is finally entering the fight himself. Alan's sharp gaze sweeps across the battlefield, studying the black magical smoke corrupting the air and clinging to his enemies. This black smoke, he thinks, narrowing his eyes. Did they use abyssal entities? A game-like interface suddenly appears in Alan's vision, and its display confirms exactly what he suspected. The source is an abyssal entity, a mysterious item said to grant godlike power to whoever can successfully absorb it. As the truth clicks into place, Alan understands just how deep the betrayal has gone. Without losing his composure, he walks over to the fallen Sairang, takes out a high-grade recovery potion, and pours the golden liquid directly over her head. The potion immediately begins working, its golden glow washing over Sairang's wounds and sealing them before her eyes. Alan speaks calmly as he treats her. "You should be able to move soon. Don't worry, they're probably the only traitors." Sairang lifts her tear-filled eyes toward him, still trembling from pain, betrayal, and the poison in her body. She wants so badly to believe what he's saying. Do you really think so?" she asks, her voice fragile and desperate. Alan looks straight back at her, his gaze steady and completely certain. "Of course," he says without hesitation. "The comrades you introduced to me looked truly happy." Those simple, honest words reach Sairang deeper than any grand speech could have. The darkness clouding her eyes begins to fade, and the small spark of hope inside her flares back to life, brighter and stronger than before. Sairang wipes the tears from her face, and the weakness in her expression hardens into resolve. "I see." In the next instant, she pushes herself back onto her feet, the poison purged from her body and her wounds fully healed as her power surges back through her stronger than ever. She turns toward her enemies, her posture steady again and her eyes filled with fierce determination. "Yes," she tells Alan, her voice no longer shaking. "My family is waiting for me." Golden lightning crackles around Sairang as she rushes forward and cuts down multiple traitors in a blur of movement. Evan follows close behind her, backing her advance as the two of them tear into the enemy ranks together. But Alan is already looking beyond the enemies in front of them. He raises one hand, his focus narrowing completely, as if the entire battlefield has gone silent around him. "Glory of the snowy peaks," Alan chants, his voice low and controlled as magic begins gathering around him. The temperature drops at once, and the air surrounding Alan starts to freeze, tiny crystals forming in the space around his raised hand. High above the battlefield, a massive and intricate magic circle of ice appears in the sky. Its pale light spreads across the desert, casting a cold, chilling shadow over everyone below. Alan continues the incantation, and his voice carries through the frozen air with overwhelming pressure. Blind man's fatality. From the glowing circle above, enormous spears of jagged ice begin to take shape, each one massive, sharp, and radiating a cold so intense it seems to drain the warmth from the world itself. Inside Alan's mind, the shadowy demon from the library appears again, wearing that same malevolent grin. It recognizes the magic immediately. Jagged ice spear? Cackles. These fools have forgotten the spell's true name. It is the ice crystal spear. Back in the desert, Alan releases the spell in its true form. With one final quiet whisper, the battlefield is swallowed by white. In an instant, a forest of massive ice crystals erupts from the ground, bursting upward through the sand and freezing the battlefield solid before anyone can escape. As Leon charges straight toward Alan, Sairang, now fully healed, roars and throws herself into motion to cut him off. "How dare you try to attack my benefactor?" she shouts, lightning flashing around her. But Alan has no need for anyone to shield him. The temperature around him plummets even further, and the pressure of his magic makes it clear he intends to end this entire fight with a single move. Alan unleashes a catastrophic spell, and a raging blizzard of pure magical frost tears across the battlefield. The storm roars forward like a wall of death, shredding through everything caught in its path. Caught inside the icy vortex, the traitors are ripped apart by the violent storm. Sairang uses the chaos to close in on Leon, then drives a devastating lightning-charged blow straight into the man who betrayed her. The ordinary grunts have no chance at all. Their screams are swallowed by the roar of the blizzard as they are flash-frozen where they stand and shattered apart by the crushing cold. Even Leon, empowered by the abyss, can do nothing against Alan's absolute zero assault. His dark strength is useless as he gets tossed around through the storm like a helpless ragdoll. Leon is blasted through the air, his corrupted power completely smothered by the overwhelming force of nature Alan commands. No matter how violently the shadows around him twist, they cannot withstand the freezing storm. Even Sairang has to brace herself against the aftershock, digging in as the icy pressure rolls over the battlefield. The sheer scale of Alan's magic is almost impossible to take in. Another traitor is caught in the freezing blast and turned into a permanent ice sculpture, trapped in place as a silent warning of what happens to anyone foolish enough to cross Alan's magic. Evan can only stand there and watch in stunned silence, a bead of sweat sliding down his face. Even though he serves Alan, seeing this kind of power up close reminds him that his master exists on a completely different level. At last, the storm begins to fade, and the chaos settles into silence. Where the sandy battlefield once stretched wide and open, a breathtaking but deadly forest of ice crystals now stands in its place. The entire army of traitors has been wiped out in one frozen instant. There is no drawn-out struggle, no second wave, only the chilling silence left behind after Alan's spell. Every last one of them has been impaled and frozen solid among the jagged ice. It is a brutal, efficient end, leaving their rebellion locked in crystal before they can even scream again. Even Leon, the ringleader behind the betrayal, is caught in the aftermath. Countless shards of ice have skewered him in place, and for a moment, he looks as if he has been killed outright. But Leon is still alive. A faint breath escapes his lips, proof that the abyssal power inside him has not let him die yet. Driven by that power and pure, undiluted hatred, he refuses to fall. With one last desperate roar, Leon tears himself free from the ice, his eyes burning with madness. "I just have to kill you," he screams, but instead of rushing toward Alan, he lunges straight at Sairang. In a blur of motion, Alan moves to intercept him, closing the distance before Leon's dark energy blade can reach the stunned catgirl. His body cuts between them in an instant, but the attack was never meant for Sairang. Leon's face twists into a psychotic grin as his true aim is revealed. The strike toward her was only a feint. With a sickening crunch, Leon pivots at the last second and drives his dagger deep into Alan's side. He had used Sairang as bait from the beginning, all to land one decisive blow on the person he saw as the real threat. Leon slowly lifts his gaze, expecting to see fear, defeat, and his own victory reflected in Alan's eyes. But instead of triumph, what greets him is something completely different. Raw disbelief spreading across the faces around him. Sairang stands frozen in place, her face drained of color as pure shock takes over every inch of her expression. Her eyes lock onto Alan, her benefactor, who now coughs violently as crimson blood sprays from his mouth and stains the air in front of him. There is no denying it. Leon's attack has landed exactly where he wanted it to. And in that single breath, the shock on Sairang's face burns away, replaced by a rage so intense it feels like it could set the battlefield itself on fire. "You!" With a roar powerful enough to shake the heavens above, Sairang unleashes the full might of the golden mane. Golden power erupts around her as she strikes, smashing the traitor's head apart in one brutal blow until nothing recognizable remains. When the dust finally begins to settle, the battlefield is left covered in the aftermath of slaughter. The traitors are dead, but the victory feels hollow, because the price paid for it is now standing in front of them, bleeding. Evan immediately rushes to Alan's side, moving quickly to support his master before he can collapse. Sairang watches them with worry carved across her face, her voice trembling as she asks, "Are you really okay?" Alan tries to brush it off like it is nothing, claiming the wound is only a scratch. But the dagger still buried in his side is wrapped in dark, corrupted energy, and that ominous aura tells a much harsher truth than his calm words do. He insists that the blood he coughed up is only from mana exhaustion, trying to keep everyone from panicking. But the reality is obvious. Alan's spell pushed his body too far, and the strain has damaged him from the inside. Then, without warning, a strange memory rises in Alan's mind. He recalls Gankel's voice from moments earlier, taunting him with those unsettling words. "Father thinks you're an eyesore." Evan helps Alan back onto his feet, his concern written plainly across his face. But Alan's attention has already drifted elsewhere, pulled inward as he tries to connect the scattered pieces of a past that still refuses to fully reveal itself. His thoughts return to the enemy's source of power, the abyssal entity. Alan begins considering what happens when he faces an opponent who has absorbed something tied to that kind of forbidden existence. The words of a condition surface in his mind. The third restriction. When this magic is used against a god, it may twist the very laws that govern the world. A brief vision of his battle with Gankel flashes behind Alan's eyes. It seems his power does not simply grow stronger at random. It reacts under specific conditions, especially when his enemy has touched something close to divinity. As Alan steadies himself, Sairang is hit by a wave of guilt so heavy that she can barely lift her head. Her hair falls forward, hiding most of her expression. Alan looks at her and silently wonders whether he should try to comfort her first. "Why didn't you dodge?" Sairang asks quietly, her voice small and shaken. "He ended up aiming for you. This happened because of me." Every word sounds like she is blaming herself more than anyone else. "You said you could block him?" Alan replies calmly, as if the answer is obvious. Sairang raises her head in surprise, her eyes still wet. "You believe me?" she asks, barely able to hide how much that means to her. Alan glances away, looking slightly embarrassed now that he has to explain himself. "It's more like, I can't dodge," he admits. "So please block it for me." "Then why did you save me?" Sairang presses, her eyes filled with gratitude, confusion, and lingering guilt all at once. "You got hurt because of it." She cannot understand why he would throw himself into danger for her so instinctively. Alan gives her a small, weary smile, the kind of smile that comes from someone too tired to dress up the truth. "Considering the daughter I've raised for so many years was about to die, I guess my body just moved on its own. I don't need a reason to save family." The moment the words leave his mouth, Alan realizes the problem. His expression stiffens slightly as regret catches up to him. That's right, he thinks. "I made a mistake." "Still, benefactor," Sairang begins, and this time her voice turns serious. "I want to become family with you." But before Alan can fully process what she is trying to say, her expression shifts, the seriousness giving way to something far more sly. Alan's mind immediately flashes back to a note Sairang once left behind. In her eyes, he has been something like an adoptive father, a role he never fully asked for, yet somehow ended up accepting. For a brief moment, warmth spreads through Alan's chest. It feels almost like a father finally being acknowledged for all the effort he has put into raising someone, and the thought catches him off guard. But Sairang cuts straight through that tender misunderstanding. "But not like this," she clarifies, looking directly at him. "I'm a golden mane, and you're a human." Then she leans in close, her face right in front of his, wearing a confident smile despite the blush rising across her cheeks. "So," she says boldly, "let's get married." Before Alan can even form a response, Sairang wraps her arms around him and presses herself close, determined to make her case. Alan and Evan both freeze in total silence, their minds clearly short-circuiting from the sudden proposal. Why is she talking about marriage now? Sairang clings to Alan without the slightest intention of letting go, staring up at him as if she expects a proper reply on the spot. "Your answer?" she demands, while Evan watches the whole scene in stunned disbelief. 5 days later, the party has already moved on, and the story of the battle has spread throughout the city of Cologne. The treacherous Kalman is now condemned as a coward by everyone, while Sairang's reputation and support have grown even stronger. But despite everything that has happened, Sairang's mind is fixed on only one thing. "Let's get married," she declares again, as if no amount of time has dulled her determination. She has been clinging to Alan relentlessly ever since, demanding an answer whenever she gets the chance. "Well, well," she says, pressing him again with the same stubborn energy as before. Alan remembers a chibi-like vision of young Sairang proudly declaring, "Sairang is going to grow big and marry you, Daddy." Apparently, this sudden proposal is not actually as sudden as he would like to believe. "I think of you as family," Alan tries to explain, hoping that will settle the matter. But Sairang immediately seizes on those words and turns them into fuel for her argument. "If we get married, then we'll really become family," she insists, her eyes shining with absolute sincerity. "I'll definitely make you happy, benefactor. I'm serious." Alan can only let out a long, exhausted sigh, feeling the weight of the conversation press down on him. All he really wants is a quiet life somewhere peaceful, preferably with nothing more complicated than a few sweet potatoes. Sairang pouts at his lack of a proper answer. "Humph, you better answer me next time," she huffs, clearly unwilling to drop the subject. Alan, meanwhile, tells himself that if he simply leaves her alone long enough, she will eventually give up. As their carriage begins to pull away, Sairang turns back toward her people and waves cheerfully, her smile bright enough to hide the heaviness of the days behind her. Then her demeanor shifts slightly, and the confidence of a leader returns to her posture. Her gaze steadies as she faces the people who still stand with her. She remembers how her tribesmen looked at Alan after everything was over. The moment they understood who had saved their leader, they dropped to their knees, bowing their heads low in reverence and gratitude. Watching them, Sairang falls into quiet thought. Just bringing my tribe together is happiness, she realizes, feeling the weight and warmth of that truth settle inside her. But the betrayal, and the fact that her benefactor nearly died because of it, have changed something in her. Her old idea of family, where everyone simply trusts and believes in one another, was too innocent, too fragile, and far too naive. Sairang clenches her fist, and a new determination sharpens her eyes. I have to be more careful, she thinks. I need to create a guard strong enough to protect my benefactor. Only then, she tells herself, will they truly be able to remain a happy family forever. The pain of betrayal has not broken her. Instead, it has forged her into a wiser and stronger leader. A beautiful, determined smile settles on Sairang's lips. Her path is clear now, and a new goal has taken shape in her heart. Later, inside the carriage, Evan gives Alan his report. After confirming with the Information Guild, there don't appear to be any suspicious individuals aside from Leon's men. I've also asked them to keep watch. Good work, Alan replies, though his mind is clearly occupied by something else. After raising her this well, he thinks, I can't let anything happen to her now. His thoughts then drift toward a much darker responsibility. He remembers being told that he must take care of the other outer gods for what is still to come. Alan rubs his temples, feeling the pressure of too many unanswered questions weighing on him all at once. There are too many mysteries, too many pieces still missing, and none of them can be ignored. His mind returns to that vast, ancient library and the shadowy entity that spoke to him there. The entity had told him to look beneath the tower search, at the far eastern end of the stronghold. Then his memory slips back to his time inside the ruins of Kahara, where he discovered a mysterious stone slab waiting in the depths. The stone slab speaks of 5 strange figures, or perhaps 5 ideas wearing the shape of people. One values honor above all else. One searches for a death the world has forgotten. One buries themselves deep in the pursuit of magic. One is tied to countless hands, and one swallows down their own avarice and envy. Alan realizes the wording feels just like the game, where the gods are never named directly and are instead hidden behind metaphors. The references to hands, avarice, and envy clearly point toward the 5 great sins, yet the slab calls them outer gods instead. That difference is small on the surface, but to Alan it is far too important to ignore. That contradiction sits heavily in Alan's mind, like one missing piece of a puzzle that refuses to fit no matter how many times he turns it over. Right, he thinks, still unable to shake the uneasy feeling. I have more news about the children, Evan says, cutting through Alan's thoughts and pulling him back from the mystery of the ruins to the present moment inside the carriage. Alan lifts his head, immediately drawn in by the report. They say Deus has defeated the first sword, Reinhardt. The name alone is enough to make him pause. He became that strong in only half a year? Alan mutters, his brows tightening slightly. Just how talented is he? For the first time in a while, even Alan feels a faint pressure to keep pace with the absurd growth of the people around him. Evan continues the report without missing a beat. Rinne has become a member of the 3 councils, the group that decides Larthenia's policies. Once again, one of Alan's children has risen far beyond ordinary influence and stepped into a seat of enormous power. And as for Radon, Evan adds, his tone turning even stranger. I've heard he united the 5 archipelagos and became the Pirate King. Alan visibly winces as memories of Radon's humble beginnings come rushing back. Somehow, that boy has gone from being a Somalian pirate to becoming the Somalian Pirate King, and Alan has no idea how he is supposed to process that. The combined stress of all these powerful, chaotic children running loose across the world hits Alan all at once. His head begins to throb, as if every new report is one more weight dropped directly onto his skull. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to a meeting of the 5 sins, where Sairang suddenly announces that she is going to marry the Great Moon. With everything already spiraling out of control, this declaration is enough to send the whole gathering into chaos. Through the transmission orb, Rinne, Radon, and Deus all stare in stunned silence after hearing Sairang's announcement. The same thought seems to flash through their minds at once. Is she declaring war on the boss? As Yusha listens, one of her eyes begins to burn with barely contained fury. The very idea that someone else is setting their sights on the Great Moon is enough to make her anger flare behind her calm expression. Then a sly, almost patronizing smile spreads across Yusha's lips as she forces herself to speak evenly. I see, she says, her voice smooth but dangerous. He is a great man. Of course you would come to like him. Sairang, completely unaware of the tension rising around her, gushes with adorable chibi-level confidence. Yeah, I'm gonna marry him, she says brightly. I'm sure I'd be a great wife. That is the final straw for Yusha. Her smile disappears in an instant, replaced by a look of pure, unfiltered fury. Her fists clench so tightly that her knuckles turn white, and jealousy practically radiates from her like a visible aura. The others immediately feel the temperature of the conversation drop. In their tiny chibi forms, they all seem to think the same thing at once. She's holding it in, and everyone knows that restraint will not last much longer. Yusha's voice turns cold enough to cut. However, Sairang, that is not possible. She gently places one hand against the scrying orb, and her smile returns, but this time it is all sharp edges. We are shadows, she explains, trying to sound reasonable, even though the look in her eyes is anything but calm. Sairang simply tilts her head, missing the warning signs completely. But shadows can get married too, can't they? She asks with innocent confusion, unaware that those words are about to push Yusha even closer to the edge. Yusha's carefully controlled mask begins to crack, and her voice drops into a menacing whisper. As his shadows, we cannot stand at his side. You understand, right? Sairang curls herself into a little ball for a moment, then suddenly puffs out her chest, clearly ready to argue back. In the next instant, the two women launch into a full-blown shouting match through the orb. Yusha's restraint finally snaps as she screams, "Do you seriously think he would choose you?" Sairang fires back without hesitation, puffing herself up with absolute confidence. He said I wasn't bad. A memory flashes back to Sairang using her most dangerous weapon, a pair of pleading puppy dog eyes. Leaning close to Alan, she looks up at him with exaggerated cuteness and asks, "Benefactor, do you really hate me?" Alan, completely drained and wearing a tired chibi expression, can only answer in the simplest way possible. That's not it. Sairang's answer sends Yusha into visible shock. What? He didn't take her side outright? To Yusha, that is not a neutral answer at all. It is practically an outrage. Deus, already looking exhausted by the conversation, turns to Sairang and asks what on earth happened for this situation to reach such a ridiculous point. Even through the orb, his growing headache is almost impossible to miss. Sairang happily begins recounting the entire battle, starting from the betrayal within her own people and going all the way to Alan stepping in to save her, even getting injured in the process. Deus listens quietly, and a flicker of memory passes through his eyes. I see, he says. This reminds me of the magnificence I witnessed half a year ago. That calm demeanor, as if he had already walked the path to hell countless times. Sairang chirps back innocently. Yeah, you had something like that happen too. Right, Deus? That casual little comment lands much harder than she realizes, stirring up memories that look a lot like serious trauma. Once Deus starts speaking, he cannot seem to stop. He pours out his own experiences with Alan, saying, "He even reassured me when I had fallen into doubt. He is the most admirable man, and I have resolved myself to become his sword." Sairang only encourages him further by agreeing with everything he says. She claps her hands together, her cheeks flushed with determined excitement. Yeah. I totally understand, Sairang says brightly, completely unaware that her enthusiasm has just given Deus even more reason to keep talking. 2 full hours pass before Deus finally reaches the end of his endless praise and stops speaking. By then, Yusha and Deus both look completely drained, as if the meeting has squeezed every last bit of strength out of them. Sairang, somehow, is still full of energy. Yusha finally snaps again, her patience completely gone. Anyway, you cannot marry him. But Sairang immediately fires back, "Yes, I can." And just like that, the meeting devolves into a childish shouting match of "no" and "yes," so intense that even the orb carrying their voices seems to tremble. After all that chaos, the focus cuts to the official meeting records of this disastrous conference, which now have to somehow preserve the madness that just unfolded. Radon sits with one hand pressed against his face, looking utterly exhausted by everyone around him. Meanwhile, Rinne continues taking notes with serious dedication, as if even this ridiculous meeting must be documented properly. The first official rule is written down. Do not ask Deus anything regarding the Great Moon. Deus, still tense and clearly not finished, mutters, "But I'm not done yet." Unfortunately for him, the rule has already been made. Sorry, buddy. Rules are rules. The second note concerns Yusha. If the subject involves the Great Moon, then no means no. She screeches the words with her composure completely shattered, making the rule feel less like policy and more like a survival warning. The notes also state that she may display a childlike demeanor, though in this case, Childlike appears to mean wildly possessive and terrifyingly intense. At this point, the entire meeting has become a complete mess. Radon lets out a long, tired sigh, his posture making it painfully clear that he would rather be anywhere else in the world than trapped in this conversation. The focus then shifts away from the chaotic meeting, moving to a dark back alley hidden within the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. There, far from public eyes, a new scheme begins taking shape in the shadows. Inside a dimly lit tavern, two cloaked figures sit across from one another in secret. They are the leaders of the kingdom's two largest political factions, supposed rivals who have chosen to meet away from prying eyes. Marquis Philboyd, the leader of the aristocratic faction, proposes an alliance. His goal is to bring down a third, far more fanatical faction, one whose growing influence has become a threat to both of them. Across from him, Duke Rimgrave of the Royalist faction agrees to the proposal. The presence of their shared target has become too unsettling to ignore, so he turns his attention back to Philboyd and asks what plan he has prepared. The plan is simple but devastating. They will use the Holy Kingdom of Rosario to issue a reformation letter, a formal accusation of heresy backed by the authority of multiple cardinals. In political terms, it is a weapon of absolute destruction, giving them the perfect excuse to eliminate their rival. Rimgrave asks what Philboyd wants in return for arranging all this. Philboyd's demand is straightforward: half of the bribe money needed to persuade the cardinals. Rimgrave smirks at the price and agrees. Philboyd raises his glass, his confidence clear in the gesture. "I've already finished discussing things with those cardinals," he says, "so this won't take long." With that, their deal is sealed, and a dangerous conspiracy quietly begins to move. Meanwhile, inside a grand cathedral washed in deep purple light, a lone priest sits in silence, waiting as if he already knows something is about to unfold. The priest lifts his gaze as the figure approaches, a smug and lecherous grin spreading across his face. He gives a small, practiced bow, the kind that looks polite on the surface but reeks of arrogance underneath. "It is a pleasure, Cardinal," he says smoothly. The visitor standing before him is none other than Yusha. She looks at him calmly and greets him by name, addressing the man as Cardinal Sergius. Sergius wastes no time with unnecessary pleasantries and moves straight to the reason he summoned her. He wants Yusha to lend her name to a reformation letter, a formal weapon meant to bring down and completely bury Count Alan Palacio. And the target he just named is none other than the very same great moon Yusha worships with fanatical devotion. The man they are trying to destroy is Alan himself. The slimy priest does not notice the atmosphere changing around him. He keeps talking as if nothing is wrong, completely blind to the danger he has just invited into the room. In his own mind, Sergius is already lost in fantasies of women, wealth, and influence. He imagines the gates of heaven opening wide for him, believing this deal will bring him everything he desires. But what he has actually opened are the gates of hell. The entire room is suddenly crushed beneath an oppressive dark aura, heavy enough to steal the breath from his lungs. Before Sergius can even scream, shadowy tendrils erupt from Yusha and slam into his body, ripping through him from the inside out. The impact sends Sergius flying, his body twisting unnaturally as agony tears through him. In an instant, the beautiful cathedral around him stops feeling sacred and becomes something closer to a torture chamber. Yusha's eyes are wide with psychotic fury as she looms over him, her voice dropping into a low, dangerous hiss. "Are you telling me to kill the man I worship?" The world around Sergius turns blood red, warping into a hellscape of pain, fear, and suffocating terror. Yusha's power swallows him completely, leaving him helpless beneath its crushing weight. It feels as though time itself has stopped inside that cathedral, frozen in place under the force of Yusha's wrath. His companions cannot move, cannot run, and cannot even scream. They are trapped where they stand, imprisoned inside the fear that spreads from Yusha like a dark domain. The last thing Sergius sees clearly is Yusha's hand reaching toward him, slow and deliberate, as if that single gesture promises an eternity of suffering. Dark, thorn-covered tendrils coil around Sergius and tighten like living chains. They squeeze, crush, and twist around him, becoming a physical expression of Yusha's endless rage. Broken, bleeding, and stripped of all his arrogance, Sergius can only beg for the suffering to stop. "Please, just kill me," he whimpers. But death is the one mercy Yusha refuses to give him. A single glowing finger stops just short of his face, close enough to make him tremble. "I have already told you more than a dozen times," Yusha says with chilling calm, "that I cannot." Then she sends another jolt of agonizing power through him, making his broken body convulse beneath her. Yusha stands over him as he trembles on the floor, utterly powerless before her. "I will not kill you," she states, her voice steady and absolute. "There is something you must do for me. But before that, punishment must come first." Yusha's face twists with rage all over again as she glares down at him. You attempted to harm him, she says, every word sharpened by fury. So you must be punished. The tendrils of darkness erupt once more, swallowing the priest in a vortex of pain. As they tear around him, it feels as though his sins are being judged by a terrifying god who appointed herself as his executioner. Only after what feels like an eternity does the torture finally subside. Sergius is left kneeling on the floor, completely broken and subjugated. His head bowed so low it nearly touches the ground. Recognize your sins, Yusha commands, so that you may be forgiven. 1 month passes after the chaotic events in the desert, and Alan is finally back at the Palacio estate. For the first time in a while, he has a bit of downtime, though peace never seems to last long around him. Alan sits with a stack of documents in front of him, reading through them as he prepares to leave for a magic conference. As a faction leader, his attendance is not optional, no matter how little he wants to go. He lets out a miserable groan, clearly dreading the event already. With abyssal entities and outer gods still waiting to be investigated, wasting time on noble greetings and high society politics is the last thing he wants. Then Evan walks in and notices Alan holding a letter. It arrived 2 weeks ago, yet Alan still keeps it nearby for one simple reason. Every time he looks at it, it somehow calms him down. The letter contains official proof of his position as a faction leader. But more importantly, it confirms something even better in Alan's eyes. A proper legal wage. And this is not some tiny allowance barely worth mentioning. The image of gold coins practically floods the scene, because the amount is far beyond anything Alan ever expected to receive. Before that deposit arrived, Alan was practically a lazy bum, wondering why anyone would willingly take on such a stressful and troublesome job. But after the money appeared, he suddenly became a man filled with purpose, proudly holding a sash that marked him as a faction leader. Great power may bring great responsibility, but it also brings a very large paycheck. And for Alan, money is the true cure-all of modern life. His poor, exhausted soul is healed not by rest, not by therapy, and not by divine blessing, but by the strangely magical power of capitalism. Dressed sharply and looking far more proper than usual, Alan and Evan head out together for the conference. They arrive at the Virtuan Marquis, the chosen venue where the conference is being held. The entire event is grand and luxurious, with every detail designed to show off wealth, power, and noble prestige. Inside the hall, renowned figures fill the room. Warriors, merchants, priests, and influential nobles all gathered under one roof. Alan and Evan scan the crowd, both of them dressed so well that they look every bit like distinguished aristocrats. Then a familiar voice suddenly calls out to them. It belongs to Loria and Kalia, who notice Alan and begin approaching through the crowded hall. With glasses of champagne in hand, Loria and Kalia greet Alan warmly, smiling as they ask whether he has been doing well. Alan answers with only a small, simple nod, giving them just enough acknowledgement to count as polite. But his eyes are not really on them at all. His attention has already locked onto something much more tempting across the room. The buffet table. Without saying another word, Alan walks right past them, completely drawn in by the promise of food. Evan quickly catches up to him, carrying a plate piled high with food and a fresh piece of gossip. I heard the leader of the royalist faction received a reformation letter and was dragged away to the Holy Kingdom, he says. Alan merely nods, far more interested in the pastries in front of him than the political disaster being reported. Yeah, guess I won't be seeing him then. What a relief. With that settled, he can finally focus on trying the financiers, small French almond cakes often enjoyed with tea. The two girls can only stand there and watch him prioritize dessert over conversation. Just then, a man begins walking toward them. Kalia notices the approach and steps in with cautious politeness. Excuse me, she asks, watching him carefully. What business do you have here? Alan and Evan stop eating at the same time, their expressions cooling the moment they look at the man. The stranger is visibly terrified, his face pale as he mutters, I've lost. The nobleman is drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling so badly he can barely stand. Then, right in front of Alan, he lowers his head and begs for forgiveness. The surrounding guests gasp in shock, because the man bowing before Alan is not some minor noble desperate for attention. It is Marquis Philboyd, the powerful leader of the aristocratic faction. And now, this influential man is bowing his head and begging for his life before a young count who is calmly holding a pastry. In that single moment, the entire power balance in the room flips upside down. Unlike the underworld, the political world operates on cause, justification, and appearances. For a noble to bow before another in public is not just an apology. It is practically the same as offering up their authority. Loria watches the scene unfold with her thoughts racing. Her eyes fixed on Alan as the realization hits her all over again. I knew it, she whispers. He really is incredible. Even with a powerful marquis lowered before him, practically bowing at his feet, Alan doesn't so much as flinch. His expression stays calm, almost bored, like this outcome had been written in his head from the very beginning. That quiet, snack-loving indifference somehow carries more pressure than any noble title ever could. But while Alan is busy dominating the political stage by doing almost nothing, we can't forget the other leading lady in this story. Meanwhile, Sairang is pouring her heart into her own training, determined to become what she believes is a proper good wife. She's supposed to be practicing her cooking, but the scene in front of us looks far less like a kitchen lesson and much more like she's hammering a legendary blade into existence inside the fires of Mount Doom. But what in the world could drive the leader of a powerful political faction to drop to his knees and plead for his life like this? To understand how things reached this point, we need to turn the clock back a few days. A few days earlier, Marquis Phil Boyd receives a strange black envelope sealed with red wax, and beside it sits a glowing scrying orb pulsing with ominous magic. The sight is painfully familiar, because this is the exact same kind of setup he and Duke Rimgrave had intended to use against their own enemies. The orb suddenly activates, flooding the room with eerie light. Phil Boyd stares in frozen horror as Duke Rimgrave, his own co-conspirator, appears before him tied helplessly to a chair, writhing and screaming as brutal mental attacks tear through him through the vision. Rimgrave's face twists into pure terror, his strength draining away right in front of Phil Boyd's eyes. This was supposed to be the kind of fate they delivered to someone else, not something Phil Boyd would be forced to witness happening to his own ally. Then, as the vision of the Duke's final moments fades away, the scrying orb begins to crack under an overwhelming surge of magical pressure. Thin fractures spread across its surface, and from the broken glow, a simple but horrifying message appears in bright red letters. You're next. The blood drains from Phil Boyd's face. The trap he had so carefully prepared has just been turned back against him, and only one person comes to mind who could possibly pull off something this ruthless. The letter slips from his shaking hands, and in a single instant, he is no longer the hunter. He is the prey, staggering backward in panic, clutching his head as dread crushes down on him. Phil Boyd realizes that damn Palacio must be behind all of this. Phil Boyd can't understand it. How could Alan possibly have connections strong enough to strike at Duke Rimgrave like this? But the question that truly freezes him in place is far simpler and far more terrifying. I'm next? There is no room for negotiation in that message. No warning, no bluff, no escape route. To Phil Boyd, it feels like his life has already been marked for death. With that terror still burning fresh in his mind, Phil Boyd's next move becomes painfully obvious. He throws away every shred of pride and drops to his knees in total, absolute surrender. He presses himself fully to the ground, abandoning every trace of noble dignity as he begs for his life. He promises to quit politics, pleads for everything to end with the conversion letter, and desperately insists that all he wants now is to live out the rest of his days quietly and in peace. Alan, meanwhile, just stands there sweating, completely lost. In his head, all he can think is, why is this man suddenly telling me all of this? What kind of scheme did he and Rimgrave even come up with this time? Alan has no idea what is happening. He had only been trying to avoid an awkward confrontation. But from the outside, the whole situation looks like an overwhelming display of power. Loria and Kalia can only stare in stunned admiration, watching a major noble crumble in front of Alan. In Loria's mind, one thought rises above everything else. Our count is incredible. Alan glances over at them, still completely unaware that his awkward silence and confused expression are somehow building him a legendary reputation right in front of everyone. And just like that, with a powerful noble trembling and begging at his feet, every suspicion that Alan might simply be a puppet controlled by other factions vanishes. The murmurs spreading through the hall change completely, now whispering about a dangerous new power player who has stepped into the center of politics. 3 days after the assembly, Alan is on the road again. Behind him, his dramatic departure from the conference continues to stir rumors, spreading from person to person like wildfire. Evan, always quick to grab onto gossip, casually tells Alan that he heard Marquis Phil Boyd also received a conversion letter and left for Rosario. Then he narrows his eyes and looks at Alan with suspicion. So they finally got to him too, huh? Wasn't it you who sent that letter? Alan, reduced to peak chibi deadpan, stares back with the flattest expression imaginable. How would I even be able to do something like that? Evan is completely thrown off by the answer. His face twists in disbelief as he blurts out, "What?" But still, his mind immediately flashes back to that tense moment, and he points an accusing finger as if presenting undeniable evidence. "That's what you said. You told him you'd try to be lenient." Alan's attempt at basic politeness had somehow been interpreted as the coldest, most merciless threat imaginable. Alan's eyes widen in genuine shock as he realizes how badly his words were misunderstood. Is that really how you took it? A cold sweat breaks across his face, and he looks utterly drained. All he had wanted was to escape an uncomfortable situation without making it worse. That was it. Somehow, through nothing but social anxiety and poor timing, Alan has accidentally begun conquering the political world. With the political storm finally behind them for the moment, Alan and his group arrive at their next destination, Larthania, the city of labyrinths. It is a massive city built around a towering dungeon structure at its center, promising danger, mystery, and plenty of trouble ahead. In the darker corners of the city, a group of adventurers comes into view. One of them is boasting excitedly about a legendary figure said to have defeated 1,000 enemies all by himself, while his companion quickly tells him not to get carried away or set his hopes too high. This is Aldrich, the bright, confident leader of the Ironblood Guild, one of the 5 great guilds that hold power over the labyrinth. He carries himself with easy confidence, and today he has come for a job with an unusually high reward. Aldrich leads his guild down into the depths of the dungeon, their footsteps echoing through the lower floors. Their mission is to capture a monster on the 20th floor, which is already strange, because floors that are multiples of 5 are normally treated as safe zones. But Aldrich shows no concern at all. Even if the whole thing turns out to be a trap, he boasts that it will still be easy for someone like him. After all, he has already explored beyond 50 floors, and besides, the client paid an enormous down payment that cannot be refunded. The party finally reaches the 20th floor, only to find themselves standing inside a vast hall completely covered in ice. The frozen ground stretches out before them, and the air hangs still and silent, heavy with an unnatural chill. One of the mages in the party slowly scans the frozen space, unease creeping across her face. Something about this place feels wrong, and the silence only makes that feeling stronger. Then she notices something in the distance and raises her hand to point. "Hey, boss, what's that?" Far across the bleak, frozen landscape, a lone figure stands motionless in the cold. Another guild member barely gives it a serious look before scoffing. Isn't that just a goblin?" But the figure before them is no ordinary goblin. He is a tall, green-skinned warrior with long black hair tied into a topknot, and the pressure rolling off him is far too heavy to ignore. The adventurers, failing to sense the danger, mock his Eastern-style clothing and jokingly call him the Golden Egg Goblin. The swordsman's eyes narrow sharply. He is clearly not amused by the noisy strangers in front of him, and the look he gives them is filled with open contempt. He slowly raises just one finger, and a swirl of blue energy begins gathering at its tip. With his voice dripping with disdain, he tells them they are making far too much noise, then calls them cockroaches as if they are barely worth noticing. In the next instant, a blade-like arc of pure energy bursts from his fingertip, moving faster than the eye can follow. The entire guild rushes forward, still unaware that their fate has already been decided. Before any of them can react, the light cuts straight through them. In one silent, merciless moment, the Ironblood Guild is wiped out, their bodies sliced apart by an attack they never even saw coming. Aldrich, the same confident leader who had laughed off the danger moments before, can only stare in horror as the lives of his comrades are extinguished right in front of him. Overcome by rage and grief, Aldrich charges forward, desperate to avenge the colleagues who have just been cut down. He launches himself into the air, gripping his weapons tightly as he brings them down with everything he has in one final, desperate strike. But his attack means nothing. The green-skinned warrior simply raises one finger again, calm and untouched. Another arc of pure energy flashes out from his hand, and in that instant, Aldrich's body is split cleanly in half. A cold, terrifying light gleams in the warrior's eye. The battle had never truly been a battle at all. It was over before it even had a chance to begin. An ethereal axe drops onto the frozen battlefield as the goblin turns away and leaves without a trace of concern. The arrogant king of hungry specters has begun his contemptuous ascent toward the surface. And with that, a new and terrifying threat steps fully into the story. Back above ground, an enormous tower rises from the city and pierces straight into the clouds. Alan and his party have finally reached the entrance to the labyrinth. Evan, drawn in adorable chibi form, can only gape upward at the overwhelming size of the central tower, his eyes fixed on the structure stretching impossibly high above them. Alan looks up as well and blurts out in amazement that the thing is huge, wondering if it might even be taller than the Eiffel Tower. He is still adjusting to the strange experience of seeing game-like scenery brought into real life. As Alan and Evan take in the view, their next adventure seems ready to begin, though for Alan, this trip is less about adventure and more about one very specific objective. Just then, a familiar voice calls out to him. Lina appears, dressed for a dungeon expedition in a black dress and a red cape, greeting Alan with a confident smile. And she hasn't come alone. Alongside her are 2 companions from the Red Magic Tower, both joining her as part of this visit to the labyrinth. But Alan has no time to waste on casual conversation. In chibi form, he thanks Lina and immediately gets to the point, asking if she can show him where the library is because he is looking for a specific book. Evan cheerfully waves goodbye as he heads off toward the break room. See you later, he says, leaving this part of the mission to the mages. As Lina leads Alan onward, she fills the silence by complaining about the situation. Tomorrow, the Green Magic Tower is supposed to present a new theory, and after that, the friendly duels will begin. But before she can continue, another voice suddenly cuts in, snapping that she has said enough with the insults already. Alan turns his head toward the voice, curiosity flickering across his face. Lina only lets out a sharp huff and explains that it is just another argument with the Blue Tower's vice master. Alan glances toward Lina and asks if that woman is here too. Lina looks up at him, a little flustered, her expression tightening as she answers that yes, she is here, and as usual, her arrogance has absolutely no limit. Before the conversation can go any further, a loud, sharp voice suddenly cuts across the hallway. Hey, say that again, I dare you. The challenge lands like a spark dropped onto dry grass. A new group steps into view, and from the way they carry themselves, they are clearly looking for trouble. One adventurer thrusts a finger straight toward the Blue Tower's vice master, while the others gather behind him, backing him up with hostile stares. The Blue Tower's vice master strides forward with her chin raised, practically radiating superiority. With a smug look, she sneers at Lina, asking who they have here, then cruelly points her out as the little rookie mage who got completely crushed last year. But the second her gaze shifts and lands on Alan, that smug confidence disappears from her face all at once. Her jaw drops open, her body locks up, and she freezes in place as if every thought in her head has been wiped clean. Then, with a speed that makes no physical sense, she snaps forward into a flawless 90-degree bow. Her voice trembles as she stammers out a greeting to the Count, while the guildmates behind her can only stare in total confusion. What follows is a ridiculous chibi standoff, with Alan calmly looking down at the terrified cat girl while she practically shakes in place. He asks if it has been about 6 months since they last met, and she can only squeak out a stiff, obedient yes, sir. Behind them, her trio of mages begins spiraling into a collective meltdown. None of them can understand what they are seeing, and one of them even wonders if this has to be some kind of illusion spell. The proud, wolf-like menace from moments ago has turned into something closer to a trembling fluffy familiar. Alan watches her for a moment, then calmly says he knows it may not be his business, but shouldn't mages at least try to get along with one another? The blue-haired guild leader instantly panics. She whips around and rushes straight over to the 3 mages, bowing again and again in frantic, repeated motions as if apologizing for her very existence. I'm sorry, she blurts out, then immediately adds that they should be friends. She straightens up into a crisp salute, her face suddenly filled with almost comical determination. With all the seriousness she can muster, she gives a firm yes. And then, just as suddenly, she is gone. Shouting that she is getting out of there, she activates her lightning flash step and vanishes in a streak of motion, leaving only a blur behind and a crowd of completely baffled onlookers staring after her. Alan reaches up and rubs the back of his neck, a single drop of sweat sliding down his face. Every time he sees her, it feels like she has somehow gotten worse, and he can't help wondering what exactly is going on inside her head. The 3 mages she left behind remain frozen in place like statues. Their faces are blank, their bodies stiff, and from the look of it, the shock has practically knocked their souls clean out of them. As they continue walking, Lina remarks that whenever Alan is around, that crazy woman somehow remembers how to be polite. Alan immediately gives her a sidelong look and asks if she is seriously calling Pinia a crazy woman. Their walk barely has time to settle before it is interrupted yet again. 2 more figures step out from a nearby doorway, making it painfully clear that this place is becoming a gathering point for one dramatic encounter after another. A slick-looking nobleman with long blonde hair and striking purple eyes appears with an oily grin. He turns his attention straight to Lina and asks, in a voice far too pleased with itself, whether his dear Lina came all this way just to see him. Lina's face instantly twists into a sour pout. Without even trying to hide her irritation, she mutters that she absolutely did not come here for him. The nobleman ignores her rejection completely, as if he never heard it at all, and lets his gaze slide over to Alan. He asks who this unfamiliar man beside her is, only for Lina to shove him away before he can get any closer. Lina snaps that this is Count Palacio and warns him not to be rude, then tells him to get lost. The man's condescending smile quickly returns, and he offers Alan a mocking bow as he says Alan must be the one from the rumors. He introduces himself as Baruch, son of the Purple Tower Master. Alan gives him only a small nod in response, but his eyes make it obvious that he has never seen this man before and has no interest in wasting time on him. Baruch, however, pays Alan no mind and leans uncomfortably close to Lyanna, whispering that she will see, and that he will eventually grow on her. Lyanna shoves him away again, then tells Alan not to bother talking to him, explaining that Baruch is only a rank 4 mage, but he loves stealing other people's research just so he can humiliate them. Alan looks back over his shoulder at Baruch as he walks away. He quietly notes that if Baruch has already reached rank 4 at his age, then he must be a real genius, and for a brief moment, something very close to jealousy flickers across Alan's face. Lyanna gives a small nod and tells Alan that the library he is searching for is located on the 38th floor. She says she will see him later at the presentation, and with that, she leaves Alan to handle his own task. Alan eventually arrives before an impressive door marked with the Roman numerals for 38, the entrance standing tall and formal in front of him like the threshold to something important. A game-like notification appears, announcing that he has reached his destination. The door opens, revealing an enormous, multi-leveled library beyond it, with books drifting through the air like specks of dust caught in the light. The sight is stunning, but at the same time, it carries an eerie sense of familiarity. Alan stops at the entrance and takes in the vast library before him. Seeing it in person feels completely different, and he mutters in amazement that it really does look different like this. This is the same library he remembers from those traumatic visions of the Shadow Demon. He wastes no time getting started. First, in a small chibi moment, he stretches up toward a massive grandfather clock and adjusts the hands to 12, muttering that all he has to do is come back tomorrow when the full moon rises. His next objective is much more precise. Somewhere in this library, he needs to find a black book with no title written on it and no author's name anywhere on the cover. Alan moves along the shelves, scanning the rows of books carefully. Then, with a soft thud, he pulls out a plain black volume from its resting place. He places the book down on a table and leans over it. A faint glow appears as he rests his hand against the cover, feeling for the hidden compartment concealed inside. And there it is. From within the book, Alan draws out a small, ornate black dagger shimmering with magical energy. This is the ring of radiance he had been searching for, even though, at first glance, it looks far more like a blade than a ring. The next day, after the magic presentations have finished, the scene shifts to the friendly duel grounds. There, a man wearing a green cape approaches Alan with a serious look on his face. He addresses Alan directly and formally, his expression grim as he says that Sir Baruch wishes to challenge Count Palacio. Then he asks whether Alan accepts the duel. The last thing Alan wants is another round of pointless drama, but trouble seems determined to follow him wherever he goes. He looks toward Lyanna, lets out a tired sigh, and wonders what kind of mess this has turned into now. Since Baruch keeps flirting with Lyanna and constantly brings up marriage, seeing Alan standing close to her must have been enough to make Alan his newest target. Baruch steps onto the dueling stage with all the confidence of someone who believes the spotlight belongs entirely to him, turning the challenge into a grand performance. With a mocking tone, Baruch says he would like to receive a few pointers from the great mage who supposedly helped bring down an outer god. Alan simply watches him in silence, his expression flat and deeply unimpressed. Baruch's lips curl into a smug grin as he thinks to himself that being the Tower Master's son was never enough influence on its own. Now, conveniently, a big fish has wandered right into his hands. In his mind, Baruch goes over everything attached to Alan's name. His supposed contribution to defeating an outer god, his handling of Baba Yaga's ambush, and even the rumors that Fenya herself grovels before him. Among the mages, the Count's reputation has climbed to absurd heights. But none of that makes Baruch cautious. If anything, his arrogance only swells further, blinding him to everything standing right in front of him. To Baruch, it is all just empty hype spread by fools who cannot properly judge an opponent's ability. He scoffs and touches a special ring on his finger, smirking as he decides that even if Alan is only rank 3, a mage hiding behind lies and pride is the perfect stepping stone for him. Laughing condescendingly, he tries to needle Alan, asking if he is getting cold feet and reminding him that it is only a friendly duel. But all he receives in return is Alan's dead-eyed stare, the look of a man whose patience for this nonsense has finally run out. A vein rises on Alan's forehead as he thinks that when someone causes trouble for no reason, sometimes you have to give them one. In a cold, steady voice, Alan accepts. The duel is set, and the announcer lays down the rules, warning that lethal magic is strictly prohibited before calling for both sides to prepare. The moment the match begins, Baruch wastes no time and unleashes a torrent of crackling purple energy, intending to finish everything quickly. In his head, he decides he must end it before Alan's pathetic skill is exposed too clearly, so he can crush the Count's reputation and climb to the top. But then something goes wrong. A sudden, bone-deep chill spreads through the air, and Baruch looks around in confusion, wondering why it has become so cold and why his feet suddenly feel so heavy. Baruch slowly looks down, and horror spreads across his face. His feet and legs are already being swallowed by creeping ice, the frozen layer climbing rapidly upward and locking him in place. Before Baruch can even understand what is happening, a massive explosion of crystalline ice erupts outward from Alan. The arena is swallowed by a beautiful but terrifying display of absolute zero power, glittering like a frozen disaster given form. At the center of that overwhelming storm stands Alan, holding the ornate black dagger he recovered from the library. But now the blade is wrapped in ominous black energy, dark tendrils curling around it as the cold spreads. Just before the duel began, gossip had already been spreading outside the arena. Someone says that Pinya apologized, and the Blue Tower's tower master reacts in open disbelief. He grabs the student by the collar and shakes him, demanding to know if his disciple has finally lost his mind from studying too much. But the student insists it is true, swearing that she apologized the moment she saw Count Palacio. The surrounding mages begin murmuring among themselves. There were already plenty of strange rumors about that count, and now this new story only makes him sound even more unbelievable. Some can hardly believe it, asking if it is actually true. The tower master narrows his eyes as his curiosity deepens. He says he wants to know what kind of man Count Palacio truly is, and that he will have to judge him with his own eyes. Watching Alan from a distance, he comments that based on Alan's presence alone, his rank does not seem particularly high. The elder beside him agrees, noting that Alan's mana hole appears small from the very beginning. From where they are watching, Alan appears calm and stoic, but the three tower masters draw the wrong conclusion. They decide he must have spread those false rumors himself, and that everything about him will finally be exposed today. They could not have been more mistaken. Then, without warning, a wave of freezing air rolls across the entire arena, sharp and heavy enough to silence the crowd in an instant. The gossiping tower masters are left completely speechless. Their jaws practically drop as they stare at the sheer scale of the magic unfolding before them, unable to deny the terrifying power being unleashed. Alan stands at the center of it all without the slightest sign of panic, completely unmoved as the freezing storm rages around him. The blizzard swirls like it has chosen him as its core, yet his posture stays calm and steady, as if this overwhelming cold is nothing more than a breeze. Baruch's purple magic crashes forward, but against the sheer force of Alan's frost, it loses all meaning. The crackling energy that was supposed to dominate the duel is smothered by the cold, swallowed up as if it never had a chance to exist. The spectators can only stare in stunned disbelief. One of them, a rank 5 mage, stammers that Alan has perfectly executed triple combined magic, and even at rank 5, he himself would not be confident producing a manifestation on that level. His voice shakes as he wonders how Alan could possibly have done it. Alan raises the bladed ring, its dark, ornate shape catching the light as power gathers around it. In his mind, the name of the spell resounds with quiet force. Glory of the Snowy Mountains. Baruch is thrown helplessly through the storm like a ragdoll caught in a violent gale. His earlier smugness is completely gone, replaced by a face twisted with terror, disbelief, and the dawning realization that he has badly misjudged his opponent. Driven into a corner, Baruch desperately tries to force himself back into the fight. With the blizzard tearing around him, he gathers the last of his remaining mana, clinging to one final chance. He screams that he has to do something, his voice cracking under pressure as he prepares the strongest spell he can still manage. It is no longer confidence driving him now, but pure survival instinct. The mages watching from the crowd recognize the spell almost immediately, and alarm spreads through them. One of them blurts out that it looks like Kamalan, then another realizes with horror that it is a killing spell from the Violet Tower. But Baruch is already far too late. Alan's spell, Crystal Rotation, descends in the form of beautifully patterned snowflakes, each one glittering with deadly precision as they effortlessly crush and shatter Baruch's attack. The freezing power spreads through Baruch's defenses next, locking them down and smothering his resistance completely. His desperate spell is snuffed out before it can even fully take shape. The Tower Master and Fenya stand frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock and horror. Neither of them can look away from the impossible scene unfolding in front of them. The rest of the crowd is no better. The entire arena has fallen into stunned silence, everyone watching helplessly as the duel turns into a completely one-sided beatdown. Then Alan finishes it. The ice surges together in one decisive movement, closing around Baruch until he is sealed inside a massive, jagged crystal coffin, frozen solid in a twisted pose of pure agony. Alan lands gracefully, calm and composed, without so much as a hair out of place. The announcer trembles as he forces out the result, declaring Alan Palacio the winner. And in that single moment, Alan has made the entire Mage Tower understand exactly what kind of force they are dealing with. After the duel ends, the mages rush toward Alan almost all at once. The doubt and suspicion they had shown before are completely gone, replaced by wide-eyed admiration and almost starstruck excitement. They crowd around him with questions pouring out. One mage marvels at how incredible the spell was and asks how Alan arranged that array, only to quickly apologize in case he is prying into a proprietary spell. Another mutters that he may have seen hand-based catalysts mentioned in ancient texts, already trying to break down the technique in his head. Alan, now visibly sweaty and overwhelmed by all the attention, tries to correct them as plainly as he can. He tells them that he is only rank 3, but that only makes the praise grow louder. One mage laughs, asking if Alan really just said rank 3, while another says there is no need for him to be so humble. To them, rank 3 is simply impossible. Poor Alan's attempt at honesty only makes him seem even more mysterious than before. Alan finally reaches his limit. With exhaustion written all over his face, he mutters that he has things he needs to do and can't keep standing there being interrogated. A moment later, he makes a full chibi-style escape, deciding it is time to bolt before the adoring crowd can trap him any longer. He whooshes away and finally reaches an empty corridor, where he lets out a deep sigh of relief at the return of peace and quiet. Once alone, he examines the bladed ring and admits that it was actually useful. A system window appears, identifying the item memory of the Black Eye as an enhanced memorizer, capable of storing one of the user's spells and manifesting it with amplified power. A chibi-style fight tutorial explains the mechanics, showing that Alan's ultimate ice spell, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, normally consumes 3 of his 5 daily magic slots because of the limits tied to frozen land. But when Alan uses the bladed ring together with his black box ability, the effect is amplified enormously. That combination allows him to use all 5 slots as he pleases, turning the setup into a ridiculously broken combo. As Alan walks down the sunlit hallway, his thoughts begin to settle into a clearer shape. He reflects quietly that he finally understands Glory of the Snowy Mountains in a way he never did before. The spell is not simply about freezing whatever stands in front of him. Its real effect is to freeze the surrounding air at the exact moment it manifests, changing the environment itself on a fundamental level. That realization pulls him back to the memory of the shadow demon inside the massive library. The demon's words echo through his mind, telling him that sentences are the keys to accessing those laws. Now Alan begins to understand what that really means. If someone understands a sentence and uses it properly, then perhaps it allows them to interfere with the laws themselves, rather than merely altering the properties of mana. Until now, he had treated the chant like a simple mana booster, but suddenly, an entirely new world of magic is opening before him. The more Alan learns, the stronger his desire to explore becomes. With his expression sharpening in determination, he decides that this is good, and that he should rest first before going to retrieve what he prepared for tonight. With that, he continues toward his next objective. Later that night, Alan returns to the 38th floor. The doors creak open before him, revealing the magical library once again, now bathed in soft moonlight. Books drift gently through the air as if floating on an invisible current, and a mysterious, ethereal voice rings out through the quiet space. Since Alan has arrived on time, the voice says, it seems he has solved the riddle. Alan looks around the moonlit library without losing his composure. Calmly and directly, he says that he has come to solve even more. The voice seems amused by his reaction, and its source appears as a glowing orb of light. It remarks that Alan has not fallen into panic even after hearing its voice, calling that response fascinating. Tendrils of light begin to swirl together, slowly gathering into a more defined shape as the voice introduces itself through a chain of legendary titles. It speaks of being the one who inspired both fear and worship in those who disturbed the world, the Slayer, Eternal Terror, and the figure known among mages as the Cup of the Primordial. The glowing light then reveals the shimmering outline of a woman suspended in the air. Her silhouette alone carries an immense magical pressure, the kind that makes the entire library feel charged with power. Alan's eye widens as recognition hits him. He understands exactly who this figure is, and he knows very well what kind of being he is now facing. The voice reveals her final and most famous title, the first human to reach rank 8 since the age of the Forgotten Gods, Archmage Heinkel. Then she appears in full, a young woman with long blue hair floating gracefully in the air beneath an absurdly oversized witch hat. Alan immediately goes tense, a bead of sweat sliding down his face as he realizes that one wrong move could get him killed. He remembers this encounter clearly from the game, where players had given Heinkel the nickname the Retry Witch because getting the items required choosing the correct dialogue options. A game-like interface appears in front of him as Heinkel floats lower and casually remarks that he seems to have grown quite a bit. 3 choices appear before Alan, and his cursor lands on one hilariously terrible option. Little girl, you should use honorifics. Heinkel instantly turns chibi angry, snapping at him for daring to mention honorifics and asking if he wants to die or if he has started getting cocky. The game text adds that by the 3rd meeting, they have become a little closer, so choosing a wrong answer only gets the player cursed at. But on the first meeting, picking wrong means instant death. Another dialogue box appears, and this time the option Alan selects is somehow even worse. The words on the screen read, go drink some milk. Heinkel's anger shoots from 0 to 100 in an instant. Her face twists with rage as the entire background turns blood red, and she demands to know what Alan just said. The game text helpfully notes that she was also called the messy milk, which because she instantly killed players over lines like that. Alan quickly decides he needs to prepare his defenses first. If things go badly, he knows he cannot afford to be killed instantly before he even has a chance to respond. Heinkel's face falls into shadow beneath the brim of her enormous hat, making her expression impossible to read and turning the atmosphere dangerously tense. Then, without warning, two enormous and terrifying eyes materialize in the air behind Alan, looming over him like something from a nightmare. Alan starts to speak, but before he can get the words out, Heinkel suddenly cuts him off with a terrified shriek. Alan freezes in bafflement, completely unable to understand what just happened. He rubs at his eyes, utterly confused by the sudden change in mood. For a moment, he wonders if maybe he is only seeing things because he still remembers the game version of the encounter so vividly. Then Alan finally gets a proper look at Heinkel without all the terrifying special effects clouding the scene, and a profound realization hits him. She is really short. In fact, it looks like that massive hat is doing almost all the work. Heinkel, now thoroughly flustered and embarrassed, hovers awkwardly in the air while trying to hide behind her hat, and she stammers out that this is for him. Alan can only stare back in confused chibi silence, his expression blank as he struggles to process how the terrifying archmage in front of him has suddenly turned into this. With a desperate cry, Heinkel hurls a small treasure chest at him and immediately flees in a panic, as if escaping the scene is the only thing on her mind. The treasure chest drifts through the air and settles gently into Alan's hands, far more calmly than Heinkel herself had thrown it. Heinkel, meanwhile, is already in full retreat. Her hat's speech bubble declares that he should be satisfied now because she is leaving. And just like that, Heinkel vanishes in a puff of smoke, leaving Alan standing there with the chest in his hands and complete confusion written across his face. Alan stares down at the dagger in his hand, then slowly looks back toward the empty space where Heinkel had just been floating. Wait, Heinkel, he thinks, still completely thrown off. He had his magic prepared and ready to fire just in case things went wrong, but somehow the whole encounter ended before he could even use it. He glances over his shoulder, still trying to make sense of her reaction. Was she looking at something behind me? He wonders, but no matter how carefully he checks, there is nothing there at all. Alan lets out a slow sigh and decides not to overthink it too much. Well, he thinks he is definitely not going to complain about getting the item this easily. After all that pressure and build-up, he managed to obtain the quest item without solving a single riddle or picking a single deadly dialogue option. What Alan never notices is that behind him, two mysterious floating eyes, one glowing red and the other blue, quietly fade out of existence. Without a word, those eerie eyes had just frightened the most powerful archmage in the world into complete retreat. After the chaos of the duel and the strangely effortless encounter with Archmage Heinkel, Alan finally gets a little time to settle down. He turns his attention back to magic study and begins attending roundtable discussions with Lyanna. He quickly realizes that talking through magic with Lyanna is much more efficient than struggling through everything alone. Alan is especially skilled at controlling mana, while Lyanna shines when it comes to arranging magical sequences, making the two of them a surprisingly strong study pair. But even during their lessons, Lyanna keeps circling back to the same question. With a look of genuine disbelief, she asks if Alan is truly only a rank 3 mage. Alan just sighs inwardly, already counting that this is the 15th time she has asked him the exact same thing. Lyanna quickly catches herself and gives him a small, cute, apologetic nod. She says sorry twice, clearly realizing she has been repeating the question far too much. Alan decides to let it pass, but the conversation does get him thinking. Maybe it is finally time for him to start testing rank for magic, even if he still does not feel completely ready to make that step. Unfortunately, his quiet days of study do not last for long. On the 4th day of the conference, shocking news suddenly arrives and throws everything into crisis. An outer god has appeared inside the Lartanya labyrinth. Even worse, a strange mutation that was first discovered a week ago is now spreading through the entire dungeon. There is no time left to hesitate. With a grim look on his face, Alan turns to Evan and tells him to send the letter immediately. They are heading out at once. Just as Alan prepares to leave, Pinia catches up to him near the carriage. With a slight pout on her face, she asks if the Count is already leaving. Alan confirms that he is, and the moment he does, Pinia's expression suddenly brightens in an oddly cheerful way, as if the news has lifted her mood rather than saddened her. Then she waves him off with a huge burst of energy, shouting for him to have a safe trip at the top of her lungs. As Alan watches her see him off, he cannot help thinking that for someone who came all the way to his carriage just to say goodbye, she does not look very sad about his departure at all. Once again, he has absolutely no idea how to understand her. A few days later, after leaving behind a strangely radiant Pinia, Alan's carriage finally reaches its destination. This is Lartanya, the Labyrinth City, a massive metropolis built around the dungeon itself, with its entire life and power centered on that dangerous place. As the carriage rolls to a stop, Alan and Evan step out wearing their cloaks, both of them looking ready to get straight down to business. The building standing before them is enormous, grand enough to make even seasoned travelers pause. Its sheer size alone is enough to overwhelm anyone looking up at it. Evan looks around in open awe, taking in the scale of everything around him. He knew she had been doing well for herself, but this is on a completely different level. In that moment, Evan reaches a revelation so powerful it feels almost divine. Money, he realizes, is absolute power. And with that, he finally understands why experts in magic items carry so much influence. In a place like this, wealth and skill clearly open doors that ordinary strength cannot. Alan and Evan approach the massive, ornate gates of the building, only to be stopped by a neatly dressed attendant standing guard. The attendant looks them over and asks whether they have an appointment. Apparently, even getting inside requires a reservation. Alan tries to handle it with his title, politely saying he knows this is sudden, but asking if the attendant could announce that Count Palacio has arrived. The attendant looks as if a vein is about to burst in his forehead. With a sharp laugh, he says that this is the 325th time someone has tried that today. Then, with a sneer, he explains that without a reservation, the meeting fee is 3,000 gold coins. Alan's jaw practically drops at the price. 3,000 gold coins is absurd, enough money to buy an entire house. Swallowing his pride, Alan decides to ask the more practical question. He wants to know when the next available opening would be. The attendant checks the schedule with a smug little grin, then says he can squeeze them in after about 10. Then he finishes the sentence. 10 months from now. Alan and Evan are left completely thunderstruck, staring at him in disbelief as they repeat, 10 months? Before they can properly argue, a bag of coins suddenly comes flying toward the gatekeeper. Someone shouts from nearby, ordering him to open the door. A short, pudgy nobleman strides forward with 2 goons flanking him on either side. This is Labard Claystone, the son of the Lord of Lartanya. The moment the gatekeeper sees him, his polite mask nearly cracks. Inwardly, he can only think, oh great, not this asshole again. Alan's own internal judgment is just as blunt. To him, Labard is nothing more than trash acting superior because he happens to be riding on his father's title. The spoiled brat finally turns his attention toward Alan and Evan, wearing a smug, ugly grin. He sneers at them and tells the bunch of beggars to get lost. That insult is the final straw. Evan and Alan both flare with anger, seething as they insist that they are not beggars. Just then, a calm female voice cuts cleanly through the tension. From the top of the stairs, a young woman with long green hair begins descending with composed steps, and Labard immediately looks up and calls out to Rinne. Rinne does not even slow down. Her voice is cold and sharp as she tells him to get lost. Then, with a speed completely at odds with her elegant appearance, she strikes Labard directly across the face. The blow sends him flying, blood spraying from his mouth as the entire scene erupts into chaos. Rinne glides past the mess as if nothing unusual has happened and stops in front of Alan. With a slight, refined bow, she apologizes for keeping her patron waiting. The gatekeeper and Labard's goons are left staring in absolute shock. The attendant can only think that their boss is always polite and fair no matter who she faces, whether it is a prince or a beggar. Labard, now reduced to a blubbering mess, starts screaming in outrage. He demands to know how she dares speak to him that way, shouting that he is a noble and that he is very close with the Council of Three. But while Labard tries to remind everyone of his supposed importance, Rinne, Alan, and Evan simply stand there looking bored out of their minds. Labard keeps throwing his tantrum even as his goons drag him away toward his fancy carriage. He shouts that Rinne will regret turning her back on him for these bums. Once the trash has been taken out, Rinne calmly turns back to Alan and Evan. She invites her patron inside, includes Evan as well, and tells them they should head in. Alan leans closer with clear concern on his face and quietly asks if this is really going to be all right. After all, he has heard that the Lord of Lartanya is extremely fond of his son. Rinne gives him a calm, reassuring look and tells him not to worry about it. Then she adds that he probably will not be seeing Labard again, a statement that sounds comforting and slightly terrifying at the same time. Later, the group is seated inside a luxurious lounge. Evan is already enjoying a macaron, while Alan finds himself sitting in the master's chair once again and quietly wonders how this keeps happening to him. Alan turns toward Rinne and asks why she called him patron. Rinna looks back at him in confusion, clearly not understanding what part of that sounded strange. Alan explains that the other kids usually call him godfather or benefactor, so he was curious why Rinna chose that particular title. Patron, he thinks, sounds almost too formal compared to the others. Her face eased just a little, the sharpness in her expression melting into something gentler. To her, that title fit Alan better than anything else, and for a brief moment, the two of them shared a strangely cute understanding without needing many words. Alan blinked at her, then answered softly, almost testing the feeling of it. Was that really how she saw him? A quiet wave of pride rose in Alan's chest as he looked at her. Rinna had grown into such a serious, capable girl, carrying herself with discipline and confidence. And she was clearly doing well in her own way. He could not help feeling proud of her. After taking a small sip of tea, Alan finally set the cup down and shifted the conversation toward the real reason he had come. Alan's tone became more direct as he looked across the table at her. As he had already written in his letter, there was something important he needed to ask of her, and this was not the kind of favor he could bring up lightly. He explained that he had come to understand something very clearly. If he wanted to reach the place he was aiming for, strength alone would not be enough. He needed influence, connections, and a position that could actually move people. So he asked Rinna if she could help him join the strike force being formed to fight against the outer god. As soon as the request left his mouth, Alan lifted one hand and rubbed the back of his neck, looking a little awkward. He started to add that if the trouble at the gate had made the situation difficult, then maybe, before he could finish, Rinna cut straight through his hesitation. She asked if he was truly that concerned about the Lord's son. Alan quickly replied that he simply did not want to create needless problems for anyone. A small, confident smile appeared on Rinna's lips, steady and composed. She told him there was no need for him to worry about that at all. In her mind, the matter was already within reach, and she believed she could carry out exactly what he had asked of her. Alan let out a quiet, relieved cough, as if trying to smooth over the tension in his own chest. Since Rinna seemed so certain, he accepted her answer with a grateful nod and thanked her for taking the request seriously. With the important conversation settled, Rinna smoothly shifted back into host mode. Since they had only just arrived after a long journey, she suggested that they take some time to rest and recover before dealing with anything else. Evan watched her from the side, visibly stunned by how calmly and maturely she handled everything. He leaned closer to Alan and whispered in disbelief that she really did carry herself like a proper adult. Then, with a knowing look, he added that she absolutely had the aura of someone who sat at the top of the class. That night, Alan lay in bed with his eyes open, unable to fall asleep right away. Knowing that Rinna could help him gave him some relief, but even in the quiet darkness, his mind kept circling back to the plans he still needed to refine. It had not actually been very long since the incident in the north, and Alan could feel the weight of everything catching up with him. Maybe, he thought, he really did need to pause for a while, let his body rest and calmly go over his plan again before moving forward. Apparently, he had been far more exhausted than he realized. The moment sleep finally took him, he sank so deeply into it that he did not wake again until Evan came to shake him out of bed. Evan called out to him, asking if the Count had any intention of getting up for lunch. Alan stirred with a groan, still heavy with sleep, and blinked in confusion before asking just how long he had been out. After finally pulling himself together, Alan joined Rinna and Evan at a lavish dining table. The meal spread before them was far grander than a simple lunch, with polished tableware and dishes arranged neatly across the surface. Rinna did not waste even a second on small talk. Sitting there with perfect composure, she reported the results of yesterday's request with almost ruthless efficiency, telling Alan that everything he had asked for had already been handled. She then continued as if the schedule had been settled long ago. The strike force was meeting that very day, and according to her, they should head over there soon rather than delay. Then, in the same calm tone someone might use to mention the weather, Rinna added one more thing. Alan did not need to worry about Labard Claystone anymore. She had killed him and she had done it cleanly. Alan froze in the middle of eating, his fork hanging uselessly in the air. For a moment, his body refused to move, and Rinna's words bounced around inside his head like they had no proper place to land. His thoughts immediately filled with frantic question marks, because the only thing he could think was, wait, what? Then Alan's gamer instincts snapped awake. He knew exactly what kind of person Labard was. In the world of Lartanya, that man was like a spreading cancer, a vile villain whose name was tied to some of the worst events in the region. In the game, every single side quest connected to the Lartanya region seemed to trace back to Labard in one way or another. Whether it was the massacre of mercenaries or those horrifying biological experiments, all the clues eventually pointed to him as the one responsible. But there was a huge difference between knowing someone was a villain in a game and hearing that one of his own wards had assassinated him in reality. This was not some minor enemy being removed from the board. This was practically the assassination of royalty. Alan's face tightened as he asked Rinne why she had done it. Rinne's answer came back with chilling simplicity, yet it was wrapped in absolute loyalty. Labard had made Alan uncomfortable, and in her eyes, allowing him to remain alive would only have stretched that discomfort out longer. A cold sweat began to form on Alan's skin. He knew that Rinne had also been one of the seeds connected to the birth of the mortal sins, so her extreme thinking was not completely impossible to understand. Still, even if she regarded him as her patron, this was going far beyond what he expected. And on top of that, she was supposed to be a magic item expert. How had she managed to kill Labard's mercenaries? Rinne noticed the disturbed look on Alan's face, but she seemed to read his silence in the wrong way. Instead of realizing he was shaken, she appeared to think he was dissatisfied. She calmly asked if there was a problem, then started to say that if killing Labard had not been enough, she could still do more. Alan reacted immediately, cutting her off before she could finish that dangerous sentence. He quickly told her no, that was not what he meant at all. He was only worried about her safety. Rinne's eyes widened slightly, and her expression softened with a hint of surprise. After a brief, quiet reaction, she reassured him that there was no need for concern. Everything had already been handled, and from her perspective, there was nothing left for him to worry about. Alan could only stare at her and think that the two of them were operating on completely different wavelengths. Their ways of thinking were not just slightly different. They felt like they came from entirely separate worlds. Trying to ease the strange tension in the room, Alan reached out and gently patted Rinne on the head. He thanked her, then told her not to be upset. Rinne immediately denied that she had been upset at all, though her reaction made that denial less convincing. Alan let out a soft sigh as he watched her. Maybe she was embarrassed after all. Before letting the matter drop, he gave her one final piece of advice, telling her that even so, she should try not to put herself in dangerous situations. After all, she had worked so hard to build everything she had now. Alan gently reminded her that it would be a real shame to lose all of that because she took one risk too many. Rinne seemed to take his words in, her expression settling into something more thoughtful. Then she looked to him again and said that since her patron had come all this way, there was something she wanted to show him, the tracker eye. She led Alan to the artifact, and there before him was a golden, star-shaped eye that pulsed with a strange blue energy. The glow moved through it like a living current, making Alan stare for a moment before he asked if this was really the tracker eye. Rinne began giving her report in the same precise manner as before. According to her, the number of marks connected to it was increasing smoothly, and there had been no significant issue with the process. Then, all at once, the pieces began falling into place in Alan's mind. He paused and thought back to the black mark. That mark had the ability to boost the power of an artifact, which meant the tracker eye itself might have been affected by it. He remembered the item's description from the game with painful clarity. The tracker eye was supposed to be nothing more than a basic tool used to appraise low-level artifacts. It had no impressive legend behind it, no special history, and certainly no reason to become something extraordinary. Alan's thoughts reeled as the truth hit him. So that was why Rinne had become so successful, and maybe it also explained why she treated him so well. His mind was racing, but outwardly, he tried to keep his expression calm and act as if he understood everything already. Alan managed to say that she was putting it to good use. Rinne accepted that and continued with her report, explaining that at the current pace, they should be able to obtain all of them within a few years. And just like that, Alan was completely lost again. He had no idea what she meant by all of them, or what scale this whole operation had reached while he was unaware. Rinne, however, finished her update as calmly as ever, then told him that since the full progress report was complete, he should follow her to the meeting room. The moment they entered the room, a cat girl with black and white hair immediately pointed straight at Alan. Without even trying to hide her contempt, she demanded to know if they were seriously planning to bring this loser along. To her, his reputation was clearly nothing but empty talk blown out of proportion. And she was not the only powerful figure present. The room held the leaders of the 5 great guilds. Mayan of the Antiquity Trackers, Maverick of the Nomadlands, Hihan of the Acadia Guild, and Argonia of the Calamandra Guild. Not one of them looked even remotely impressed by Alan's arrival. Their eyes stayed cold, measuring him with open skepticism, as if they had already decided he did not belong there. Mayan looked especially ready to strike, drawing out her daggers as the hostility in the room sharpened. Alan was not exactly surprised. These were mercenaries who valued strength above everything else, so he had expected a rough reception. Still, they were not making even the slightest effort to hide how much they disliked him. Alan sighed under his breath, and his hand slowly drifted toward the bladed ring on his finger. A chill began to gather around it, and tiny snowflakes started forming in the air, glittering faintly as the temperature dropped. Alan understood exactly what this meant. If words were not going to convince them, then he had no choice but to prove his worth right there in front of them. Surrounded by the swirl of his own icy magic, Alan stood his ground. He had two major reasons for wanting to join the strike force in the first place. The first was simple. From his own experience and knowledge, he knew that ordinary military forces would be completely useless against an outer god. His second reason was just as important. The plan he had in mind required people with overwhelming combat power, the kind of heavy-hitting mercenaries who could move fast, hit hard, and survive situations that regular soldiers could not. But getting those mercenaries to accept him was turning out to be far from easy. Maverick, the hot-headed guild leader, stepped forward with a glare and challenged Alan directly, asking if he was trying to start a fight. Alan's expression stayed as cold and unreadable as the freezing air curling around him. Without raising his voice, he calmly pointed out that they were the ones who had started this confrontation in the first place. Maverick clearly did not appreciate that answer. With his sword raised, he charged straight toward Alan, just as sharp shards of ice burst up from the floor around him. On the outside, Alan looked perfectly composed, surrounded by frost and danger. But inside, his thoughts were far less dignified. Panic shot through him as he wondered if he had gone a little too far, and whether his heart could even handle this level of stress. The tension in the room snapped even tighter as the other guild leaders reached for their own weapons. Blades came out, hands moved to hilts, and in an instant, everyone looked ready to throw themselves into the fight before the situation spiraled completely out of control. But right when the chaos seemed ready to explode, Alan did something none of them expected. Instead of attacking, retreating, or even raising his voice, he calmly sat down as if he owned the room. Looking over the mercenaries from his seat with unnerving confidence, he asked whether they were finally ready to have a proper conversation. The mercenaries stopped dead where they stood. It was not only the ice holding them back. Alan's sheer nerve, the way he sat there so casually in the middle of a near battle, left them frozen in stunned silence. Inside, Alan reminded himself that this confidence was not just an empty act. He had seen this exact kind of situation before in the game. It was tied to a hidden quest, one he remembered clearly enough to rely on even now. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the one person who mattered most. Everything depended on Argonia. If the leader of the Calamandra Guild accepted him, then this fight would end before it ever truly began. Argonia, a demonkin with powerful red horns rising from her head, quietly studied Alan from across the room. Her green eyes were sharp and piercing, as if she were trying to see past his calm expression and measure what kind of man he really was. Then her voice cut cleanly through the thick tension like a blade drawn across the air. With a single firm order, she commanded everyone in the room to stop. Maverick's sword froze just inches away from Alan's face, close enough to make the danger feel painfully real. His head snapped toward Argonia, anger burning in his eyes as he demanded to know why she was telling them to back down now. Argonia answered without raising her voice, simply stating the truth of the matter. They had been the ones who underestimated Alan first, and they were also the ones who had shown him disrespect. Maverick clicked his tongue in irritation, but even with his pride wounded, he reluctantly slid his weapon back into its sheath. With the confrontation finally cooling down, Alan moved straight into the real reason he had come. He asked when they planned to enter the labyrinth, and Argonia quickly proposed that they begin in 2 days, then gather again tomorrow to confirm the details. As Alan left the meeting room, the mercenaries watched him go with heavy, unreadable expressions. None of them seemed able to fully process what they had just witnessed, but Argonia had already accepted the terms, and that alone settled the matter. The instant Alan was out of their sight, the calm mask he had been wearing completely fell apart. He slumped against the wall, clutching at his chest as his nerves finally caught up with him, silently swearing that he would never try something that reckless again. Back inside the meeting room, Maverick's frustration boiled over. Still fuming from being forced to stand down, he turned on Argonia and demanded to know why she had let that pretentious snob get exactly what he wanted. Hihan, the strategist among them, immediately pushed Maverick back and snapped that he had no idea what he was talking about. In his eyes, Argonia had not humored Alan at all. She had just saved Maverick's life, leaving Maverick staring back in total confusion. Hihan struggled to put the danger into words, but his meaning was clear. If Alan's attack had truly landed, if that icy power had connected even once, Maverick would not have walked away injured. He would have died on the spot. Argonia's thoughts drifted back to a memory from long ago, one buried deep in the distant past. She remembered the warning her mother had given her, a warning spoken by a powerful dragon whose words she had never forgotten. Her mother's voice echoed across the centuries, reaching back to the time when Argonia was still young. She had told her that if, one day, an eye appeared in the sky, then under no circumstances should she ever meet the gaze of the one whose caliber surpassed all others. It had been the only warning her mother had ever given her. That alone made it impossible to ignore, and the memory carried the cold weight of a prophecy pointing toward a power far beyond ordinary understanding. And when Argonia looked at Alan in that room, she saw something that shook her to the core. For one terrifying instant, she glimpsed a vortex of darkness and an all-seeing eye staring back from beyond reason itself. Left with that vision burned into her mind, she could only wonder who this man truly was. The next day's meeting felt nothing like the confrontation from before. Alan sat nervously at the head of the table, trying to maintain his posture even though the atmosphere had changed so drastically that it almost felt suspicious. To Alan's astonishment, everyone accepted his plan without a single objection. There were no arguments, no challenges, and no resistance from the guild leaders at all. The entire discussion moved so smoothly that everything was decided before he could even properly brace himself. As they left the room afterward, Rinne glanced toward Alan and admitted that she was surprised by how easily the meeting had gone. After yesterday's hostility, even she had not expected the decision to pass so cleanly. Alan noticed it too, especially when his eyes moved toward Mayan. The same cat girl who had looked ready to pounce on him the day before was now quietly licking her thumb, far more subdued than he expected. A smug little version of Alan practically appeared in his mind, celebrating the success of his strategy. Somehow, he had managed to disguise his gamer knowledge as wisdom passed down from ancient, forgotten texts, and the guild leaders had actually bought it. A few days passed, and by then, every necessary preparation had finally been completed. The plan had moved from discussion to action, and the time to enter the labyrinth had arrived. The strike force gathered at the entrance to the Lartanya labyrinth, their weapons ready and their formation set. Before them waited the dark path downward, leading into the depths where danger only grew stronger with each floor. They began their descent as a truly formidable group of elite mercenaries. Moving together, they cut their way through waves of monsters, carving open a path through the labyrinth's hordes with brutal efficiency. The number of monsters alone was enough to make Alan tense, and their strength made the danger even clearer. Watching the mercenaries tear through them, he felt genuinely glad he had assembled such a powerful team, because trying to face this place alone would have overwhelmed him quickly. As the group moved through a dim corridor deep inside the labyrinth, Mayan drifted closer to Alan with a playful look in her eyes. Her steps were light, almost teasing, as she slipped into his personal space. She leaned in until she was right in front of his face, close enough that Alan could not easily ignore her. With a sharp, curious look, she asked whether he had some kind of problem with beastfolk. Alan quickly answered that this was not the issue at all. His reaction had nothing to do with her being beastfolk, and he tried to make that clear before the misunderstanding grew any worse. Mayan's expression shifted into something sly and mischievous. She leaned even closer, lowering her voice into a whisper before making an unbelievably bold offer, asking Alan if he wanted to sleep with her. She purred the words with complete confidence, explaining that now that they had become a little more familiar with each other, she had realized just how strong Alan really was. Alan was left utterly speechless. In his mind, a tiny version of himself might as well have been frozen solid inside a block of ice from the shock. He could not understand how she had said something that outrageous while keeping such a perfectly straight face. Mayan playfully sent a little heart his way, clearly enjoying his stunned reaction. Alan, meanwhile, remembered an important piece of lore from the game. The cat tribe held an almost fanatical reverence for those they considered strong. Alan politely turned down her offer, choosing his words carefully. Mayan let out a disappointed sigh and stretched with casual ease, telling him that if he ever changed his mind, he only needed to let her know. Rinne witnessed the entire exchange, and a dark, ominous aura seemed to gather around her. In a chillingly calm voice, she asked her patron whether he would like her to quietly take care of this rude individual for him. A powerful explosion suddenly shook the dungeon, the blast roaring through the surrounding stone, as the group pushed forward and cleared yet another floor of the labyrinth. By the second day of their descent, the strike force emerged from the edge of the blast zone, dust and lingering force still hanging in the air around them as they continued deeper. Maverick scratched at his head in obvious frustration, his patience wearing thin. He complained that searching every single floor like this was painfully tedious and far more annoying than just fighting their way through. They had only reached the fourth floor, yet Alan could already feel just how different this world was from the game he once knew. The gap between playing through a dungeon and actually walking through one was becoming impossible to ignore. In the game, the process had been simple. You defeated the floor boss, a prompt appeared on the screen, and with one choice you could instantly move down to the next level. But here in reality, there was no convenient prompt and no instant transition. Each floor stretched out in complicated, sprawling paths, and finding the correct way down could take an agonizing amount of time. Sometimes, half a day could disappear just searching for the next entrance. Then Hehan noticed something farther down the passage. His eyes fixed on the distance, and he called out to the rest of the group to draw their attention. At the far end of the hall, a swirling blue portal shimmered into view, its light rippling against the walls. Argonia confirmed that it was the entrance to the 5th floor and immediately ordered everyone to move out. The group stepped through the portal and found themselves in a completely different space. Instead of another dark corridor, they emerged into a vast open field of green grass, ancient white ruins, and a bright blue sky stretching overhead. Rinne explained to Alan that the 5th floor was considered a safe zone, a rare peaceful break from the labyrinth's constant danger. Alan understood the idea immediately because in the game this place had served as a save point. Argonia gathered the mercenaries together, and the group listened closely as she delivered the latest information. According to their newest intel, the Outer God had been spotted on the 12th floor only a few days earlier, which meant they still had some time left to prepare before facing it. While the others used the safe zone to rest, resupply, and prepare themselves, Maverick's attention drifted toward Alan. Alan looked like he was struggling just to catch his breath, and Maverick watched him with growing doubt. Maverick muttered to the others under his breath, clearly unimpressed. He questioned what was supposed to be so impressive about a man who was already winded after descending only 3 floors. Maverick's grumbling stopped in the middle of his sentence. His expression stiffened, and the irritation in his eyes was replaced by pure alarm as he sensed something approaching. An enormous, malevolent presence pressing down on the safe zone like a shadow. Before anyone had the chance to raise a guard or even shout a warning, several mercenaries were cut down where they stood. Their bodies split apart in an instant, sliced cleanly in half by a force no one could see. The attack was so sudden and brutal that it barely looked real. A flash of green light tore through the air, followed immediately by a spray of crimson blood, turning the peaceful floor into a scene of slaughter in a heartbeat. Then, from the darkness beyond the ruined space, a figure stepped into view. He had green skin, sharp pointed ears, and long white hair falling around him as he stood calmly over the bodies he had just carved apart. Maverick stared at the figure in disbelief, struggling to understand what he was seeing and wondering if this terrifying being could somehow be a goblin. Nearby, Rinne quickly pushed herself back to her feet, startled and tense as she demanded to know what had just happened. The Outer God lifted one hand and pointed a single sharp-nailed finger toward them. His voice carried a thick, arrogant cruelty as he asked who had given these insects permission to look him directly in the eyes. At that exact moment, Alan's ice magic shot forward like a burst of winter itself. Frost raced across the ground and wrapped around the Outer God, locking him in place before the monster could continue moving. Alan immediately shouted toward Maverick, snapping at him to wake up from his daze. With the enemy right in front of them, there was no time for shock, and he told Maverick to get himself together. The Outer God only let out a low, condescending laugh. Instead of looking threatened, he seemed mildly entertained, saying that Alan's ice technique was rather interesting for a miserable little human. Alan's face turned grim as recognition hit him. With a heavy look in his eyes, he spoke the enemy's name and identified the being standing before them as Kairos. Kairos seemed genuinely surprised that a mere human knew his name. The smug demon shifted into a theatrical pose, clearly enjoying the attention, and called Alan a charming little man. Meanwhile, Alan's mind raced through everything he remembered from the game. Kairos was the Demon King, a being whose endless hunger for knowledge had driven him so far that he had nearly reached godlike power through his own strength alone. In every sense, he was a terrifying opponent. Cold sweat ran down Alan's face as the realization settled in. According to the game's timeline, Kairos should not have arrived on this floor for at least another 3 days. Something had gone seriously wrong. The timeline had shifted, and Alan had no idea why the Demon King was standing here so early. Kairos announced that he happened to be in a good mood. Since these insects seemed to be with Alan, he would show them a bit of mercy. With absolute confidence, he gave them a simple ultimatum. Leave immediately, and he would spare their lives. But Alan had no intention of retreating from this fight. His eyes hardened, and without hesitation, he gave the order for everyone to take their battle positions. The mercenaries were still shaken by the sudden slaughter, but they forced themselves into motion. Weapons came out one after another as Argonia and Hihan prepared themselves for what could easily become the fight of their lives. This group was not the same as Zerthaltus's forces. This time, the mercenaries had come properly prepared, and more importantly, the Outer God's stabilization was not yet complete. As dangerous as Kairos was, they still had a chance to fight back. Kairos leapt up and settled atop a massive pillar, looking down at them from above. His posture was relaxed, almost playful, as if the entire battlefield existed only for his amusement. If they were truly that desperate to be punished, then Kairos decided he would graciously grant their wish. With a casual motion, he unleashed a colossal blade of pure energy, sending it screaming down toward the gathered strike force. The attack ripped through the landscape with terrifying force. Ancient white ruins shattered under the impact, chunks of stone flew in every direction, and the once tranquil safe zone was instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. But the elite strike force was not weak enough to fall from a single blow. Maverick and Argonia launched themselves forward, their swords flashing as they met the enormous wave of energy head-on. Together, the mercenaries dug in and braced themselves against the impact. Their combined strength slammed into the outer god's overwhelming power, holding the line even as the force of the clash shook the ground beneath them. From his perch above them, Kairos merely smirked. Their swords seemed to amuse him more than threaten him, as if children had brought wooden toys onto a battlefield meant for gods. Another bead of cold sweat slid down Alan's cheek. He realized that the sword of dissipation had only worked before because Kairos had not fully manifested. What stood before them now was different. This was the real thing. The others immediately pressed the attack. Hihan launched his own spells into the air, while Mayan drew back and released a rapid volley of enchanted arrows. Each shot aimed to keep Kairos from moving freely. Kairos slipped through the incoming assault with impossible grace. The spells and arrows passed around him and through him as if he were no more than a phantom drifting between attacks. Any projectiles that still managed to come close were brushed aside with a casual flick of his fingers. With every failed strike, Kairos looked more entertained, his amusement deepening as though the fight were nothing but a game. Then Kairos summoned an army of goblins to flood the battlefield. But the elite mercenaries moved with practiced precision, cutting the creatures down almost as soon as they appeared. Alan knew their window was closing fast. If they wanted even the slightest chance of winning, they had to seize the initiative right now. He lifted his hand, drawing the freezing air toward him as he began chanting a complex, multi-stage incantation. Alan unleashed the full force of his ice magic, calling on the snowflake formation, the glory of the snowy mountains, and blind man's fatality. Layer by layer, the cold gathered and hardened until a massive spear of pure ice took shape before him. At the same time, Rinna stepped into the fight. Her grimoire opened before her, glowing with an ethereal green light as she began casting a spell of her own. From that light, enormous spectral chains appeared, each one shimmering with powerful binding magic. They twisted through the air like living restraints, heavy with enough force to pin down even a monstrous opponent. The chains surged forward all at once, wrapping tightly around Kairos before he could slip away. In an instant, they locked around his body and held him in place. With the outer god restrained, Alan's massive ice crystal halberd tore through the air. Its frozen edge gleamed as it hurtled straight toward Kairos, aimed directly at his heart. Mayan and Hihan could only stare at the attack in stunned silence, their mouths slightly open as they took in the sheer scale of the coordinated assault unfolding in front of them. Even Argonia, who was usually stoic, and Maverick, who was never short on bluster, were left speechless. For a moment, both of them could only watch the breathtaking display of power. The halberd flew onward like a beacon of icy destruction. Frost trailed behind it in glittering waves as it closed the remaining distance toward the trapped Kairos. Alan watched with grim determination, his eyes fixed on the attack. He was convinced that even if this blow did not end the fight, it would at least give the outer god the scare of his life. But that confidence shattered almost immediately. Kairos did not flinch, dodge, or even widen his eyes. He simply raised one hand toward the incoming attack. With only 2 fingers, Kairos prepared to stop the full force of Alan's ultimate spell. The gesture was so casual that it made the enormous ice halberd seem almost weightless before him. A deafening crack split through the battlefield as the ice spear shattered on contact, breaking apart into countless glittering fragments. Kairos then dispersed the remaining energy with effortless ease, making Alan's powerful spell vanish like a whisper carried off by the wind. A smug grin spread across Kairos's face as he looked down at Alan. With cruel amusement in his voice, he taunted the little insect, telling him that he had missed. Alan's face twisted into pure, unfiltered horror. He could not believe what he had just seen. His strongest attack, the spell he had poured everything into, had been nullified as if it were nothing. Kairos chuckled softly, savoring the fear and tension hanging over the battlefield. He admitted that he liked this atmosphere, and because it entertained him, he decided he would play with them a little longer. Then Kairos spoke a single word, cold enough to make the air itself feel heavier. Release. A torrent of dark, malevolent energy erupted from his body. The force ripped through Rinna's chains and shattered them apart as shadowy tendrils burst outward, filling the air around him. A second command echoed across the ruined safe zone, carrying over the battlefield with chilling clarity. Quake. Seeing Kairos standing still, Maverick and Argonia instantly seized the opening and rushed forward to strike. At the same time, Mayan drew her bow and fired a desperate flame-wreathed arrow toward him. Hihan followed with a spell of his own, sending a swirling vortex of shadow magic spiraling across the battlefield and into the combined assault. For one brief moment, Kairos was swallowed by the full force of the strike team's attack. Blades, flame, and shadow converged on him from every direction. Then the third word of Kairos's spell rang out across the battlefield. Calm and absolute. Expansion. A blinding green radiance burst outward from Kairos, sickly and unnatural as it spread in every direction. In a single devastating wave, the light swallowed the entire safe zone, wrapping the peaceful field in its destructive glow. The mercenaries were thrown off their feet as if they weighed nothing at all. Bodies tumbled helplessly through the air, and beneath them, the ground split apart violently, tearing open under the force of Kairos's power. With a sadistic grin stretching across his face, Kairos completed the last part of his incantation. The terrifying technique fully awakened at his command, revealing its name, the Way of the Anonymous. A brilliant flash of light consumed everything, so intense it felt like the end of the world had arrived in that single instant. When the light finally faded, Kairos stood alone at the center of an enormous crater, while the once tranquil field had been reduced to a hellscape of shattered earth and broken ruins. Hihan, wounded and barely steady, struggled to lift himself amid the wreckage. Dazed by the force of the blast, he shouted in panic, demanding to know what kind of attack could possibly cause destruction like that. Before anyone could answer him, a flash of green light cut across the ruined battlefield. In the next instant, Kairos appeared directly in front of Hihan, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Hihan barely managed to move in time as a sweeping blade of energy slashed past him. The attack carved another deep scar across the landscape, splitting the already ruined ground even further. But avoiding the first strike was not enough. The second attack followed almost immediately, too fast for him to block or escape, and the blade sliced cleanly through his body. Mayan could only stare in horror, her eyes wide as she watched her comrades get butchered right in front of her. The battlefield had turned into a nightmare before she could even process what was happening. But Kairos gave her no time to grieve or recover. Before she could move, a massive leg swept toward her and closed in around her face. With almost insulting ease, Kairos struck her aside like she was nothing more than a bothersome insect. Mayan's body was sent crashing hard into the broken ground, the impact kicking up dust and debris around her. Kairos then turned his attention back to Alan, wearing a condescending smile as if the slaughter had only been a light warm-up. He admitted that he had high expectations for Alan and asked what other little tricks he had prepared to keep him entertained. Alan stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a moment. His mind reeled as the overwhelming gap in power became impossible to ignore, pressing down on him harder than the destruction around him. He understood then that this was the worst possible situation. Kairos could use magic Alan had never even seen before, and worse, he could perform ritual gestures and incantations just like Alan could. The difference between them was not simply technique. Kairos had more information, more preparation, and an absurd, almost godlike level of raw power. Around Alan's feet, empty mana potion vials lay scattered across the ruined ground. The sight alone showed how far he had already pushed himself, draining everything he had just to remain standing. With no other path left open, Alan forced his magic beyond its comfortable limit. Even knowing the risk, he prepared himself for one final stand against the monster in front of him. He cast a defensive spell, crystallization and rotation, desperately hoping it would buy him even a few precious seconds. At this point, a tiny delay could mean the difference between survival and death. A massive shield of rotating ice crystals formed in front of him, spinning and locking together like a frozen barrier. Kairos's attacks slammed into it one after another, but the crystalline defense shimmered under the impact and continued to hold. For one fleeting moment, a spark of hope lit inside Alan's chest. The shield was working, and against all odds, his defense was actually holding back Kairos's assault. Alan shouted for his loyal ward, calling Rinne's name with urgency in his voice. If there was any chance to turn this around, he needed her help right now. Yet even while defending himself, Alan understood the cruel truth. Kairos was not fighting seriously. He was merely playing with Alan, watching his desperate struggle with the detached amusement of a cat tormenting a trapped mouse. So Alan clenched his teeth and kept defending. Again, and again, and again, he poured magic into the shield, refusing to let it fall even as the pressure became unbearable. The defensive barrier began to crack under the relentless assault. The ice groaned and splintered, each impact sending fractures spreading across the shield like spiderwebs. More empty vials clattered to the ground around him. Alan gasped for air between attacks, forcing down potion after potion as he tried to keep enough mana flowing through his exhausted body. He had already used 5, and now he could feel the first signs of mana toxicity spreading through him. His body was starting to reject the strain, and Alan knew with grim clarity that his time was almost gone. Then, without warning, Kairos was directly in front of him. The distance vanished in an instant, and Alan knew this was the moment. It was now or never. He gave Rinne the signal. At Alan's command, Rinne's magical chains erupted once more. They shot across the battlefield toward the outer god, racing through the air with a sharp, metallic surge. Rinne's face hardened into fierce determination as she poured every last ounce of her strength into the binding spell. Her entire focus locked onto Kairos, refusing to let him move freely. At the same time, Alan began a new incantation, the words coming out fast and desperate. He knew there was only one constraint left on his power, one final condition that might let him reach something beyond his current limits. A system window appeared in his vision, laying out the conditions for his true strength. To twist the very laws of this world, Alan needed one more constraint, one final piece to complete the structure of his power. Blood spilled from his mouth, but Alan forced himself through the pain. Even that final constraint alone would not be enough. What he needed now was nothing short of a miracle, a single strike powerful enough to kill in one blow. In his mind, Kairos's mocking voice echoed again, dripping with contempt as he told Alan that he still did not understand anything at all. Then Alan remembered the words of the mysterious figure from before. That figure had explained that this world was built on incantations, principles, and the concretization of essence. Those words struck something deep inside Alan's mind. For a single instant, the scattered pieces of everything he had learned began to connect. His thoughts spun violently as he searched through every clue, every experience, and every hidden meaning buried in what he had seen. Clutching his head in agony, Alan pushed past his own limits, desperately reaching for a breakthrough, for a way to step into the next stage of power. Then, in a flash of insight, a Manhwa came to him. He finally understood that confusion and awakening were two sides of the same thing. As if answering that realization, a shimmering ice construct began to form before him. For the first time, Kairos looked genuinely surprised, his smug expression breaking into shock. Rinne's chains seized that opening, wrapping around the distracted outer god and binding him tightly. Kairos roared in frustration, his amusement finally cracking as he shouted that Rinne was beginning to annoy him. A violent shockwave of power exploded from his body, shattering the chains in an instant. But his next attack was not aimed at Alan. The blast of killing intent and power shot straight toward Rinne, who stood exposed and defenseless. Kairos's razor-sharp claws closed in on her throat, stopping only inches away from tearing through her. Death was right in front of her before she had any chance to react. In a blur of motion, Alan appeared between them. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the path of the attack and took the full force of Kairos's devastating blow with his own body. His shoulder was ripped open, and blood spread quickly across his white coat. The wound was severe, but Alan had done what he intended. He had saved his ward from certain death. The moment Alan formed the Manhwa of the Wisdom Fist, something incredible began to happen. The air around him changed, and the power he had been chasing finally started to take shape. The massive ice spear he had created earlier began to reform before his eyes. Its shape twisted, folded, and transformed into something far more intricate, a key shaped like a delicate snowflake. The snowflake key slid into a massive invisible lock embedded in the fabric of reality itself. Then it turned with a deep, resounding click, as though the world had accepted Alan's command. And the instant that key turned, Alan's true power was finally released. The restraint holding him back gave way, and the force inside him surged outward. His ultimate spell came into being at last. Ice Crystal Halberd. When the key reached the final point of its turn, a cataclysmic explosion of frigid energy erupted outward. The cold burst across the battlefield with overwhelming force, swallowing everything in its path. In a single instant, the entire battlefield was flash-frozen. The ruined fields, the shattered white ruins, the torn ground, everything was sealed in ice, transforming the world into a silent, glittering glacier. Alan looked over what he had created, his own hand now turning crystalline from the power he had unleashed. At last, he understood the true meaning behind the manifestation of essence. But even this absolute power could only restrain the outer god for 6 seconds. After that brief moment, the immense glacier began to crack, fractures racing through the frozen world before it started to shatter. Blood spilling from his mouth, Alan gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay upright. He knew he had poured everything he had into that final attack, leaving nothing held back. From within the fractured ice, Kairos stepped out as if nothing had truly happened to him. There was no rage on his face, no panic, only an amused smirk curling at his lips as he gracefully admitted defeat. Still, even while conceding, he blamed the outcome on the weakness of the physical vessel he had been forced to use. With that same smug look still lingering in his eyes, Kairos claimed that if he had truly incarnated in full, Alan's attack would never have reached him. According to him, something that basic could have been swept away with a single casual gesture. Alan did not let the excuse pass. Even while exhausted and injured, he looked straight at Kairos and told him plainly that talk of what might have happened did not change what had actually happened. Kairos answered with one final condescending smile, as if even his defeat was nothing more than a passing amusement. Then the outer god accepted the result and began to dissolve, his body breaking apart into drifting particles of light. As Kairos vanished, the ice covering the world began to fade with him. The ruined hellscape slowly returned to the tranquil field it had once been, and the devastating battle that had nearly destroyed them all finally came to an end. But victory had not come without a brutal cost. Alan's body had been pushed far beyond what it could endure, and the moment the danger passed, his strength finally gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unable to keep himself upright any longer. Deep inside the darkness of unconsciousness, Alan heard a mysterious woman's voice reaching out to him. Her words were gentle but strangely firm, promising that no matter what happened, she would always be there for him. An ethereal figure appeared before him, faint and almost dreamlike, extending a hand toward him through the darkness. Before Alan could fully understand who she was, his fading world slipped completely into black. When Alan finally began to wake again, the first thing he felt was a deep, throbbing pain in his head. His senses returned slowly, dragging him back from the darkness one painful breath at a time. He opened his eyes and realized he was lying on a cot inside the strike forces camp. His entire body felt drained and heavy, as if every bit of strength had been wrung out of him during the battle. Bandages covered much of his body, wrapped tightly over his wounds, and he could barely feel anything through the dull numbness. Even so, Alan forced himself to move and somehow managed to sit up. He tried to steady his breathing and told himself that things could have turned out much worse. As long as he stayed patient and gave his body time to recover, he believed he would eventually be back on his feet. Still, the real danger was not only his wounds. The mana toxicity from drinking so many potions had ravaged his system from the inside, creating a dangerous condition that could leave permanent damage or even kill him if it worsened. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him by his title. The curtain of the tent was pulled aside, and Rinna stepped in, her eyes immediately finding Alan on the cot. Rinna told him that he had been unconscious for an entire day. Her voice stayed composed, but concern showed through as she asked how he was feeling now that he had finally awakened. Alan soon learned the state of the others. Mayan was recovering faster than expected and could already improve little by little, but Argonia, the half-dragon, was still caught between life and death. After that news, silence settled between them for a moment. Rinna moved to Alan's bedside and sat down, her expression clouded with something heavy she had clearly been holding back. At last, she asked the question that had been weighing on her the entire time. Her eyes stayed lowered for a moment before she looked at him and asked why he had saved her. Alan was completely caught off guard by the sudden question. For a second, he could only stare at her, unable to understand why she was even asking something like that. The shock, combined with the strain on his already battered body, hit him hard. Alan suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit, his shoulders shaking as pain surged through his injuries. Rinna watched him with a grim conviction in her eyes, but she did not back away from the subject. The thought had clearly taken root in her heart, and she forced herself to continue. She told Alan that she had been useless during the battle. In her view, by saving her, he had risked his own life and even endangered the mission they had all been fighting to complete. Rinna could not understand why he would make such a reckless sacrifice for her. Even if he still needed her because of the tracker eye ability, throwing himself in front of Kairos's attack made no sense to her. Alan was utterly stunned by what she was saying. He quickly waved his hands in protest, looking almost panicked as he tried to stop that line of thinking before it went any further. He could hardly believe this was what Rinna had been thinking the whole time. In his mind, he sank into despair, wondering why every person he saved seemed to assume he had only done it because he wanted to use them. Alan could not help lamenting inwardly, asking himself if he really looked that much like a villain. Was his face truly so suspicious that everyone jumped to the worst possible conclusion? Then he turned back to Rinna with sincere frustration written across his face, determined to clear up the misunderstanding properly. He told her plainly that he had never taken her or the others in just to exploit them. To Alan, every one of them was family. Rinna fell completely silent. The word family seemed to strike her harder than anything else Alan had said, catching her so off guard that she could only stare at him in stunned disbelief. Alan continued, explaining that their bond was not built on usefulness, obligation, or self-interest. It was not some one-sided arrangement where she existed only to serve his plans. Then, trying to soften the heavy mood, Alan added that if she really felt like she owed him something, she could simply wish him a happy birthday when the time came. To him, something that small would be more than enough. Rinne remained quiet, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She sat there without answering right away, carefully processing the weight of his words and the meaning behind them. Alan's sincerity reached her more clearly than any command ever could. Slowly, a deeper understanding began to dawn on Rinne, something she had never truly grasped before. Alan closed his eyes, exhausted but hopeful. He could only wish that this time, his feelings had finally reached her and eased the worry she had been carrying alone. 5 days passed before Alan recovered enough to leave the tent. His body was still far from perfect, but at last he could step outside and feel the open air again. Outside, he met with Mayan, who had also recovered enough to move around a little. As they looked over the strange surroundings, they remarked on how the labyrinth seemed to exist outside normal time, with no nightfall ever arriving. 3 more days went by before the remaining members of the strike force finally managed to leave the labyrinth. Wounded and exhausted, they made their way out of the depths and back toward the world above. When they returned to their base in Murd, they were greeted almost immediately by Evan. But instead of relief alone, his face was twisted with fury the moment he saw the state they were in. Evan even smacked his still injured master, unable to hold back his anger. He shouted that he had done everything he could to stop Alan from letting him follow, only for Alan and the others to come back battered like this anyway. While Evan continued scolding him without mercy, Alan could only think about why he had left him behind in the first place. He had known Evan's protective instincts might interfere with the plan, and that was exactly why he had made sure Evan stayed away. As word of the strike force's supposed victory spread across the continent, the team prepared to leave Murd behind. Their battle had already become news, even if the truth of what happened was far more complicated. While Alan and Evan were about to board the carriage, Rinne quietly approached Evan. In a low voice, she asked him about her patron's birthday. Evan answered her without much hesitation, telling Rinne that Alan's birthday had been on the 20th of last month. Rinne carefully stored the date in her memory. Her expression grew thoughtful, then quietly determined, as if she had already decided what that information meant to her. As the carriage began to leave, Evan turned toward Alan and asked if he was surely looking forward to his next birthday. There was a teasing tone in his voice, like he already knew something Alan did not. Evan playfully added that a birthday gift from Alan's children would surely mean the world to him. His words carried a teasing warmth, but there was also something sincere hidden underneath them. Inside the carriage, Alan did not expect anything grand. In his mind, something simple would be more than enough, maybe a bottle of wine or a small artifact with a bit of practical value. Back at the gates, Rinne turned and walked away with a new sense of purpose in her steps. Whatever she had decided, it had clearly taken root in her heart. In the past, Rinne had lived as a blind devotee of the great moon, worshipping a being so far beyond herself that her faith had never needed questioning. To her, that devotion had simply been natural. But Alan's recognition had changed something inside her. The word family, which had once felt meaningless and unreachable, had suddenly become something real, an attainable path she could actually walk toward. And the title patron, which Rinne had originally chosen out of respect, now carried a completely different weight. It had transformed from a formal way to address him into the symbol of a genuine bond between them. Deep in her heart, she makes a silent vow that she will stay beside him, not as someone distant or replaceable, but closer to him than anyone else could ever be. In the mirror before her, the girl staring back no longer looks uncertain. Her reflection carries a chilling new resolve, the kind of devotion that feels almost frightening in its intensity. Then, as if speaking to the quiet room itself, she softly wonders what sort of birthday gift she could possibly give to the person who had accepted her as family. A dark, twisted smile slowly spreads across her lips, sweet on the surface but dangerous underneath, as her mind finally settles on an answer. For a beginning gift, she decides, the castle belonging to the Lord of Lartanya should be more than enough. Back in the present, the days continue to drift by. The warmth of summer disappears, and before long, a heavy winter wraps the entire Palacio estate in bitter cold. After finally getting the rest he desperately needed, the lingering effects of Alan's mana toxicity have started to ease, and he is now trying to catch up on the mountain of daily affairs waiting for him. Evan steps inside, grumbling about the brutal blizzard raging outside, then places a package from the Altia Duchy in Alan's hands. When it is opened, Alan finds a crystal ball inside, a magical device meant for long-distance communication. The moment Alan activates it, light gathers within the crystal, and the smiling face of Duchess Altia appears clearly before him, already prepared to deliver her report. Even though Alan has now become the head of his own faction, he still cannot quite get used to the sight of an actual duchess reporting to him as though she were one of his subordinates. Duchess Altia wastes no time on pleasantries and gets straight to business, confirming that their faction, Cal, is progressing smoothly, while also mentioning that she has handled the other matter he brought up. With a smug little smile, She announces that as of the previous day, Cal has completely seized control of Asteria's entire underworld, leaving no part of it outside their grasp. Alan freezes in pure disbelief, his composure shattering as he blurts out that he never asked her to do anything even remotely like that. Only then does a vague memory surface in his mind, reminding him that he once made a casual comment about how someone needed to bring order to the kingdom's chaotic criminal underbelly. Realizing that Duchess Altia had actually taken that careless remark seriously and carried it out to the end, Alan is so stunned that all he can manage is a broken, awkward praise for her good work. Duchess Altia calmly explains that the job became much simpler because Alan had already removed the leaders of both the royalist faction and the aristocrat faction from the board. Inside his head, Alan is screaming at full force, because he knows he did absolutely none of that himself. Every bit of it had been Duchess Altia's own doing. With her report finished, Duchess Altia politely bids him farewell, and her image gradually fades from the glowing surface of the crystal ball. Alan remains seated in stunned silence, slowly processing the absurd fact that, without lifting a single finger, he has gone from the leader of a villainous faction to the king of the underworld almost overnight. As he sinks deeper into despair over this ridiculous development, his gaze drifts across the table and lands on a red letter sealed neatly with wax. The letter turns out to be a formal invitation to attend the royal banquet. The banquet is being held for the first time in 5 years, and by the personal decree of Her Majesty the Queen, Count Palacio is required to be present. A royal messenger stands before him and presents the official invitation with a deep, reverent bow, treating the summons with the full weight of the crown's authority. Completely overwhelmed by yet another disaster crashing into his life, Alan can only clutch his face and break down. All he ever wanted was a quiet, noble life, far away from trouble. Far away from the estate, the now peaceful 5th floor of the labyrinth lies silent, the same place where Alan once endured that terrifying battle. Across the open field, a mysterious figure wrapped in a cloak moves forward, their robes fluttering dramatically as though caught by a wind that does not even exist. The figure comes to a stop before a vast and intricate magic circle carved directly into the ground, a lingering mark left behind by Alan's overwhelming power. After studying it for a moment, the figure gives a knowing smirk, clearly impressed, and wonders whether Alan will be able to stand his ground when they meet again. Meanwhile, back at the Palacio estate, Alan stares at the two objects that have thoroughly destroyed his peace, the communication crystal and the royal invitation. He lets out a weary sigh, already suspecting that the Queen's summons must be connected to the rapidly growing influence of his faction, Cal. At the center of this new concern is the 8th monarch of Hysteria, the dazzling and magnificent Queen Cyancratinia. As the chosen heir of the royal bloodline, she carries a rare and special ability known as the Eye of History. This power, called succession, allows her to pass on the combined strength and knowledge of every previous monarch to the next generation. In the original game, she had been an incredibly powerful ally, standing against the 5 sins that brought suffering and chaos across the continent. But in the current reality, she seems far more interested in looking elegant than actually ruling the nation, and her lack of action has earned her the nickname the Sleeping Dragon. Players had even created fan art of her, celebrating that lazy but undeniably cute charm that made her strangely popular. Alan, however, does not focus on her cuteness. Instead, he sees a useful opening in her apathy and lies back as a new plan begins forming in his mind. He starts scheming to create a careful tug-of-war between his own faction and the Queen, a delicate balance of power that would let him quietly retreat into the shadows. Since the Queen is famous for keeping her hands off most matters, Alan believes this might finally be the chance for his quiet life plan to actually work. The scene shifts away from the estate and into a dark forest, where another kind of scheme is already beginning to unfold. There, an assassin kneels beside one of his subordinates, staring down at the man whose neck has clearly been snapped not once, but twice. The assassin rises to his feet in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation, because the man had already been dead by the time he found him. Elsewhere, a spoiled aristocrat named Carmine erupts in rage, throwing a tantrum as he screams about the complete lack of news regarding his request to eliminate Count Palacio. The lead assassin, a grim-faced man, has no choice but to endure the full force of his client's anger, promising that he will investigate the matter at once. But as Carmine storms away, the assassin is left worrying about what this failure might bring down on them. Back in the forest, the subordinate's corpse suddenly begins to dissolve, breaking apart into a strange puff of blue energy. The assassin immediately realizes what it means. This is a powerful anti-decomposition spell, one designed not merely to erase a body, but to leave behind a clear and terrifying warning. His face twists into a grimace as he imagines his boss's reaction. Knowing their agency's perfect 100% success rate has now been broken, he starts wondering whether the rumors surrounding Count Palacio's influence might actually be true. To confirm it, he decides he needs to find the one person who understands Alan better than anyone. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the assassin launches himself into the darkness of the night. His destination is Caliban, where he eventually slips into a vast hall bathed in eerie purple light. Inside that vast purple-lit hall, the assassin finds a young man already waiting there in silence, as if his arrival had been expected from the very beginning. It is Deus. Without showing the slightest hint of surprise, Deus calmly calls out the assassin's presence, making it clear that all of that careful stealth had meant absolutely nothing to him. The assassin's eyes sharpen in surprise, and in the next instant, he lunges forward with his scythe raised, closing the distance as he prepares to strike. He demands that Deus reveal everything he knows about Count Palacio, a confident smirk tugging at his face. Whether the Count is Deus's benefactor or not, the assassin is certain that even someone loyal will break once his own life is put on the line. But before he can finish throwing out his final threat, a thread as thin and sharp as a razor flashes through the air and cuts straight across his chest. The assassin's confidence vanishes in an instant, and he jerks his gaze upward in stunned disbelief. There, caught inside a web of glowing purple threads, he sees both a man and a woman completely bound in place, unable to move even a finger. The moment he recognizes the one responsible, his expression tightens. This is the Ghost Killer, a dangerous figure known for wielding the power of a cursed spirit. Deus's eyes begin to glow with an ominous light, and in a voice that stays terrifyingly calm, he asks whether this intruder is also part of the agency. Before the assassin can properly respond, the purple threads begin tightening around him, coiling hard around his arms, his legs, and even his neck. All he can do is let out a strained grunt of pain as the threads dig deeper, biting into his flesh with every brutal constriction. Then, with one final sickening crack, the cursed spirit ends the intruder's life for daring to threaten someone Deus holds precious. Elsewhere, during what seems to be yet another gathering of the children, Radon clutches his head in exhaustion, while a communication crystal buzzes nearby. The room has already fallen into argument again. Sairang declares once more that she will marry Alan, while Yusha snaps back that they are supposed to be his shadows. Rinna, still composed as ever, calmly points out that Yusha has served the Great Moon for far longer, using that seniority to support her position. Yusha and Sairang are left staring at her, one visibly annoyed by the response, the other clearly flustered that Rinna had pushed back so smoothly. Radon can only look around in utter confusion, completely unable to understand how the conversation has spiraled into this much chaos. Then Rinna turns her attention toward Yusha, the one currently responsible for handling all correspondence with their master. Yusha looks back at her with a smug expression and asks what exactly she wants from her. Rinna responds with a series of polite but firm messages, insisting that anything involving her should be reported to Alan directly by her own hand. Yusha tries to push back, but Rinna refuses to yield. With a sweet smile on her face, she adds that she also has news of her own that she wants to give him. Radon and Sairang both freeze in surprise, stunned to see the usually unreadable Rinna smiling with such unexpected warmth. Yusha, however, does not look impressed. She watches Rinna carefully, her suspicion written plainly across her face. Rinna brushes it off without a trace of guilt, simply saying that she remembered something amusing, which only leaves everyone else even more confused. Their argument comes to an abrupt stop when Deus arrives, stepping into the room with his uniform still stained by blood. He does not waste a single moment on greetings and immediately moves to the heart of the matter. An organization known as the Agency has begun targeting their master. The moment Yusha hears that, her expression hardens completely, and she demands a full explanation. Deus reports that there were 15 agents in total, and that he has already dealt with 3 of them himself. The atmosphere in the room turns deadly serious. Deus continues, telling them that he has also located some of the remaining agents. At that instant, every one of them reaches the same chilling conclusion. The enemies must all be killed, and it has to happen now. Radon, still trying to think like a strategist, urges them to slow down and suggests gathering more information before making a move. His reasonable suggestion is met with immediate suspicion and hostility. The others turn on him with eyes burning with fanatical loyalty, questioning whether he is a traitor for not wanting to erase the threat at once. Radon stammers as he tries to explain that they need to understand the full situation first, but 4 identical glares crush his argument before it can go anywhere. Defeated, he gives in, realizing that logic has no power against this level of devotion. Yusha confirms that they will move immediately and that their meeting can resume only after Alan's safety has been secured. And so, the 4 most devoted followers of the Great Moon prepare to hunt down every person foolish enough to threaten him. Radon, meanwhile, can only lament the fact that he has somehow been treated like a traitor, shaking his head at the absurdity of the whole situation. He reflects that his own loyalty to the man who gave him the power to take revenge is absolutely firm, but compared to his companions, their devotion has gone far beyond loyalty and into pure fanaticism. The scene then shifts to Tyria, the capital of Asteria, where an elegant carriage rolls up before the royal palace in all its grandeur. Alan steps down from the carriage with Evan, who gives him a salute and says he will wait for him there. Evan lets out a quiet sigh, already knowing that his master is about to be dragged into another exhausting social ordeal. As Alan makes his way toward the palace, nobles quickly gather around him, eager to greet the newly recognized leader of Cal. Evan wryly observes that Alan's days of quietly standing off to the side like a forgotten wallflower are long gone. In the past, whenever Alan and Evan attended events like this, the surrounding nobles would barely spare them a glance. Now, with attention pressing in from every side, Alan breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing that this sudden popularity is not necessarily a blessing. As the crowd practically drags him along, Alan feels an uncomfortable pressure building, almost as if everyone is trying to position him as someone meant to challenge the Queen's authority. He quickly rejects the thought, telling himself that this is not his goal at all. All he has to do is lower his head, stay polite, and survive the banquet. At last, he arrives before the grand throne room, where the golden light pouring through the space is so intense that it almost blinds him. The royal palace is undeniably magnificent, with enough splendor to leave anyone in awe, but Alan has no room in his mind to admire any of it. He can already feel the eyes of both the royalist faction and the aristocrat faction fixed on him, whispering among themselves as they scheme from the shadows. They are already dismissing Alan's faction, Cal, as if its rise means nothing, fully convinced that the Queen is about to shame him in front of the entire court. Alan walks down the long red carpet, forcing himself to stay calm with every step. In his mind, the plan is painfully simple. Get scolded, pretend to submit, and escape before things get worse. At last, he stops before the throne with his loyal followers positioned around him, then lowers his body into a deep and proper bow before the crown. From high upon her throne, Queen Cyancritinia gazes down at him and orders him to raise his head. Her voice carries through the silent hall as she confirms that he is the current Count Palacio. The nobles watch with obvious delight, barely hiding their anticipation, and one of them whispers that the damned Cal faction is finally about to be crushed. For a long moment, the Queen simply studies Alan from her throne, her expression thoughtful and unreadable as the entire hall waits for her judgment. Then, with one calm declaration, she destroys everyone's expectations at once. She announces that she has decided to elevate Count Palacio to the rank of Marquis. Alan goes completely still, his thoughts crashing to a halt as the Queen's utterly unexpected announcement short-circuits his mind. Lounging comfortably on her throne, the Queen explains in an almost casual tone that this promotion is his reward for cleaning up the underworld. Inside, Alan is spiraling in disbelief. None of this makes sense to him, because the so-called sleeping dragon was never supposed to care about matters of state in the first place. Panic rises in him as he realizes how absurd the situation is. A reward this enormous is far too much for simply getting rid of a few criminals and thugs. Following her command, Alan nervously lifts his head, his eyes searching her face as he desperately tries to understand what the Queen is really planning. The dazzling monarch then rises from her throne with graceful ease and descends the steps, moving toward him as though she owns the entire room with every step. Then, in a gesture that leaves the whole court stunned, she reaches out, pinches Alan's cheek, and forces his bewildered face into a smile. With a sly look in her eyes, she tells him that he looks much better when he smiles. Once she has made her point, the Queen dismisses him as if nothing unusual has happened and declares that the banquet may now begin. She then turns away and exits the throne room with majestic composure, leaving the court behind in a storm of confusion and barely contained chaos. The instant the Queen is gone, Alan is surrounded by nobles from every side, all of them rushing forward to congratulate the newly appointed Marquis. Meanwhile, Loria and Kalia do not seem surprised at all, quietly whispering to each other that this is exactly what they would expect from Alan. But not everyone welcomes the outcome. From a balcony above, a rival aristocrat watches the scene unfold with pure, unfiltered rage burning in his eyes. That enraged nobleman later stalks through the slums of the Ashkelon kingdom, driven by desperation and ready to gamble everything on one final move. A bitter memory rises in his mind, dragging him back to the time when he was the one groveling before Alan and begging desperately for his life. Even after all his pleading, he had been forced through an entire month of brutal torture and solitary confinement. He grits his teeth as the memory of that despair returns, and his hatred for Alan burns even hotter inside him. That desperation finally brings him to a suspicious door hidden deep in the slums, the entrance to an underground organization. After giving the required password, he is allowed inside and led through the dim establishment to meet the person in charge. But the moment he sees the boss, he freezes in shock. Standing before him is a wild-looking cat girl, casually positioned over a mangled corpse. The nobleman recoils in disgust. He had heard rumors about a bloodthirsty hybrid who desecrated corpses, but seeing her in person is far more repulsive than he imagined. Sensing someone nearby, Sairang turns toward him, her eyes shining with manic energy as she asks who is there, her body tense but her resolve unshaken. The nobleman forces himself to state his purpose clearly. He has come to hire her to assassinate Count Palacio. Without hesitation, Sairang drives a brutal kick into the dead man's head, sending it flying straight toward the nobleman. Then she tells him, with maddening casualness, that she is only the receptionist. The nobleman is blasted backward by the violence of the moment, and even the guards outside are startled by the sudden commotion erupting from within. Sairang lets out an exaggerated yawn, acting almost bored as she remarks on just how messy everything has become. Then the room suddenly erupts with the sharp crackle of golden lightning. In the next instant, Sairang smashes through the wall and appears directly in front of the fleeing man. Terror overtakes him completely, and he drops to his knees, pleading frantically for his life while promising her a handsome reward. Sairang's eyes narrow, and the madness in them turns cold, sharp, and unmistakably lethal. She tells the trembling nobleman exactly what he has done. He did not merely target her benefactor, but the man she considers her future husband, leaving him utterly baffled. With not a trace of mercy in her gaze, Sairang unleashes one final devastating attack, crushing his scheme once and for all. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Alan has found his own method for surviving the royal drama. Stress-eating every cake he can get his hands on at the banquet. After somehow making it through the week-long festivities, Alan and Evan finally leave the capital behind. Sprawled out inside the carriage, Alan lets out a heavy sigh, still completely unable to make sense of the Queen's strange and unpredictable behavior. Evan tries to address him by his brand new title, but Alan is so exhausted by everything that he simply tells him to call him whatever he wants. Before long, they arrive at their next destination, a lush forest region called Atla, positioned along the border between the plains and the desert. Alan decides that they will stop there for the time being before continuing onward to the nearby colony. He clutches his head as the weight of his ever-growing list of responsibilities presses down on him all at once. The first thing he needs to handle is returning to the Kahara ruins, now that he has defeated its powerful guardian, Kairos. After that, he still has to travel to a place called Roxas in order to activate the mysterious item left behind by Heinkel. And as if all of that were not already enough, he has now been burdened with the unwanted title of Marquis as well. Alan pulls out his reliable notebook on the game world and begins reviewing the dangers still left unresolved, his gaze eventually stopping on one especially troublesome name, the elite assassination group known as the Agency. As he flips through his thoughts, another possible enemy from the game's lore crosses his mind as well, the terrifying figure from the Western Empire known as the Bone Eater. This world is actually tied to two separate games, and the one Alan was thrown into is Psychedelia. The Western Empire, on the other hand, belongs to the fourth game, Calypsophobia. The problem is that Alan had dropped that other game not long after starting it, so his knowledge of it is painfully limited. All he can do is hope that his actions here do not trigger some unpredictable disaster over there. With that uneasy thought still lingering, Alan and Evan step down from the carriage and continue the rest of the way on foot. Soon, they arrive before the dark, yawning mouth of a cave, and there Alan reveals the risky plan he has in mind. He intends to deliberately lure out a member of the Agency. A chill runs through him as he remembers just how terrifying the Agency had been in the game, but even so, he steels himself and prepares to carry the plan through. Standing at the cave entrance, Alan begins an incantation, his voice calling out the name of the Agency's leader, Alchemy. Within the cave stands a ruined mansion, hidden away like a crumbling fortress in the darkness, but no voice answers Alan's summons. A few hours earlier, the truth of what happened there had already unfolded. Alchemy, the legendary leader of the Agency, stood inside his decaying fortress. Without warning, a mysterious woman covered by a veil appeared before him out of thin air, standing there as though she had slipped through the shadows themselves. The woman was none other than Yusha. Alchemy faced her calmly and asked, without a trace of fear, whether she had come there to kill him. Alchemy scoffed at the very idea of being challenged, and the legendary slaughterer drew his sword, his posture shifting as he prepared for a true fight. Then he lunged forward with terrifying speed, every movement sharpened by centuries spent killing from the shadows. But Yusha showed no sign of being impressed. In a blur of red and black, she met his blade effortlessly, stopping his assault as if it were nothing. The legendary assassin's eyes widened in shock, because the powerful strike he had trusted so completely had been halted dead in its tracks. Before he could even understand how he had failed, Yusha's dark, cursed power surged forward and flooded straight into his mind. In an instant, Alchemy was dragged into a living mental hell, forced to relive an endless cycle of his deepest fears, guilt, and despair. Yusha's voice echoed through that darkness, cold and merciless, telling him that even thinking of harming her master was a crime worthy of eternal torment. While Alchemy screamed inside that mental prison, shadowy tendrils burst up from the floor and wrapped around his real body. All he could do was cry out in agony and terror as the darkness tightened around him and began tearing him apart. His body shook uncontrollably, and with every passing second, both his life force and his sanity drained away under Yusha's curse. Yusha watched him without the slightest trace of pity as a dark tendril coiled around the man. Then, with a pitiless smirk, she decided that simply dying was far too gentle for him, and a colossal shadow beast rose from her darkness before devouring him whole. Once the grim task was finished, Yusha casually sat down and opened a letter from Alan, her expression softening the moment her eyes touched his words. A sinister yet lovesick smile slowly spread across her face as she realized that Alan was drawing closer to where she was. In a quiet whisper to herself, she said she needed to hurry, because at last, she would soon be able to see her beloved master again. Back in the present, Alan and Evan stand before the silent, crumbling mansion, staring at the ruin that gives no response at all. Evan voices his doubts about the situation, but Alan's concern runs deeper, because he cannot understand what could have happened to the supposedly formidable agency. Then, all of a sudden, Evan lets out a cry of pure joy after discovering a massive treasure hoard sitting there completely unguarded. When Alan gives no immediate reaction, Evan fires back, asking him not to say this is going to be like the labyrinth again, where they were not allowed to take anything. A wonderfully greedy grin spreads across Alan's face as he explains that owner-binding spells only stop functioning when the owner is already dead. Then, without hesitation, he tells Evan to take everything. At that moment, Alan's inner miser takes over completely, and he grows almost giddy at the thought of hauling away every valuable potion, jewel, and treasure they can find. Before long, they are hurriedly loading the carriage until it is nearly bursting, filling it past the limit with spoils from the now-destroyed agency. Just as they are about to leave, a cheerful voice rings out, and an ecstatic Sairang launches herself onto Alan's back in a flying hug. Now protected by the Golden Mane clan, the treasure-filled carriage begins crossing the desert toward the Kahara ruins, and Sairang asks her benefactor for a favor. Peeking in through the carriage window, Sairang calls to her kin and asks them to hand over the thing she had requested. Alan looks out through the window and notices that the members of her clan are still keeping their distance from her. Seeing that gap, he remembers the deep trauma Sairang suffered after a clansman she trusted betrayed her and nearly killed her. A surge of protectiveness rises in Alan's chest, and he readily agrees to her request before taking the document she holds out to him. He glances down at the paper and sees that it looks like an official form, already filled out with what appear to be witness signatures. Beaming with excitement, Sairang points eagerly at the single blank line left on the page and urges him to sign it. Alan's blood turns cold the moment he finally reads the title of the document. It is a marriage certificate, and his name has already been written neatly in the husband column. With a hopeful blush on her face and hearts practically sparkling in her eyes, Sairang offers him a pen, clearly ready to make them family in the most official way possible. Far away in the Ashtalon kingdom, Seeker reviews a report with a calm so cold it feels almost inhuman. His subordinate delivers grim news. The agency, their assassin guild, has been completely wiped out, along with every potential recruit they had in Asteria. The underling is sweating as he admits that their influence in the region has now fallen to zero, then bows his head and apologizes for the failure. But Seeker has no interest whatsoever in hearing apologies. With terrifying indifference, he tells the man to atone for his failure with his life. A vortex of pure darkness begins to swirl around the doomed subordinate, swallowing the space around him in black pressure. Then shadowy tendrils erupt from that darkness and brutally crush him, ending his life in a single instant. Without even raising his voice, Seeker calmly summons his dark elf aide, Ingala, to clean up the bloody mess he has just made. As Seeker walks away, his shadow stretches across the ground behind him, twisting into a monstrous silhouette with far too many limbs, quietly hinting that his true nature is anything but human. Ingala shows no reaction to the brutality that just unfolded before her, and with perfect composure, she begins reporting on the progress of one of their ongoing experiments. Seeker continues down the hallway without slowing his steps, his thoughts already drifting toward the next twisted project waiting for his attention. As they pass one of the containment cells, Lord Carmine can be seen inside as a failed experiment, screaming in agony after losing his mind to the overwhelming power of the abyss. Nearby, another test subject writhes helplessly across the floor, serving as yet another grim reminder of how many people fail to survive Seeker's gruesome research. But not every experiment ends in failure. Inside a tank, a massive hulking figure floats silently, a nearly perfect specimen born from those same horrific methods. Seeker stares at the result, yet his mind lingers on the valuable specimen he lost in Colony, a failure that still seems to gnaw at him even now. In a memory from the past, Kalman is seen celebrating with open delight after receiving an additional blessing. He plots alongside an associate, confirming that their plan to seize control of the underworld is already moving into its final stages. Then Kalman receives news that someone has been interfering with their pilgrim and is now heading straight in their direction. The person who catches Kalman's attention is none other than the protagonist himself, Count Palacio. Back in the present, Seeker lets a smirk creep across his face, remembering how Kalman had been sent to deal with Alan, only to end up dead instead. He admits, with cold clarity, that his only real mistake was underestimating the overwhelming power Count Palacio truly possessed. Seeker then instructs Ingala to keep a close watch on the underworld in the Colony region, making sure no movement there escapes their notice. He lifts his gaze with visible irritation, clearly annoyed by the constant interference coming from the nobles of Asteria. At last, Seeker decides that it is time to stop merely defending their position and instead expand their influence by attacking Alan's reputation directly. With a chilling smile on his face, he declares that his master plan will move forward, claiming that everything he does is for the good of everyone. Meanwhile, Alan is facing a far more immediate crisis of his own, because Sairang has suddenly pulled out a marriage certificate that has already been filled in. Alan's tiny chibi form breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes that Sairang's family project has returned, and this time, it is more official than ever. She corners him against the carriage wall and thrusts the legally binding document right in front of his face, insisting that he cannot refuse her this time. Inside, Alan is screaming in panic, desperately searching for some way to escape this sudden marriage trap without crushing Sairang's feelings. Trying to handle her gently, he suggests that she is still young and should think it over again in a couple of years. Her face immediately falls, and for one awful moment, Alan fears he has truly broken her heart. But in the very next instant, that gloomy expression vanishes, replaced by a bright, beaming smile as Sairang happily agrees to his condition. Alan gives her a relieved pat on the head, silently praying that 2 years will be enough time for her to forget this whole wedding ordeal entirely. After successfully delaying his sudden impromptu marriage, the group finally arrives at the Forgotten Ruins. Alan tells Evan and Sairang to wait outside, then heads into the ancient structure alone to handle what he came there to do. He makes his way toward the central tower, preparing himself to meet the mysterious entity waiting within the ruins. When Alan steps onto the teleportation circle, light engulfs him completely, and in the next moment, he arrives inside a vast, otherworldly library where a shadowy figure awaits. Alan freezes in surprise as he recognizes the horned silhouette before him as that of a legendary dragon woman. The dragon woman seems just as startled, visibly impressed that a mere human is somehow able to perceive her true form. She quickly deduces that Alan's battle against the outer god Kairos must have elevated his spiritual awareness to an extraordinary level. She admits plainly that she had been certain he would fail in that impossible battle and never make it this far. Alan confesses that it was an extremely close call, and when the intrigued dragon woman asks how he managed to win, he hesitantly answers that he used essence manifestation. The ancient dragon is left completely stunned, her thoughts caught between two possibilities. Either Alan is lying, or he is a once-in-a-millennium genius. She scoffs and asks whether he even understands what spirit projection is, only to be met with Alan's blank and utterly confused stare. Her disbelief finally breaks into loud, uncontrollable laughter as she realizes that Alan has no real idea what he is talking about. Alan's face burns with irritation as the ancient being laughs at him, clearly mocking his ignorance right to his face. Still chuckling, she throws out a challenge. If he can prove that he truly used essence manifestation, then she will call him master. With his pride now properly wounded, Alan accepts the bet without backing down. Determined to wipe that smug look off her incorporeal face, Alan begins chanting, weaving together constellations of mana as he prepares a powerful spell. Before him, an immense wave of icy energy starts to gather, growing heavier and sharper with every passing second. The dragon woman's amusement disappears completely, replaced by a look of pure, unfiltered shock. Alan completes the incantation, and a massive glowing halberd of ice takes form before him, radiating freezing power. With a deafening crash, the ice halberd slams into the library floor, and the impact shakes the entire dimension around them. The dragon woman is left utterly speechless, her mind struggling to process the impossible display she has just witnessed. With his point more than proven, Alan looks at her coolly and tells her to honor her side of the bargain. Flustered by the outcome, she tries to back out of it, arguing that the bet is unfair because Alan does not even understand the theory behind his own magic. Alan's deadpan chibi face answers her better than words ever could, making it perfectly clear that he has no intention of letting this slide. Defeated at last, the mighty dragon lets out a small, reluctant pout, forced to accept the result. Then, with great reluctance and wounded pride, she finally lowers herself enough to address Alan as master. With the wager finally decided, she turns serious and presses Alan for an answer, asking how he managed to pull off something so outrageous without proper instruction, formal training, or even a real understanding of what he was doing. Alan, however, answers as if it were the most natural thing in the world, saying he simply followed the principles and incantations she had taught him before. Hearing that, the dragon woman grows even more focused, and she begins laying out the true structure of magic for him, speaking with the calm authority of someone who understands how deep and complicated that world really is. She explains that magic does not end with merely chanting words. Incantations must connect to the laws behind them, and that process requires something known as spirit projection, the force needed to truly draw out and manifest the essence of a spell. As her explanation settles in, Alan's eyes sharpen with realization. At last, he understands where the gap between himself and real mages actually lies. For an ordinary mage, understanding comes first, and only after grasping the meaning behind a spell can they cast it properly. But Alan is the exact opposite. He casts first, almost by instinct, and only afterward does he slowly begin to understand what the spell actually means. That discovery sends a cold, unsettling thought through him. If his path is so different from a true mage's, then can he really reach that level through self-study alone, no matter how much effort he pours into it? The dragon woman can only stare at him in disbelief, genuinely stunned that Alan managed to piece together so much on his own, relying on nothing but intuition, repeated practice, and the strange way his mind worked. Alan feels sweat bead along his face as the weight of her reaction sinks in. The more he learns, the more painfully clear it becomes that he is still standing at the entrance of a far deeper world. Then, without warning, the dragon woman's body begins to grow faint, her outline dissolving at the edges as if the space around her is pulling her away. Her time with him has run out. Before she disappears completely, she leaves Alan with one final objective. He must find an artifact known as Sparrow's Staff if he wants to properly learn incantations and sentences from the ground up. Alan immediately catches onto the strange importance of the item and asks whether Sparrow's Staff is some kind of sentient weapon. She quickly clarifies that the staff contains the personality of a deranged mage, one who never managed to find an heir. Precisely because of that, she says, it may be the perfect teaching tool for someone like him. With that new lesson burned into his mind and a fresh goal placed before him, Alan is suddenly pulled from the space and teleported back to the entrance of the tower. Afterward, the party resumes their journey, their carriage loaded with treasure as it races across the wide, sun-scorched desert stretching endlessly around them. Later, inside the carriage, Sairang is in a much brighter mood, leaning close with an expectant look as she demands headpats from her beloved godfather. While Alan gives in and gently indulges her, his thoughts drift elsewhere, digging through his game knowledge for anything he can remember about Sparrow's Staff. He recalls that the staff is not some ordinary item hidden in a random corner. It is one of the top rewards that can be obtained from the royal treasury of the Colosseum. And if he wants to claim it, there is only one real path forward. Alan will have to enter the grand tournament and win his way to the prize. It was a mandatory quest he had cleared countless times back in the game, so the tournament itself is familiar territory to him. But in all those runs, he had always dismissed Sparrow's Staff as a useless reward and ignored it completely. This time, though, the situation is different. Alan has no room to brush it aside. He must obtain it. Before long, their carriage reaches a lively city overflowing with people. The streets are so crowded and noisy that the carriage can no longer move forward, forcing the entire group to stop. Since there is no telling how long the delay will last, Alan decides to step down from the carriage and stretch his legs while they wait. The city around him is bursting with movement and excitement. Voices rise from every direction, and as Alan listens, he catches the crowd whispering and shouting about the arrival of the powerful Rosario family, along with a contingent of paladins. Before Alan can look deeper into what is happening, an excited Sairang suddenly grabs onto his arm and pulls him straight into the dense flow of people. Then, cutting cleanly through the noise of the crowd, a clear and gentle voice calls out to him as Professor. Alan freezes on the spot, his body going still before he slowly turns toward that familiar sound. Standing there before him is a strikingly beautiful woman with long white hair flowing around her shoulders, her face partly hidden behind a delicate black veil. She smiles at him with unmistakable warmth and says it has been far too long. The moment her gaze settles on him, Alan feels a strange wave of warmth and familiarity rise in his chest, as if some memory he had not touched in ages has suddenly come back to life. She gently takes his hands into hers, and as Alan looks into those brilliant ruby-red eyes, recognition finally strikes him with full force. In disbelief, he softly breathes out her name. Yusha? It really is her, the first villain he ever sponsored, now standing right in front of him and looking at him with pure, unwavering adoration.